Li Qingxuan arrived in a fantastical world where he was rescued by a masked woman. The two depended on each other, forming a bond of marriage and living a tranquil and blissful life. Yet, his wife never allowed him to glimpse her face. One day, she vanished without a trace, leaving him in silence. 3 years later, an armed entourage approached Li Qingxuan's humble abode. At the forefront stood a stunning Valkyrie, whose beauty was unparalleled. She entered his dwelling and gazed at the portrait he had painted of his wife, falling into a pensive silence. "Do you dwell here alone? Where is your wife? You have waited for her 3 years. Is it worth it?" The north wind cut like a blade, sweeping a patch of thatch from the roof. Li Qingxuan chased after it for 100 paces before recovering the thatch. His frail body trembled in the biting wind. Clambering up the ladder with great difficulty, he secured the thatch, only to notice the sky had turned gloomy and snowflakes began to fall. He hurried back inside, where the roaring fire chased away the last remnants of his chill. Li Qingxuan had spent 3 winters in this place. He was not originally from this world 3 years ago. He had opened his eyes to find himself transported. Unlike the protagonists of novels who wield power and command storms, Li Qingxuan had wandered through this unfamiliar realm, famished and alone, without a soul in sight. Amidst the howling blizzard, he had traversed for a day and a night, gnawing on a bit of dried grass, until hunger and cold overwhelmed him, and he collapsed in the snow. Fortunately, he was saved by a masked woman. As he recovered from a month-long illness, she tended to him with care. During that time, affection blossomed between them. However, she revealed that her face had been marred in her youth, which was why she wore a mask. The villagers shunned her, forcing her to reside in the wilderness. Yet, Li Qingxuan cared not. He believed true beauty lay within. Thus, they pledged their lives to one another. Li Qingxuan ventured into the city to sell firewood, while she wove textiles at home. Despite their meager existence, they shared a warm companionship. However, their happiness was short-lived. 6 months later, upon returning from gathering firewood, Li Qingxuan found his wife missing. He searched every conceivable place, but to no avail. For 3 years, he remained in that small dwelling, fearing she might return and find him gone. From the chill of winter to the warmth of summer, from the rebirth of spring to the decay of autumn, the wild geese came and went, yet his wife remained elusive. "Huaji, where have you truly gone?" Li Qingxuan stared blankly at the swirling snow outside. At that moment, the sound of horses echoed from outside. Li Qingxuan cracked the door, opened slightly to peer out. A line of soldiers clad in white robes and armor surrounded his humble abode. Among them, a woman in a white cloak stood amidst the snow, quietly observing his dwelling. In that instant, Li Qingxuan found himself momentarily dazed, as if he had glimpsed the silhouette of his wife. However, he quickly shook his head. How could his wife possess such beauty? This woman clearly bore an exceptional status. White robes and armor, could they be the renowned snow dragon riders? But isn't that the Imperial Guard of the capital? What brings them to such a desolate place? While apprehension coursed through him, he watched as the captivating woman dismounted and approached his home, her hair billowing in the gusty wind, leaving delicate footprints in the snow. Is she coming inside? Li Qingxuan felt a surge of caution. Just as he was about to speak, she beat him to it. "Are you the master of this house?" Her voice rang clear and crisp, stirring memories within him, though it lacked the warmth he cherished in his wife's tone. "My lady, the princess is inquiring," a young soldier called out to him. But the moment he spoke, he was met with a stern glare from the woman. The soldier's expression shifted to one of trepidation. "The weather is bitterly cold. I am passing through and wonder if I might enter to warm myself?" She asked again. "Please come in." Li Qingxuan fully opened the door, welcoming her inside. The commander attempted to follow. "You shall remain outside," the woman stated coolly. But the commander hesitated, clearly uneasy. "Do my words carry no weight?" Her voice bore an edge of authority. "I would not dare oppose." The commander quickly retreated. "This desolate place, with no signs of life for miles. Why do you dwell here alone?" she inquired, surveying the modest interior. "I wait for my wife to return. 3 years ago, she vanished without a trace, and I feared moving would cause her to lose her way home," he explained. Upon hearing this, her expression shifted subtly. "She must be exceptionally beautiful, your wife?" she inquired nonchalantly. Li Qingxuan nodded. "Indeed, in my heart, she is the fairest of them all," akin to a celestial being. And if, mind you, only if your wife is no longer in this world. A bittersweet expression crossed Li Qingxuan's face. 3 years have passed, I have pondered such possibilities. Nonetheless, regardless of the outcome, I shall remain here, waiting indefinitely. In this world, I have no other kin, she is my entire existence. The woman's countenance stiffened slightly, clearly unprepared for such a response. You are quite the devoted soul, she said, turning away from him, biting her lip, her eyes misting over. The ethereal beauty before him was none other than Li Qingxuan's wife, Huaji. From the very beginning, she had deceived him. She was not an ordinary woman, but a princess of the Daxia Empire, who, having been wronged and disfigured, fled to this wilderness. 3 years prior, the Imperial secret police had found her and returned her to the palace. The national sorcerer had employed ancient arts to restore her beauty, and 2 years later, following the emperor's demise, she ascended the throne, becoming the first female emperor in 3 centuries of Daxia's history. Though she had regained her status as a princess, the court was rife with factions, and Huaji endured her longing in silence, refraining from seeking out Li Qingxuan. It was only after a year of her reign, once she had purged the court of corruption, that she dared to return openly. Yet, she had assumed that Li Qingxuan had long since moved on, never anticipating his unwavering devotion waiting for her for 3 years. Stealing her emotions, she surveyed the interior, which remained nearly unchanged since her departure. However, it appeared that there were now some writing materials strewn about. She recalled that 3 years ago, Li Qingxuan had no such interests. I have always possessed a talent for painting. It was merely that, during our time together, I was too impoverished to afford paper, he explained. After her disappearance, thoughts of her became my sole preoccupation. I saved every coin I could muster to purchase paper. Huazi removed a weight from atop a sheet, revealing a vividly lifelike portrait. The masked woman within the painting gazed back with deep, affectionate eyes. Huazi flipped through each sheet, each image of the woman conveying unique expressions, yet all shared the same gentle, watery gaze. Painting became my only means of expressing my longing after she vanished. I create one each day over 3 years. I have completed precisely 1,239 pieces. Whenever I gaze upon her likeness on paper, I feel as though she is ever present beside me. Huazi's delicate hands trembled slightly, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Struggling to regain her composure, she turned to find Li Qingxuan's hands marred with cracks, resembling those of a man in his 70s. Your hands, she began but faltered. Li Qingxuan chuckled nonchalantly. The climate here is harsh, and paper is costly. Thus, to acquire more ink and paper, I endure the cold and venture into the mountains to gather firewood for trade. Over time, my hands have suffered the chill. It is nothing come spring, they shall heal. I fervently wish for the day she stands before me, vibrant and alive, rather than confined to these portraits. Huaji bit her lip, her autumn-like eyes fixed upon Li Qingxuan. I actually possess news regarding your wife. Truly? Li Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with sudden hope, his expression animated. Pray tell, where is she? Chapter 2. 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains pale in comparison to you. Huaji could not bear to see Li Qingxuan waiting alone in anguish. Yet, for certain reasons, she could not reveal her true identity to him and was compelled to fabricate a story. Your wife is still alive. She is currently serving as a maid in the palace and misses you dearly. However, the palace regulations are stringent, and she cannot visit you in person. I have come out of the palace at her behest to see you. She hopes you can travel to Luo City so that you may be closer to one another, and perhaps one day you shall reunite. Li Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Could it be true that his wife was still alive? His eyes brimmed with tears. After 3 years of waiting, despair had settled within him, and now this news brought him unparalleled joy. As long as she was alive, that was enough. Observing Li Qingxuan's elation, Huaji bit her lip. Once the snow ceases, you should make your way to Luo City. Since you possess artistic talent, you could open a painting studio. There are many affluent individuals in Luo City, and you needn't worry about making a living. As she spoke, Huaji signaled to a guard outside, instructing him to bring in a bag of silver and place it on Li Qingxuan's table. Take this silver for your journey. It will help you settle in the city. Li Qingxuan shook his head. We are not related. How can I accept your money? Huaji seemed to have anticipated his reaction. You must have a place to stay in the city. This money is not a gift, it is a loan. You can repay me once you have earned some income. Very well, Li Qingxuan conceded, not one to linger on matters. I shall repay you in full, with interest. Allow me to write a note of acknowledgement. No need. I trust your integrity, Huaji said before hurriedly turning to leave. Fearing she might divulge the truth to Li Qingxuan. Outside the wooden cabin, Huaji transformed back into the supreme empress of the Great Xia, leaving a contingent of guards nearby. Should the owner of this cabin suffer any harm, I shall hold you accountable, she declared. The commanding officer by her side quickly bowed, assuring her, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall protect him with my life. 5 days later, in the western part of Luo City, Li Qingxuan rented a shop. Behind the shop was a courtyard of over 300 square feet, with several rooms designated for living. In this era, housing was not as scarce as in later times, and such a layout was standard for a shop. After securing the courtyard, Li Qingxuan began purchasing writing supplies in preparation for his opening. He did not expect to amass great wealth. He only sought to make ends meet. The sum left by Huaji was substantial enough, and even after deducting rent, he had ample funds to sustain himself for a year. Having endured a harrowing existence for 3 years, arriving in the royal city and learning that Huaji was alive filled Li Qingxuan with joy. He decided to treat himself with some lamb, preparing a pot of hot pot accompanied by fine wine, making his simple life more enjoyable. Meanwhile, within the palace, Empress Huaji stood alone atop the stargazing tower, the highest structure in the palace, soaring 18 zhang high. The winter winds howled fiercely, yet she remained unfazed, her gaze fixed intently toward the west. What was her husband doing at this moment? Did he think of her as she thought of him? The general assigned to protect Li Qingxuan had reported on his situation, yet she remained anxious. Although she resided in the palace, her heart had already flown to Li Qingxuan's side. An elder figure ascended the stone steps and appeared behind Huaji. Your Majesty, what occupies your thoughts? Turning to face the visitor, Huaji displayed a measure of respect. Master, you have arrived. Yang Xuanji, the Grand Tutor of the Great Xia, was the mastermind behind Huaji's ascension to the throne. The direction in which Your Majesty gazes is the residence of that individual, is it not? Huaji's expression shifted slightly. You already know, Master. It is natural for Your Majesty to be concerned for someone who has shared trials with you, but I must remind you that, given his status, he is utterly unworthy of you. To become Your Majesty's consort, one must possess remarkable achievements and an esteemed position. Should Your Majesty unite with a commoner, it would undoubtedly cause upheaval in the court. But Huaji hesitated. She understood that having just secured her throne, it was inadvisable to publicly acknowledge her connection to Li Qingxuan. This was the very reason she had not revealed her identity to him. Yet for her, this state of affairs was merely temporary. She would eventually announce Li Qingxuan's existence to the world. Without the companion of her heart, what significance did a vast empire hold? That is all I have to say. I hope Your Majesty will consider my words carefully, Yang Xuanji concluded before bowing and taking his leave. Huaji said nothing further, her gaze lingering on the western horizon, her embroidered purple robe adorned with dragon patterns fluttering gently in the wind. After a long while, prompted by the persistent reminders of her attendants, she finally descended from the stargazing tower. Though her body was numb from the cold, her heart brimmed with joy. In her hand, she clutched a golden medallion inscribed with the words exemption from death. This was prepared especially for Li Qingxuan, ensuring that even if he committed any crime, he would be released without punishment. However, she was uncertain how to deliver this medallion to him. Just a little longer, my husband. I shall not let you down. We shall be well. In the western part of the city, within the small courtyard, a pot of lamb hot pot and a few cups of strong liquor warmed Li Qingxuan's belly. The charcoal in the stove blazed brightly, lulling him into drowsiness. The recent cold weather had been relentless, with overcast skies suggesting more snow might come. Li Qingxuan planned to rest for a while before purchasing rice paper and preparing a wooden sign. He wondered whether his paintings would sell. After all, he still needed to repay his debts. Having tidied up his belongings, Li Qingxuan reclined on the couch when suddenly a mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Ding! System activation in progress. Chapter 3. Signing in at Langya Pavilion, the voice startled Li Qingxuan, filling him with excitement. Is it true that traversers truly receive benefits? Ding! System binding successful. Would you like a check-in? Hearing the emotionless electronic voice, Li Qingxuan realized this was akin to a check-in system, though its precise function remained unclear. Check-in. Without hesitation, he silently commanded. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have received the initial check-in gift package. Would you like to open it? Open it. Li Qingxuan thought again. Ding. Gift package opened. Congratulations, host. You have attained the position of the Master of Langya Pavilion. Disciples of Langya Pavilion have been arranged in Hangzhou. After a flurry of notifications, there was no further response. Li Qingxuan frowned. What is this? The Master of Langya Pavilion? Disciples assigned hundreds of miles away in Hangzhou? Is this system merely toying with me? He was deeply skeptical of the system's reliability. After finally managing a check-in, he expected at least some martial arts manual, or even just a couple of milk candies would suffice. System, I wish to continue checking in. The host has exhausted today's check-in attempts. Speechless, he concluded that this system was undoubtedly a fraud. Creak. The door swung open, and Li Qingxuan emerged, draped in a robe. Having been kept awake by the bewildering system, he decided to procure some supplies for his studio. With money in hand, he also changed into a new outfit, presenting himself with the air of a refined gentleman. However, the moment he opened the door, a chilling gust of wind met him. BRR. In the depths of winter, the biting cold gnawed at him, and patches of snow remained in the courtyard beneath a bare willow tree, which appeared forlorn. Stepping out of the courtyard, the street was largely deserted. Given the temperature, most people remained indoors. Yet, this was only true for Li Qingxuan's immediate vicinity. As he made his way toward the city center, the streets gradually became more populated, with many shops operating. After all, even in frigid weather, one still needed to eat. Did they not? As he walked, Li Qingxuan kept a keen eye out, noting that there was not a single painting studio in sight. This realization brought him a sense of relief, indicating that competition was not as fierce as he had feared. Yet, a twinge of concern flickered within him. Would this trade prove unprofitable and grim? Men and women clad in simple garments hurriedly moved about the bustling streets. Suddenly, a group of elegantly dressed young nobles emerged, seemingly tipsy after a recent revelry at a nearby tavern. Many commoners instinctively steered clear of their path, for the chasm between nobility and the lower classes was all too palpable. As Li Qingxuan made his way through the city, he observed everything with a sense of wonder. After all, he had spent years in the wilderness, venturing no farther than a nearby village. Ahead lay a place known as Wanbaozhai, where fine writing instruments and paper were sold, a revelation he had eagerly sought upon entering the city. A crowd had gathered around a stall, and Li Qingxuan's attention was drawn to a chubby, plush ball nestled in a basket. It was a small puppy, seemingly just a month old. A farmer, with his hands tucked into his sleeves, excitedly recounted the tale of this pup. This little creature is the sole survivor of a litter of 5, born from a dog and a wolf. Only 1 copper coin, and it's yours. The puppy was undeniably adorable, its energy unrelenting as it crawled around the basket, occasionally escaping, only to be gently tossed back by the farmer. Captivated, Li Qingxuan reached for his coin purse, and upon producing a copper coin, the farmer's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, a discerning gentleman indeed. Raise it well, and it shall be a vigilant guardian. I shall even gift you the basket. After the transaction, Li Qingxuan entered Wanbaozhai, where he procured some Xian paper and commissioned a plaque for his new abode before returning to his courtyard, laden with parcels. By the time he completed his errands, night had fallen. Thanks to the robust physique he had cultivated during his 3 years of survival, he felt invigorated rather than weary. He placed the puppy inside, providing himself with a companion. Ever since learning that his wife was alive, his sleep had been sweet and undisturbed. The next morning, at the break of dawn, he was roused by the puppy's eager barks, clearly hungry. He mixed some leftover mutton with porridge and fed it to the little creature. Just then, a mechanical voice chimed in. Sign-in count has been refreshed. Will the host proceed with sign-in? He couldn't help but grumble. I hope it's not another impractical reward. Yet he silently intoned, sign in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received the reward. 5 animal play. Could be the 5 animal play created by the famed physician Huatua? Surely, it must be a regimen for strengthening the body. As the book appeared in his hand, Li Qingxuan was about to open it when, in an instant, it transformed into countless shimmering particles that flew into his mind's eye. It felt as if a divine light illuminated his soul, revealing myriad figures performing an array of movements within his consciousness. The 5 animal play, tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird was not just a method of exercise, but also a technique for cultivating energy, promoting vitality, and fostering longevity. Li Qingxuan attempted to mimic the movements, losing track of time as half an hour slipped away. When he finally paused, exhaling a breath of stale air, he felt a warm energy coursing through him. The hearth had long extinguished, yet he felt no chill. Could this be inner energy? He had initially thought this was akin to the gymnastics of his past life. Yet he was astounded to find that the five-animal play was, in fact, a profound internal cultivation technique. It seemed the system was indeed genuine. Could the legendary Langya Pavilion be real as well? In the Imperial Palace, the morning court had just concluded. Huaji diligently reviewed the memorials. A white eagle landed at the intelligence bureau of the Tianyi Guards, where Commander Shuigang hurried to the Imperial study, clutching a black dragon scroll. Your Majesty, urgent news from Hangzhou. A mysterious force has suddenly emerged, seizing control of the martial realm overnight. Its origins remain unclear. Chapter 4. Second-rank martial artist in the 2 years since Hua Ji ascended the throne, she had worked to purify the court and dismantle rebellious factions. Yet, many remnants had infiltrated the martial world, seeking to stir trouble. Thus, the Great Xia court was particularly vigilant regarding developments within the martial community. The emergence of any new power would raise their alarm. A force capable of mastering Hangzhou's martial arts overnight was indeed formidable. Hangzhou was a place rife with chaos, where numerous factions vied for supremacy, much to the court's dismay. Taking the Black Dragon Scroll from Commander Shuigang, Huaji slowly unfurled it. It contained detailed accounts of the Tianyi Guards' intelligence in Hangzhou. The martial world there was traditionally dominated by the Six Virtuous Manor, the famous sword sect, and the Yulong Pavilion, with 9 additional sects beneath them. The relationships among these factions were complex, filled with elite masters. A year prior, Huaji had dispatched Tianyi Guards experts to subdue Hangzhou's martial forces, but progress had been slow. Yet, just yesterday, a mysterious faction had emerged, compelling Hangzhou's sects to submit. As news reached the Tianyi Guards, they hastily sent operatives to investigate, but time was short, and they had yet to uncover any valuable information. In the Imperial study, Huaji's brow furrowed tightly. The emergence of this mysterious force filled her with unease. Their overnight dominance over Hangzhou's martial realm felt like a nail driven into her heart. Was this force connected to the rebellious factions? Who were their hidden masters? Whom did they serve? What were they plotting in Hangzhou? If they were enemies of the Great Xia, how could they be eliminated? She commanded the Tianyi Guards experts in Hangzhou to pursue the matter with utmost diligence and to ensure clarity on the situation. With a heavy sigh, Huaji lamented that just as she had begun to restore order to the Great Xia, such a troubling development had arisen, weighing heavily on her heart. Your Majesty, the National Master seeks an audience, a eunuch announced softly at the door. Let him in at once. Young Suanji, not only the current National Master, but also a disciple of the Taoist sect, held a prominent position in the martial world. Upon hearing of his arrival, Huaji felt a measure of relief. Dressed in a flowing white robe, Yang Xuanji strode into the room, his age belied by his vigorous spirit. What calamity has befallen Hangzhou that the Tianyi Guards have activated the Black Dragon Scroll? The National Master possesses remarkable foresight, Huaji replied, handing him the scroll. After perusing its contents, a grave expression settled upon Yang Xuanji's face. After a lengthy pause, he cautiously stated, such power may far exceed even our sect's capabilities. If they oppose the Great Xia, it could lead to disaster. Yang Xuanji understood the intricacies of Hangzhou's martial world well. Few forces could achieve such control overnight. The ones capable of this were historically uninvolved in martial disputes. Your Majesty, this matter requires careful deliberation. In his courtyard, Li Qingxuan returned with a newly crafted plaque, naming it Qingji Fong, inspired by the sentiment of his heart wishing for tranquility. The name subtly conveyed his longing for his wife, Huaji. After hanging the plaque, he meticulously cleaned his home, and once finished, he unfurled a sheet of painting paper to create a portrait of a noble woman, envisioning his wife adorned in palace attire, a sigh escaping his lips. Once the ink dried, he set it aside and continued his artistic endeavors, this time working on the renowned dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains, a painting often revered as the Lantingyi Su of the art world. Having practiced this piece countless times before his transmigration, he intended to display it in his shop for potential buyers. By the time he completed the painting, it was already midday. After preparing some meat porridge and feeding the puppy, Li Qingxuan ventured outside once more to further immerse himself in the culture and customs of the Great Xia. Having spent 3 years in the wilderness, his understanding of the world was woefully scant. Outside the tea house, he was drawn to the rhythmic storytelling of a bard resonating from the second floor. The realm of the Great Xia is besieged by enemies on all sides. To the north lies the northern Yuan Khanate, to the south the various states of the Baiwei, and to the west the great Li Empire. Particularly concerning is the northern Yuan, inhabited by fierce barbarians who are yet untouched by civilization, disdainful of agriculture, and solely focused on plunder. The formidable general of the northern Yuan, Boer, is known for his brutal and bloodthirsty nature, a master of the 9th rank, who has repeatedly encroached upon our borders. Is a 9th rank master truly powerful? Someone inquired. The storyteller snorted coldly. Martial arts are categorized from 1 to 10 ranks. Shunned, the master of the long way escort, is heralded as the invincible Iron Fist, yet he is merely a 4th rank master. So what do you think of 9th rank? No matter how formidable he may be, he could never surpass our great Xia's king of the north. The king of the north, Lin Nua, is indeed a living legend of our great Xia. Li Qingxuan paused in front of the tea house, absorbing the tales for quite some time, gaining insight into the structured hierarchy of martial artists in this world. The ranks from 1 to 10 distinctly categorize the powers of these practitioners. Having trained in the 5-animal play, he felt the inner energy in his dantian, uncertain if he had even reached the 1st rank. It was only when the storyteller took a break that Li Qingxuan chose to depart. On his way back, he purchased some lamb. Upon returning to the art studio, the little dog, likely hungry, emerged, sniffing around eagerly, occasionally bumping into the walls or tumbling to the ground. Observing this clumsy creature, Li Qingxuan couldn't help but smile. He scooped up the puppy, affectionately rubbing his face against it before placing it back in its nook. After contemplating the fact that the pup lacked a name, he decided to call it Gong Gong, inspired by its round physique. The following day, after feeding Gong Gong, Li Qingxuan signed in once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully signed in and received a reward, 1 blood chi pill. As a mechanical voice resonated, a golden pill appeared in Li Qingxuan's hand. Consulting the system's description, he understood that the purpose of the blood chi pill was simple, to enhance physical vitality. With this item, perhaps he too could become a formidable expert. Li Qingxuan placed the pill in his mouth, intending to wash it down with some water. However, just as it touched his tongue, the pill disintegrated, transforming into a torrent of warmth that coursed through his limbs. In an instant, he couldn't help but let out a sound of pleasure. He felt the slight inner energy he had cultivated through the 5-animal play swell vigorously, its velocity significantly increasing, akin to a stream suddenly infused with the waters of a great river, surging forth relentlessly. This sensation persisted for an hour before the effects of the blood chi pill fully dissipated, and the flow of his inner energy gradually slowed. Li Qingxuan attempted to practice the 5-animal play, directing his inner energy with each movement. There remained a warmth in his dantian, as if a furnace resided within. The storyteller had mentioned that 2nd-rank martial artists conceal fire in their dantians, unperturbed by the cold. His current state seemed to align well with that description. Yet he shook his head, dismissing the notion that he could easily ascend to the 2nd rank. In the days that followed, Li Qingxuan diligently signed in each day and practiced the 5-animal play, acquiring numerous medicinal pills. Aside from the blood chi pill, he obtained various others, such as the white bone regeneration pill for healing and the 100 herbs pill for ailments, a veritable assortment. Yet the blood chi pill remained the most abundant. As half a month passed, he truly felt that his dantian housed a flame. Even in the frigid cold, dressed in light garments, he felt no chill. Striking forward with a punch, his sleeves crackled against the air like firecrackers. Despite his limited understanding of martial arts, he recognized that his physical prowess was rapidly enhancing. Yet, despite his progress, his art studio remained devoid of customers after half a month of operation, which weighed heavily on his mind. It was no wonder there was not a single art studio in the entire city of Luo. This profession seemed exceedingly bleak. Li Qingxuan speculated that the harsh winter might be the reason people were reluctant to venture out, hoping that business would improve come spring. With this anticipation, he bided his time patiently. However, if spring arrived and his paintings still failed to sell, He would have no choice but to return to his former trade of woodcutting. Naturally, with his current physique, seeking a position as a bodyguard in an escort agency might also be feasible, but such work carried risks. Should he encounter bandits and perish on the road, he would never see his wife again. Finally, on the 17th day of his studio's opening, a customer graced his presence. On that day, a heavy snowfall blanketed the ground, and a caravan passing by sought refuge from the storm in Li Qingxuan's art studio. Leading the group was an elderly man with a head of white hair, dressed in exquisite clothing that marked him as someone of distinction. The elder introduced himself as Yuan, newly settled in Luo City. The warmth of the fire within the studio effectively kept the storm at bay, since they were merely seeking shelter from the snow. Li Qingxuan did not expect to sell any paintings. The younger members of the family showed great respect towards him, as they hailed from a prominent lineage. A couple of maidservants took delight in playing with his puppy, while elder Yuan admired the works displayed in the studio, his eyes lighting up when he beheld the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. This painting is exceptional, rich in spirit. Young friend, did you create this? Indeed. Li Qingxuan replied with a subtle nod, maintaining his tranquil demeanor, aware of the elder's noble status yet unwilling to fawn over him. This piece is remarkable. By the way, young friend, can you paint portraits? If you have a moment, would you create one for this old man? Very well, Li Qingxuan acquiesced. Elder Yuan found a chair to sit across from him, while Li Qingxuan laid out his drawing paper. During the process, Elder Yuan casually inquired about Li Qingxuan's age and background, to which Li Qingxuan responded without much thought. Once prepared, he began to sketch. Your painting style, Elder Yuan glanced at Li Qingxuan, his brow furrowing slightly, as if he wished to speak but held back. Seconds turned into minutes, and the elder frequently cast his gaze toward the drawing paper on Li Qingxuan's desk. At last, unable to contain himself, he asked, "May I inquire from which school your style originates?" "It is my own exploration," Li Qingxuan replied. No wonder after this exchange, Elder Yuan fell silent. Within the studio, Li Qingxuan continued to paint, while the younger members of the family lowered their voices, refraining from disturbing him. As time passed, the unusual expression in Elder Yuan's eyes deepened, occasionally furrowing his brows as if lost in thought. Finally, when Li Qingxuan halted his brush and blew gently on the paper, the elder rose to examine the work closely. Upon seeing the portrait, astonishment washed over his face. He scrutinized Li Qingxuan with renewed interest, yet Li Qingxuan remained composed, seemingly unfazed. Your painting style is truly singular. Unlike anything I have encountered before, it is so lifelike, so vivid, that it feels as though I'm gazing into a mirror. Elder Yuan lavished praise upon him. Yet Li Qingxuan merely smiled faintly. It is merely a realistic painting technique, unworthy of your commendation. Li Qingxuan was not being modest. He simply painted a portrait in the style of Western oil painting for Elder Yuan. To him, it was not particularly noteworthy. In truth, while he appreciated the artistic essence of traditional Chinese painting, the elder was profoundly struck, having never encountered oil painting before. Elder Yuan cherished the painting, lifting the paper to admire it, while simultaneously placing a money pouch on Li Qingxuan's table. "I shall purchase this painting and the one hanging on the wall." He indicated towards the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. Li Qingxuan carefully packaged both artworks for the elder. As the snowstorm outside subsided, Elder Yuan bid farewell, clasping his hands in gratitude. Once he was a distance away, Li Qingxuan examined the money pouch, estimating its contents to be around 10 taels. For him, this was an immense sum. The elder had casually produced such a sizable amount, and coupled with his demeanor, he likely held an official position. Li Qingxuan speculated, though he paid little mind to it. Remembering that he had yet to sign in for the day, he added more wood to the fire. The little dog required no feeding, as the maidservants had already provided it with ample food, leaving it with a round belly. Finally, he proceeded with his signing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the reward of the Lingbo Weibu. After reviewing the introduction, Li Qingxuan discovered that it was indeed the renowned lightness skill from the demigods and semi-devils, specifically associated with Duanyu. Based on the 64 hexagrams of the I Ching, the practitioner moves along the specific sequence of the hexagrams, achieving a level of agility akin to a gentle breeze, leaving adversaries utterly defenseless. Outside, the world was enveloped in a blanket of white, and Li Qingxuan began to practice Lingbo Weibu in the courtyard. This extraordinary technique left a series of deep and shallow footprints in the snow. In the Imperial study, Huaji listened intently to the reports from her informants. You mean to say that Elder Yuan happened to visit the painting studio today and purchased 2 paintings? Indeed, the informant replied. I overheard Elder Yuan praising the young Master-S paintings, claiming they possess a unique style indicative of a Master-S touch. A sweet smile unexpectedly crossed Huaji's previously cold visage, leaving the informant momentarily stunned. Since her ascension to the throne, she had been known for her icy demeanor and formidable presence. Despite being a woman, her methods were both swift and decisive, instilling fear even among the most powerful officials, who trembled at the thought of a single misstep leading to execution. This Empress of the Great Xia seemed eternally aloof and unyielding, impervious to any display of tenderness. Yet now, her demeanor appeared somewhat uncharacteristic, reminiscent of a young girl experiencing the first stirrings of affection. Your Majesty, is something amiss? Huaji quickly regained her composure, reverting to her usual frosty demeanor. I am aware of this matter. Continue to gather intelligence, and remember to keep your distance from his living quarters, lest he become suspicious. Also, maintain close surveillance on Elder Yuan. You may leave. With a wave of her hand, the informant hurriedly departed. Just as the informant exited, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Shui Gang, entered the study. Your Majesty, we have identified the mysterious force in Hangzhou. It is known as the Langya Pavilion. He presented a wooden box containing an emblem associated with the Langya Pavilion. Huaji opened the box to reveal a blue token, elegantly crafted, adorned with cloud motifs. Inscribed with the characters Langya on one side and a significant xian on the reverse. What does this xian signify? Huaji's brow furrowed. Go, summon the National Master, she instructed gravely. The National Master, hailing from the Taoist sect, was well versed in the myriad mysterious forces that roamed the martial world. Shortly thereafter, Yang Xuanji entered the study clad in white robes. Your Majesty summoned me regarding Elder Yuan's entry to the capital? He inquired after bowing respectfully. Elder Yuan is a prominent scholar from the Northern Territories, and his presence in the court would undoubtedly earn your Majesty the trust of the populace. Since your ascension as a female emperor has sparked much debate, securing Elder Yuan's support could quell dissent and lend legitimacy to your rule. Huaji sighed. I did not call for you merely concerning Elder Yuan, but for another matter. She handed the token to Yang Xuanji. This token is exquisitely crafted from dark iron. What does Langya signify? Shui Gang, please relay the intelligence to the National Master. Shui Gang nodded. The mysterious force controlling Hangzhou is called the Langya Pavilion. Yet the meaning behind the xian remains unknown. Yang Xuanji furrowed his brow. I have never heard of this Langya Pavilion. Its ability to seize control of Hangzhou's martial arts overnight indicates its formidable nature. Yet my limited knowledge fails to recognize it, suggesting a deeply concealed power. Could this xian perhaps denote a branch of the Langya Pavilion? Yang Xuanji speculated. In the past, certain forces named their branches using the phrase heaven and earth. Xian and yellow. As his words hung in the air, silence enveloped the study. If merely a branch could exert such dominance, the entire organization must be fearsome indeed. Shui Gang's expression grew serious. What are your thoughts, Commander Shui? Yang Xuanji queried, feeling a sense of uncertainty despite his usual acumen. Could it be the name of the leader of the Langya Pavilion? Huaji mused. That is a possibility. Convey my command for the Imperial Guard in Hangzhou to investigate any notable figures in the martial world with the character xian in their names. As days turned into weeks, Li Qingxuan had spent a month in the royal city. During this time, a few patrons visited his studio, purchasing paintings, albeit at modest prices. Elder Yuan returned once more, buying a painting and insisting on compensating Li Qingxuan despite his reluctance, leading to a few more taels of silver being accepted. Without a doubt, Elder Yuan had become Li Qingxuan's most significant patron. With daily check-ins, Li Qingxuan continued to receive numerous rewards, rapidly enhancing his physique and internal energy, which transformed from a mere trickle to a rushing river. Uncertain of his current level, he sought the wisdom of an elder storyteller at a tea house. Upon hearing the elder's explanation, he realized he had unknowingly broken through to the 3rd rank. While not an exceptionally powerful warrior, it was still a commendable achievement, sufficient to stand firm within a security agency. Having attained the 3rd rank in such a short time, Li Qingxuan dedicated himself to rigorous training. Although he had yet to encounter any significant dangers since arriving in this world, the elder had warned of surrounding threats, suggesting that war could erupt at any moment. Improving his martial arts skills was undeniably prudent. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in and receiving the monthly sign-in grand package. The package opened automatically. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the Eye of Heaven. On this day, after signing in, Li Qingxuan was awarded a package. The Eye of Heaven. What might this be? He pondered as he opened the description. The Tao of Heaven has its flaws. Every individual possesses shortcomings, and all techniques, including martial arts, have their defects. The Eye of Heaven reveals these flaws, such as the weaknesses in a person's martial arts, the vulnerabilities in a formation, or the imperfections in a treasure. Li Qingxuan was astounded. This is somewhat extraordinary. The method of utilizing the Eye of Heaven was straightforward. It needed to be fused with his eyes and would activate automatically when required. Holding two golden flames the size of a thumb in his hand, he pressed them against his eyes without hesitation. Instantly, a deafening roar echoed in his mind, akin to an atomic explosion. Pain surged through his eyes as the Eye of Heaven merged with his vision, returning to normalcy only after a considerable time. Upon opening his eyes, a fleeting red glow vanished. With the Eye of Heaven integrated, Li Qingxuan felt as though the entire world had transformed. In the days that followed, he trained with renewed vigor. Occasionally, a few customers would visit to purchase paintings, providing him with a modest income. Over the course of a month and a half, his small dog grew considerably stronger, following him wherever he went. Meanwhile, within a valley in Hangzhou, countless individuals gathered in a grand hall, belonging to the mysterious force known as the Langya Pavilion, feared by the martial world of Hangzhou. In the hall stood a young man clad in green robes. Sword at his side, Qinxuan, the left guardian of the Langya Pavilion. Despite his youth, he was an undeniable ninth-rank expert, wielding the renowned sword Hongguang, excelling in swordsmanship, yet remaining inconspicuous in the martial world until the resurgence of ancient prophecies and the comet's descent brought the long-vanished Langya Pavilion back into existence. Below Qinxuan were 8 hall masters of the Langya Pavilion and numerous attendants. In the span of a month, the Langya Pavilion has completely dominated the martial arts community of Hangzhou, proclaimed the left guardian. We can undoubtedly extend our influence to other regions and become the supreme power in the world of martial arts. A hall master voiced confidently. However, Qinxuan shook his head. The control of Hangzhou's martial arts was the intention of the right guardian. Yet the decision to expand the territory of Langya Pavilion does not rest with me, nor with the right guardian. So, who does it depend on? The hall master inquired loudly. It depends on the pavilion master. Where is the pavilion master? Indeed, since the passing of our last pavilion master 300 years ago, we have been without a leader. Given that both the left and right guardians have claimed that a new pavilion master has emerged, where is this new master? The pavilion master resides in Luocheng. Here is the portrait of the master. With a wave of his hand, Qinxuan unfurled a scroll, revealing a vividly lifelike figure on the paper, clad in white as snow, with an air of extraordinary elegance. This is the new pavilion master of Langya Pavilion. I hereby announce that 1 hall master shall remain to guard the pavilion, while the remaining 7 shall accompany me to the capital to meet the pavilion master. Chapter 7. Langya Pavilion heads to the capital. The 7 hall masters of Langya Pavilion, accompanied by countless skilled warriors, made their way to the capital. Although Langya Pavilion has strived to maintain a low profile, rumors still spread like wildfire. No one understands the true motives behind this mysterious faction's journey northward. Yet countless martial arts sects are on high alert, having swiftly taken control of Hangzhou's martial arts. Are they now seeking to expand their territory? If they intend to expand, who could possibly stand in their way? Yinzhou is an essential passage for those traveling from Hangzhou to the capital. On the official road, several swift horses raced ahead. The left guardian, Qinxuan, donned in a green robe, glided with an ethereal grace. Due to the immense objective before the 7 halls, Qinxuan ordered each hall to set out on separate routes towards Luocheng. Leading his contingent was the disciples of the Yun Hall, each adorned with a cloud emblem, representing the identity of the Yun Hall among the 8 halls of wind, fire, mountain, forest, shadow, thunder, cloud, and fox. Suddenly, a myriad of figures appeared on the mountain path ahead, blocking their way. Clad in black garments and wielding embroidered spring knives, these figures were the heavenly garment guards. The leader, Qinxuan, immediately recognized their identity. Uncertain of their purpose, he questioned, "Why have the heavenly garment guards come? Langya Pavilion has no quarrel with you." Qinxuan reined in his horse, which neighed in protest. "Our commander, Shui, wishes to invite you all for tea," the leader of the heavenly garment guards coldly replied. "How unfortunate. We are pressed for time." Qinxuan sighed, as a subordinate leapt from his horse, rushing towards the obstructing guards. Yin 12, representing his rank within the Yun Hall, charged forth. Langya Pavilion boasts 8 halls. The Wind Hall, known for its speed. The Forest Hall, renowned for its orderly tactics. The Fire Hall, fierce and relentless. The Mountain Hall, defensive and steadfast. The Shadow Hall, adept in subterfuge. The Thunder Hall, powerful and aggressive. The Cloud Hall, unpredictable. And the Fox Hall, cunning and stealthy. As Yin 12 advanced, the leader of the heavenly garment guards unsheathed his blade without hesitation. With a dazzling flash, he cleaved Yin 12 in two, only to realize a moment later that he had struck merely an afterimage. "Clear the path, or you shall all perish." A calm voice resonated. In the blink of an eye, Yin 12 returned to his mount. The leader of the heavenly garment guards wiped the cold sweat from his brow, daunted, and allowed Langya Pavilion's members to pass unhindered. Quickly, sent a message to Commander Shui. "Langya Pavilion has crossed Yinzhou." "Yes." The subordinate promptly took his leave. Meanwhile, the leader recalled the earlier encounter with trepidation. As a 7th-rank warrior, he had guarded his territory, yet had the opponent not shown restraint, he would have surely met his demise. What kind of force is Langya Pavilion, capable of gathering such formidable talents? At the same time, at another border of Yinzhou, another heavenly garment guard leader intercepted the Fire Hall's procession. The Fire Hall master cleaved down, leaving a gash in the earth that stretched for dozens of yards. The heavenly garment guard leader, drenched in cold sweat, promptly yielded. The strength of the opponent far exceeded his expectations. To act would mean certain death. Concurrently, the various teams from Langya Pavilion smoothly navigated through the blockades, hastening towards Lidu. In the capital, at the Northern Pacification Office, the atmosphere was tense as news flooded in. Everyone was astonished. The heavenly garment guards had dispatched numerous experts, yet they had all failed miserably. Had it not been for the enemy's leniency, the forces sent to intercept would have been completely annihilated. Commander Shui Gang stared at the map laid out before him. 7 routes, all leading to Luocheng. What could Langya Pavilion possibly intend? What allure does Luocheng hold for them? Shui Gang's eyes reddened. Should this unknown faction breach the capital, he would bear grave responsibility. Given their aggressive approach, they were likely scheming something significant. The court had only just stabilized. Any further turmoil could spell disaster for him. "Commander, what shall we do next?" a subordinate inquired. "Their target is evidently the capital. Relay my orders to strengthen the lockdown. Not a single fly must be allowed to enter," Shui Gang commanded urgently. Hurrying towards the palace, such a matter could not be concealed. Within the Imperial study, the atmosphere was heavy. Huaji furrowed her brow, while the national master, Yang Xuanji, bore a grave countenance, lost in thought. Below, Shui Gang was meticulously reporting the recent events. The heavenly garment guards had deployed 7 7th-rank experts, yet they had been effortlessly thwarted by the opposing force. In other words, the so-called strongest organization in the Great Xia, the heavenly garment guards, had proven utterly impotent against Langya Pavilion. Such a formidable force from the martial world, if they sought to harm the Great Xia, would surely plunge the realm into chaos. This shocking news left both Huaji and Yang Xuanji astounded, and they speculated on Langya Pavilion's true intentions for coming to the capital. Were they plotting to assassinate imperial officials, disrupt the Great Xia, and provide opportunities for those lurking in the shadows? "Your Majesty, it seems to me that such an effortless breach of the heavenly garment guards signifies a threat to our Great Xia's safety," Yang Xuanji expressed anxiously. "Regardless of their intentions, we must prepare in advance," he continued, concern etched on his face. As the heir of the human sect, he understood that such a martial force transcended mere sectarian rivalry. "What is the national master's suggestion?" "Huazi inquiret regarding Yang Xuanji. My suggestion is not only to mobilize the heavenly garment guards, but also to deploy the Imperial guards to seal off the entire city. We must not allow this force to enter. Additionally, we must investigate the forces behind them. The entity capable of commanding Langya Pavilion is undoubtedly extraordinary. If we can win them to our side, it would bolster our great Xia immensely, akin to acquiring a second northern king. However, if they harbor ambitious designs, we must eliminate them swiftly to ensure the tranquility of our great Xia. The national master speaks wisely, Shui Gang concurred. Hua Ji rubbed her temples. Let us proceed, as the national master advises. Understood. After Yang Xuanji and Shui Gang departed, Hua Ji beckoned, and a figure appeared within the Imperial study. As the Empress of Great Xia, Hua Ji held more than just the power of the heavenly garment guards. You heard the conversation. This mysterious faction's intentions for coming to the capital remain unclear. You must ensure the safety of Li Qingxuan, and he must not suffer even a hair's breadth of harm. If a single hair of his is harmed, you need not return to see me. Yes. Chapter 8. Left Guardian Qin Xiaoma pays his respects to the pavilion master. The entire court of the Great Xia was thrown into disarray due to the affairs of Langya Pavilion. While within Li Qingxuan's art studio, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Li Qingxuan, aside from practicing the five-animal play, found amusement in teasing the little puppy he had acquired. The puppy grew rapidly, round and plump, already able to follow Li Qingxuan around, albeit with a hint of clumsiness. In recent days, the art studio had seen an influx of customers, likely due to the undeniable charm of Li Qingxuan's paintings, coupled with their reasonable prices. After deducting costs, he was left with only modest earnings. Young Master Li was rather leisurely. Old Master Yuan had come again. As a significant patron of the shop, Li Qingxuan initially intended to gift him a painting, but he insisted on paying for it. The elderly gentleman exuded erudition, his manner distinguished and free from the pretentiousness of pedants, a refreshing openness rare to find. Li Qingxuan rose to pour tea for Old Master Yuan while engaging him in conversation. The old man had recently purchased one of Li Qingxuan's artworks to adorn his home, particularly praising the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. Several friends had admired it, prompting him to visit today to request another piece, laughing as he hoped that young Master Li would not hold back his talents. Upon first glance, Yuan Guang found Li Qingxuan's paintings to be exceptional, many techniques and ideas strikingly innovative. After taking one home and studying it closely, his fondness only deepened, especially with a friend who claimed to excel in both calligraphy and painting visiting him and greatly appreciating Li Qingxuan's work. This heightened his desire, and taking advantage of the clear weather, he returned to the studio. Li Qingxuan, possessing a natural talent for painting and having studied countless masterpieces in his previous life, quickly brought forth a painting titled Bamboo and Stone. He casually penned the verse by Zheng Banxiao. I will not let go of the green mountains. My roots lie deep within the crumbling rocks. Though battered 1,000 times, I remain steadfast. Let the winds from all directions blow. The four lines flowed melodically, perfectly suited to the scene. Yuan Guang marveled at how the few strokes captured the essence of bamboo, particularly enchanted by the accompanying poem, his eyes growing brighter with each glance. Once the ink had dried slightly, he took his leave, eager to return home for further contemplation, leaving behind a bag of silver. Li Qingxuan initially intended to refuse it, but, knowing the old man's temperament, accepted it graciously. In the following days, Li Qingxuan dedicated himself to both cultivation and painting. Yuan Guang visited every few days to discuss artistic techniques. Li Qingxuan became well acquainted with the local residents, sometimes sharing meat with them, who in turn offered fresh eggs from their own chickens, creating a warm camaraderie. The winter landscape appeared desolate, with hurried passers-by on the streets. Opposite Li Qingxuan's studio was a fabric shop, where vendors sold tea, eggs, and breakfast in the mornings. A small bridge lay 200 feet down, where the river had frozen, yet children could occasionally be seen skating joyfully upon its surface. Li Qingxuan sometimes pondered the whereabouts of the female general from the palace, wondering if she might provide news about his wife. With Yuan Guang as a prominent patron, he earned enough to repay the debts owed to her. Days passed in this manner. According to Aunt Wang next door, the city gates had recently been under strict surveillance. She had planned to visit her family, but refrained upon witnessing the stringent inspections. In the dead of night, Li Qingxuan sat cross-legged in his room, eyes closed in meditation. He had just signed a text of the Tai Ching Sutra, a method of breath control superior to the five-animal play. Practicing it, he distinctly felt the flow of internal energy within him accelerate. Moreover, Li Qingxuan sensed a shift in his own realm. Previously unfamiliar with the nuances of martial arts levels, He had listened to the storyteller explain them several times, and through his continuous improvement, he could now discern the distinctions of realms up to the third rank. Beyond that, even the storyteller could not elucidate. Nevertheless, Li Qingxuan was confident that upon reaching that level, understanding would come naturally. The Daxia dynasty had instituted a system where military achievements could be exchanged for nobility. If he were to elevate his strength above the 5th rank, could he not also earn some military merit, perhaps beseeching the Empress to return his wife to him? With this thought, a fervor ignited within him. Suddenly, Li Qingxuan's gaze sharpened as he noticed a shadow outside the window. Who could it be? In the next moment, Li Qingxuan's internal energy coursed through him as he warily watched the outside. If it were merely a petty thief, he would have no fear. With his current 3rd-rank prowess, he was no ordinary fighter. With a rush, the door swung open, revealing a figure clad in a green robe, who stepped confidently inside. Upon seeing this figure, Li Qingxuan could unequivocally confirm that this was no thief. Such a dignified presence could not belong to a common criminal. But who then was this person? Just as Li Qingxuan felt a surge of anxiety, the figure suddenly knelt on one knee. Qin Xiaomao, left protector of the Langya Pavilion, greets the pavilion master. Langya Pavilion? Left protector? The words stunned Li Qingxuan. You hail from Hangzhou? The Langya Pavilion, a reward from the first signed grand gift package, had been stationed in Hangzhou. Li Qingxuan had always harbored skepticism regarding the pavilion's existence, never imagining that someone would seek him out today. Yes, the Langya Pavilion has been hidden in Hangzhou, waiting for a new master since the last one passed away. 2 months ago, a comet fell to Earth, validating ancient prophecies, and the image of the pavilion master emerged in our shrine, prompting my arrival here. Qin Xiaomao spoke with palpable excitement. This is the pavilion master, the living pavilion master. The Langya Pavilion has been without a master for 300 years. Li Qingxuan was about to respond when his gaze fell upon Qin Xiaomao, and suddenly, he was struck by a realization. Martial arts, 9th rank. 6 of his meridians were unconnected, hindering the completion of the great circulation. In that instant, Li Qingxuan discerned the flaws in Qin Xiaomao's cultivation method and the obstacles he faced. Master, is there an issue? Qin Xiaomao felt somewhat uneasy under Li Qingxuan's penetrating gaze. It's nothing. I merely noticed that you seem to have encountered some challenges in your martial arts. Li Qingxuan Raplia. Chapter 9. Qin Xiaomao's breakthrough to the 10th rank. What kind of cultivation could allow one to see through another's challenges at a glance? Qin Xiaomao's expression shifted, filled with awe as he regarded Li Qingxuan. Just moments ago, he had perceived Li Qingxuan as a mere ordinary martial artist of the 3rd rank, but he now realized he must have misjudged. To perceive the flaws in his cultivation at a glance indicated a realm far beyond his own. As he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th rank, could it be that this young master had already reached the 10th rank? Please, master, guide me. Qin Xiaomao respectfully bowed his head. He had lingered at the peak of the 9th rank for a long time, unable to find a path to break through. Li Qingxuan's words ignited a flicker of hope within him. Li Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. Earlier, the heavenly I had automatically analyzed the shortcomings in Qin Xiaomao's cultivation, and he had merely spoken without much thought. Now that the others sought his guidance, how could a 3rd-rank individual advise a 9th-rank master? Yet, Qin Xiaomao gazed at him with fervent anticipation, his eyes shining with eagerness. Feeling a wave of nervousness at being scrutinized so intensely, Li Qingxuan, as the pavilion master of Langya Pavilion, did not want to start off on the wrong foot with his subordinates. Clearing his throat, he began, "Within your body, 6 obstructions remain unbroken, preventing the torrent of true energy from flowing seamlessly, akin to a dam built upon a great river. Only by breaking through these barriers can you return to the ocean." 6. Qin Xiaomao's eyes lit up. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Indeed, there were 6 meridians that remained blocked, causing his true energy to stagnate at those points and preventing him from completing the great circulation, rendering his cultivation incomplete. Having delivered this insight, Li Qingxuan fell silent, leaving Qin Xiaomao in a state of anxious anticipation. If the master could perceive his issue at a glance, surely he possessed a solution. Why then did he stop speaking at such a critical moment? This was truly tantalizing. "Please, master, guide me," Qin Xiaomao urged loudly. Li Qingxuan found himself in a bit of a predicament. He wished to provide guidance, But the Eye of Heaven had only revealed the flaws in his opponent's martial skills without offering any solutions. Now that the discussion had reached this point, retreat was not an option. If he failed to provide a remedy, Qin Xiaoma might suspect he was deliberately withholding information. However, upon directing his gaze once more at Qin Xiaoma, Li Qingxuan activated the Eye of Heaven again. In an instant, he discerned 6 specific acupoints within Qin Xiaoma's body, resembling sealed gateways, through which no vital energy could pass. He noted that while some of these gates were completely shut, others exhibited slight gaps. The reason Qin Xiaoma struggled to breach these 6 gates was that the first one was the most tightly secured. With each acupoint he pierced, his internal energy would increase. Therefore, if he could first open the other acupoints to amplify his vital energy, he could then concentrate his strength on breaking through the most formidable gate. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingxuan spoke. Qin Protector, follow my instructions and alter the flow of your vital energy to try and impact the gate at the right spring acupoint. His excitement surged as he realized he had discovered a viable method. Altering the pathway? Qin Xiaoma was taken aback. Was this a jest? Vital energy flowed according to established techniques, and any reckless alteration could lead to internal turmoil, resulting in injury or even a decline in cultivation. This was no trivial matter. Only someone as uninformed about martial arts as Li Qingxuan would dare to suggest such a thing. Others would never be so audacious. Had anyone else uttered these words, Qin Xiaoma would have immediately retaliated, viewing it as a blatant attempt to harm him. Yet, coming from the head of the Langya Pavilion, coupled with Li Qingxuan's earlier insights into Qin Xiaoma's struggles, instilled a measure of trust in him. After all, it was the pavilion master speaking. Perhaps it was worth a try. If it led to a fall in his cultivation, so be it, but if correct, he could swiftly ascend to the 10th tier. Such a risk was worth taking, especially considering the pavilion master had no intention of causing him harm. With a firm nod, Qin Xiaoma settled into a meditative position and began to circulate his vital energy. The act of altering the flow was fraught with peril, and despite his faith in Li Qingxuan, he felt a knot of anxiety in his heart. Li Qingxuan too felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, this was merely a conjecture, the outcome of which remained uncertain. As Qin Xiaoma entered a focus state, his vital energy followed Li Qingxuan's prescribed route, surging towards the right spring acupoint. The energy collided with the acupoint, and to Qin Xiaoma's astonishment, the tightly closed gate was breached. In that instant, he felt an exhilarating rush as his internal energy surged forth, transforming into a powerful torrent. He continued to crash through the second gate, then the third, and so on, until he had opened 5 of the 6 acupoints. The vital energy converged into a colossal wave, launching a full-force assault on the final barrier. Under the watchful gaze of the Eye of Heaven, Li Qingxuan observed the flow of Qin Xiaoma's energy with clarity. With no doubts remaining, Qin Xiaoma redirected his energy back to the original path, forcefully colliding with the largest gate. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed within him as the last acupoint was finally penetrated. The once insurmountable obstacles that had stymied his progress began to crumble, akin to glaciers melting into rivers. His vital energy surged like a tidal wave, flooding through his body without obstruction, coalescing into an ocean within his dantian. Simultaneously, Qin Xiaoma's aura intensified, as if a colossal vortex had emerged within him, drawing in the essence of the surrounding world. He felt as though he had stepped into an entirely new realm. Qin Xiaoma could hardly believe the transformation he was undergoing. Li Qingxuan, witnessing the changes in Qin Xiaoma, was equally astonished. Was this the prowess of a 10th-tier master? The overwhelming aura emanating from Qin Xiaoma evoked a sense of standing before the vast heavens. Just as Li Qingxuan was grappling with his astonishment, Qin Xiaoma slowly opened his eyes, the terrifying energy dissipating instantly. He deeply bowed to Li Qingxuan, excitement radiating from him. Today I have taken a significant step forward, breaking through the martial barriers that have hindered me for years, all thanks to the Pavilion Master. I am profoundly grateful for your life-giving guidance. Chapter 10. I am but a person of tranquil disposition, like a chrysanthemum. Qin Xiaoma's expression was one of fervent excitement, feeling as though he might lose himself in the moment. What had begun as a mere visit to pay respects to the new head of the Langya Pavilion had unexpectedly led to a breakthrough of a long-stalled martial barrier. He clasped his hands in gratitude, gazing at Li Qingxuan with admiration. "Please rise." Li Qingxuan himself was in a state of bewilderment. Who would have thought that a sudden flash of inspiration would yield such successful results? He helped Qin Xiaomao to his feet. This 10th-tier protector of the Langya Pavilion was now under his command. "By the way, what is the nature of the Langya Pavilion? How many disciples do you have? And how many masters like yourself are there?" Li Qingxuan inquired with curiosity. Qin Xiaomao was taken aback by the new pavilion master's apparent unfamiliarity with the Langya Pavilion, which had a legendary existence. Years ago, a divine stone fell from the heavens, inscribed with a martial technique. The ancestors of the Langya Pavilion emerged from obscurity, establishing the pavilion. Our Langya Pavilion consists of 8 halls, known as wind, forest, mountain, fire, thunder, cloud, and fox. Each hall is led by a hall master, all of whom are 9th-tier warriors. In addition to the 8 hall masters, there are 2 protectors whose strengths surpass those of the hall masters. Prior to the pavilion master's arrival, the right protector held the highest authority in the pavilion. We set out to explore the ruins, but the right protector has yet to return. Thus, you're saying that the Langya Pavilion boasts a total of 10 9th-tier masters? Li Qingxuan mused, astonished by the formidable power of such an organization. Through the tales of storytellers, he was well aware of how rare 9th-tier masters were. On this journey to Luocheng, 7 hall masters accompanied me, along with several elite warriors from the 7 halls. The court has established numerous barriers, so only a few hall masters and their 8th-tier subordinates entered the city with me. To avoid drawing the court's attention, I sent only my subordinates to meet you tonight. "Ah, I see." Li Qinxuan nodded. "Anyone wishing to meet me can do so at any time. It need not be during such a precarious moment. Since the right protector is absent, Qin Protector, you shall continue to oversee the Langya Pavilion. Should there be any matters requiring my attention, I will instruct you accordingly." "Understood." Qin Xiaomao nodded. Given that the pavilion master is alone in Luocheng, it must be quite inconvenient. I shall leave behind skilled members from the Cloud Division for your assistance. The Cloud Division possesses exceptional lightness of foot. With them around, it will alleviate many troubles for you. Matters that are difficult for the pavilion master to handle can be entrusted to them. "Very well," Lippy decided. "Have the Cloud Division members arrange a time to meet me," Li Qingxuan replied. Although he was currently at the 3rd tier, and his strength was commendable, he still faced dangers when encountering true masters. Having the Cloud Division to protect him would be the best course of action. "Then I shall take my leave," not wishing to disturb the pavilion master's rest. After Qin Xiaomao departed, Li Qingxuan found himself unable to sleep. He settled onto his bed, following the path of the Tai Ching Classic to begin his cultivation. His vital energy flowed gently within him, and he fell into a state of serene tranquility. Tai Ching Classic, the path of transcending emotions. Yet, this transcendence did not imply a lack of feelings, but rather an understanding of the heart of the universe, allowing for a deeper harmony with nature. As the night of cultivation slipped away, the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, casting warmth upon Li Qingxuan's face, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, the night had passed swiftly, and it seemed that Li Qingxuan had already ascended to the 2nd layer of the Tai Ching Sutra. This sacred text comprises 10 layers, each corresponding to the rank of a martial artist. Given Li Qingxuan's current status as a 3rd-grade warrior, he could at most cultivate the Tai Ching Sutra to the 3rd layer. Presently, the sutra proved immensely beneficial for enhancing his physical constitution. However, a twinge of regret lingered within him, for he had yet to acquire any offensive or defensive techniques. Despite the sutra's remarkable qualities, it was ill-suited for combat. Yet Li Qingxuan did not press the issue. He understood that a robust physique was the foundation of all, and once he fortified his body, pursuing other skills would yield exponential benefits. Moreover, daily sign-ins awarded him various prizes, and the monthly sign-in package might someday include a set of offensive techniques. After stretching, he stepped out into the courtyard to repeat the daily chores, feeding the puppy, tidying the yard, and creating a painting. As the hour of Chun approached, the system alerted him to another sign-in opportunity. Much like the modern-day routine of 9 to 5, he began his workday at 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful sign-in, earning a vitality pill. The voice echoed as a white pill materialized in his palm. Upon examining it, He learned that this pill could enhance his constitution and invigorate his true energy. Li Qingxuan consumed the vitality pill, which dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm flow that permeated his body, spreading to his limbs and bones. In that moment, he felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, utterly comfortable. Hastily, he activated the Tai Ching Sutra, guiding the pill's potency into his true energy. After half an hour, he felt revitalized, experiencing a profound transformation. With his true energy significantly amplified, previously as thin as chopsticks, it now resembled the girth of an adult's thumb. Overjoyed by this change, Li Qingxuan mused that with a few more vitality pills, he could potentially break through to the 4th grade. In the following days, Li Qingxuan received numerous rewards. On the 5th day, he signed in to receive a cloak and a robe. Once donned, these garments concealed his visage and masked his aura, rendering him undetectable to foes. What purpose did such attire serve? To masquerade as a mysterious figure of the martial world? Li Qingxuan, a person of serene disposition, had no inclination for such ostentation. After a brief while, he adorned his head with a bamboo hat and cloaked himself in the black robe, pondering the lack of suitable occasions for display in broad daylight, feeling a hint of disappointment. Chapter 11. The terror of the 10th grade in the eastern part of Luo City, an abandoned manor had recently been purchased, bringing life back to the estate. Even at night, it remained brightly lit. However, the new owner was shrouded in mystery. Aside from a lone figure venturing out to procure groceries by day, the manor was devoid of activity. At this moment, deep in the night, the manor was bustling with shadows. The master had decreed that the affairs of the Langya Pavilion would be temporarily overseen by this protector, while the experts of the Yun Division remained to heed the master's commands. Yun Ling, the leader of the Yun Hall, also stayed in the capital, while the remaining 6 divisions returned to Hangzhou with me. Qin Xiaoma sat solemnly at the head of the table. This was a makeshift base for the Langya Pavilion since their arrival in the capital. After meeting with Li Qingxuan that night, Qin Xiaoma had deployed several spies throughout the city to monitor any signs of disturbance. Today, he had finally resolved to depart. "When shall we meet the master?" inquired a robust man with a thick beard, his voice resonating boldly. He was the leader of the fire division and possessed a rather impatient temperament. "Our presence in the capital has already drawn too much attention. If we all seek an audience with the master, it could lead to unnecessary complications." "There will be ample opportunities in the future," replied Qin Xiaoma. "Yin Ling, I entrust the master's safety to you. I shall not fail in my mission." Yin Ling responded, clad in white, a jade belt cinching his waist, exuding an air of refined elegance that belied his youthful appearance. "Very well, with arrangements in order. We shall withdraw from Luo City tonight," Qin Xiaoma declared. As the group prepared to gather their belongings, a unique alert from the Langya Pavilion pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of noise. A hurried disciple rushed in. "Left Protector, a squad of soldiers approaches our location at great speed. They're likely from the Tianyi Guard." "The Tianyi Guard has keen senses," Qin Xiaoma remarked, furrowing his brow. "Left Protector, I excel in group combat. Allow us to cover your retreat." The leader of the Mountain Hall interjected. However, Qin Xiaoma shook his head. "No, you all leave. I shall remain to hold them off." He had just broken through to the 10th grade and was eager to test his newfound strength. Once the members of the Langya Pavilion had departed, there were few in Luo City capable of detaining him. Others among the leaders frowned, unaware of Qin Xiaoma's recent breakthrough. "Rest assured, I have attained the 10th grade," he reassured them, taking a gentle step forward. The room was immediately enveloped in a terrifying aura. Even the 9th grade leaders felt the immense pressure. "He truly has reached the 10th grade. Congratulations, Left Protector." "The Left Protector is formidable." Excitement spread across their faces. While the Langya Pavilion had previously been impressive, they dared not act recklessly, as the Northern Guardian still loomed large. But now that Qin Xiaoma had ascended to the 10th grade, even the Northern Guardian would find it challenging to contend with the Langya Pavilion. "How did you achieve such a breakthrough?" they asked, curiosity piqued. "It was under the guidance of the master that I managed to reach the 10th grade. The master is indeed extraordinary." With this statement, the image of the master became even more enigmatic in the minds of all Langya Pavilion members. "Now, hurry and leave. I shall confront the Tianyi Guard," Qin Xiaoma instructed before stepping out of the courtyard. The leaders swiftly exited through the back door. "Quickly pursue. Do not let them escape. Halt! Otherwise, we shall show no mercy." Numerous soldiers brandished torches, and the Qianni Guard leader wore a grim expression. However, those who attempted to chase down the Langya Pavilion members were abruptly halted by a lone figure blocking their path. The Qianni Guard leader wasted no time in launching an attack, but as he struck, he was sent reeling backward, bloodied, and crashing to the ground. This leader, an 8th-grade warrior, had been grievously wounded in a single exchange. In the shadows, Li Qinxuan brandished his sword. A terrifying sword aura sliced through the air like lightning. The silvery blade glimmered momentarily, leaving a dazzling trail beneath the moonlight. Rather than targeting the Qianni Guard and soldiers directly, he carved a massive arc in front of him, compelling the advancing Qianni members to retreat several steps. As the sword light dissipated, a clear mark remained on the ground, standing resolutely with his sword in hand. Li Qinxuan did not attack nor depart. He simply remained there. Yet, the Qianni Guard understood his intent. Should they continue their pursuit, he would not hesitate to kill. Only after the members of the Langya Pavilion had completely vanished did Li Qinxuan sheath his sword and leap onto the rooftops, swiftly disappearing into the night sky. The injured Qianni Guard leader struggled to rise, gazing at the sword mark on the ground and recalling the brilliance of that strike, a sense of trepidation washing over him. He realized that the previous attack had been restrained. Otherwise, with the power displayed, he would have been cleaved into pieces. As an 8th-grade warrior, he could not withstand even a casual blow from his opponent. Was he truly facing a 10th-grade warrior? The Langya Pavilion concealed such formidable strength. The Qianni Guard retreated, and the 8th-grade leader, heedless of his injuries, reported the events of the night in detail. The might of the Langya Pavilion had far surpassed their expectations. What does a 10th-grade warrior signify? Within the entire Siam military, only the Northern Protector possesses such a rank. A 10th-grade martial artist embodies the pinnacle of the contemporary world, representing an uncontrollable force that could even pose a threat to the Xia's sovereignty. In the Imperial study, Hua Ji's expression was gravely serious. Shui Gang's report left her in disarray. The revelation that a martial artist of such caliber was concealed within a martial faction was a significant destabilizing factor for the recently stabilized Imperial court. What manner of existence was this martial faction? What was their purpose in Luocheng? How many troops would be required to eliminate a 10th-grade warrior? Would mobilizing the entire Snow Dragon cavalry suffice to apprehend him? If he were to stealthily infiltrate the palace to carry out an assassination, would they be able to detect it in time? With her brow furrowed in concern, Hua Ji was consumed by uncertainty. Outside, a lady-in-waiting whispered, "Your Majesty, the National Master has arrived. Quickly summon him." Hua Ji replied, her face brightening. Rarely was there a problem that Yang Xuanji could not resolve. Yang Xuanji strode in with the confidence of a dragon. "I have seen the National Master," Shui Gang said, bowing hastily. "Your Majesty summoned ministers in the dead of night. I wonder what the matter is." Upon entering the Imperial study, Yang Xuanji immediately sensed the unusual atmosphere. There was allegedly a 10th-grade master within the Langya Pavilion. Hua Ji needed not elaborate. Yang Xuanji's countenance darkened. After a prolonged silence, he gravely remarked, "A 10th-grade warrior? The emergence of such a figure within a martial faction is simply astounding. Even the military would find it arduous to hunt down a grandmaster, for they seldom fall into the army's encirclement. A previous emperor mistakenly killed a grandmaster's kin and faced retribution. It is recorded that 68 ministers were assassinated as a result. The emperor later mobilized 10,000 elite troops to set an ambush, ultimately exhausting him in a valley." Recalling past events, Yang Xuanji could not maintain his usual composure. The terror of a 10th-grade warrior was evident from the exploits of the Northern Protector. In the past, when the Northern Yuan Khanate sought to invade, the Northern Protector had just achieved 10th-grade status. Upon hearing the news, the Northern Yuan forces retreated 300 miles from the territory of the Northern Valley Pass. The National Master's thoughts on the Langya Pavilion's arrival in Luocheng and subsequent retreat were a source of concern for Hua Ji. What were they truly after? Yang Xuanji fell into contemplation. Their behavior was utterly inscrutable. After arriving in Luocheng, they departed without taking any action. What could their intent possibly be? Were they merely flaunting their strength to the court? Or was there an ulterior motive? Chapter 12. What on earth is happening? Over a span of more than half a month, Li Qingxuan diligently practiced the Ta Ching scripture, signing in to acquire various elixirs, and his internal energy grew increasingly profound. He successfully cultivated the Ta Ching scripture to its third level, embodying an ethereal quality in his movements. One day, while amusing himself with the round little dog, Gun, which had been acquired 2 months prior and was now 3 months old, he noticed its burgeoning ability to bark at passers-by, albeit without any intimidation. "Master, a contingent of officials is approaching the painting workshop." A figure appeared and whispered to Li Qinxuan. This was Yun 12, a master from the Yun faction. After the Langya Pavilion withdrew from Lidu, the Yun faction took charge of secretly protecting Li Qinxuan and was at his beck and call. Officials? He had no dealings with the court. Could it be that female general? Li Qinxuan felt a surge of excitement. If the female general had indeed come, perhaps she would bring news of his wife. Since arriving in this world, Li Qingxuan's greatest hope was to be reunited with his beloved. To him, all worldly riches and honors were but fleeting illusions. Only his wife held his deepest yearning. "All right, I understand." Li Qingxuan waved his hand, and Yun 12 concealed himself once more. A carriage set forth from the palace, heading towards the Qingxi workshop. Inside, four lady-in-waiting exchanged incredulous glances at the sight of the Xia Empress, Huaji, who was cradling her chin with both hands, a shy smile gracing her lips. Since the day Huaji was brought back by the Heavenly Garment Guard, these 4 women had been responsible for her daily needs. All were of impeccable reputation and fiercely loyal to the royal family. They had previously attended to her meals and assisted in managing state affairs after her ascension, becoming her most trusted confidants. It was the first time in 3 years they had witnessed such a demeanor from her, a girl in the bloom of youth. How could this be? This is the formidable Empress of Xia, they thought. Countless powerful officials and battle-hardened generals quaked before her. When she ascended, she had ruthlessly eliminated numerous opposing factions with an iron fist. The Empress had always exuded an air of aloofness, pride, and authority, seemingly untouched by the qualities of cuteness, gentleness, or youthful charm. Yet today, her expression was decidedly different. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Xiaolan Gautio Sili Inquit, Huaji, roused from her reverie, replied, "I'm fine." "What is the matter?" "Your Majesty has been acting strangely since leaving the palace," Xiaolan mustered her courage to say. "Indeed, your earlier demeanor frightened us. You hardly resembled the Empress. We know what has happened, Your Majesty." Huaji smiled gently. "Oh, I was just thinking of something that brought me joy." "Something?" The 4 women exchanged skeptical glances. They had been by her side and had not observed anything particularly out of the ordinary. Save for the last time she left the palace. Could it be related? "Your Majesty, you wouldn't have someone you fancy, would you?" Xiaomei cautiously asked. As soon as the question left her lips, the other's expressions shifted dramatically. Such an inquiry was beyond the bounds of a mere servant. Xiaomei seemed to realize her gaffe, her face paling as she sought to explain. Yet she caught a glimpse of Huaji's blushing cheeks. No, don't say such things." The 4 exchanged incredulous looks, pondering if there was a semblance of truth to the matter. After a brief interval, a carriage halted before Li Qingxuan's painting workshop. Soldiers in armor stood in neat rows on either side. The red-clad Huaji lifted the curtain and stepped down. Unlike the day she appeared in armor, today she exuded less martial majesty, but more femininity. The surrounding soldiers maintained their composure, averting their gazes. As she descended the carriage and beheld the painting workshop, particularly the sign bearing the words Qingxi Workshop, a momentary daze overtook her. Although she had learned of Li Qingxuan's circumstances through spies, witnessing it firsthand struck a tender chord within her heart. "Where is the owner of the painting workshop?" Huaji's voice was melodious. Li Qingxuan emerged from within. Uncertain of the official's intentions, he remained cautious, suspecting it might be the female general. Upon hearing Huaji's words, he finally opened the door. Did they not wish to extend a welcome? Huaji smiled charmingly at Li Qingxuan, and with her words, the entire world fell silent. The 4 lady-in-waiting rubbed their eyes, doubting their own perceptions, while the surrounding soldiers maintained their silence, hardly daring to breathe. The supreme, majestic Empress spoke to a man in such a tone. "My heavens, what on earth is happening in this world?" Chapter 13, My Husband. I apologize. The term Empress signifies supreme authority to many, embodying an aura of cold detachment and inaccessibility. In truth, Huaji was indeed such a person. She resembled a frigid snow-capped mountain, lofty and unreachable. She wielded life and death, exuding a commanding presence that always left others feeling dwarfed by her stature. Even those powerful officials and generals commanding thousands could only gaze at her from afar, too intimidated to approach or even to meet her gaze. She was the Empress of Xia, an exalted being, unparalleled and unattainable. From a moment she ascended to the throne, she maintained her regal demeanor unwaveringly. Even her most trusted ministers trembled in her presence. No one had ever witnessed her smile. In the hearts of all, the Empress of the Great Xia was akin to a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, impervious to earthly taint. Those who admired or revered her could only observe from afar, standing in the dust. This was the image of the Great Xia Empress, a figure cloaked in aloofness. However, her current demeanor was utterly perplexing. She had actually smiled at a man, her tone imbued with a hint of playful affection, standing at the entrance of Qingxi Square. Her eyes sparkled with delight. Upon seeing Li Qingxuan, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted within her, as if a flame had melted the frost that enveloped her. The Empress of Great Xia left everyone astounded, jaws agape, especially the 4 female officials, Mei Lan Zhu and Zhu, who speculated about the identity of this man and the reason behind the Empress's unusual behavior towards him. Countless gazes converged upon Li Qingxuan, eager to discern what made him so special. Dressed in a thin white robe, due to his training, Li Qingxuan's ethereal aura, a result of breaking through the 3rd layer of the Tai Ching Sutra, enhanced his already striking features with an otherworldly charm. "Ah, it is you, General Hua," he said, his heart inexplicably lifting at the sight of her, as if the once monochromatic world had suddenly burst into color. Perhaps it was the thought that she would bring him news of his wife that filled him with such joy. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" Huaji's voice carried a note of reproach as she loosened the white cloak draped over her shoulders to offer it to Li Qingxuan. He hastily stepped back, waving his hands in refusal. "No, I'm not cold," he replied, his eyes betraying a hint of panic. "Why are you afraid? Afraid that I might devour you?" Huaji's eyes, like autumn waters, gazed at Li Qingxuan, her gaze playful and full of mirth. "Thank you for your consideration, General," he said, grateful for her kindness. Although the customs of Great Xia were quite liberal, and it was not a significant matter for a female general to drape her cloak over him, he sensed an unusual intensity in her gaze that made him wary of encouraging any misconceptions. Huaji's expression faltered. She had not anticipated Li Qingxuan's caution, as if he feared her intentions might be improper. Yet, his demeanor pleased her, causing her brows to lift in delight. "I mean no other intentions," she said, reclaiming her cloak. "I have come to deliver a message from your wife." As she spoke, she produced an envelope from her bosom, still fragrant with her scent. "This was written before my departure. There are many things she wished to convey that she could not say to you in person. Your wife remains in the depths of the palace, likely to never leave. Do you not have any other plans? She told me that if you were to take another wife, she would not hold it against you." Li Qingxuan smiled gently at her words. "If love is enduring, does it matter whether we are together day by day? As long as I know she is well, that is enough. Please, enter, General." He accepted the letter from Huaji's hand. "Love is enduring," Huaji repeated, her eyes brightening, a smile gracing her lips as she stepped into the room. The 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, had intended to follow but halted at Huaji's fierce glance, obediently remaining outside. These 4, who often accompanied Huaji, were acutely aware of her every movement. Typically, even when Huaji met with high-ranking officials, she would have them by her side, a testament to her trust in them. Yet, this was the first time they had been left outside, their eyes wide with surprise. Inside, Huaji surveyed the room's decor, while Li Qingxuan eagerly tore open the letter from his wife. 3 years of longing culminated in this moment, and the exhilaration he felt was palpable. The letter retained the lingering fragrance of his beloved. As he read the familiar script, each word seemed to whisper her voice, as if she were nestled against him. Softly murmuring, Huaji stood at a distance, quietly observing Li Qingxuan, her gaze drifting to the painting of a masked woman hanging on the wall, her expression softening. "How have you found life in Luodu?" "Quite well, far more comfortable than before." "And what do you occupy your time with?" "When idle, I think of my wife. I find that quite fulfilling." "Fulfillment?" Huaji paused, her eyes misting with emotion. It was astonishing to realize that his desires were so simple. "My dear husband, forgive me." Chapter 14. Hidden Wounds. Li Qingxuan read his wife's letter repeatedly, finally tucking it away with care, only then recalling the guest in his presence. "General, Allow me to pour you a cup of tea. By the way, I still do not know your name. Zihuang, Huaji replied with a smile. Zihuang was the name she had chosen upon ascending the throne. Few knew her as Huaji. Zihuang. Such a name suggests a status of great nobility, Li Qingxuan remarked, recognizing that every time Zihuang ventured out, she was accompanied by palace guards, a privilege reserved for those of high standing. Thus, he felt reassured that his wife would not suffer in the palace. This is the silver I owe you from our last encounter. Please, do take care of my wife in the palace, he added, producing a pouch of silver. This is a token of my appreciation. Zihuang hastily pushed the pouch aside, accepting only her rightful share. I share a special bond with your wife. You must not offer me any more. Otherwise, I shall be displeased. Very well. Li Qingxuan conceded awkwardly, realizing he was not adept at the art of gifting. Were it not for his concern for his wife's well-being, he would never have stooped to such a gesture. Zihuang and Li Qingxuan conversed further. She could sense his deliberate attempt to maintain distance, which brought a smile to her lips. As they discussed the neighboring nations of Great Xia, Zihuang sighed. Although Great Xia has enjoyed peace for over a century, threats lurk nearby. The Dali Empire intends to send envoys to meet with His Majesty, accompanied by 3 ninth-rank masters, their intent to showcase their might. Masters of Great Xia are stationed at the borders, guarding against the northern Yuan and the southern Yu. Within the capital, aside from Commander Shui Gang of the Tianyi Guard, there are no formidable opponents. Should they challenge us under the pretense of a contest, it could bring great shame to Great Xia. As a general, I cannot help but worry for my country. I see, Li Qingxuan replied, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Though the court's masters are stationed at the borders, is it truly impossible to find 2 ninth-rank masters in such a vast world of martial arts? Alas, Huaji shook her head. Though many skilled fighters exist, reaching 7th rank is already a challenge. As for 9th rank, do you understand what that signifies? Indeed, I once thought 9th rank was scarce, but now, having presided over the Langya Pavilion, I no longer hold that view. There will always be a solution, Li Qingxuan said with a smile. Their conversation continued for over an hour until Huaji finally took her leave. Aware of the pressing matters of the state and the potential attention her prolonged visit could attract. After she departed, Li Qingxuan pondered deeply, acknowledging that Zihuang had rendered him a significant favor. Once again, within the palace, Li Qingxuan busied himself with the care of his wife. Contemplating the affairs concerning the great Li delegation, he mused that perhaps he could lend a hand. With this thought, he beckoned, and Yunling appeared by his side. Please investigate the backgrounds of the 3 ninth-tier masters from the Great Li, he instructed. Understood. Yunling nodded and swiftly vanished from Li Qingxuan's sight. Li Qingxuan secured the door and resumed his cultivation. Chapter 15. Both teacher and friend. As dawn broke, Li Qingxuan slowly opened his eyes, his inner energy circulating ceaselessly. Ever since he began practicing the Tai Ching Sutra, he found he no longer needed sleep at night. Each morning, he awoke brimming with vitality. He understood that even a 4th-tier martial artist required rest. After tending to the rolling clouds, he proceeded with his daily sign-in. Today marked the completion of his 2nd month. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have received the monthly sign-in gift package. Would you like to open it? The mechanical voice of the system chimed. Without hesitation, Li Qingxuan clicked to open it. Congratulations, host. You have received a boundary-breaking pill. Upon examining the description, he learned that this pill was intended to assist in breaking through realms. Each breakthrough carried inherent risks for martial artists, yet the boundary-breaking pill could entirely eliminate such risks, ensuring a successful transition. Truly, this elixir was remarkable. Li Qingxuan settled once again on the mat, placing the boundary-breaking pill in his mouth while channeling the heart method of the Tai Ching Sutra. As time passed, the air within the room began to stir, forming a gentle breeze. Countless streams of spiritual energy swirled around him, coalescing into a vortex that surged into his body. The speed of his inner energy's circulation accelerated rapidly, culminating in a sensation akin to being torn apart, inflicting upon him a pain as if subjected to 1,000 cuts. An hour later, all phenomena subsided, and tranquility enveloped the room. Li Qingxuan opened his eyes, appearing more ethereal than ever. At this moment, he had ascended to the 4th tier, a rank that could command 100 soldiers in the military and lead troops in a battle. In the martial world, he could establish a small sect, gathering followers to become their leader. Even in larger sects, he could hold positions such as hallmaster. Having reached the fourth tier, Li Qingxuan felt his physical strength double, and his mind became remarkably clear. With each breath, he sensed the influx of spiritual energy nourishing his meridians, organs, bones, and skin. If the fourth tier possessed such formidable power, one could only imagine the might of a 10th-tier master like the King of the North. Subconsciously, Li Qingxuan began to measure himself against that king. Though the chasm between the 4th and 10th tiers was vast, he felt it was not insurmountable. On that day, Yuan Guang arrived again, accompanied by a young man, his student. The youth curiously examined the painting hanging on the wall, possessing an appealing countenance that seemed to please Yuan Guang. "What artwork has caught your eye today, esteemed elder? Or shall I create a new piece for you?" Li Qinxuan Wang Barumli. Although he no longer needed to worry about finances with the establishment of Langya Pavilion, Yuan Guang remained a significant benefactor in his life. "I have come today not to purchase a painting, but rather to engage in a leisurely chat with you, young friend." After seating himself, Yuan Guang smiled. "Do you have a go board here? Shall we play a game?" "Certainly." Li Qingxuan did not hesitate. He was quite adept at Go. He had purchased a set during his last outing, but regrettably had found no one to play with until now. Setting up the board, he took the black pieces and made the first move with a decisive click on the board. Yuan Guang raised an eyebrow in surprise, but soon chuckled, continuing the game. The disciples of Yuan Guang stood silently by, observing intently. After a few exchanges, Yuan Guang's brow furrowed as he could not help but inquire, "May I ask from whom you learned this remarkable skill?" "I have played extensively with the old man in my village. Thus, I have taught myself." Li Qingxuan replied with a smile. "The old man from your village?" Yuan Guang's brow knitted in confusion. The two continued their silent contest, while Ning Yuan, standing nearby, watched with keen interest, clearly knowledgeable about the game. Initially, he beamed with pride at his teacher's performance, but as time wore on, his expression grew serious. Yuan Guang's frown deepened as the black stones on the board marched like a disciplined army, while the white stones lay scattered and defeated. Half an hour later, Yuan Guang resigned, his gaze fixed intently on Li Qingxuan. "Your style of play flows like a gentle breeze, leading me unwittingly into a trap. Truly impressive." Li Qingxuan merely smiled, thinking to himself that the old man had a knack for flattery, making him feel quite comfortable. He chose not to respond, tacitly acknowledging the compliment. After Yuan Guang had finished speaking, he awaited the customary modesty, but when Li Qingxuan remained silent, he could only manage an awkward smile. "Young friend, you appear to be a person of considerable talent. Would you truly be content to remain in this modest art studio?" Yuan Guang inquired, his curiosity piqued. He found Li Qingxuan's demeanor strikingly different from other youth he had encountered, exhibiting a rare detachment from worldly desires. In a world rife with ambition, few could resist the allure of fame and fortune. Yet, Li Qingxuan exuded an air of indifference to wealth and status, embodying a tranquility that intrigued Yuan Guang. From their first meeting, he had felt an inexplicable urge to engage with Li Qingxuan, whose mere presence brought him a sense of ease, devoid of any pretense. "Indeed, it is," Li Qingxuan replied with a smile. "Esteemed elder, you seem troubled. Is there something weighing on your mind?" Li Qingxuan observed that Yuan Guang, usually exuding an air of unwavering composure, now bore visible signs of concern. With a sigh, Yuan Guang confessed, "In truth, I envy you. Unfortunately, I am burdened by my reputation, besieged daily by countless individuals seeking to gain power and prestige through me, leaving me uncertain of how to choose." As a great scholar, Yuan Guang was certainly a figure of significance. Thus, he felt compelled to bear the concerns of the world while also seeking personal happiness. Li Qingxuan understood Yuan Guang's identity and speculated on the source of his distress, suspecting it related to the possibility of holding an official position. Yuan Guang had no true desire for seclusion, or else he would not have come to the capital. His inner turmoil likely revolved around the strife of the court and the identity of the Empress. Suddenly, Yuan Guang lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with insight. To care for the world before oneself. How profound, how splendid. How can I find peace in my studies when my heart is burdened with national concerns? My young friend, do you have aspirations of becoming an official? Yuan Guang proposed, recognizing that to ascend to the court, he must cultivate his own faction. Through their interactions, he discerned that Li Qingxuan was exceptional, surpassing his own students and any other young individual he had encountered. With his extensive experience in discerning character, he could tell that Li Qingxuan was no schemer. Li Qingxuan shook his head. My ambitions do not lie in officialdom. I fear I would disappoint your good intentions. Ha! Such candor. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. Your insights today have granted me clarity. Yuan Guang declare from now on. Let us be both teacher and friend. It will make for a delightful tale. Beside them, Ning Yuan lowered his head, his face a canvas of astonishment. Both teacher and friend? Is he referring to Li Qingxuan? If this were to spread, it would surely astonish many. Chapter 16. The protagonist's template. Li Qingxuan's days flowed with tranquility and fulfillment. A month has swiftly passed. During this time, Master Yuan has not returned to the painting studio. Instead, his student Ning Yuan has visited several times, purchasing a few paintings. From Ning Yuan, Li Qingxuan learned that Master Yuan has entered the court and now holds the esteemed position of Grand Imperial Censor, which is akin to the vice premiership, responsible for handling state affairs. Ever since the previous prime minister was executed along with his family for opposing the ascension of the Empress, the position of prime minister has remained vacant. Master Yuan, beginning as the Grand Imperial Censor to familiarize himself with governance, is expected to be promoted to prime minister in due course. In this month, Li Qingxuan has cultivated to the pinnacle of the 4th rank, only a step away from the 5th. However, he does not rush to break through. He understands the importance of solidifying his foundation, advancing steadily with patience. He is acutely aware that a towering building must have a firm base. The more stable the foundation, the greater the benefits in the future. One morning, standing on the steps of the small courtyard, he watched as the lively children played within. It was once again time to receive the monthly sign-in gift. Ding dong. Congratulations. Host, you have received the monthly sign-in gift. Opening it, Li Qingxuan skillfully accessed the package. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Dragon Song. Upon reading the description, he learned that Dragon Song is a set of sword techniques renowned for its ethereal and versatile nature, which, when combined with the Tai Chi classic, can unleash tremendous power. For Li Qingxuan, who had been lamenting the lack of offensive techniques, this gift was akin to a pillow arriving when one was weary. Without hesitation, he clicked to learn, and instantly, countless figures began to practice in his mind. Unable to contain his excitement, he unsheathed his sword and began to wield it in the courtyard. The sword danced like a dragon and serpent, executing mesmerizing transformations. In the courtyard, Yinling observed Li Qingxuan's swordplay with awe in her eyes. Though the master had deliberately suppressed his cultivation to the 4th rank, this sword technique would likely be formidable even against 5th rank opponents, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, within the palace, Huaji stood atop the star observation tower, gazing toward the direction of Qingji workshop. Regrettably, no matter how high the tower, it was impossible to see her beloved within the workshop. As the Empress of the Great Xia, she could not frequent Li Qingxuan's painting studio. Knowing they were in the same city, yet unable to meet, was a torment to her heart. How she wished she could converse with her husband at any moment. Your Majesty, urgent news from the frontier, reported Shuegang, commander of the Heavenly Clothes Guards, holding a black dragon scroll. The envoy from the Great Li officially set out yesterday, arriving at our borders with more than 20 companions, among whom are 3 9th-rank experts. That which is destined to arrive will eventually come, Huaji sighed. You mentioned that this black dragon scroll was sent via the White Eagle. It is a journey of 10,000 miles from the frontier to the capital, yet the White Eagle can make it in just a day. If it only takes moments for a message to travel from the palace to the Western District? Indeed, Shuegang nodded. However, for short-distance communication, a common red falcon suffices. The red falcon is small, fast, and difficult to detect. How many red falcons has the Heavenly Clothes Guards trained? Bring one to me immediately. Huaji's eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. As she contemplated her next actions, a smile involuntarily crept across her lips. At the same time, within Qingji workshop, after completing his sword practice, Li Qingxuan felt invigorated. With the weather warming, he stepped to the entrance of the workshop, observing the passers-by, while the Eye of Heaven operated silently. With the Eye of Heaven, Li Qingxuan could perceive a person's aptitude. With nothing else to occupy his time, he scanned the crowd for those with promising potential. Yet, it was evident that not many possessed the qualities suited for martial arts. The majority were quite ordinary. It was no wonder that warriors held such high status in this world, a rarity indeed. As he prepared to return indoors, his attention was suddenly arrested by a young man who approached, looking disheveled and emaciated, clearly suffering from long-term malnutrition. However, in Li Qingxuan's eyes, he discerned something extraordinary. Chen Qingji, a natural sword body, yet due to injuries at birth, has 18 blocked meridians, preventing him from entering the path of martial arts. Li Qingxuan's expression shifted. A natural sword body? That sounded remarkably prestigious. Once the meridians were unblocked, he could soar to great heights, resembling a protagonist from a tale. Chapter 17. Silver Needle to Unblock Meridians, a Natural Sword Body? Li Qingxuan gazed at the young man amidst the crowd, dressed in simple clothing, who did not react even when others stepped on his shoes. While not handsome, he exuded a mature aura of steadfastness and resilience. Though downcast, Li Qingxuan saw him as a hidden dragon. Once those blocked meridians were cleared, he would soar, comparable to figures like Lin Nuo and Qin Xiaomo. He had not expected such a casual encounter would lead him to discover talent. Should he offer his assistance? Clearly, others lacked the eye of heaven and would never recognize this young man's martial potential. Such a person, if harnessed, could potentially help him establish a force akin to the Langya Pavilion. While the Langya Pavilion was powerful, it still paled in comparison to the vast Great Xia Empire. If he wished to reunite with his wife, he needed sufficient leverage, either by serving in an official capacity with great achievements or by becoming strong enough to avoid offending the court. Previously, Li Qingxuan felt content merely knowing his wife was safe within the palace. However, now that he possessed the Langya Pavilion, he was unwilling to remain apart from her. Strengthening his own influence and bringing his wife back was a pressing desire. As Chen Qingji passed before him, Li Qingxuan called out, "Wait a moment." The young man turned, puzzled. "Are you calling me?" Li Qingxuan smiled gently. "I observe that you possess remarkable bearing, yet your face is etched with sorrow." Starting with a compliment, he aimed to foster goodwill and prevent any initial resistance. As anticipated, Chen Qingji sighed. Chen Qingji, was once a scholar. However, my family has fallen on hard times, and I have come to the capital seeking refuge with relatives, only to find they have long since moved away. And now, where do you intend to go? Back to your hometown? Chen Qingji sighed again. To be honest, I have nearly exhausted my traveling funds on the way here. If I wish to return, I fear I must resort to begging. He continued, "Moreover, my mother has passed away, and there are no relatives left in my hometown." Li Qingxuan expressed his astonishment at such a talented individual finding himself in dire straits. This was indeed a favorable opportunity for recruitment. Offering assistance in times of need is far more valuable than merely providing luxury. Chen Qingji's plight made it easier for him to be grateful for any help offered. "Since you have nowhere to go, I have an idea, though I wonder if I should share it." Li Qingxuan spoke. Chen Qingji's face showed a bitter smile. "I am at my wit's end. Please speak freely. My friend, as you can see, this painting studio behind me is rather modest. If you do not mind, you may stay here temporarily." Chen Qingji's eyes brightened at this suggestion, but he quickly shook his head. "As someone who must beg to return home, how could I dare to choose a place to stay? Besides, you and I are strangers. I cannot impose upon you. What does it matter?" Li Qinxuan lauga hartili. He could see that Chen Qingji was intrigued, but as a scholar, he struggled to set aside his pride. "How about this? Would you be interested in assisting me with some chores? While I may lack strength, I can certainly help with various tasks, which would allow me to stay comfortably." "Chores? How could that be acceptable?" Li Qingxuan quickly shook his head. Chen Qingji, however, insisted, "If you agree to my requests, I shall remain. If not, even if I starve on the streets, I will not accept your charity." "Very well," Li Qingxuan nodded. The initial step was merely menial labor. The subsequent task was to assist him in unblocking his meridians, nurturing him into a trusted confidant. Li Qingxuan led Chen Qingji into the room, where he personally prepared a hot pot of lamb. Famished, Chen Qingji ate voraciously, perspiring profusely and exclaiming with delight as he savored each morsel of meat and sip of wine. Only after finishing did he realize his earlier lapse in decorum. He adjusted his sleeves and bowed respectfully to Li Qingxuan. "I shall repay your kindness of this meal with a torrent of gratitude in the future." Li Qingxuan quickly assisted him to his feet, his heart brimming with joy. Indeed, a bowl of rice in times of poverty surpasses 1,000 pieces of gold in wealth. With Chen Qingji now secured, Li Qingxuan's next task was to help him unblock his meridians. Unlike Qin Xiaoma, who possessed formidable, true energy capable of unblocking his own meridians, Chen Qingji had never practiced before and could not achieve this on his own. It seemed that external methods would be necessary. Silver needles. By inserting the silver needles into his blocked acupoints and channeling true energy into them, he could gradually clear the obstructions. Once a few acupoints were opened, his innate sword body would allow the true energy to circulate autonomously. Although Li Qingxuan was unfamiliar with the technique of using silver needles, his heavenly eye could accurately guide the needles to the required acupoints. Yes, that would be the plan, using silver needles to unblock the meridians. The thought of nurturing a future master filled Li Qingxuan with excitement. He promptly ventured out to procure a set of silver needles and returned to where Chen Qingji was diligently cleaning. He set aside the broom and commanded, "Remove your clothing." Chen Qingji, taken aback, hesitated. "This. Do you wish to learn martial arts?" Li Qingxuan's gaze was fixed intently on him. Although Chen Qingji was an innate sword body, if he were unwilling to practice martial arts, Li Qingxuan would not force him. "Of course I do," Chen Qingji replied with a wry smile. "When I was born, the ancestral sword of my family, passed down for 18 generations, trembled. My father believed I would become a sword master. Yet when tested for martial talent, it was discovered that I could not generate true energy within. Since you desire it, I shall assist you," Li Qingxuan declared, unfurling the silver needles he had acquired. "I will help you unblock your meridians with these needles, but I have but one request." Seeing the seriousness in Li Qingxuan's eyes, Chen Qingji's gaze brightened with interest. "Please speak. I will aid you in your martial journey. In return, you shall serve me." Initially, Li Qingxuan intended to win Chen Qingji over through action, but upon reflection, he deemed such scheming unworthy of a gentleman and opted for transparency instead. Indeed, as Li Qingxuan spoke, Chen Qingji's expression revealed hesitation. Despite his current destitution, he harbored lofty aspirations. Li Qingxuan, a mere owner of a painting studio, was not yet worthy of his loyalty. Yet, the allure of martial arts proved too tempting to resist. After a long pause, he exhaled deeply. "If you can help me embark on the martial path, I shall serve you wholeheartedly." "Excellent," Li Qingxuan replied, pleased with the straightforwardness. "Now, remove your clothing." Chen Qingji, no longer hesitating, unfastened his garments, revealing a robust physique. Li Qingxuan took the silver needles and began to gauge Chen Qingji's body, attempting to insert one. His technique was somewhat clumsy, causing Chen Qingji to yelp in pain. Li Qingxuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The theory was promising, yet the execution proved challenging. "Are you truly skilled in the use of silver needles?" Chen Qingji questioned, a hint of skepticism evident on his brow. "Of course I am," Li Qinxuan retorted, slightly irked by the doubt. With determination, he thrust the needle into the position of Chen Qingji's major acupoint. "Ouch!" Chen Qingji cried out in pain. Subsequently, Li Qingxuan inserted all 18 needles and channeled the true energy from his body through them, slowly working to clear the blocked meridians. After 2 hours, he withdrew the needles. Drenched in sweat, this endeavor had consumed a considerable amount of his true energy, given his previous cultivation level. Chen Qingji, who had earlier doubted Li Qingxuan, now regarded him with newfound respect. "That will be sufficient for today. For the next few days, I will continue to assist you with the needles. Once these acupoints are fully unblocked, you will officially embark on the martial path." Nurturing a master himself brought Li Qingxuan a sense of accomplishment. With an innate sword body, he pondered how far Chen Qingji could ascend. If he were to reach the level of a 10th-tier master, possessing 2 such formidable allies would undoubtedly sway the Empress into granting him a meeting with her. As he envisioned the day he would reunite with his wife, Li Qingxuan's heart surged with fervor. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. A young man clad in gray stood at the door, a red falcon perched on his arm. "Who are you?" Li Qingxuan inquired, his curiosity tinged with caution. Despite the man's ordinary attire, Li Qingxuan sensed an underlying threat. The man's demeanor was understated, yet his hands bore thick calluses, indicative of a skilled practitioner. As Li Qingxuan's martial prowess advanced, so too did his discerning eye. "I am here on the orders of General Zihuang to deliver this red falcon to you. She said you could use it to communicate with your wife." "Really?" Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened. This was indeed momentous news. The man handed over the falcon and swiftly departed without further ado. Li Qingxuan had intended to offer him a small reward, But the opportunity slipped away. The red falcon, agile and well-trained, settled on Li Qingxuan's arm without a hint of a desire to escape. Noticing a small bamboo tube tied to its leg, he removed it. Inside was a slender strip of white paper, barely long enough to accommodate 100 characters. Could this be considered a form of messaging? Li Qingxuan picked up a brush, his heart racing with anticipation. He wished to inquire about his wife's well-being, what she was doing, the circumstances of her sudden disappearance, how she entered the palace, whether her meals were satisfactory, her living conditions, and if she was warm enough in winter. Ultimately, however, he condensed his thoughts into 7 simple words. Huaji, your husband misses you. He carefully placed the note back into the bamboo tube and raised his arm gently, sending the falcon soaring into the sky, carrying his longing to the other side of the world. Chapter 18. Breakthrough to 5th tier. The afternoon sun shone brightly, mirroring Li Qingxuan's buoyant mood. With the red falcon, he could finally establish contact with his wife. Over the course of the afternoon, he had sent a dozen letters. His wife wrote that she was faring well in the palace, treated kindly by the Empress, yet she missed him dearly and hoped they could reunite soon. This intensified Li Qingxuan's desire to enhance his strength. Only by becoming powerful could he rescue her from the palace. In the following days, Li Qingxuan diligently assisted Chen Qingji in unblocking his meridians. On the 8th day, as he channeled the last trace of true energy into the silver needles, a sudden surge of potent energy erupted from Chen Qingji's body, causing the 18 needles to be expelled forcefully. An overwhelming aura radiated from him, causing Li Qingxuan's practice sword to tremble and prompting Yunling and the concealed masters from Yuntang to rush in. What has transpired? As they beheld Chen Qingji, seated in a meditative posture, expressions of astonishment and doubt spread across their faces. Was it he who had caused this? Indeed, Li Qingxuan nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Chen Qingji slowly opened his eyes, his imposing aura gradually retracting. Meanwhile, the tremors of the surrounding sword subsided. Chen Qingji rose and, without hesitation, knelt on one knee before Li Qingxuan. Were it not for your esteemed self, I fear I would never awaken my sword body. I am eternally grateful for your life-giving grace. Rise, Li Qingxuan replied, assisting Chen Qingji to his feet. Beside them, Yunling and the disciples of Yunhao regarded the scene with a mix of astonishment and admiration. A sword body? Could it be an innate sword body? Initially, they believed Li Qingxuan's decision to have Chen Qingji reside in the painting studio was merely an act of kindness. Now, they realized that Li Qingxuan had discerned Chen Qingji's true potential. Truly, he was worthy of his title as the Hall Master, they thought. Qingji, you must dedicate yourself to martial arts. Though you begin your training later than most, I am confident that with your innate talent, you will quickly ascend to mastery. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations, Chen Qingji replied, already assuming a subordinate's role. He understood that as an innate sword body, his future achievements would be remarkable, and he would not renege on his promise. Master, may I take it upon myself to instruct Brother Qingji? Yunling volunteered eagerly. Certainly, Li Qingxuan nodded. Initially concerned about how to teach Chen Qingji, he found great relief in having a skilled aide like Yunling. The disciples of Yunhao looked on with envy. Brother Qingji, you are fortunate indeed to have our Hall Master as your mentor. Indeed, our Hall Master is a 9th grade warrior, and few can catch his eye. The talent of Brother Qingji is truly enviable, they chimed in. He is actually a 9th grade master? Chen Qingji's eyes widened in disbelief. To have a 9th grade master as a follower, who was this young master? They referred to him as the Hall Master. Chen Qingji suddenly felt enveloped by an air of mystery surrounding Li Qingxuan. Study diligently under Hall Master Yun, and soon you too shall become a 9th grade master. Li Qingxuan encouraged, patting Chen Qingji on the shoulder before retreating into the inner chamber. He had been preoccupied with clearing Chen Qingji's meridians, neglecting his own training. Inserting a pill into his mouth, Li Qingxuan promptly closed his eyes and began to circulate his energy. He sensed a slight loosening of the barrier to his realm. Perhaps it was time to break through to the 5th grade. Chapter 19. The lethal sword breaking through to the 5th grade carried certain risks. Previously, he had relied on a breakthrough pill, but this time he intended to force his way through using his own true energy. Sitting motionless from afternoon until deep into the night, Li Qingxuan appeared like a statue, calm on the surface while within. His true energy surged violently like a river breaching a dam. He felt a tearing pain radiate from his limbs and veins, as if countless needles were piercing every inch of his skin. The true energy clashed relentlessly within him, and his task was to maintain clarity of mind, confining this energy and preventing it from escaping. Should it leak, it would signify failure. The transition from the fourth to the fifth grade involved compressing and refining true energy, ultimately integrating it into the flesh to enhance physical strength. Failure could lead to internal injuries or regression in rank, necessitating a fresh start. Thus, martial arts were akin to rowing against the current. Without progress, one would inevitably fall back, and the journey was fraught with challenges. Perhaps due to the solid foundation he had built, although his true energy boiled within, it remained contained. A full day and night passed, the true energy circulating within him, gradually merging with his vital essence. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted from within, reminiscent of a clap of thunder. This indicated the fusion of true energy with his physical form, the blood surging to a powerful new level, an indication that he had officially broken through to the fifth grade. Li Qingxuan rose from his meditation cushion, stretching his limbs with a satisfying crackle. He felt rejuvenated, the strength of the fifth grade indeed formidable. A smile graced his face as he recalled the ability to sign new skills. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the lethal sword. The lethal sword can consume vitality to unleash a powerful strike, capable of crossing realms to slay foes. Upon reading the description, Li Qingxuan's eyes sparkled. This sword technique was undeniably formidable, yet its drawbacks were equally apparent. Using it would deplete his true energy, leaving him in a state of extreme weakness. It was essentially a last resort for survival. Days turned into weeks, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Li Qingxuan had solidified his fifth grade rank. Under Yunling's tutelage, Chen Qingji demonstrated the terrifying potential of his innate sword body, breaking through 3 realms in just half a month to reach the third grade. Each time he practiced, Li Qingxuan's sword resonated with power, a sure sign of a protagonist's potential. However, with the system at his disposal, Li Qingxuan felt no need to feel inferior. Darling, what have you been up to lately? After completing his training, Li Qingxuan noticed a red falcon perched on the window. It had brought a note from Huaji. I am busy cultivating my influence and enhancing my strength. Preparing for the day, I storm into the palace to reclaim you. Do not jest, my dear. The palace is heavily guarded. Such thoughts are impractical. I have recruited an innate sword body as my subordinate. Once I train him into an unparalleled master, I shall return to rescue you. At this moment, within the star observation tower, Hua Ji contemplated the note in her hand, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. An innate sword body? Given her husband's status, how could he possibly earn the loyalty of such a figure? Taking a deep breath, she gestured toward a cloaked figure who appeared behind her. Has anyone new arrived at Qingji Studio recently? Reporting to your majesty. A man named Chen Qingji has taken residence at Qingji Studio. I have investigated. His grandfather was a renowned swordsman from the previous dynasty, but the family fell into decline during his father's generation. It is said that upon Chen Qingji's birth, all swords in the manor sang softly, leading many to believe he possessed an innate sword body. However, experts later determined he was a self-abandoned body, possessing the name but lacking the essence of a sword body, rendering him incapable of pursuing the martial path. Is that so? But how did he end up in the painting studio, claiming to possess an innate sword body? Huaji suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. Could he have ulterior motives? Keep a close watch on Chen Qingji. Ascertain his true intentions. If he merely seeks to deceive for sustenance, it would be one matter, but should he harbor any nefarious intentions, eliminate him on the spot. As her words fell, a chilling aura enveloped the room. The cloaked figure bowed his head, aware of the growing fearsome presence of their Empress. Though she had not practiced martial arts, her aura instilled trepidation even in a 7th grade master. My dear, remain vigilant. The world is fraught with danger, and human hearts are difficult to gauge. Huaji penned a line before crumpling the note and discarding it. Her husband's innocent nature was a blessing, and as for the hidden intrigues, she would handle them herself. Chapter 20. I dare not kill you in March. The weather turned warm, and the spring breeze intoxicated the travelers. Pedestrians began to fill the streets. The great Xia dynasty occupied the central plains, claiming to be the heart of the realm, with distinct seasons throughout the year. Unbeknownst to him, Li Qingxuan had already spent 3 months in Luo City. Reflecting on the pleasant weather, he noted how sunny it was today. The now 4-month-old rolling puppy had grown considerably, its dark fur shimmering in the sunlight, and its ears had perked up, exuding an extraordinary presence. When purchasing the dog, the seller had claimed it possessed wolf lineage, a notion Li Qingxuan had taken lightly. Yet, given its current appearance, there might be some truth to it. Li Qingxuan contemplated that in another 2 months, he would need to tether the puppy. After all, with such a fierce appearance, even if it did not attack anyone, passers-by would likely be startled. In the courtyard, Chen Qingji practiced his swordsmanship, while Li Qingxuan stood at the entrance of the painting studio, playfully teasing a small dog while observing the passers-by. Although it was merely the early spring, a hint of chill lingered in the air. Nevertheless, many women donned graceful attire, flitting by like a delightful vision. Li Qingxuan reminisced about the clothing styles depicted in television dramas, noting that the people of this era seemed somewhat conservative. A sudden thought struck him. Perhaps he could moonlight as a designer, crafting a few outfits that were more revealing, accentuating the figure. In an instant, his mind conjured images of strapless dresses, miniskirts, and sheer stockings. Halt! He admonished himself, lest he be dragged to the execution ground at noon. The street bustled with vendors, and the neighbors were well acquainted with Li Qingxuan by now. A woman selling tofu pudding struggled to push her cart uphill, prompting Li Qingxuan to hurriedly offer his assistance. Soon enough, he helped her maneuver the small cart to the top. "Thank you, young Master Li. You are truly kind. Would you care for a bowl of tofu pudding?" "No, thank you. I've just had breakfast," Li Qingxuan replied with a smile. Suddenly, the sharp bark of a dog pierced the air, urgent and distressed. Turning, he beheld 2 men clad in servant attire, ensnaring the neck of his beloved dog, Gun, with a rope. One man pulled fiercely, while the other grasped Gun's tail. Although Gun bore wolfish lineage, he was merely 4 months old, baring his teeth and emitting a high-pitched cry, filled with fear and anger. The 2 servants strained to drag him towards a nearby carriage, where a figure with a fair complexion awaited, poised to command their actions. "This dog will do nicely. Take him back for guarding," the nobleman remarked, his tone dripping with condescension. Witnessing his dog being seized, a wave of anxiety swept through the onlookers, yet none dared intervene. Recognizing the nobleman's evident status, "That wretched dog is quite bothersome. Hurry it up. I have matters to attend to," the nobleman urged, impatience lacing his voice. The servant tightened his grip, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail from Gun. Li Qingxuan's eyes reddened at the sight, having just acquired Gun in Luodu and nurtured him for so long. Their bond had deepened. It was utterly outrageous that these men would forcibly take him simply because they coveted the dog. "Stop this at once," he bellowed, his foot striking the ground with such force that the stone pavement cracked like spiderwebs, propelling him swiftly towards the carriage. The nobleman, sensing Li Qingxuan's wrath, deduced he must be the dog's owner. Rather than retreat, a glimmer of mockery danced in his eyes. As the servant, still tugging at the rope, heard the rush of wind, he instinctively attempted to evade, but it was too late. Li Qingxuan's fist collided with his back, sending him crashing to the ground. The rope slipping from his grasp, freed from restraint, Gun whirled around and sank his teeth into the arm of the servant who had been gripping his tail. "Ah!" The servant cried out in agony, swinging his arm in a desperate attempt to throw Gun to the ground. However, it was not Gun's yelp that echoed in the air, but rather the sound of Li Qingxuan, having anticipated the move, delivering a punch to the servant's cheek, dislodging 3 of his teeth. The surrounding crowd instinctively recoiled, fearing collateral damage. Hearing Gun whimper, Li Qingxuan noticed the fur around his neck had been torn away by the rope. He gently stroked Gun's head to soothe him while casting a cold glare at the nobleman in the carriage, the true instigator of this chaos. At that moment, several servants encircled him, and the nobleman stepped down from his carriage, icy disdain etched across his features. "You dare strike my servant? I would dare to end your life," Li Qingxuan retorted, his voice equally frigid. Chapter 21. They are forcing his hand. With a retinue of over a dozen servants, it was clear that this nobleman was not of ordinary standing. However, no matter his status, Li Qingxuan would not cower. As the master of Langya Pavilion, with 10th-grade experts under his command, there was no reason for him to be bullied by a rich heir. Moreover, he regarded Gun as family. If the dog fell into their hands, who could predict the torment that awaited him? Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, the nobleman appeared taken aback, quickly replaced by a glint of malice in his eyes. How bold of a commoner! Let us break both your legs as punishment. With that, he leisurely unfurled his folding fan, adopting a spectator's demeanor. Several servants cracked their knuckles, advancing toward Li Qingxuan. Who dares harm my master? Chen Qingji, who had been practicing in a back courtyard, rushed out. With a swift stroke of his sword, he sent one of the servants flying. Now at the pinnacle of the third rank, Chen Qingji was more than a match for these servants. Li Qingxuan, initially poised to engage, found himself captivated by the unfolding spectacle. Hidden in the shadows, Yunling had no need to intervene. With a ferocious might akin to a fierce tiger, Chen Qingji's swordsmanship proved overwhelming, and none of the servants could approach him. Those wielding weapons found their wrists deftly disarmed. Within mere moments, 9 servants lay scattered upon the ground. The nobleman's smile had frozen in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such an outcome. Chen Qingji leaped onto the carriage, seizing the nobleman and dragging him before Li Qingxuan. With a swift kick, Li Qingxuan sent the nobleman stumbling back, landing unceremoniously on the ground. Even without exerting his full strength, Li Qingxuan, now at the 5th rank, inflicted considerable pain on the nobleman, leaving him teary-eyed. Regardless of your status, heed this: those who oppress others shall themselves be oppressed. Li Qingxuan delivered a thorough reprimand to the nobleman, sparking a commotion among the crowd. Dressed in dark robes, officials soon arrived, having been patrolling nearby and witnessing the altercation. All involved in this public brawl shall be taken to the magistrate's office. The head constable commanded loudly. Chen Qingji, ready to resist, was halted by a shake of Li Qingxuan's head. After all, these were officials. If they were injured, Li Qingxuan would find it impossible to remain in Luocheng. Both parties were led away to the magistrate's office. The constable seemed to recognize the nobleman's elevated status, treating him with unnecessary deference while casting scornful glances towards Li Qingxuan and Chen Qingji. Chen Qingji, on the verge of retaliating, was repeatedly restrained by Li Qingxuan. Upon entering the county office, the nobleman was promptly provided a chair, while Li Qingxuan and Chen Qingji were left to stand. Before long, the magistrate arrived. Throughout the encounter, the nobleman remained seated, showing no inclination to rise even in the presence of the magistrate, which elicited a flicker of displeasure on the magistrate's face. The head constable whispered a few words in the magistrate's ear, causing his expression to shift dramatically. So, it is young Master Lu. I was just planning to pay a visit to your esteemed family. The young nobleman's father was apparently an official himself. Observing the magistrate's sycophantic demeanor, it was clear that the nobleman's family held significant influence. Li Qingxuan sighed inwardly, foreseeing a scenario of official protection for the nobleman, leaving him a mere commoner to endure unfair treatment. Thus, escape would become his only option, a prospect he dreaded, for leaving would likely sever communication with his wife. Yet what could he do? Li Qingxuan had only Langya Pavilion to rely upon. Though the nobleman had instigated this conflict, the law, as it often did, could be swayed by whim. Bold peasant, do you not realize the gravity of assaulting young Master Lu? As anticipated, the magistrate, without inquiry, sought to condemn Li Qingxuan. What crime have I committed? Li Qingxuan's expression was icy. He was unafraid of the magistrate, recognizing the blatant attempt to wrongfully accuse him. Cuff these 2 ruffians. At the magistrate's command, several constables approached with shackles. Chen Qingji clenched his fists, while Li Qingxuan maintained an air of calm indifference, allowing them to bind him in chains. Take them to the prison. The county magistrate, without any deliberation, issued a command. Li Qingxuan and his companion were taken away. As they were let out, Li Qingxuan cast a glance back at the magistrate, a piercing look that sent a shiver down the magistrate's spine, instilling a sense of unease. A cold smirk graced Li Qingxuan's lips. His opponent was compelling him to reveal his hidden cards. Chapter 22, a reckless act after Li Qingxuan was taken away. A figure clad in gray quietly slipped away from outside the yamen, making haste towards the palace. Inside the yamen, the magistrate, with a sycophantic demeanor, ushered the young master to the back room and offered him tea. Rest assured, young Master Lu, that insolent commoner dared to affront you. I shall ensure he languishes in prison for the rest of his days. I want him dead. A chilling glimmer flickered in Lu's eyes. The magistrate hesitated. However, based solely on this incident, I cannot pass a death sentence. but young master could send someone discreetly to ensure he meets an untimely end in his cell. The magistrate fell silent at this point. Yet Lu's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. What a splendid idea, Magistrate Wang. You truly are a commendable official. Magistrate Wang forced a smile, feeling quite awkward. At the entrance of Qingxi workshop, Ning Yuan entered with great enthusiasm. Having recently purchased a painting by Li Qinxuan, his admiration had only grown, prompting him to seek Li for a discussion on artistic techniques. However, upon stepping inside, he found the yard in disarray, with Guogua shouting in confusion. Yet Li Qingxuan was nowhere to be seen. Approaching the nearby vendor selling tofu pudding, he inquired, "Where has young Master Li gone?" The vendor sighed, wiping away a tear. Young Master is a good man, but good deeds often go unrecognized. Not long ago, I was struggling to push my cart uphill, and he came to lend a hand. Ning Yuan's forehead furrowed with irritation. Can we please focus on the important matters? I must clarify the situation for you. The vendor insisted. All right, please continue, Ning Yuan replied, suppressing his impatience. And so, he learned that young Master Li had been taken away. Unbelievable. This is utterly excessive. These aristocratic youths run rampant, unrestrained by law. Thank you for your help. I shall head to the county yamen to ascertain the details. With that, Ning Yuan hurried off towards the yamen. Meanwhile, in a grand compound in the southern part of the city, the disciples of Yun Tang had established a stronghold in Luo City. Usually, only a few skilled individuals, including Yun Ling and Yun 12, resided in Qingxi workshop, while the others lay hidden in the stronghold. After Li Qingxuan was captured, Yun Ling had been lurking nearby, only departing after Li was imprisoned. Upon entering the courtyard, Yun Ling was immediately surrounded by a throng of Yun Tang experts. Master, were you not supposed to be protecting the Pavilion Lord? What brings you here? The Pavilion Lord has been captured and is currently imprisoned. What? We must rescue the Pavilion Lord. Indeed, we, the disciples of Langya Pavilion, cannot allow such indignities to befall our leader. A wave of righteous fury surged among the Langya Pavilion disciples. Naturally, now heed my command. Assemble the Yun Tang disciples. We shall storm the prison at the third watch tonight. Meanwhile, send a swift message to the headquarters in Hangzhou to prepare for our return. Understood. The crowd immediately began to mobilize. In the palace, atop the stargazing tower, Hua Ji furrowed her brow. Where has my husband gone? I sent a letter over an incense stick ago, yet there has been no response. Previously, he would reply within half that time. We agreed to communicate at this hour. Yet today there is a delay. At that moment, a figure in gray appeared at the base of the stargazing platform, addressing the guards on either side. I have urgent matters to discuss with His Majesty. Please relay my request. Before the guards could respond, Hua Ji's voice called from above, Let him come up. The gray-clad scout hurried upstairs and relayed the entire account of Li Qingxuan's capture to Hua Ji. The son of Inspector Lu sought to seize a dog openly, and even sent someone to break Li Qingxuan's legs, only to be apprehended by the officers and thrown into the county jail. The magistrate indiscriminately imprisoned him. Hua Ji's grip tightened, her brows knitting in anger. Your Majesty, this is how the events transpired. I dared not take matters into my own hands, hence my visit. Very well. Hua Ji's voice turned icy, a palpable aura of menace emanating from her. Summon Commander Shui of the Tianyi Guard. I have commands for him. Though her heart raced with urgency, she understood that direct intervention from palace officials would likely attract unwanted attention from various factions. It would be more prudent for the Tianyi Guard to act, especially since Li Qingxuan was merely imprisoned for the time being, thus temporarily safe. Yes, the gray-clad scout promptly departed, serving as the head of Li Qingxuan's covert protection. While he was unaware of the exact nature of the relationship between the emperor and Li Qingxuan, he recognized the significance Li held in the emperor's eyes, especially given the fierce rage he had just witnessed. Lu Heng, Magistrate Wang, they are truly courting death. Chapter 23. What has happened? In the Yuan residence. The study was filled with tension as Yuan Guang furrowed his brow, his pen hovering in the air, uncertain of how to proceed. Having just entered the court, he realized that governance was far more complex than he had imagined. Despite being a learned scholar from the northern lands, the court was a tangled web of intrigue, rife with officials forming cliques, sycophants, and those with ulterior motives, individuals who would relish in his downfall as an inspector. Moreover, many colluded openly and secretly, undermining his authority, leaving him exasperated. Perhaps his initial intentions were misguided, Only through decisive action could he cleanse the court's atmosphere. Otherwise, being hindered would render his position meaningless. Yuan Guang's gaze gradually solidified with resolve. "Teacher, are you there?" A cautious voice echoed from outside the study. "Is your disciple, Ning Yuan?" Yuan Guang had taken countless disciples throughout his life, each adept in learning, yet few possessed the acumen for governance. Ning Yuan, however, was one of the few he held in high regard. Regrettably, his scholarly nature lacked the necessary decisiveness, reminding Yuan Guang of a certain young man he had played chess with, who seemed unassuming with every move, yet upon reflection, had revealed a strategy of lethal precision. What a shame, he is disinclined to serve an office. Gumin, Yuan Guang refocused. Ning Yuan respectfully entered. "You know, I've been preoccupied with state affairs these past few days and rarely come seeking an audience. So what brings you here?" Ning Yuan first bowed respectfully to his mentor, then quietly explained, "Li Qingxuan has been apprehended by Magistrate Wang, instigated by Inspector Liu Hengsun." Ning Yuan recounted the intelligence he had gathered in detail, refraining from pleading for assistance. He trusted his mentor would determine the best course of action. Officials protecting one another. Where does that leave the common folk seeking justice? Yuan Guang scoffed. "Liu Hong has always pretended to be loyal and upright before me, yet behind the scenes, he operates in an entirely different manner. Were it not for your report, I could scarcely fathom the darkness of this situation. Teacher, if we are to rescue Li Qingxuan, we must act swiftly. Delays could lead to unforeseen complications," Ning Yuan urged. Yuan Guang nodded resolutely. "Prepare the carriage immediately. I shall begin restoring integrity to the court, starting with Magistrate Wang and Inspector Liu." With that, he changed his attire and departed from the residence, heading straight for the county yamen. In the prison, Li Qingxuan and Chen Qingji sat shackled, perched on tattered straw mats. The cell was damp, with cockroaches scuttling beneath the mats. A particularly bold rat peeked out, only to be swiftly dispatched by Chen Qingji's foot, sending it scurrying away. "This county magistrate is truly despicable. What shall we do now that we are imprisoned, young master?" Chen Qingji's face flushed with anger. "Fear not. Worst comes to worst, we can escape from here." "Brother, do you speak so lightly of such matters? Do you think a prison is your home, easily exited? Come here and massage my legs." In the cell, there were more than just Li Qingxuan and his companions. 3 other individuals were present. Among them, a middle-aged bald man exuded an aura reminiscent of a prison bully. When Li Qingxuan entered, he was asleep, but now he awakened, ready to assert his dominance over Li Qingxuan and his friends. However, in the next moment, Chen Qingji swiftly delivered a powerful elbow strike, sending the man soaring against the wall, where he crashed down, wailing in agony. The 2 subordinates nearby, who had initially intended to teach Li Qingxuan and his companion a lesson, were instantly terrified, exclaiming for their superior to refrain from further aggression. Chen Qingji's display effectively established their superiority, after which he returned to Li Qingxuan's side. Li Qingxuan, astonished, cast a glance at Chen Qingji, recalling how the latter had once been a scholarly figure with a gentle temperament. Today, however, he exhibited an unexpected ferocity. Indeed, the path of martial arts had transformed Chen Qingji's demeanor and character significantly. At the Ministry of Justice, Minister Hugo was engrossed in reviewing documents. The Empress had only recently ascended the throne, and while the court was mostly stable, numerous incidents continued to arise outside the palace, leaving him overwhelmed. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. In the capital, news traveled swiftly. To ensure timely information, each official had dispatched numerous spies to monitor the movements of various residences. This subordinate was the lead informant Hua Ge had stationed around the Imperial Palace. Upon his arrival, Hua Ji's expression shifted slightly. Could something have transpired at the palace? He immediately inquired with urgency, "What has happened?" "Sir, just now, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Hua Gang, entered the palace," the subordinate reported. "Hu Gong, does he not frequently enter the palace? What merits a special report?" Hua Ge questioned, sensing there was more to the matter. Indeed, shortly after entering, Hua Gang departed and headed straight for the county office. The subordinate continued. "The commander of the Imperial Guard, visiting the county office personally?" Hua Ji's expression turned grave. The county magistrate was his subordinate. Could something serious have occurred to warrant the attention of the Imperial Guard? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the study. Another informant entered, breathless. "Sir, I have urgent news to report." The censor, Yuan Guang, hastily left his residence and is en route to the county office, he relayed. What? Huagu could no longer remain seated. The simultaneous visit of the commander of the Imperial Guard and the censor to a modest county office indicated a significant incident had transpired. Prepare the carriage at once. I must go to the county office to investigate. That magistrate Wang had better not cause a calamity. Chapter 24. A great calamity in the backyard of the county office. Magistrate Wang had just seen off young Master Lu. He rubbed his temples, reflecting on the unfortunate soul in the jail. Young Master Lu had insisted on a token to access the prison, and Wang feared the young man would face severe punishment that day. Young Master Lu was indeed ruthless, often threatening lives. But if this alliance led to a connection with Censor Lu, Wang would find himself with a powerful patron in the court. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached. An officer leaned in close to whisper, "Sir, there's an elder in the front hall demanding to see you," claiming it pertains to Li Qingxuan. Wang was taken aback by the prompt arrival of Li Qingxuan's family. However, after offending Censor Lu's son, he doubted any appeal would hold sway. "Tell him I am busy and cannot meet," he ordered. "Sir, the elder insists that if you do not see him, you will regret it," the officer replied. "What insolence!" Magistrate Wang was incensed. "I shall see who he is to speak so brazenly." Soon, Wang entered the front hall to find an elder clad in a black robe, standing with a commanding presence. With a square face and thick, straight brows, he emanated authority. Several attendants flanked him, indicating a status beyond the ordinary. Unsure of the elder's identity, Wang suppressed his irritation and asked sternly, "I hear you wish to speak with me?" Yuan Guang let out a cold snort. "My friend Li Qingxuan has been detained by you. I have come to inquire about his alleged crimes." So it was for that young man. Li Qingxuan committed a violent act in public, a grave offense, and has been imprisoned by my order, Wang replied, noting that Yuan Guang had not disclosed his status and assumed he was merely an affluent merchant, emboldening Wang. Typically, Wang would tread carefully around such attire, given the abundance of nobility in Lidu. But this time, he felt secure, acting on behalf of Censor Lu. Who could be more powerful than a censor? Before Yuan Guang could respond, another officer rushed in, whispering urgently, "Minister Hua has arrived." What? Wang jolted in surprise. Minister Huagu was a true power player and his direct superior. Before he could react, Huagu, dressed in black, strode in with an imposing demeanor. Wang hurried to greet him. "Minister Hua, what brings you here?" Yet, Huagu ignored him and approached Yuan Guang, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Yuan." "Ah, Minister Hua." Yuan Guang replied with a slight smile. While Huagu held the title of minister, it was well known that Yuan Guang was merely in a transitional role, soon to ascend to the position of prime minister, enjoying the Empress's trust and wielding significant power over appointments. Huagu would have to heed his authority. Witnessing this exchange, Wang felt a chill. He realized that Hui Ji's respectful greeting indicated Yuan Guang's high standing, as he had not encountered the newly appointed censor before. Yuan Guang then stated, "I have been honored by the Empress with the position of censor, tasked with rectifying the court's conduct. Today, I learned that a friend of mine was unjustly imprisoned by you, without trial, simply for offending a certain noble son. I have come to seek clarification." Wang's legs felt weak. Who could have anticipated that Li Qingxuan was acquainted with the newly appointed censor? He had truly stumbled into a predicament. Although Censor Lu held a high position, he paled in comparison to Yuan Guang, who was Lu's superior. The fact that Yuan Guang had taken it upon himself to confront Wang in the county office signified Li Qingxuan's considerable standing in Yuan Guang's eyes. At this moment, Huagu finally grasped that Yuan Guang's visit was due to a person named Li Qingxuan, someone he had never heard of before. The mention of Censor Lu only intensified Hui Ji's displeasure toward Wang. Meanwhile, Wang's mind raced. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Li Qingxuan was favored by Yuan Guang. If he were to release Li Qingxuan without consequence, it could serve as grounds for Yuan Guang to hold him accountable. Therefore, while Li Qingxuan must be freed, it cannot be done directly. With a deliberate swallow, Wang stated, Li Qingxuan was apprehended for public brawling. I have yet to ascertain the truth, and thus I detained him, planning to investigate further before making a decision. Since both Lord Yuan and Minister Hua are present, I will summon Li Qingxuan for an immediate interrogation. Wang, ever the shrewd politician, deftly created a pathway for himself. He had not yet condemned Li Qingxuan, allowing him to concoct an excuse for his release without offending either party. Moreover, With young Master Lu already at the jail to confront Li Qingxuan, he needed to act quickly to avoid any repercussions if Li Qingxuan were to be harmed, which would surely incur Yuan Guang's wrath. Upon hearing Wang's statement, Yuan Guang frowned slightly. Though he had received word of Wang's collusion with young Master Lu, it was true that Li Qingxuan had not yet been formally charged. As the situation momentarily calmed, Li Qingxuan found himself unharmed, allowing the matter to rest for now. The time to deal with County Magistrate Wang would come later. However, before Wang could issue any orders, several officials rushed in with evident panic. A group clad in black robes, wielding embroidered spring blades, surged in with an intimidating presence. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man in a grand red silk flying fish robe, his eyes aflame with fury, exuding an aura of authority. Shui Gang, the commander of the Imperial Guard. The sight of this formidable group made County Magistrate Wang's heart tremble instinctively. Even Yuan Guang displayed a flicker of uncertainty in his gaze. As for Huoge, despite having been informed of Shui Gang's arrival, curiosity crept into his demeanor. The Imperial Guard held a distinctly elevated status in the Great Xia. Their rank may not have been high, yet everyone recognized them as the Emperor's blade. Particularly following the ascension of the Empress, the Imperial Guard had played a crucial role and enjoyed her unwavering trust, wielding life and death authority. In the court, offending anyone was preferable to incurring the wrath of the Imperial Guard, known for their ruthless methods. Their every appearance signified impending calamity. The fact that Commander Shui Gang himself had come forth evoked a sense of dread. Shui Gang's presence rendered any words from Magistrate Wang unnecessary. Huoge stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect, and inquired, "What brings you here, Commander Shui?" Shui Gang cast a cold glance in his direction and replied, "I seek a man." The mention of this sparked Huoge's heart to race, as a suspicion began to form within him. "Who?" he asked. "Li Qingxuan. I have heard he's been imprisoned by County Magistrate Wang." The name Li Qingxuan reverberated through the air, stirring alarm. The involvement of the Imperial Guard and the visit of the censorate sent a chill through Huoge. Beside him, Wang, who had apprehended Li Qingxuan, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He realized he had landed himself in deep trouble. Upon hearing Shui Gang utter Li Qingxuan's name, County Magistrate Wang felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His mind buzzed, his body felt foreign, numb. One Yuan Guang was already a considerable threat, but now the Imperial Guard was entangled in this affair. Though Yuan Guang wielded significant power, he was bound by reason. If Wang could fabricate a sufficiently plausible excuse, Yuan Guang would have difficulty retaliating. Yet, the Imperial Guard were executioners who required no justification for their actions. Having provoked these devils, Wang feared he might not even grasp the manner of his demise. "My subordinates have yet to initiate an investigation concerning the brawl involving Li Qingxuan and young Master Lu. As Li Qingxuan's minion was the aggressor, I detained him for the time being." Wang sought to rationalize his actions, hoping to convince them. "It is entirely reasonable, is it not?" Yuan Guang remained silent, his expression composed, focused solely on rescuing Li Qingxuan, leaving Wang's fate to be settled later. Shui Gang, however, was less forgiving. He unsheathed his blade, positioning it against Wang's throat. "Release him at once. Should anything happen to young Master Li, I shall take your life." Wang felt a surge of murderous intent wash over him, his heart racing. Shui Gang, a seasoned warrior, radiated an oppressive force that few could withstand. "I will release him immediately," Wang stammered, his voice trembling. With a sharp clang, Shui Gang sheathed his sword. Wang staggered, bracing himself against a nearby officer. Drenched in cold sweat, he instinctively turned to Huoge for support, but Huoge averted his gaze, thinking, "This fool has dared to provoke both Yuan Guang, soon to command the cabinet, and Shui Gang, the Empress's confidant. Not even the heavens can save you now." Yet, Wang's thoughts lingered on Li Qingxuan, contemplating the depths of this individual's significance. Suddenly, the prison door creaked open, and Li Qingxuan, previously meditating on a tattered straw mat, snapped his eyes open. He beheld young Master Lu accompanied by an elderly man with a goat-like beard. Young Master Lu's face bore bruises, remnants of his previous confrontation with Li Qingxuan. The elderly man, appearing in his 40s or 50s, had a gaunt visage that radiated an unsettling chill, akin to a serpent. After opening the prison door, young Master Lu stood at the threshold, arms crossed defiantly. "Bring him out," he commanded. "What do you intend to do?" Chen Qingji, despite being shackled, stepped protectively in front of Li Qingxuan. Before Chen could react, the elderly man lunged forward, striking Chen's chest with a forceful palm. Chen staggered back, his complexion paling, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. A master. Li Qingxuan clenched his fists, sensing an overwhelming threat from the elderly man. Zhou, incapacitate this fool. Young master, Lu commanded with venomous intent. The elderly man nodded, assuring, rest easy, young master. I shall crush his bones one by one. The sinister tone sent shivers down the spines of the prisoners who had previously been subdued by Chen Qingji. Some glancing at Li Qingxuan with a mix of fear and malicious glee. Li Qingxuan's internal energy surged, aware that he could not defeat the elderly man. Yet he would not simply await his fate. Zhou, when you strike, be deliberate. I wish to savor his screams. The more he cries, the more exhilarated I feel. The elderly man nodded once more. Fear not, young master. I shall administer a pill that ensures he remains conscious through the agony. Excellent. His servant shall share the same fate. I want them to be unable to live or die. Young master Lu sneered at Li Qingxuan, his arrogance palpable. What do you think, peasant? Do you now comprehend the consequences of crossing me? I merely sought to capture a dog, yet you dared to strike me. Who in the capital would dare lay a hand on me? Rest assured, this is merely an appetizer. I shall torment you daily until every bone in your body is crushed, leaving you to perish here. Are you frightened? Ha ha ha. As Li Qingxuan gazed upon that loathsome grin, anger surged within him. He wondered how his allies were faring, never anticipating young Master Lu's vengeful return so swiftly. Yet, Li Qingxuan was not without recourse. Among the various pills acquired through the system sign-in, some could temporarily enhance his strength, though the cost to his body would be significant. Nevertheless, in a moment of crisis, he could not afford to be overly cautious. 3 pills materialized in his palm. Just as Li Qingxuan prepared to seize the opportunity to ingest the pills unnoticed, a loud clang echoed from outside as a prison guard entered, accompanied by a man in a black robe. Upon seeing Li Qingxuan unharmed, the man exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. You are to be taken away. At this, young master, Lu's demeanor soured. Who are you? This Li Qingxuan is a criminal. I have yet to finish my interrogation. The black-robed man shot a cold glance at young Master Lu. The Imperial Guard takes individuals without your permission. Do you wish to oppose the Imperial Guard? Young Master Lu's face reddened, for, as the son of Censor Lu Hong, he was accustomed to wielding power without question. Though aware of the dangers posed by the Imperial Guard, his impulse overtook his reason. With eyes ablaze with fury, he glared at the black-robed man. Is the Imperial Guard so formidable? My father is Censor Lu Hong. The black-robed man's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing momentarily. Young Master Lu, are you certain you wish to stand in my way? The voice of the other party was rather flat, yet amidst that flatness lingered a chilling coldness. The name Tianwai held immense weight in Ludu, a golden emblem that could instill fear in even the most formidable spirits. Thus, they would hardly care for the son of a mere censor. Moreover, he was acting under the orders of Commander Shuigang. It was inconsequential whether it was a wealthy heir or even the censor Lu Hong himself. It would not matter. It was the astute steward Zhou who, sensing the gravity of the situation, quietly advised Lu Gongzi, Young master, the Tianwai has come personally to take someone. Do not confront them directly. Upon hearing Steward Zhou's counsel, Lu Gongzi fell silent and yielded, allowing the path to be cleared. Release the shackles on Li Gongzi and the others, commanded the man in black robes. The prison guards, fearing disobedience, hurriedly complied, freeing Li Qingxuan and his companions, permitting the black-robed figure to escort them away. You too shall accompany me as well, said the black-robed man to Lu Gongzi and Steward Zhou. Lu Gongzi furrowed his brow, while Steward Zhou let out a cold snort. Though the Tianwai is formidable, do not forget that our master is from the censorate, and the chief official Yuan Guang is about to take charge of the cabinet. The Tianwai cannot simply wield unchecked power. Steward Zhou, sensing the ominous implications of the Tianwai's demand for both him and Lu Gongzi to go along, spoke thus to instill caution in them. However, the other party paid him no heed and, after issuing his command, led Li Qingxuan and the others outside. Lu Gongzi turned to Steward Zhou, seeking his guidance. Young master, it is of no consequence. We shall see what transpires. With this old servant by your side, no harm shall come to you. Reassured by Steward Zhou's words, Lu Gongzi sighed in relief. Following that Tainuan member, they arrived at the courtroom of the county office, where Li Qingxuan was still engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the involvement of the Tainuai in his predicament. Inside the courtroom, members of the Tainuai clad in their distinctive attire were present, alongside Yuan Guang, the disciple Ning Yuan, the Minister of Justice Huogu, and the perspiring county magistrate. Lu Gongzi, somewhat relieved, recognized that he was unfamiliar with most of these individuals, except for Minister Huogu, to whom he promptly greeted, "Uncle Hua, you are here too." Upon hearing Lu Gongzi's address, Huoji's expression shifted slightly, and he merely responded with a pinched acknowledgement. Clearly, he wished to distance himself from Lu Gongzi in this situation. Li Qingxuan, spotting Yuan Guang, quickly grasped that it was likely Yuan Guang who had come to his rescue. He promptly clasped his hands in respect and said, "Elder Yuan, you have arrived." He was addressing Yuan Guang, the esteemed censorate official. Steward Zhou's expression turned grave as he whispered to Lu Gongzi. Lu Gongzi's face paled instantly. Yuan Guang? Was he not the direct superior of his father? He had hoped to rely on Yuan Guang to counter the Tainuai. How could this commoner possibly know Yuan Guang? Yet, Yuan Guang merely chuckled lightly. "Young friend Qingxuan, I apologize for your fright. I rushed here the moment I heard of your arrest. It seems that had I arrived a moment later, calamity would have struck." As he spoke, Yuan Guang casually brushed past Lu Gongzi and Steward Zhou. Being the figure that he was, Yuan Guang began to piece together the circumstances surrounding Lu Gongzi and Steward Zhou's presence in the prison. His nonchalant gaze sent shivers down the spines of both Steward Zhou and Lu Gongzi. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Qingxuan, Yuan Guang's attention shifted to another faction present, the imposing Commander Shui Gang and the members of the Tainuai. Li Qingxuan was taken aback. The individuals who had come to take him were indeed from the Tainuai, a realization that raised questions in his mind. He had initially thought they had been brought by Yuan Guang, but their positions were distinctly separate. How could these figures, feared as demons, come to his aid? Unsure of the Tainuai's intentions, Li Qingxuan hesitated to make any greeting. However, Shui Gang stepped forward, scrutinizing Li Qingxuan closely. "You are Li Qingxuan, my lord?" Li Qingxuan, somewhat bewildered, nodded and replied, "Indeed, I am. But may I inquire your identity?" "I am Shui Gang, commander of the Tainuai. It is an honor to meet you." Li Gongzi. It was Shui Gang who had once led the Tainuai in retrieving Huaji for the palace. He understood better than anyone the esteem in which Li Qingxuan was held by the Empress. Thus, even as commander of the Tainuai, he approached Li Qingxuan with utmost respect and equality. Witnessing Shui Gang, a figure that caused trepidation throughout the empire, treating Li Qingxuan with such deference left Lu Gongzi utterly flabbergasted, his mind reeling in disbelief. He hurriedly approached County Magistrate Wang and whispered, "What is happening here?" County Magistrate Wang, swallowing hard, stammered, "They have also come to rescue Li Qingxuan." Lu Gongzi's legs wobbled, nearly collapsing to the ground, while Steward Zhou's expression turned to one of alarm. Yuan Guang and the Tainuai had personally come to demand a prisoner. What kind of backing did they possess? Taking a deep breath, Steward Zhou felt despair creeping into his heart. "County Magistrate Wang, were you not to conduct a retrial of Li Qingxuan?" Yuan Guang, though there to rescue, insisted on due process. "I believe there is no need for a trial." Minister Huogu interjected, "Li Gongzi is clearly innocent." The county magistrate nodded vigorously. Faced with the Tainuai's lethal gaze, he dared not proceed with the trial against Li Qingxuan. "Young friend, let us depart to my residence for a drink and to ease your fears," Yuan Guang suggested with a smile. Li Qingxuan glanced at Lu Gongzi, recognizing that now was not the time for vengeance. Just as he was about to leave with Yuan Guang, Shui Gang suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment." Striding toward Lu Gongzi, he confronted him. "Did you not intend to harm Li Gongzi while in the prison?" Under Shui Gang's piercing gaze, Lu Gongzi lowered his head and muttered, "No, I merely just wanted to see him." His voice trailed off, growing softer. We felt the silence stretch too long. He dared to look up, only to meet Shui Gang's icy stare. To offend Li Gongzi and contemplate violence in prison. "Do you think this matter ends here?" "What do you mean?" Lu Gongzi was taken aback. "Li Qingxuan has already been released. What more do you want?" "To oppress the innocent, frame others, and collude with officials. Bring Lu Gongzi and County Magistrate Wang back to the Northern Pacification Office," Shui Gang stated matter-of-factly. He was well aware of the Empress's regard for Li Qingxuan. Should this incident be dismissed lightly, it would surely disappoint Her Majesty. Thud! County Magistrate Wang collapsed to the ground, pallid with fear. What kind of place was the Northern Pacification Office? Even a good person would emerge from there stripped of dignity. To officials, it was akin to hell. You. Lu Gongzi's voice trembled as he looked to Steward Zhou for assistance. The steward's expression was equally grim as he forced a smile. Commander Shui, my young master is ignorant. Please spare him this once. I shall ensure my master pays you a visit to express our gratitude. Are you attempting to bribe me? Shui Gang's voice was frosty. Faced with his stern demeanor, Steward Zhou felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, chilling him to the core. Even his master bowed before Shui Gang. What was he? A mere servant? Had it been anyone else, he would have risked everything to save his young master. But this was Shui Gang, a ninth-tier master capable of extinguishing his life with a mere finger. Realizing this, Steward Zhou fell silent, head bowed. Seeing the steward's dismay, Lu Gongzi panicked, exclaiming, Shui Gang, my father is a censor and has the authority to report on your actions. If you dare to seize me, I will have my father take you to task. Young master, be silent. Steward Zhou had barely spoken when Shui Gang seized Lu Gongzi by the throat, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. Lu Gongzi's face flushed crimson as he struggled desperately. Just as he felt his consciousness fading, Shui Gang hurled him to the ground, coldly commanding, take them away. Upon concluding his words, he smiled at Li Qingxuan, saying, young master Li, you should accompany Lord Yuan for a drink first. I assure you, I will provide a satisfactory response. After speaking, he departed with young master Lu and County Magistrate Wang. Throughout the encounter, Hua Gu, the direct superior of County Magistrate Wang, remained silent. Meanwhile, Yuan Guang displayed a pensive expression. What a narrow escape. As Li Qingxuan and Yuan Guang exited the county office, they were filled with reflections. Had it not been for Yuan Guang and the Tianyi Guard's timely arrival today, Li Qingxuan would have been compelled to consume a pill, forcibly acquiring a level of power that was not rightfully his, subsequently escaping the prison and fleeing the capital with Langya Pavilion. The prospect of ever seeing his wife again would have been exceedingly grim. Just as they stepped out of the county office, Li Qingxuan noticed a figure discreetly leaving amidst the crowd. It was a disciple from Langya Pavilion. He had met him once before. Surely, upon learning of his safety, their plans would be annulled. Ning Yuan patted Li Qingxuan's shoulder, saying, young master, after great calamity comes great fortune. I appreciate your kind words. Li Qingxuan replied with a slight smile, then bowed to Yuan Guang. Thank you, Elder Yuan, for your timely assistance. Yuan Guang stroked his beard, replying, we have a remarkable affinity, and given that County Magistrate Wang and Lu Heng's son conspire together, I could not stand idly by, even for a stranger. However, my young friend, are you related to the commander of the Tianyi Guards, Shui Gang? Li Qingxuan responded, to be frank, I have never met Shui Gang. He felt a sense of perplexity within. No matter, Yuan Guang said, since you prefer not to elaborate, I shan't press further. Just bear in mind that the Tianyi Guards have a rather dubious reputation. Do not misuse this connection. Yuan Guang offered this counsel, genuinely appreciating Li Qingxuan and wishing to prevent him from straying down a misguided path. Li Qingxuan managed a wry smile, uncertain of how to clarify that he truly did not know Shui Gang. Very well, my young friend, let us not discuss other matters today. Come to my residence for a drink. Yuan Guang, sensing Li Qingxuan's discomfort regarding his inquiry, swiftly changed the subject. As a prominent scholar of the current era, Yuan Guang's residence, while not excessively opulent, exuded a certain grandeur. It was Li Qingxuan's first visit to Yuan Guang's abode. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance of books. As they entered the main hall, Yuan Guang instructed the servants to prepare food and drink. Li Qingxuan noticed that the wall displayed his own painting, The Dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. Young friend, the food and drink will be ready shortly. Shall we engage in a game first? Yuan Guang proposed, eager to challenge Li Qingxuan after their previous encounter, where he had lost and pondered many strategies since. Of course, I will be delighted. Meanwhile, at the residence of Inspector Lu Hong, an outburst of fury erupted. Shui Gang of the Tianyi Guards is exceedingly arrogant. Lu Hong slammed his palm onto a nearby table. Below, Steward Zhou knelt, too fearful to breathe. Lu Hong, having held a high position for an extended period, wielded immense power. In his youth, he had been a military leader before transitioning to a scholarly path, attaining his current status. Steward Zhou, originally his subordinate, was vastly inferior in strength. Now, with his son imprisoned, Lu Heng's wrath rendered Steward Zhou anxious. "My lord, I had already pleaded with Shui Gang, but he showed no regard. It appears that Li Qingxuan shares an unusual relationship with him. Moreover, given his acquaintance with Yuan Guang, the involvement of both makes matters difficult." Indeed, upon hearing this, Lu Heng's fury slightly subsided, although his expression remained exceedingly grim. The ability to move both of these figures indicated Li Qingxuan's formidable background. However, he had only one son and could not bear to watch him enter the gates of the North Town Pacification Office. Yet, given the involvement of such significant figures as Yuan Guang and Shui Gang, rescuing his son would not be a simple endeavor. Steward Zhou furrowed his brow, stating, "While Yuan Guang and Shui Gang are indeed two powerful figures, regardless of their strength, they remain mere pawns of the Empress. To win in this game, the only solution lies with Her Majesty. Consider this: two high-ranking officials appearing at the county office for the sake of a mere youth. The Empress intended for the cabinet and the Tianyi guards to maintain a balance of power. Should these two conspire together, how could the Empress not be wary? If we can incite her dissatisfaction, it would spell their doom. Quickly, prepare my court attire. I must present myself before Her Majesty. Yuan Guang, Su Gong. You shall soon learn that I, Lu Heng, am not to be trifled with." Chapter 27. You wish to decide for me within the palace, in the Golden Hall. Huaji stood with arms crossed, gazing at the painting of the nation's landscape hanging on the wall, her eyes flickering between worry and coldness. The guards surrounding her were visibly intimidated by her icy demeanor, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. The four great female officials, Mei Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, stood flanking her. Unable to contain herself, Mei whispered, "Your Majesty, you have not touched a morsel at lunch. Is the cuisine from the Imperial kitchen not to your liking? I have heard that the chefs at Zui Xianlu are quite skilled. Shall we invite them to prepare a dish for you?" "No need," Huaji replied coolly. The mention of dishes reminded her of the time spent with her husband: baked sweet potatoes, roasted corn, and the two of them pooling their money to buy some lamb, with her husband promising to grill lamb skewers for her. The taste had been incredibly sweet. Not a single delicacy within the palace could compare to even a fraction of that flavor. Reflecting on this made Huaji's gaze grow even colder. "County Magistrate Wang, Inspector Liu, how could they have imprisoned my husband?" Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside, and Shui Gang, commander of the Tianyi guards, hurriedly entered. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." This figure, stained with the blood of countless adversaries, knelt before her, his demeanor one of utmost humility. "How did the matter unfold?" Huaji inquired without turning around. "County Magistrate Wang and Lu Heng's son have been brought back to the North Town Pacification Office by my subordinates. These two are in collusion, and I have also gathered significant evidence regarding County Magistrate Wang's illegal activities and Inspector Liu's factionalism within the court." Shui Gang, truly a trusted confidant of Huaji, had prepared an extensive list of their crimes prior to his arrival. The former dynasty had been rife with corruption, leaving few individuals in the court with untainted backgrounds. Inspector Lu Heng was guilty of embezzlement and lawlessness, his misdeeds glaringly evident. "Present them to me," Hua Ji commanded. Turning around, Mei and Lan, the two female officials, hastily approached to receive the materials presented by Shui Gang. The documents amounted to 2 stacks, nearly half a person's height. "What has become of him?" Huaji hesitated before speaking. Lu Heng's son attempted to enact private punishment within the prison, but fortunately, my subordinates arrived in time. Besides them, Elder Yuan also came to the rescue. "Elder Yuan?" Huaji's expression momentarily faltered. Yuan Guang had only recently entered the court. Logically, he should have distanced himself from such matters, yet he had acted without hesitation, indicating a significant regard for the situation. Upon hearing that Li Qingxuan was unharmed, Huaji's icy demeanor softened slightly. "Well done. You may leave." "Yes." After Shui Gang exited the hall, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. He discerned that he had indeed made the right decision. Although the Empress had said nothing, he sensed her satisfaction. Just as Shui Gang departed, Lu Heng arrived. Huaji, seated upon the dragon throne, revealed no discernible expression. Upon entering the hall, Lu Heng immediately knelt with a thud, tears streaming down his face, exhibiting a theatrical performance. Hua Ji cast a fleeting glance at the kneeling Lu Heng. "Inspector Lu, I did not summon you. What brings you before me?" Lu Heng, overwhelmed with emotion, replied through his tears, "Your Majesty, Commander Shui Gang of the Tianyi Guards has conspired with Grand Scholar Yuan Guang. My son, innocent of any wrongdoing, has been imprisoned by him. I beseech your Majesty to grant me justice." "Justice?" Hua Ji gazed down at the prostrate Lu Heng, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Yet I have heard a different version of events. You, Inspector Lu, have allowed your son to wreak havoc, displaying arrogance and tyranny, earning the moniker King of Hell Lu. I happen to possess some memorials regarding your conduct. Would you care to review them?" As she spoke, Hua Ji casually seized several memorials and cast them before Lu Heng. Lu Heng felt as though the sound of the Imperial edict hitting the ground was akin to the sound of his own mind being uprooted, crashing heavily upon his heart. "Lu Heng, oh Lu Heng, the duty of the censor is to be the ears of the state, yet you have blocked my ears. Since you wish to accuse Shui Gang and Yuan Guang of collusion, then first explain to me the cases documented in this edict. Tell me, what reason do I have not to execute you?" Hua Ji's words were calm, yet they reverberated in Lu Heng's ears like thunder. Trembling, Lu Heng opened an edict, his face instantly paling to the hue of parchment. "Your Majesty, spare me." Lu Heng wiped the cold sweat from his brow, utterly unprepared for the fact that Shui Gang had already presented this evidence to the throne. "Spare you? If I spare you today, who will spare those you have harmed? Not only will I not permit it, but countless wrong souls will not allow it either." Hua Ji gestured dismissively, ordering Lu Heng to be taken away for thorough interrogation by Shui Gang. Instantly, guards stepped forward to remove Lu Heng's official hat. Upon witnessing this, Lu Heng felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. He had irreparably torn his relationship with Shui Gang. How could he expect to survive being interrogated by him? "Your Majesty, spare me, I implore you." Hua Ji waved her hand, and the guards disregarded Lu Heng's pleas, resolutely taking him away from the Grand Hall. Shortly after Lu Heng was led away, a guard arrived to report that the National Master Yang Xuanji sought an audience. As Yang Xuanji entered the Grand Hall, Hua Ji waved her hand. Several female officials discreetly withdrew, leaving only Yang Xuanji and Hua Ji. "Your Majesty, although Censor Lu Heng has erred, his crimes do not warrant death. Can it be that a mere personal grudge with Li Qingxuan leads to the execution of a sitting censor?" As the Imperial Master, only Yang Xuanji dared to speak thusly to Hua Ji. In the past, Hua Ji would have patiently explained herself in response to Yang Xuanji's words. However, at this moment, Hua Ji remained silent, her gaze coldly fixed upon Yang Xuanji. "Do you presume to make decisions on my behalf, National Master?" Hua Ji's voice had turned utterly frigid. "I dare not. I acknowledge my transgressions." Yang Xuanji immediately bowed his head. He had grown accustomed to directing Hua Ji, yet in this moment, he felt as though he was being scrutinized by a dragon, as if one misstep could lead to his demise. It was the first time Hua Ji had addressed him with such severe coldness, suddenly making him acutely aware that he stood before the new sovereign of the Great Xia, the supreme ruler. "National Master, you are the pillar of the nation. My ascension to the throne is entirely reliant on your support and counsel. However, I too possess my own taboos. Li Qingxuan is one of them. Today, I shall speak plainly. Whoever dares to harm Li Qingxuan shall meet their end." Hua Ji sighed as she spoke. "Enough. Lu Heng's fate is sealed. I am weary today." With her stance made clear, Hua Ji signaled for Yang Xuanji to leave. Yang Xuanji, recognizing the moment, took his leave, his emotions exceedingly complex. It was the first time he had encountered this other side of the female emperor, and it suddenly struck him that this woman was not only his student, but also the reigning monarch. And in addition to being a teacher, he was also her subject. Chapter 28. A guilt-induced suicide, to put it accurately. Yuan Guang's chess skills could be deemed rather exquisite, yet Li Qingxuan was evidently a cut above, and, much like the previous encounter, Yuan Guang unknowingly lost another match. After the game, Li Qingxuan surveyed the furnishings of Yuan Guang's residence, while Yuan Guang remained fixated on the go board, deeply contemplating how he had lost. The more he pondered, the more furrowed his brow became, ultimately leading him to sigh in resignation. Unable to deny Li Qingxuan's superior skill, he instructed Ning Yuan to put away the pieces, muttering to himself that had he not acted thus, he would not have lost, attempting to salvage some dignity. As the food and drink were served, Li Qingxuan, facing the elder who was soon to govern the realm, felt no constraint. However, he was genuinely grateful for Yuan Guang's timely intervention. The two dined and sipped wine, while Ning Yuan stood by, watching with eager anticipation, occasionally swallowing hard at the sight of the sumptuous meal, which was quite humorous. It is worth noting that although Ning Yuan was actually a year older than Li Qingxuan, their mutual peerage in relation to Yuan Guang naturally placed him in a subordinate position. In this era, seniority held significant weight. Ning Yuan, therefore, dared not utter a word that might challenge this hierarchy, fearing that he would incur Yuan Guang's wrath. Li Qingxuan had scarcely eaten in his confinement, yet at this moment, he indulged heartily, feeling that the dishes lacked a certain flavor. Duan Lao, I shall prepare a few exquisite dishes for you at the painting studio on another day. Very well. Duan Lao ziplit gasu. He had never been particularly demanding when it came to food, having traveled extensively in his younger years and tasted all manner of delicacies. After enjoying their meal, Li Qingxuan suddenly spoke. I am immensely grateful for your rescue, Yuan Lao, and am at a loss as to how to express my gratitude. Thus, in the spirit of revelry, I would like to create a painting for you on the spot. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lao's eyes lit up with excitement. He had long coveted Li Qingxuan's artistry. When he previously invited friends to view the paintings Li Qingxuan had created, they had all praised them. Further endearing Yuan Lao to Li Qingxuan's work, he promptly cleared the table and directed his servants to prepare ink, brush, and paper. Under the expectant gazes of Ning Yuan and Yuan Guang, Li Qingxuan began to paint. He first depicted a winding path, followed by gnarled branches and ancient trees, lush and imbued with an aura of antiquity, with branches sprawling freely, while pines and cypresses towered majestically. Surrounding this, he left space to illustrate the glistening white snow. With remarkably simple brushwork, he captured the resilient pines and cypresses standing firm against the biting wind, bringing them vividly to life on the paper. The dim sky, the desolate ancient temple, and the steadfast pines emerged as a scene of striking imagery. The essence of traditional Chinese painting lies in the expression of spirit and vitality, infusing deeper meaning into the artwork. The pine, bamboo, and plum blossom symbolize the integrity of the literati. By gifting Yuan Guang a painting of pines, Li Qingxuan struck a chord with him. Yuan Guang scrutinized the painting and, reflecting upon his own ideals, felt akin to the pines depicted therein. Upon completing the final stroke, Li Qingxuan dipped his brush in ink and inscribed a phrase in the blank space. In the cold of winter, one knows the resilience of the pine and cypress after they shed their leaves. In this era, there were no Confucius or Mencius. This phrase, revered by countless scholars as a guiding principle, made its debut in the eyes of this world. Yuan Guang felt as though he had been struck by lightning. In an instant, he felt as though he had been elevated. He murmured the phrase, which appeared commonplace, akin to a casual exclamation, yet inexplicably pierced his heart. In the cold of winter, one knows the resilience of the pine and cypress after they shed their leaves. Yuan Guang clenched his fists. This was profound. Was this not a reflection of himself? Ning Yuan gazed at Li Qingxuan as he set down his brush, falling into silence. His teacher had often praised Li Qingxuan, yet he had been dismissive, believing Li Qingxuan merely excelled in painting. However, at this moment, with that phrase, the disparity between him and Li Qingxuan became evident. Both bamboo and pine hold their own integrity, remaining verdant even in winter. Yuan Guang sighed. Moreover, there are the plums which bloom before the snow even falls. The pine, bamboo, and plum blossom, the three friends of winter, all possess an indomitable spirit. Li Qingxuan responded, The three friends of winter? Yuan Guang murmured to himself, then clapped his hands in delight. Wonderful, wonderful. It is the first time I have heard such a notion. Young friend, your knowledge is astonishing. To merely be a painter at the studio is a waste of your talents. For all the time Yuan Guang had known Li Qingxuan, he had often been surprised by his eloquence, especially when it came to contemporary matters and the lives of the people, making Yuan Guang see him in a new light. Thus, he regarded Li Qingxuan as a person of great talent. However, Li Qingxuan rejected his goodwill, which left Yuan Guang feeling regretful. Those in the painting studio do not live poorly. I enjoy drinking tea daily, engaging in chess, cultivating my character, free from many worldly troubles. This life satisfies me. Everyone has their own aspirations. The officialdom is not suited for me. Li Qingxuan noticed that it was getting late, so he rose to take his leave. promising to create a plum blossom painting for Elder Yuan on another day to complete the trio of friends of the cold season. Ning Yuan accompanied Li Qingxuan to the door. At the North Town Constabulary, in the prison, Shui Gang looked at the disheveled Imperial censor, Lu Heng, with a cold smirk. "My Lord Lu, I hear you have lodged a complaint against me." Lu Heng turned his head away defiantly. "Shui Gang, you're merely a dog of the Emperor. For now, she finds you useful and promotes you. But when the day comes that you are no longer needed, your fate will not be better than mine." "Huh, Lu Heng, I am not like you. I'm not so foolish. Do you know why you find yourself in this predicament? It is because you have meddled with those you should not have. Out of pity for your impending demise, I shall share a secret with you." Shui Gang leaned closer to Lu Heng's ear and whispered, "Li Qinxuan." Lu Heng's expression morphed into one of horror. "Now you understand how your end will come, do you not? In your next life, remember to be born to a good son." Shui Gang waved dismissively to his subordinates, instructing them. Lu Heng, aware of his grievous sins, will take his own life in prison. With that, he turned and departed the cell. As a member of the Imperial Guard approached Lu Heng, holding a vial of poison, his face ashen. Chapter 29. 7th rank. As noon passed, the afternoon air began to cool. The lady selling tofu pudding had a good day of business and had already sold out, yet she lingered on. Nearby, several vendors gathered in small groups. "I heard that the one who clashed with young Master Li today is said to be the son of the censor. That infamous Lu Heng?" The tofu seller sighed. "Young Master Li is a good man, yet good deeds often go unrewarded. Why doesn't Heaven strike that vile Lu Heng down with lightning? Young Master Li is just a commoner. Having offended the censor's son, he may not return." How pitiful! As they discussed, an old man selling pork suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Young Master Li is back." The tofu seller, who had been discreetly wiping her tears, lifted her head at the sound. All eyes on the street turned toward the alleyway, where Li Qingxuan was strolling leisurely toward the painting studio. Several vendors, who had a good rapport with Li Qingxuan, rushed to greet him. The tofu seller lifted her skirts and approached, scrutinizing Li Qingxuan. Clad in a blue robe, he was immaculate, without any visible injuries. "Oh, young Master Li, you have returned. I heard you were imprisoned and have now been released. I've heard that Lu Heng is particularly arrogant. How is it that you emerged unscathed? That is quite remarkable." The townsfolk clamored with inquiries, finding it hard to believe. Li Qingxuan casually answered a few questions to satisfy their curiosity before returning to the painting studio. It seemed that this young Master Li was no ordinary person. "Isn't that so? How can an ordinary person enter the county jail and come out unscathed? Indeed, I have always thought young Master Li to be extraordinary, a true dragon among men." Upon returning to Qingji's studio, Yunling was tending to Chun Qingji's injuries. Previously, Chun had been struck in the chest by Master Zhou, sustaining internal injuries. As Li Qingxuan entered, Yunling had just completed her treatment. Several disciples hurriedly surrounded him. "Master, are you all right? Master, you finally returned. We were just preparing to storm the prison tonight and eliminate that vile official." After inquiring about Chun Qingji's condition, Li Qingxuan learned that a few days of rest would suffice for recovery, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Back in his quarters, Yunling followed him inside. "Master, I initially intended to eliminate Censor Lu to eradicate future threats, but he has already been imprisoned in the North Town Constabulary." "What? The censor has been imprisoned?" Li Qingxuan did not expect matters to develop so swiftly. Recalling Shui Gang's earlier demeanor, he rubbed his temples. He had no ties to the court. Why would the formidable Shui Gang extend such assistance to him? Suddenly, a figure crossed his mind. Could it be the General Zihuang? She was likely a member of the royal family and always traveled with the Imperial Guard. Upon reflection, it could only be her. "Yunling, please investigate a woman named Zihuang." "Understood." After Yunling left, Li Qingxuan took a hot bath and returned to his training room, consuming a pill to begin his practice. This experience had ignited within him a greater thirst for strength. In the dead of night, while Li Qingxuan was meditating, a shadow appeared at the entrance of Qingji's studio. Steward Zhou's face was dark, his eyes simmering with unquenchable rage. "Li Qingxuan, you have caused my lord's family to be ruined. Not killing you will not quell the hatred in my heart." His icy voice, akin to the frost of winter, was filled with boundless fury, sending chills down one's spine. Steward Zhou had once been Lu Heng's deputy, known for his ruthlessness. When Lu Heng abandoned martial pursuits for civil ones to become a county magistrate, Steward Zhou, as a clerk, had slaughtered an entire martial sect one night, leaving no survivors, including women and children, revealing his merciless nature. Li Qingxuan, during the day, Shui gang supports you. Let us see who can protect you at night. Having devoted his life to Lu Heng, with Lu now imprisoned, Steward Zhou dared not seek revenge on Shui gang, and thus unleashed his wrath upon Li Qingxuan. This night would mark Li Qingxuan's demise. Steward Zhou approached the entrance of Qingji's studio, raising his palm, with terrifying energy coalescing in his hand, and smashed the door to smithereens before striding inside. Li Qingxuan, come out to face your death. Standing in the center of the courtyard, with one hand behind his back, Steward Zhou spoke coldly, exuding an air of arrogance. Just as his words fell, a fleeting white shadow darted past him. Bang! Steward Zhou was sent flying backward, landing in the courtyard center. Did I just get hit? Bewildered, he scrambled to his feet, eyeing his surroundings warily. He noticed a figure clad in white standing on the steps at the entrance. A wave of primal dread washed over him, instilling an overwhelming sense of crisis. This aura clearly surpassed the 7th rank. How could this be? There was a master of such caliber in that young man's courtyard. Gripping his sword tightly, Steward Zhou's mind raced. He took a deep breath, a flicker of trepidation flashing in his eyes. So what if it was 7th rank? If I cannot confront them, I can certainly evade them. In a flash, Steward Zhou transformed into an afterimage, darting toward the entrance, decisively fleeing. Yet the figure in white on the steps did not pursue him. Just as joy surged in Steward Zhou's heart, another white figure appeared at the door and struck him squarely in the chest. Uffed. He was sent flying once more. Chapter 30. The greatly envoy group. Steward Zhou spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise again, his body swaying as he felt his vital energy spiraling chaotically within him. How was there another 7th rank? Steward Zhou's mind spiraled into confusion as he gazed at the white-clad figure that had appeared at the entrance. The opponent's aura was equally formidable, sending shivers through him. What on earth is Li Qingxuan's identity? Never mind that. I must escape quickly, or I will surely meet my end here today. Clearly injured, Steward Zhou noted that the two figures in white had ceased their attacks, sensing an opportunity. He stepped forward and leaped toward the wall. He was almost over the barrier. Once he exited this courtyard, he could flee swiftly. As for avenging Lu, that could wait for another day. Suddenly, a white figure appeared, raising its palm toward his forehead. Startled, Steward Zhou retreated back into the courtyard. What was happening? He discovered that the two figures in white no longer attacked him after their initial strike, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Indeed, the situation was far from simple. As he landed in the courtyard and looked up, he saw another figure in white appearing against the wall. This figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, adorned with a smile, and carried a long sword, exuding an air of arrogance. In frustration, Zhou, the steward, realized that this courtyard was a veritable den of danger. Remaining there would likely lead to a grim fate. Without hesitation, he summoned his inner energy and charged towards the man on the wall. Yin 12 sighed, pondering why he was being targeted instead of the two 7th-tier opponents below. He was too lazy to draw the sword from his back, instead raising his palm to deliver a strike. A terrifying wave of energy surged forth, sending Zhou crashing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth, and with a rolled eye, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yin 12, couldn't you have been a bit more restrained? Now he's dead, and we haven't even interrogated him. A voice of reproach echoed as Yin Ling stepped forward. Yin 12 shrugged. Master, I did hold back. Who knew he would prove so fragile? Li Qingxuan emerged, observing the gathered members of the Yin Hall. What has transpired here? His gaze quickly fell upon the fallen steward. Upon hearing a loud thud, he mused whether Zhou had simply fallen from the wall and met his demise. He shook his head in disbelief. It's rather unsettling at this hour. Yin Ling, find a place to bury him. After issuing his command, Rolling, his loyal companion, trotted over, tail wagging, as Li Qingxuan bent down to scoop him up and headed indoors. Yin Ling shot a disapproving glance at Yin 12. You're responsible for the burial. It was you who ended his life. Yin 12 wore a grim expression, muttering, I truly didn't exert much force. He just died. Li Qingxuan returned to his quarters, resuming his meditative practice. After consuming a medicinal pill, he felt his inner energy circulating within him, sensing he was on the verge of reaching the 6th tier. Elder Qian, this time we come to Great Xia. We must surely diminish the Xia people's prestige. Rest assured. Sir Zhao, "We shall not tarnish the reputation of our great Li," came the reply. In the morning, on the official road of Lidu, a procession moved steadily forward. At the western city gate, officials from the Honglu Temple had been waiting for some time. This procession was the envoy from Great Li, dispatched to Great Xia. At its head was Zhao Chongbai, the Minister of Rites. I have inquired, and currently, Great Xia only has one ninth-tier master, Shui Gang, while we possess 3. With the ascension of the female emperor of Great Xia, many dissenting voices arose. Should we triumph over them again, it would undoubtedly impact our reputation. We must not only overwhelm them in martial prowess, but also excel in literary skills. With 3 ninth-tier masters in martial arts, and our own talented scholar Meng Quan in literature, we shall demonstrate that our greatly excels in both realms. Upon hearing Zhao Chongbai's assertions, Elder Qian shook his head. Meng Quan is indeed a rare talent in literary prowess, being Sir Zhao's student. But I fear he may struggle when faced with the charms of the female emperor. Zhao Chongbai paused, his expression momentarily startled. Are you suggesting he has feelings for her? In the rear of the convoy, a young man clad in white held a scroll in his hands. He pulled aside the curtain of the carriage and gazed longingly at the distant capital of Great Xia, his eyes alight with fervor. His name was Meng Quan, the most distinguished student of the Bailu Academy in Great Li, a close disciple of Minister Zhao Chongbai, and hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of Confucianism. Over the years, he had produced numerous celebrated works, gaining widespread acclaim, destined to become a prominent figure in the scholarly world. As the procession reached the western gate, the officials from Honglu Temple welcomed them. Meng Quan dismounted and approached to pay his respects. Zhao Chongbai chuckled. Sir Wu, 3 years ago, you were the one who welcomed me to Lidu. I never anticipated that 3 years later, it would still be you. What a coincidence. Indeed, we have journeyed a great distance to pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Emperor. When might we be granted an audience? Sir Wu replied with a smile. You all have traveled far. Let us rest for a few days, and I shall show you the sights of our Lidu. 5 days, is that not somewhat excessive? Zhao Chongbai chuckled, already suspecting the great Xia Empress was stalling for time. Not at all. Lidu is picturesque, and 5 days will hardly suffice for your exploration. Sir Wu continued to smile as they exchanged pleasantries, leading the way into the city. Meng Quan returned to his carriage, trailing behind the main party. Though his demeanor remained calm, he could not suppress the excitement within. The great Xia Empress was renowned for her beauty, akin to that of a celestial being. 3 years prior, he had been an ordinary student at Bailu Academy, merely catching a distant glimpse of her, yet her image lingered in his mind, captivating and unforgettable. Her enchanting beauty was unmatched, and no man was worthy of her. Only a young prodigy like himself could hope to stand by her side. Thus, when the envoy from Great Li was dispatched, he had exerted considerable effort to accompany them, though he hailed from Great Li, who dictated that one from Great Li could not aspire to be the consort of the great Xia Empress. Chapter 31. The talented scholar of Great Li in Lidu. The streets bustled with activity as spring's warmth enveloped the city, the willows along the roadside sprouting fresh buds. Li Qingxuan sat at the entrance of a painting studio, enjoying a savory fried dough stick. His only regret was the absence of soy milk in this era, making the fried dough feel lacking in soul. After finishing breakfast, it was time to sign in. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, and for receiving the technique burial flower chant. Flowers wilt and scatter, filling the sky. Who laments the fading fragrance? Delicate threads drift softly, brushing against the spring pavilion. Light petals lightly touch the embroidered curtains. When this technique is executed, it will manifest a scene of flowers scattering in the sky, resplendent and vibrant, capable of bewildering foes. Upon reading the description of burial flower chant, Li Qingxuan could not help but exclaim that this absurd system was truly eccentric. Previously, he had received a useless cloak from a sign-in, and now he was granted a special effect. Was it appropriate for a man to have flowers raining down upon his strike? Nevertheless, it was a technique nonetheless. Li Qingxuan promptly chose to learn it and prepared to return indoors to continue his cultivation. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Look, the great Li envoy has entered the capital. The attire of the great Li people indeed differed significantly from that of great Xia. Li Qingxuan stood at the entrance, peering into the distance. A procession approached, escorted by heavily armed soldiers, leading with the azure dragon flag of Great Xia, followed by the vermilion bird flag of Great Li. The intentions of the Great Li envoys were undoubtedly nefarious. Luodu was bound to witness some excitement in the days to come. Chen Qingji appeared beside Li Qingxuan. Li Qingxuan regarded him with surprise. He had not anticipated Chen Qingji to possess such insight. If it had been Li Qingxuan alone, he might not have discerned so much. It was only after hearing the previous conversation with Zi Huang that he understood the purpose of Great Li's visit. Sensing Li Qingxuan's thoughts, Chen Qingji proudly declared, "Though I'm a martial man, I'm also a scholar." After a moment's thought, he added, "I am well versed in both literature and martial arts." Li Qingxuan smiled and did not respond, instead turning to retreat into the house. With a breakthrough imminent, he had little time to indulge in the spectacle. Great Li boasted the renowned Bailu Academy, while Great Xia, with its equally formidable national strength, was home to the illustrious Guozijian. Located on the outskirts of the eastern city, atop Dongshan, Guozijian basked in auspicious energy from the east. As Great Xia revered the Azure Dragon as its totem, the position of Guozijian in the east attested to its significance. The founding emperor of Great Xia hailed from a prestigious family of the previous dynasty, adhering to the belief that all pursuits were inferior to scholarly pursuits. After establishing the nation, he founded the only official academy, Guozijian, which later underwent a name change. Graduates from Guozijian not only secured job placements but often ascended to positions of authority. The late emperor decreed that only those who entered the National Academy could attain official positions, while those who did not would be sidelined. In other words, admission to the academy guaranteed a career in governance, while exclusion meant remaining on the periphery. The significance of the National Academy is thus evident. Yuan Guang's esteemed mentor was the headmaster of the academy, firmly rooted in Confucian orthodoxy. At this moment, in a loft within the academy, Yuan Guang, who had recently assumed the role of Minister of Justice, wore a furrowed brow. Beside him stood his close friend, Ko Song, the academy's esteemed scholar. "Brother Yuan, is this painting truly a gift for me?" In the bitter cold, one recognizes the enduring pines and cypresses beautifully inscribed indeed, Yuan Guang remarked. "Certainly," Ko Song replied. "The character Song in my name signifies my connection to the pines depicted in this artwork, which I commissioned specifically for you. Does it not resonate with your heart? Your thoughtfulness is appreciated, Brother Ko." Ko Song and Yuan Guang were inseparable friends, having studied together at the academy in their youth, when it was still referred to as the National School. Subsequently, Yuan Guang traveled the world, while Ko Song took on the role of the academy scholar. Each excelled in their own right, both regarded as luminaries within the scholarly realm. "Brother Yuan, it is rare for someone of your stature, newly appointed to the court and burdened with countless affairs, to visit me. Speak plainly, what brings you here?" Yuan Guang sighed. "The envoy from the Great Li has arrived in Ludu. As far as I know, in addition to 3 ninth-tier masters, they have brought a gifted Confucian scholar, Meng Quan. It seems they intend to overshadow our Great Xia in both literary and martial pursuits. Is he the prodigy hailed as a once-in-a-millennium Confucian talent? I have read his works. They are indeed impressive." Upon broaching this topic, both Yuan Guang and Ko Song fell into contemplative silence. Although Great Xia and Great Li are not currently at war, both nations, as prominent powers, have always engaged in a rivalry. The presence of 3 ninth-tier martial artists has already posed a significant challenge for Great Xia, and if our literary prowess is further undermined, it would greatly diminish the Empress's prestige. After a moment of silence, Ko Song spoke. "Is there any way I might assist? Meng Quan's talents lie primarily in poetry and prose. As he is a younger generation, it is inappropriate for us to confront him directly. Thus, I propose we select a few promising young scholars from the National Academy to temper Meng Quan's impetuosity." Ko Song shook his head. "While there are indeed some outstanding students within the academy, none can truly compare to Meng Quan." "Not a single one?" Yuan Guang inquired. "Not one," Ko Song replied, disheartened. "What shall we do? Is there truly no one in our Great Xia who can rival Meng Quan?" Chapter 32. The plum blossom painting time flowed swiftly, and half a month had passed. Li Qingxuan's life remained monotonous and tranquil, marked by timely attendance, diligent cultivation, and leisurely dog walks. He often stood at his door, listening to neighbors' gossip about local happenings, enjoying the leisurely pace of life. During these 2 weeks, his martial prowess naturally and smoothly ascended to the 6th tier. Chen Qingji's progress was also notable. He had successfully broken through to the 4th tier. The innate sword body indeed proved formidable, propelling him forward at an astonishing pace in his practice. Without the aid of the system, Li Qingxuan found it challenging to keep up with him. One day, the streets buzzed with discussions about a certain matter. The envoy from Great Li had brought forth a Confucian genius, Li Qinxuan, who was stealing the limelight. It was said he intended to debate at the National Academy. The envoy had come to the capital with an agreement for a 5-day audience. Yet half a month had passed without a meeting with the Emperor of Great Xia, who was intentionally delaying. Since the Emperor would not meet him, the envoy began to stir trouble. Li Qinxuan visited talented individuals throughout Ludu, engaging them in poetry and literary competitions, and no one could match his prowess, resulting in an overwhelming display of talent. Rumor had it that Li Qinxuan, renowned for his brilliance, composed a poem in 7 steps at Su's banquet, astonishing all present. He penned numerous famous lines, overshadowing the entire literary scene in Ludu. His next destination was the National Academy, the heart of Great Xia's literary tradition. Should he prevail in the debate there, it would bring great shame upon Great Xia's literati. Even the common folk were murmuring, lamenting the impending loss of face. Young Master Li, you often engage in poetry and painting. Why not challenge Li Qinxuan? Suggested Lu Dage, the butcher. Li Qingxuan merely smiled. After he departed, whispers followed him. Young Master Li is merely a painter. Li Qinxuan is a prodigy from Great Li. They are not even in the same league. Indeed, so many talented individuals in Luodu cannot compete with him. How could young Master Li stand a chance? Returning to his abode, Li Qingxuan painted clusters of plum blossoms on rice paper. He had promised Yuan Guang to complete the 3 Friends of Winter series, and after half a month, it was time to fulfill that promise. In the corner, several plum branches bloom alone in the cold, not snow, but for the fragrance that comes. He concluded his painting and blew dry the ink, initially intending to send it with Chun Qingji to Yuan Guang's residence. He noticed Chun Qingji practicing his sword, so he decided to deliver it himself. Just as he arrived at Yuan's door, he saw Ning Yuan leading a horse out. Young Master Li, are you here to see my master? Ning Yuan inquired. Indeed, I have a painting to present to Elder Yuan. My master is currently at the National Academy. Why not join me? The weather is splendid, and many are enjoying the outdoors. The scenery at the Academy is delightful as well. Ning Yuan fetched another horse from the residence, and together they sped away. In this era, scholars were not without martial prowess. Ning Yuan was quite skilled. On horseback, they traveled swiftly. Though it was Li Qingxuan's first time riding as a 6th-tier martial artist, he felt no reason to be outpaced by a scholar. He tightened his grip and galloped after Ning Yuan, sparking a friendly race. However, the National Academy, a revered place of learning, was currently in a state of uproar. Just an hour prior, Li Qinxuan had presented his credentials, announcing his intention to visit before noon. Though termed a visit, it was clear to all that he intended to disrupt the proceedings. With Confucianism's millennia-long legacy and its many branches, scholars have always sought to elevate their standing through discourse with peers. In particular, the rivalry between Great Xia and Great Li has been relentless. Li Qinxuan represented the younger generation of Great Li in the Bailu Academy. If the National Academy were to falter, it would be forever overshadowed by Bailu Academy. Unfortunately, no one among the younger generation could rival Li Qinxuan. Within the loft of the Academy, Ko Song and Yuan Guang were accompanying a prominent figure. Should outsiders have been present, they would have been astounded to witness the Empress of Great Xia herself visiting in disguise, without any grand fanfare. Even the Academy's students were unaware of her presence. The envoy from Great Li had ill intentions, and with Li Qinxuan recently gaining notoriety in Ludu, what strategies did Ko Song have to counter this challenge? Hearing the words of the Empress, Ko Song bowed his head. Your Majesty, I am ashamed. Sighing, the Empress rubbed her temples. Beside her, Shui Gang, the commander of the Heavenly Clothes Guards, and Yang Xuanji, the national sage, both wore furrowed brows. Su Gong, being a rough warrior, had little to offer in matters of literature. Although Yang Xuanji was knowledgeable, being a Taoist, he was not well-versed in Confucian texts and could not provide much assistance either. Enough, Ko Song and Yuan Qing. You need not remain here with me. Go and devise a plan. If victory is uncertain, at least strive to avoid disgrace. Once the Empress concluded, Ko Song and Yuan Guang departed, both wearing expressions of concern. Ko Song remarked, I can only let my eldest disciple take the stage, though he is over 30 while Li Qinxuan is merely 18. They may be of the same generation, but it could lead to unfavorable comparisons. At this juncture, we have no other options, Yuan Guang sighed. Just then, a student from the academy hurried in, cupping his hands. Lord Yuan, your disciple Ning Yuan has arrived. Ning Yuan, bring him in, Yuan Guang called out. Ning Yuan was among his students with notable literary talent. Although uncertain of his effectiveness, he still instructed for him to come forth. After the students departed, Yuan Guang suddenly chuckled and remarked, recently, I have made the acquaintance of a young friend whose artistic skills are truly exceptional and who possesses considerable talent. However, he has not delved deeply into Confucian classics, making him a practitioner of arts without scholarly grounding. Poetry, after all, is a peripheral endeavor. Genuine Confucian discourse relies on quoting the classics and imparting sage wisdom. Yuan Guang, having interacted with Li Qinxuan for some time, discerned that Li Qingxuan had not extensively engaged with the canonical texts, indicating he was not formally trained in this regard. Thus, he was regarded as someone with talent, but lacking in scholarly depth, a commendation of quite high merit. The ability to paint and compose poetry. Could it be that the pine and cypress painting you gifted me was created by him? And that line about knowing the pine and cypress only after the cold of winter was indeed from his lips? Yuan Guang nodded. Not only that line, he also gifted me a bamboo and rock painting, which reads, determined to cling to the green mountains, its roots firmly set in the broken rocks. Enduring 1,000 trials yet remaining steadfast, come what may from the winds of the four directions. This poem flows beautifully and, upon close examination, conveys profound meaning. Such talent, yet he has not entered the gates of Confucianism. It is truly a pity. Ko Song sighed. Poetic talent does not equate to philosophical discourse. A person unfamiliar with the classics is clearly not to be relied upon. That is indeed regrettable. I shall visit this painter another day. A moment later, Ning Yuan approached, guided by a student. The student greeted the teacher and the grand scholar. Ning Yuan was Yuan Guang's proud disciple, and a hint of tenderness appeared in Yuan Guang's eyes. Upon seeing what Ning Yuan held, he inquired with curiosity, what do you have in your hand? Have you conceived some fine verse on your way here? Ning Yuan quickly shook his head. In this hurried moment, I have no fine verses. This is a painting that young Master Li gifted to the teacher, which I have brought along. Young Master Li mentioned he would send me a plum blossom painting. I am quite eager to see it. The three of them entered the study, where they gently unfolded the painting on the table. Teacher, young Master Li has also come to the academy and is admiring the scenery outside. Without your permission and that of the grand scholar, I dared not bring him to the rear courtyard. This young Master Li is indeed a person of talent. He should be treated with due respect. However, today, Meng Quan is here to discuss philosophy, and I fear I shall not have the time to meet him personally. Ko Song chuckled. At that moment, the painting was finally unveiled, revealing a plum blossom scene before their eyes, with the accompanying poem fully displayed for the two scholars. In the corner, several branches of plum blossoms bloom alone in the cold. I know from afar that it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance. Yuan Guang could not help but recite aloud. The room immediately fell into silence. A gleam sparkled in Ko Song's eyes. What a splendid poem. Chapter 33. Meng Quan arrives. What remarkable artistry. This young Master Li indeed possesses the talent, as you described, Brother Yuan. Ko Song gazed at the verses on the painting, murmuring them repeatedly, his eyes shining with admiration. As the grand scholar of the National Academy, many sought his praise in vain. At this moment, his gaze resembled that of a famished individual encountering a feast. Yuan Guang remained silent, yet his countenance bore a hint of pride and satisfaction, as if he were the author of the poem, sharing in its glory. I know from afar it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance. The words danced lightly, a mere handful of lines, yet imbued with profound intent. Brother Ko, do you still recall that winter when we entered the National Academy together, learning under our teacher's guidance? The first lesson he imparted to us was to learn the qualities of the plum blossom. Only by enduring the bitter cold can one appreciate the subtle fragrance. In our student days, we wore thin clothing, enduring the harsh chill. Yet it was that experience that shaped the Yuan Guang of today. Ko Song mused, is that your excuse for stealing my quilt every night? Yuan Guang felt a touch of embarrassment. In those impoverished days of study, the two could only share a single quilt, and Yuan Guang had a habit of curling up tightly to sleep, often waking Ko Song in the middle of the night from a cold. Ning Yuan, Soon Meng Quan will arrive at the academy to discuss philosophy. It seems you may have to take the stage. Are you confident? Yuan Guang naturally shifted the topic. Upon mentioning Meng Quan, Ko Song's brow furrowed once more. Ning Yuan is your esteemed disciple, and my own student, both being young talents. Yet Meng Quan is indeed extraordinary. Even I would find it difficult to triumph over him. Regrettably, while this Li Qingxuan is talented, he lacks a mastery of the Confucian classics. Hence, he may not be of use when Meng Quan arrives to engage in discourse. However, I believe this poem should be hung in the main hall today. Perhaps it could temper Meng Quan's sharpness, but we must have Li Qingxuan's consent. I know well his character. He would not mind, especially since this poem is a gift to me, and displaying it would serve to elevate his own reputation. Yuan Guang decisively stated. In the central hall of the National Academy, dedicated to the veneration of Confucian sages, the front of the Sage Hall served as a reception area. Within the hall hung the calligraphy of the Academy's illustrious figures throughout history. Only those time-honored phrases merited display here. 2 students brought a ladder to the hall, and, at the most prominent blank space upon entering, hung the painting. This act immediately drew the attention of those nearby. Which esteemed scholar has produced another masterpiece to be displayed in the hall? It appears to be a painting accompanied by poetry. We have several scholars in our academy who excel in both poetry and painting. Let us take a look. After the painting was hung, the 2 students departed. The crowd soon beheld the complete artwork. With a few simple strokes, the plum blossom's essence emerged, blooming defiantly against the cold winds, exuding an air of disdain for the snow. This painting is remarkable, and the poem as well. Someone began to recite the lines above. In the corner, several branches of plum blossoms bloom alone in the cold. I know from afar it is not snow, for there is a subtle fragrance. The verses flowed melodiously, bringing a refreshing sense of tranquility to the listeners. Whose hand crafted this piece? Plum blossoms, orchids, bamboos, and chrysanthemums have long been extolled by scholars. Those who enter the National Academy are the elite of the Great Xia, and their appreciation levels are naturally high. The signature reads, Li Qingxuan. Who is this Li Qingxuan? I have never heard of him. The crowd of students grew, each offering their opinions on the poem. In the elegant pavilion behind the academy, overlooking the lake, the newly enthroned Empress Huaji stood before the window, her mood as turbulent as the shimmering waters below. Soon Meng Quan would arrive to engage in philosophical discourse. It seemed that Yuan Guang and Ko Song had no strategy in place. Should Meng Quan emerge victorious, the loss would not only tarnish the reputation of the National Academy, but also reflect poorly on her, the Empress of the Great Xia. The scholars had already voiced their dissent regarding Huaji's ascension. If she were to lose, blame would not fall on Meng Quan's genius, but rather on her own perceived inadequacy, suggesting that the decline of the literary tradition in Great Xia was a consequence of her reign. Yang Xuanji and Shui Gang stood silently nearby. Without the Empress taking a seat, they dared not do so themselves. Suddenly, a commotion arose below. What was happening? Shui Gang inquired of a student standing at the entrance. After the student went to ascertain the situation, he quickly returned. It is reported that a plum blossom painting has been hung in the main hall, accompanied by a poem. In the corner, several branches of plum blossoms bloom alone in the cold. It has caused quite a stir in the academy. This poem is indeed quite excellent. Yang Xuanji stroked his beard. Even Empress Huaji, standing by the window, turned her head, her eyes sparkling with interest. The National Academy has such a talented individual. Why should we fear Meng Quan? The student sighed. However, it is said that the author of this poem is not a student of the Academy, but rather a friend of Lord Yuan. Not a student of the National Academy? Huaji's demeanor shifted slightly. Lord Yuan associates with individuals of discernment. Surely, his friends are not of ordinary caliber. I must meet this poet in the near future. Upon her ascension, Huaji had eliminated a considerable number of opposition figures, leaving many court positions vacant, and was thus eager for talented individuals. If there are no other pressing matters today, I would like to meet the author of this poem at once. At this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Before anyone entered, a voice announced, Meng Quan has arrived at the academy. Chapter 34, The Study of Principles. Alongside the young prodigy Meng Quan, visiting the Guozijian was his mentor, Zhao Changbai, the Minister of Rights of the Great Li. If it were merely Meng Quan, a disciple from Ko Song could have welcomed him. However, as a distinguished scholar of the Great Li, Zhao Changbai held an equal standing with Ko Song and Yuan Guang, necessitating proper etiquette from the Great Xia. Thus, Kosong personally went to greet them. Countless students of the Guozijian stood on either side, observing from a distance. Today, Zhao Chongbai visited as a peer of Confucian scholars, dressed in a simple blue robe rather than official attire. He truly embodied the grace of a great scholar. While Meng Quan, youthful and radiant, was indeed a striking figure. It was said that he treated others with the warmth of spring. Although he had triumphed in a few poetry contests in Luodu, even those who had lost to him held him in high esteem. The disciples of Confucianism cultivate themselves in a manner unmatched by other schools. It was a pity he was from the Bailu Academy. How wonderful it would be if he were a student of our Guozijian. Such a remarkable individual. So young, yet already exhibiting the demeanor of a great master. It seemed unlikely anyone from our younger generation could rival him. Perhaps, however, the master of ceremonies might have a strategy. Countless students of the Guozijian whispered among themselves. While many found Meng Quan extraordinary, they still hoped to temper his enthusiasm, as he was, after all, the one challenging the status quo. Brother Chongbai, after 3 years, your poise remains unchanged. Kosong laughed heartily. Regardless of any inner irritation, he maintained a facade of cordiality. 3 years ago, I was sent to the Great Xia, and though I had a discussion with you, I fell slightly short. Now, 3 years later, let us compare our methods of teaching. Zhao Chongbai clearly harbored lingering feelings about their previous encounter, as his tone carried a hint of tension. Kosong welcomed Zhao Chongbai and his entourage into the Grand Hall, accompanied by Yuan Guang and several esteemed scholars from the Guozijian, including notable young talents like Ning Yuan. Master Ko, Mr. Yuan, I have come today with a question I wish to discuss. Meng Quan began shortly after the senior scholars had taken their seats. Upon hearing this, Yuan Guang and Kosong exchanged knowing glances, aware that Meng Quan was eager to initiate a challenge. His so-called inquiry was, in fact, a pretext to spark debate. By posing the question first, Meng Quan inherently held the advantage. What question might you have, junior brother Meng? Inquired a man in his 30s, standing up. He was not tall, but exuded a composed demeanor, perhaps due in part to his robust physique. This was Shi, Kosong's eldest disciple. Having followed Kosong since he was 10, he had dedicated 2 decades to scholarly pursuits, turning down multiple opportunities for official positions in favor of academic study. Kosong described him with the phrase, great wisdom appearing foolish. Shi involvement was significant. He had often represented the master of ceremonies in imparting knowledge. With his extensive understanding of classical texts, he was a formidable opponent for Meng Quan. Shi enjoyed considerable respect within the academy, instilling confidence among the students of the Guozijian. However, Kosong's expression showed no signs of pleasure. He had perused Meng Quan's writings, which, while somewhat immature, had already made an impact. He knew that while his pupil Shi was indeed impressive, engaging in debate was not his forte, making it difficult for him to surpass Meng Quan. Junior brother Meng, please share your question. We would be eager to hear it, Shi said with a calm smile. Regardless of the outcome, his composure garnered quiet admiration from many, as presence plays a crucial role in debate. Meng Quan, too, was self-assured. These past years, the esteemed scholars of Bailu Academy have diligently studied the classics and pondered deeply, discovering that all things in the world adhere to certain principles, which we call it. Li represents the essence of the universe, the ultimate truth. All existence flourishes through Li. However, amidst the chaos of life, individuals often lose sight of themselves and the principles. Thus, we should uphold heavenly principles and suppress human desires. I wonder how you feel about this, Brother Shi. The moment he spoke, the grand hall fell into an eerie silence. Uphold heavenly principles, suppress human desires. Many at Bailu Academy had been seeking a new academic philosophy, which had gradually taken shape through the dedicated research and contributions of numerous scholars. Meng Quan's assertion perfectly encapsulated this emerging thought. While many did not wholly agree with this ideology, it was undeniably more systematic and advanced than traditional Confucian concepts, elevating loyalty, filial piety, integrity, and righteousness to the level of heavenly principles, where correctness resides. Indeed, Shi smile faltered, his mouth opened, yet no words emerged. It was apparent that he had lost this debate. Not only Shi, but even Yuan Guang and Kosong, great scholars themselves, were rendered contemplative. Meng Quan surveyed the assembly, a smile creeping onto his lips. His purpose for visiting the Guozijian was to present a piece of calligraphy composed by the head of Bailu Academy, hoping that it would be hung in the Grand Hall for the brothers of the Guozijian to study together. The notion that a piece of calligraphy from Bailu Academy would be displayed in the Grand Hall of the Guozijian was audacious. Yet at this moment, Meng Quan's proclamation had silenced all dissent. After concluding his statement, he clapped his hands, and someone promptly brought forth a scroll, unfurling it to reveal the two characters, Li Qingxuan. The instant the scroll was displayed, all other writings in the room paled in comparison, as if the very scholarly atmosphere of the Guozijian had been subdued. The expressions on Ko Song and Yuan Guang's faces shifted dramatically. When Meng Quan articulated his theory, they felt powerless to counter, but now they were suddenly awakened to the implications. He intended to establish a new ideological system, one that would undoubtedly undermine the foundations of the Guozijian. If they could not refute this ideology, the very fabric of the Guozijian's thought would unravel, allowing Bailu Academy to rise to dominance. Meng Quan's visit to the Guozijian was not merely to showcase the prowess of the great Li. It was, in essence, a declaration of war against the Guozijian by Bailu Academy. This was a battle of academic thought, of ideologies, and indeed, of legitimacy. Meng Quan was but a vessel for the great scholar behind the scenes at Bailu Academy, disseminating these concepts. Otherwise, how could someone so young possess such insight? Yet, at this juncture, there was no turning back. With the emergence of the character Li, the scholarly atmosphere of the Guozijian began to wane. If they could not counter this ideology, the Guozijian would forever remain inferior to Bailu Academy, which would emerge as the preeminent authority in Confucianism. Chapter 35. The Mind is Principle. This debate concluded with Meng Quan's unequivocal victory. Shi Ling's complexion turned pale. The earlier composure he had exuded now vanished. As he stared at the prominent character for Li, his brow furrowed. Uphold heavenly principles, suppress human desires, but was it truly correct? Regardless of the veracity, neither Shi Ling nor even the esteemed Yuan Guang and Ko Song could conceive any rebuttal. Ultimately, he had not lost to Meng Quan, but to the great scholar behind the principles emerging from Bailu Academy. It was evident that once the concept of Li took root and flourished, the individual responsible would likely ascend to divine status, achieving heights unattainable by others, perhaps even deserving a place in the Temple of Sages. The discourse among Confucians is a healthy, competitive method of validating knowledge. Losing is a natural part of this process. For instance, 3 years prior, Zhao Changbai had lost to Ko Song. However, this debate was different. It heralded the birth of a new ideology, disseminated under the guise of scholarly discussion, allowing fresh perspectives to take root in the Great Xia. Once the people of the Great Xia embraced the philosophical doctrines of Li, the preceding ideological framework would be utterly suppressed, akin to a cataclysmic disaster. The Bailu Academy would be enshrined, while the Imperial Academy would merely linger in a state of survival. As the discourse concluded, many scholars from the Imperial Academy felt a chilling despair. After contending with Bailu Academy for many years, had they ultimately faced defeat? Let be hung, sighed Ko Song. This debate has already been lost. It is not merely Shi Ling's defeat to Meng Quan, but rather his capitulation to the esteemed scholar of Bailu Academy. In the unseen realm, the scholarly lineage of the Imperial Academy has already been stifled. Whether this inscription is displayed or not is of little consequence. The essence of these characters now looms over the Imperial Academy, and hanging it for the students to observe daily may yet inspire some counterarguments. Ko, the wine steward, was magnanimous. After Meng Quan spoke, he personally approached a blank space on the eastern wall and hung the characters for Li Qingxuan. At that moment, the characters suddenly radiated brilliance. Then, the entire inscription swiftly ignited, startling even Meng Quan. As the flames subsided, the wall remained pristine white, save for the two characters of Li Qingxuan, appearing as if they had been scorched in a place, yet more like they had been meticulously inscribed with each stroke. Ko Song gazed at the characters, his expression shifting unpredictably. What a masterful technique, he thought, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He had permitted the hanging of the characters, yet he did not anticipate that the other party would be so unsatisfied as to imprint them onto the wall in such a domineering manner. Li Qingxuan was meandering through the academy, initially surrounded by many students, but soon found himself utterly alone. Upon rounding a corner, he beheld a gathering of people ahead. Yuan Guang, accompanied by a middle-aged man, was escorting several individuals out of the main hall. Surrounding them were numerous students from the Imperial Academy, all sighing in dismay. Defeated, and such a grievous defeat. The president of Bailu Academy had been excessively domineering, directly engraving his characters onto the wall. Unless the main hall were demolished, those characters would forever remain inscribed there. I just secretly attempted to erase them, but those characters could not be removed. Of course, they cannot be erased. These characters were inscribed with the essence of a great scholar. Even if you were to demolish the entire wall, those characters would still linger in the air, suppressing the fortunes of our Imperial Academy. Isn't this a bit too much? Ko the wine steward remarked. You should accompany Zhang Bai and his disciples to the Hall of Sages for worship. I feel somewhat unwell and shall take my leave. Yuan Guang, displeased, promptly sought an excuse to depart. Ko Song then accompanied Zhao Zhangbai and Meng Quan to the Hall of Sages to pay their respects. Ultimately, whether in Li or Xia, the Confucian lineage is rooted in the disciples of the sages. After Meng Quan and Zhao Zhangbai left, the remaining disciples also dispersed. At this moment, the main hall was deserted. So, it seems the talents of Li triumphed over those of the Imperial Academy. Li Qingxuan pondered. However, their previous discussions about spontaneous combustion and the writings inscribed with essence, was there truly such magic? Li Qingxuan quietly entered the hall and instantly spotted the two characters for Li Shui on the wall. They seemed to concentrate all the surrounding brilliance, rendering all other inscriptions in the hall dim by comparison. Li Shui? Could it be akin to the philosophy I once knew, albeit this world-s version is still in its nascent stages? Li Qinxuan Musha. As he approached the characters, he extended his hand to touch them. Yet, before he could make contact, a wave of dizziness overcame him, as if the characters were vehemently repelling his touch. What have I done to provoke you? He retreated a couple of steps in dissatisfaction, preserving heavenly principles while extinguishing human desires. Li Shui, you not only reject me, but I also harbor a profound aversion towards you. As Li Qingxuan grumbled, he prepared to turn away when he suddenly noticed the plum blossom painting he had created hanging nearby. Yet, it too appeared dull beneath the radiance of the characters for Li Shui, as if the essence of the plum blossoms had been drained. Damn it! Not only do you bully me, but you also demean my art. What makes your philosophy so extraordinary? Li Qingxuan mater de indiscontent. Li Shui is indeed remarkable. It seems that from this moment forth, Bailu Academy will overshadow the Imperial Academy, rendering it incapable of lifting its head. A gentle voice interjected, causing Li Qingxuan to turn. He found Shui Gang seated at the threshold, his expression one of reflection. I, Shui Gang, a mere martial man, grasp little of philosophy or Confucianism, yet I understand what these two characters represent. Previously, whether in literary or martial pursuits, or in terms of comprehensive national strength, Li has always lagged behind our great Xia. However, with the emergence of this new doctrine, in terms of scholarly lineage, Li is poised to surpass the Xia. Suyugong site. Is it merely a worthless philosophy? To overshadow a wall of inscriptions with two characters is rather oppressive. I am inclined to write a few characters myself to see if they can withstand such pressure. Shui Gang chuckled, the ink and brush await. Feel free to write as you wish. This is the wall of the Imperial Academy, not that of my Northern Town's office. However, I must caution you that these characters are the handiwork of the president of Bailu Academy. Even Yuan Guang cannot diminish their impact. Yet, Li Qingxuan paid no heed to Shui Gang. After preparing his ink, he approached a nearby space, inhaled deeply, and lifted his brush to begin writing. You speak of preserving heavenly principles and extinguishing human desires, seeking reason in all things. Yet I assert that there is no reason outside the heart. Reason must be sought within. Li Qingxuan inscribed the words heart is reason. Boom! At that moment, Shui Gang felt the characters for Li Shui tremble slightly. After writing heart is reason, Li Qingxuan examined it carefully, then thought for a moment before continuing to write. This heart is complete, requiring no external search. The heart itself is devoid of good and evil. Good and evil arise from intention. Knowing good and evil is innate knowledge. Pursuing good and eliminating evil is the rectification of things. Finally, he bit the tip of his brush, feeling it still lacked something, and added, unity of knowledge and action. After finishing, Li Qingxuan set down his brush, feeling an immense sense of relief. Meanwhile, Shui Gang, seated at the threshold, had risen in astonishment. He gazed at Li Qingxuan, his eyes filled with surprise. To him, Li Qingxuan appeared enveloped in a violet aura. That frail figure now seemed extraordinarily towering, and the lines of characters he inscribed on the wall glimmered with light. Simultaneously, the statue of the sage in the Hall of Sages began to tremble. Kosong, Zhao Zhangbai, and others who were worshipping below widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 36. The sage reveals his spirit after completing these inscriptions and contemplating them for a moment. Li Qingxuan clapped his hands, entirely oblivious to the tumult his words would incite within the Imperial Academy against Bailu Academy. Noticing Shui Gang's dazed expression, he playfully wiggled 2 fingers in front of him. How many is this? Shui Gang's forehead was lined with black threads of annoyance. You must think me a fool? Will the Imperial Academy come looking for trouble because I wrote on the wall? Li Qingxuan hesitated to ask. Shui Gang thought to himself, whether the Imperial Academy will pursue you is uncertain, but Bailu Academy will likely detest you to the core. Well, today has indeed been enjoyable at the Imperial Academy, but I must return home to feed my dog. Shui the commander, may our paths cross again amidst the mountains and waters, Li Qingxuan said, clasping his fists. Considering that Shui Gang was also a martial artist, he felt that using martial etiquette was not excessive. After all, he could not bow to someone in high office, lest he feel disadvantaged. Suyugong, still reeling from the shock, was slow to respond. Just as Li Qingxuan swaggered away, Shui Gang shook his head, preparing to leave, when he was suddenly taken aback. Turning to see that the previously radiant characters for Li Shui had dulled to a lifeless hue and were beginning to flake away. By the lakeside in the rear courtyard, Yuan Guang felt somewhat discontented. After standing by the lake for a considerable time, he managed to calm himself and headed towards the pavilion. However, before he could ascend the steps, his body suddenly stiffened. Suddenly, he turned abruptly, gazing towards the direction of the Sage Hall. On the upper floor, Huaji had also received reports from her subordinates. Aware that she had lost this debate, she felt quite agitated. Noticing Yuan Guang returning to the loft, she realized he had managed to compose himself. However, observing Yuan Guang's peculiar behavior, she couldn't help but look up, only to see the sky filled with white clouds with nothing else in sight. Just as she was pondering, a commotion erupted below. The sage has manifested. The sage has manifested. Several plainclothes guards rushed up, breathless, exclaiming. The statue of the sage in the hall suddenly trembled, enveloped in purple aura. The sage has manifested. Huaji's face first registered surprise, which quickly transformed into astonishment. Meanwhile, Yuan Guang had already hastened towards the Sage Hall. After a moment's hesitation, Huaji commanded, "National Master, accompany me to take a look." With that, she departed the loft, accompanied by Wang Xuanji and others. Inside the Sage Hall, the table emitted a strange sound, and a gentle breeze arose, causing the images of sages hanging on the walls to rustle. Below, the worshippers, including Ko Song, Zhao Changbai, and Meng Quan, appeared flustered and at a loss. Why had the statue of the sage trembled? The ethereal atmosphere in the room seemed less like the sage's wrath and more like an auspicious omen. What exactly had transpired? Could it be that someone's thoughts resonated with the spirit of the sage? Ko Song glanced at Zhao Changbai and Meng Quan. They had just introduced the principles of Neo-Confucianism, and now the statue of the sage seemed to respond. Did this mean even the sage acknowledged their teachings? Zhao Changbai and Meng Quan's faces lit up with joy. The new philosophy had received a response from the sage, and after today, the prevalence of Neo-Confucianism was inevitable. As its disseminators, the two of them would undoubtedly be recorded in history. Yuan Guang, rushing towards the Sage Hall, wore an expression of deep complexity. If Neo-Confucianism had indeed received a response from the sage's statue, it would undoubtedly solidify its orthodox status. The master from the White Deer Academy was poised to ascend to divine status, and even the National Academy would be compelled to propagate this doctrine, effectively becoming a vassal of the White Deer Academy. The cultural legacy of the Great Xia was on the brink of stagnation. Huaji, shrouded in a thin veil, stood outside the Sage Hall, sighing, prepared to depart. It was an unavoidable truth that she had to accept. Just then a disciple rushed over, panting, "Master, Master." In the guest hall, the word Neo-Confucianism has vanished, replaced by several new lines of text. What? Yuan Guang, who had just stepped into the Sage Hall, along with Ko Song and Zhao Changbai, was momentarily taken aback. They quickly disregarded their scholarly demeanor and rushed out towards the guest hall. Inside, a multitude of students had gathered, pointing at the wall. The word Neo-Confucianism had indeed disappeared, replaced by line after line of new text. The heart is the principle. This heart is sufficient. There is no need to seek outside. Unity of knowledge and action. Yuan Guang, Ko Song, Zhao Changbai, and Meng Quan all appeared. In the dimly lit room, the lines of text shone brilliantly, as if infused with a purple aura. Unity of knowledge and action, Yuan Guang murmured. He stood there transfixed, as if a great door had swung open in his mind. The principles of Neo-Confucianism assert that understanding the principles governing all things is essential to prevent the human heart from becoming lost. Thus, one must preserve heavenly principles and extinguish personal desires. Yet these lines convey that the heart is the center of the universe, that one must seek principles within the heart, and that possessing conscience and achieving unity of knowledge and action is the true path. This stood in stark contrast to Neo-Confucianism, but appeared even more profound. The tremor of the sage's statue was not a response to the emergence of Neo-Confucianism, but rather the advent of the philosophy of the heart. When Meng Quan spoke of Neo-Confucianism, Yuan Guang had always felt something was amiss. But now he realized that possessing conscience and achieving unity of knowledge and action was the true virtue of a scholar. Yuan Guang, a great scholar from the northern lands, felt his voice tremble, yet his eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. Meanwhile, Meng Quan and Zhao Changbai turned pale. With the term Neo-Confucianism now vanished, these new words had received a response from the sage's spirit, rendering their mission to the National Academy a complete failure. The sudden emergence of the philosophy of the heart overshadowed Neo-Confucianism. Who wrote this? After a lengthy pause, Ko Song, regaining his composure, looked around. Whoever penned such words must be a great scholar of our time. A student remarked that he had seen a young man in a blue robe exit through the main door earlier, but from a distance he could not discern his appearance. Shortly thereafter, Xue Zhihui emerged from within. Hua Ji, accompanied by Yang Xuanji and Xue Gang, also arrived at the hall's entrance. However, due to her special status, she did not enter the grand hall, but observed from a distance. Soon, she saw Yuan Guang and others emerge. Knowing that Yuan Guang would certainly report to her, she quietly departed, returning to the loft. Indeed, it was not long before Yuan Guang and Ko Song came to pay their respects, recounting the events that had transpired in the front hall in detail. Hua Ji turned her gaze towards Xue Gang. Commander Xue, who was the author of the words on the wall? Ko Song, Yuan Guang, and Yang Xuanji all directed their attention to Xue Gang. Xue Gang hastily bowed, Your Majesty. When I arrived, the words were already on the wall. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the group as they sighed in unison. Seeing that Hua Ji did not suspect him, Xue Gang breathed a sigh of relief. He had intended to report to Hua Ji, but had changed his mind at the last moment. Xue Gang understood better than anyone the significance of Li Qingxuan in Hua Ji's heart. Yang Xuanji opposed the relationship between Li Qingxuan and Hua Ji because he regarded Li Qingxuan as an ordinary person. However, if Li Qingxuan were a prominent scholar of the time, or even the founder of a new school of thought, no one would oppose him. Yet if he were to reveal Li Qingxuan's identity now, it would likely lead to Li Qingxuan being summoned to the palace to become the husband of the Empress. This would not benefit him at all. Conversely, now that only he knew that Li Qingxuan had written those words, it was an advantage. The early bird catches the worm, he thought, as he aimed to cultivate a good relationship with Li Qingxuan. Regardless, although they had lost the debate at the Shirling, the emergence of the philosophy of the heart had completely overshadowed Neo-Confucianism, marking a victory for the great Xia. Hua Ji's spirits lifted considerably. She instructed Xue Gang, immediately send the heavenly clothing guards to find the person who inscribed the words on the wall. Furthermore, I wish to meet the envoy from the great Li tomorrow. Arrange for that as well. I shall obey, Xue Gang replied with a fist salute. Chapter 37. The Confucianists and my expectations differed after seeing Hua Ji off. Yuan Guang and Ko Song returned to the loft. They exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and confusion in their eyes. Yuan Guang spoke. Unity of knowledge and action. Whoever can establish a school of thought must be a great scholar of our time, not someone obscure. Yet, according to that disciple, the departing figure in white was a young man. I suspect Xue Gang has not been truthful. Why would Xue Gang lie? Ko Song asked, puzzled. I am uncertain. Don't you find the characters on the wall somewhat familiar? They resemble the writing of Li Qingxuan. Moreover, He happened to be visiting the National Academy today. Upon hearing Yuan Guang's words, Kosong's eyes widened in disbelief. After a lengthy pause, he took a deep breath and shook his head. But how old is Li Qingxuan? How could he possibly establish a school of thought? Ambition is not limited by age, and today, upon seeing unity of knowledge and action, I felt deeply moved. I believe this truly embodies the virtue of scholars. Kosong stared at Yuan Guang in astonishment. Brother Yuan, have you reached the third realm? Yuan Guang smiled slightly. With the philosophy of the heart manifesting, many of my past doubts have been resolved. Today, I have finally broken through to the third realm. Kosong's eyes brimmed with envy and astonishment. After receiving Yuan Guang's affirmation, he noticed a transformation in Yuan Guang's demeanor. Confucianism also has its ranks, albeit distinct from the martial hierarchy. Confucian scholars are categorized into scholars, gentlemen, great scholars, and sages, despite being referred to as the esteemed scholar of the northern lands. Yuan Guang was merely a gentleman of modest stature. The realm of Confucianism speaks of a lofty state of spirit and essence, distinctly different from the martial realm. However, this does not imply that Confucians are to be trifled with. It is said that a great Confucian from a previous dynasty, amidst the turmoil of his nation, was assailed by an assassin. With a mere rebuke, he caused the assailant to perish. Congratulations, Brother Yuan, spoke Kosong sincerely. Li Qingxuan departed from the Imperial Academy and returned to Luocheng, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He had a lingering impression that the characters he inscribed earlier seemed to emit a radiant glow. This realization was the very reason for his hasty exit. Writing the tenets of heart learning upon the wall had been an impulsive act, yet he sensed that the Confucianism of this world diverged from his expectations. Upon reaching the city, Li Qingxuan returned the horse to the Yuan residence. He purchased a roasted duck from a roadside vendor, intending to treat Chen Qingji and the brothers of Yuntang upon his return. Passing by a jewelry store, he paused. Having recently accumulated a fair amount of silver, he remembered that his wife, who once endured hardship alongside him, now served as a mere maid in the palace and likely could not afford jewelry. With this thought, he stepped into the shop and browsed until he selected a delicate ornament. The shopkeeper offered complimentary engraving, prompting Li Qingxuan to have the words "to my wife" Huaji inscribed upon it. He carefully placed the ornament into a box, envisioning his wife's joyful expression upon receiving it, which lifted his spirits. Upon arriving at Qingji Lane, he found a foolish dog, Gong Gong, sprawled on the steps, its legs against the wall, tongue lolling out. Due to Li Qingxuan's generous feeding, the dog had grown rotund. He tore off a piece of duck meat from the oil paper wrapping and held it before Gong Gong, who sniffed eagerly before suddenly opening its eyes wide, gleaming with anticipation. Li Qingxuan teasingly waved the meat before its nose and then popped it into his own mouth, humming as he entered the abode. Inside, Chen Qingji was engaged in a martial arts discussion with Yun Ling Chen Qingji, endowed with an innate sword body, practiced diligently, causing Li Qingxuan to feel somewhat humbled. Everyone paused and gathered around, he called, clapping his hands. He placed the prepared liquor and roasted duck upon the table. Tonight, we shall not cease until we are intoxicated. He also decided to roast the lamb he had purchased yesterday. With a grand gesture, Li Qingxuan set everyone to work, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of future feasts. Yunling tended to the fire while Chen Qingji skewered the meat. During this time, Li Qingxuan had successfully popularized the art of grilling skewers and lamb in their small circle. While everyone else busied themselves, he took the wrapped ornament outside, where he found Gong Gong gazing longingly at him. "You greedy dog," he chided, tossing the duck's rear to Gong Gong. To his surprise, Gong Gong sniffed disdainfully and pushed it aside, looking back at Li Qingxuan with eager eyes. "Are you really so picky?" Li Qingxuan kicked Gong Gong aside and approached the specially prepared perch for the red falcon, a resting place for the bird that served as a crucial messenger. Though the red falcon had grown accustomed to Li Qingxuan, it maintained an aloof demeanor upon seeing him. Unbothered, Li Qingxuan retrieved the wrapped ornament and secured it around the falcon's leg. "Off you go," he instructed, tossing the falcon into the air. As usual, it took flight, but the weight of the ornament caused it to wobble precariously before tumbling down. "Oh no," Li Qingxuan thought, fearing for the ornament's safety. Just as he contemplated chasing after it, the falcon regained its balance and soared toward the palace. In the palace, Huaji stood atop the stargazing tower, having returned eagerly. This was their designated time for exchanging messages. However, Upon her breathless ascent, she did not see the red falcon's silhouette. Relieved not to be late, she felt a flutter of anticipation. What words might her husband convey today? Would he inquire about her well-being, her meals, or if she had faced reprimand from her superiors? Huaji wished to share with Li Qingxuan that she dined splendidly, indulging in an array of delicacies, leading to a slight overabundance. Glancing down at her ample bosom, she recalled the 3 years Li Qingxuan had awaited her in that humble abode, enduring hardship, which filled her with a tinge of sorrow. At that moment, a peculiar sight caught her eye as an oddly tilting figure appeared in the sky. As it drew nearer, she recognized it as the red falcon, albeit encumbered by a sizable package. Upon landing at the tower, the falcon gasped for breath, eager to convey the burdens it had borne. Yet, Huaji was too captivated by the package nestled beneath its talons to heed the falcon. Carefully unwrapping it, she revealed a beautifully crafted ornament inscribed with "To my wife." Huaji, instantly, her heart melted. She joyfully donned the ornament around her neck and twirled lightly on the tower, her purple skirt fluttering gracefully, her smile radiant enough to thaw even the iciest of hearts. If I stand before my husband adorned with this ornament, he shall surely recognize my identity, she mused, only to feel a pang of melancholy. A woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. How long must I wait to reveal this to him? Resting her hand on the railing, she gazed toward the western city, softly whispering, "That day is not far off. No one can hinder us." As Chen Qingji took advantage of his role as the skewer master, he indulged in one after another without restraint. Unable to contain himself, Li Qingxuan inquired, "Qingji, did you not claim to be unlike the coarse martial men, that you are a scholar? Surely, a scholar should not indulge in such gluttony." In response, Chen Qingji stood with righteous conviction. How can the actions of a scholar be deemed gluttonous? I am merely sampling, assessing the seasoning. But you have devoured an entire platter. Have you not discerned the flavor yet? Unfazed by the absurdity, Chen Qingji defended his position. How could I know the taste of what remains untasted? Li Qingxuan found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as there seemed to be a shred of logic in his reasoning. Perhaps I shall indulge in the roasted duck. He sighed, resolving to be more judicious in selecting companions for the next feast, recognizing the unreliability of scholars. Just as he stood, he spotted the red falcon returning unsteadily, this time with an even larger load. A bamboo tube containing letters was affixed to its leg. "This is from the palace. You must carry it," he instructed. Upon opening it, he found jade pendants, waist clasps, and a ring. "Surely, this is your savings accumulated over the years in the palace. Treat yourself well. There is no need to purchase such things for me." Li Qingxuan secured the letters back into the bamboo tube and sent the falcon off once more. Soon it returned, this time bearing an even larger assortment, a belt, a pen holder, and a beautifully crafted dagger. Li Qingxuan's jaw dropped in astonishment. This collection is nearly as large as the falcon itself. How could it possibly manage? Indeed, potential is like water in a sponge. A little pressure always yields more. It is no wonder someone proclaimed that relentless toil is a blessing. Humanity has always excelled at extracting labor. Yet with such a load, what if the falcon were to tire? With this thought in mind, Li Qingxuan took out a beautifully crafted painting from his room and secured it to the leg of the red falcon. This was his finest work for his wife. The falcon, taken aback, seemed to express its discontent. "You two are flaunting your affection, but what about my feelings? Can you not consider the plight of a mere bird?" Yet, as a devoted messenger, the falcon flapped its wings a few times. Unfortunately, the painting was far too heavy, and it could not take flight. Li Qingxuan had no choice but to remove the painting, muttering, "You are quite useless too." Meng Quan finally beheld the emperor he had longed for. The painting was displayed in the Golden Hall, where he was to meet the envoy of the great Li Kingdom. As the youngest member of the delegation, Meng Quan stood at the back, only able to gaze from a distance after paying his respects to the Empress. Though the distance blurred his view, his heart surged with emotion. This was the Empress, the one he had yearned for, the supreme ruler, a goddess-like figure. Such an extraordinary Empress. All could only look up to her from the dust, for none were worthy of her grace. Only a person like himself, possessing vast knowledge and being chosen by the dean as a new propagator of learning, might be deemed somewhat worthy. At that moment, he recalled a figure who once inscribed the concept of unity of knowledge and action before the Imperial Academy. That individual's talent seemed to eclipse his own by 1,000-fold. Perhaps he could be worthy of the Empress. However, he was likely an old man, not among his competitors. Suddenly, Li Qingxuan felt an intense aura approach. He snapped back to reality, realizing the Empress wore a somewhat displeased expression. A mere glance from her made his heart constrict, nearly robbing him of breath. Was this the might of the Empress? Had he been discourteous by staring? Would he leave an unfavorable impression upon her? Li Qingxuan suddenly recognized the vast chasm between himself and the Empress, the unparalleled sovereign. Even as a renowned genius of the Great Li, he could easily lose his life at a whim of hers. It seemed the path to becoming her favored consort was still a long and arduous one. Nevertheless, Li Qingxuan vowed not to give up. Chapter 39. The hidden Qilin in the field's time rewinds to the previous afternoon. Li Qingxuan was not particularly fond of wearing accessories. Yet he could not disregard the heartfelt effort his wife had put into bringing them from the palace. Beside him, the Red Falcon remarked, "It was actually I who exerted great effort to bring them out." The jade pendant, belt, and dark green ring adorned him, suddenly imbuing him with an overwhelming aura of opulence. After sampling 2 plates of lamb skewers, Chun Xingji decided to forego further tasting and approached, determined to drink with Li Qingxuan until neither could stand. Li Qingxuan admitted that his tolerance was not remarkable, recalling that in his past life, he could manage only 2 jin. Perhaps due to the slight mutation of his constitution in this world, he found that he could consume more than Chun Xingji, who was already feeling the effects after a few jars of wine, unable to drink any further due to discomfort. Chun Xingji had long been curious about his master and resolved to intoxicate Li Qingxuan that day. "I will only have a chance if you are drunk," he thought as he raised his cup and downed 3 bowls in quick succession. However, the rice wine in this world had a relatively low alcohol content. Utterly intimidating Li Qingxuan. After finishing a jar together, Chun Xingji successfully drank himself into a stupor, lamenting on the ground about his hardships and tragedies. By the end, Li Qingxuan could not help but toss a couple of coins his way, noting that even the beggars by the roadside had it better than him. Li Qingxuan patted his shoulder in consolation, saying, "Do not worry, you have suffered long enough. Trust me, you're getting accustomed to it." Chun Xingji, with bleary eyes, asked, "Are you really trying to comfort me?" Besides Chun Xingji, the masters of Yuntang were also no match for Li Qingxuan's drinking prowess. Only Yunling, being clever, discreetly used internal energy to expel the alcohol, resulting in a wet patch beneath him. "Did you just wet your pants, Hall Master?" Yun 12 slurred. Yunling wished he could smack him into silence. Thus, the next day by noon, a group of them staggered to their feet. "I did not say anything foolish yesterday, did I?" Chun Xingji asked cautiously, then added, "By the way, what was the name of the girl you have a crush on? Was it Ro?" Li Qingxuan rubbed his temples. Chun Xingji's face turned as red as a monkey's backside. A carriage passed by the entrance of Qingji Lane, accompanied by numerous guards heading towards the relay station. They had just left the palace after meeting the Emperor of the Great Li Kingdom. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Gogo barked a few times. The painting studio's door was open for business during the day. From a distance, one could see the red-clad officials of the Great Li, their totem being the vermilion bird, while the soldiers donned crimson armor. The totem of the Great Xia was the legendary Azure Dragon. Li Qingxuan had little interest in the Great Li envoys. His attention was piqued only after Zi Huang confided in him, as she could be considered his benefactor. Surely, the 3 ninth-rank masters were in the largest carriage ahead. To assist Zi Huang with her troubles, he would need to deal with those 3 ninth-rank individuals, and relying solely on Yunling would not suffice. If he mobilized all the disciples of Yuntang, 13 8th rank and over 37th rank, he might stand a chance against the 3 ninth-rank masters. Li Qingxuan Pundarat. Elder Qian, with your proficiency in aura observation, could you discern the formidable masters within the palace today? Zhao Changbai inquired, glancing at Elder Qian. After a moment's reflection, Elder Qian replied, "Shui Gang, the commander of the Heavenly Garb Guards, is undoubtedly a 9th-rank master. There should be over 38th-rank masters within the palace, likely the commanders guarding it." The Great Xia's foundation was indeed profound, possessing over 38th-rank masters, yet they posed no threat to them, as they would not be recklessly storming the palace. Their mission was to suppress the Great Xia's arrogance. The Emperor surely could not dispatch dozens of 8th-rank masters to besiege them following the martial arts competition. Zhao Changbai scoffed at this notion. "By the way, where is Yang Xuanji?" Elder Qian shook his head. Yang Xuanji is unfathomable, a disciple of the human sect, wielding a concealed aura artifact. I cannot gauge his depth. However, Yuan Guang exudes a profound energy. If I am not mistaken, he has likely broken through to the great scholar realm. Yet, the Confucian realm differs from the martial arts hierarchy and should not interfere with the competition. Zhao Changbai nodded, though his expression bore a hint of longing. The great scholar was a realm he aspired to attain. Have you discovered any formidable masters along the way in the capital? Elder Qian's gaze shifted as he lifted the carriage curtain to look outside. My aura observation technique can only perceive energies within 100 paces. However, it appears that no exceptional masters have been detected in the capital thus far. That is fortunate. Although the Great Xia has a deep foundation, those high-ranking martial artists should be stationed at the borders. The previous emperor's militaristic tendencies have indeed produced superlative warriors like the North Guardian, but they have also created countless formidable enemies. Perhaps this presents an opportunity, a strong exterior, yet a weak interior. If a conflict arises between the Great Li and the Great Xia, we might exploit the internal strife. Zhao Changbai contemplated. At that moment, Elder Qian's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked toward Qingji Lane. When the carriage had moved 100 paces away, he finally lowered the curtain. I retract my previous statement. The capital of the Great Xia is not devoid of masters, but rather, they're concealed in the shadows. What do you mean? Zhao Changbai and the two elderly men in the carriage, who had been resting with their eyes closed, opened their eyes simultaneously. Master Zhao, as I passed by an art studio just now, I employed my skill of divination. Can you guess what I saw? In the courtyard, there were 13 8th grade practitioners and 1 9th grade practitioner, while outside the courtyard, there were 5 more 8th grade practitioners and several 7th grade ones. Such a formidable assembly could easily compel the 3 of us, 9th grade practitioners, to depart the capital in disgrace. The Imperial Palace itself harbors only around 30 8th grade practitioners. Yet here exists a small palace of sorts with 13 8th grade and 1 9th grade practitioner. Zhao Changbai wore a look of incredulity, while Elder Qin nodded gravely. Could it be that the Emperor of the Great Xia has become aware of the envoy from the Great Li, which include a master of divination like myself? Has he deliberately dispatched his experts from the palace to hide outside, lest I discern their true capabilities? If not for the sudden change in our route that brought us here, I would not have made this discovery. With Shui Gang and a mysterious 9th grade practitioner, alongside the inscrutable national master Yang Xuanji, what was once an easy task has now become fraught with uncertainties. The atmosphere in the carriage grew heavy. Not long after the envoy left, a group appeared at the entrance of Qingji Square. Hua Ji, adorned in a striking red outfit, entered with an air of feigned modesty. The items she had delivered to Li Qingxuan the previous day were meticulously chosen by her, and she yearned to witness how they appeared when worn by him. It turned out to be General Zihuang. Li Qingxuan offered a polite, yet timely smile. Upon seeing Li Qingxuan adorned with her gifts, Hua Ji's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, Li Qingxuan felt a sense of dread. He recalled the disarray left in the house from the previous day's revelry. If this General Zihuang were to see it, trouble could easily arise, especially given the existing tensions between the Langya Pavilion and the court. He needed to devise a way to keep Zihuang occupied. As Li Qingxuan was strategizing, Zihuang had already bounded into the backyard. The backyard floor gleamed as if newly polished. The previous day's chaos had been thoroughly cleaned. The staff of Yuntang are truly adept at maintaining cleanliness. Li Qingxuan mused. Hua Ji stood in the courtyard, sniffing the air, and turned to Li Qingxuan. Have you been drinking? Is your nose that keen? Li Qingxuan could only nod. Hua Ji's gaze softened instantly. Surely, he must have been missing her, resorting to drink to drown his sorrows. Chapter 40. Even less likely, General Zihuang engaged Li Qingxuan in a lengthy conversation. However, the intensity of her gaze was somewhat overwhelming. Although he acknowledged her beauty, he remained devoted to his wife. After finally sending Zihuang away, Li Qingxuan practiced the Langyan sword technique in the courtyard. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, exuding an impressive aura. This spectacle captured the attention of Chen Qingji, who had been slightly dazed from drink, causing his eyes to light up with admiration. Such exquisite swordsmanship, particularly the profound intent interwoven within it, indicated a mastery that transcended the mundane. Chen Qingji had once regarded his innate sword body and aptitude in swordsmanship as among the finest in the realm. Yet, Witnessing Li Qingxuan's prowess made him realize the true extent of this young man's talent, stirring feelings of inadequacy within him. Thus, he understood why a ninth-grade master like Yin Ling would willingly serve under him. That afternoon, as Li Qingxuan prepared to take a stroll, he spotted Yuan Guang standing at the entrance with his hands tucked into his sleeves, sporting a jovial smile. "Ah, Elder Yuan, you have arrived. Please come in," Li Qingxuan greeted. Yuan Lao scrutinized Li Qingxuan, who was equally appraising him. Since the incident at the Guozijian, Li Qingxuan had come to realize that the scholars of the Great Xia differed vastly from his expectations. This esteemed scholar belonged to the elite echelon of learned individuals. Yet, what could be the reason behind Yuan Lao's beaming demeanor? Had he stumbled upon a fortune? Once inside, Yuan Lao seated himself and accepted the tea Li Qingxuan offered, taking a sip before setting it down. "Young friend Qingxuan, I heard you visited the Guozijian the other day. I later sent Ning Yuan to find you, but you had already vanished." "Oh, I was hungry and left early for a meal," Li Qingxuan replied casually, thinking, could this old man be here to confront me? "Oh, did you not enter the front hall? The plum blossom painting you gifted me is displayed there. Is that so? I did not step inside, hence I did not see it. Is that true?" Yuan Lao regarded Li Qingxuan with a twinkle in his eye, seemingly attempting to glean something from his expression. Li Qingxuan sat beside him, lifting his teacup. Yuan Lao's gaze fixated on Li Qingxuan's hand, specifically the ink jade ring adorning his finger. "What a splendid ring," Yuan Lao remarked. "Just a trinket of little value." Li Qingxuan chuckled, blowing gently at the tea leaves in his cup. Indeed, his wife was merely an ordinary maid in the palace, and the gift she bestowed upon him could hardly be of great worth. Yuan Lao scrutinized the ink jade ring on Li Qingxuan's thumb. As a leading scholar of the era, Yuan Lao hailed from a prominent family and was well versed in matters of value. It was easy for him to discern that this ring was of considerable worth, perhaps not something one could simply purchase. The last time he encountered such a fine piece was within the palace itself. This ring alone could very well equate to an entire year's salary. It was then that Yuan Lao also noticed the jade pendant hanging at Li Qingxuan's waist, along with the belt he wore. "What is going on with this old man today?" Li Qingxuan pondered, casually commenting, "They are all just trivial items. Your entire outfit could rival my 3 years' worth of salary, and you call them worthless?" Yuan Lao nearly scalded his mouth with the tea. Previously, when Li Qingxuan claimed to be impoverished, Yuan Lao had genuinely believed him, even leaving extra silver when purchasing paintings. Now, he realized that their definitions of poverty were entirely different, like aiming for a modest goal of 100 million. By the way, among the envoy from Great Li, there are 3 ninth-grade masters. Today, they have set up a challenge platform, claiming they wish to meet friends through martial arts in Luoqing. This is an attempt to suppress the pride of Great Xia. You might as well go watch, he continued. Although Great Li has lost ground in the literary realm, claiming some advantage in martial arts would merely result in a draw at best. Is that so? How did Great Li lose to Great Xia in literary matters? Is it merely due to those words on the wall? Li Qingxuan exclaimed in surprise. Yuan Guang smiled knowingly. Since he did not enter the front hall, how would he know what was written on the wall? Li Qingxuan inwardly thought, "Am I about to be exposed?" Clearing his throat, he remarked, "The news has already spread throughout Lidu. Even street vendors are discussing it. Do not inquire further. Suffice it to say, I did not write it." "Ah, I see. I had thought it was written by young Master Li." Yuan Lao seemed to reflect. "Had I been able to craft new scholarship to rival Great Li's literary circles, I would not be here selling paintings, but would have long since entered the court as an official." Li Qingxuan replied, "I have pondered that too, but my limited research on Confucian classics might easily lead to exposure. It is better to maintain an air of mystery in people's minds." "Is that truly not you?" Yuan Guang frowned, and after a brief discussion, he rose to take his leave. As he departed, lost in thought, he inadvertently tugged at his beard, wincing in pain. After Yuan Guang left, Li Qingxuan exhaled deeply. Had he aided Great Xia in defeating Great Li, would that not alleviate General Zihuang's troubles? He decided to refrain from participating in the ensuing martial contest, but thought it would be worthwhile to observe as a spectator. Alas, if only the envoy from Great Li had included women, the spectacle would have been even more captivating. Li Qingxuan felt a twinge of regret. Not long after Yuan Lao's departure, Li Qingxuan brought Xun Qingji to the challenge platform, located in an open area west of Luoqing, not far from his art studio. A crowd had gathered, eager to witness the unfolding events. Although the formal challenges had yet to commence, the platform was set up, and the air was thick with anticipation. For the ordinary populace, the implications of this situation remain largely unrecognized. Li Qingxuan observed several officials from the Great Li at the edge of the arena, one of whom, an elderly man, gazed intently in the direction of Li Qingxuan and his companion. This elder was a formidable expert, as Chen Qingji discreetly informed Li Qingxuan. Surprised, Li Qingxuan looked at Chen Qingji. Logically, his own sixth-tier realm surpassed that of Chen Qingji, yet he had failed to notice the elder's presence. Seemingly perceiving Li Qingxuan's confusion, Chen Qingji puffed out his chest, asserting that it was the intuition of a master. Li Qingxuan scrutinized Chen Qingji, dismissing the notion of intuition, preferring to trust in a woman's sixth sense. Unsurprisingly, Chen Qingji soon succumbed to Li Qingxuan's gaze. All right, I admit that when they entered the capital, I saw him seated in a carriage. Later, I learned he is an elder of the Divine Fire sect of the Great Li. The Divine Fire sect is the state religion of the Great Li, holding significant status. Li Qingxuan chuckled softly as the elder quickly averted his gaze. The elder beside him inquired, "Elder Qian, what are you watching?" Among those two young men, one exudes a sharpness of swordsmanship, possessing a rather unique constitution, while the other radiates several distinct auras. I sense dragon energy, the righteous spirit of Confucianism, and a robust martial destiny, indicating that he harbors immense potential in both literary and martial pursuits. Yet, the origin of that dragon energy is perplexing. Such pure dragon energy can only belong to true royalty, either an emperor or a direct descendant. The Empress has yet to marry, so she cannot possibly have a son and lack siblings. Otherwise, a woman would not ascend to the throne. What could this mean? It is truly strange. The elder beside him questioned, "Is there not another possibility?" Elder Qian pondered for a moment. Another possibility is that the person has shared a bed with the emperor, which is even more implausible. Chapter 41. The arena. Li Qingxuan and Chen Qingji observed the spectacle for a while before finding it tedious and decided to return to the painting studio. Upon their return, Chen Qingji insisted on having a drinking contest with Li Qingxuan that day. His previous intoxication was merely a result of not performing to his full potential. Yunling joined in the banter, exclaiming, "Last time, you both fell into a stupor, and only I could match the pavilion master in skill." Li Qingxuan looked at Yunling in astonishment, thinking, "Your words are easily misinterpreted." Thus, he bluntly pointed out, "Last time you drank, you dare claim you weren't drunk? Your pants were soaked." Yunling's face flushed with embarrassment. "Did that really happen?" Yun 12 chimed in, "Indeed, I saw it too." The pavilion master left a puddle by his feet. At his age, he still wet his pants. Faced with the curious gazes of those around, Yunling was at a loss for words and felt too embarrassed to admit that he had utilized his internal energy to expel the alcohol. Nevertheless, wetting his pants was indeed humiliating. Regardless, Li Qingxuan instructed Chen Qingji to procure wine and food from outside. Necessary social gatherings could strengthen bonds among men. Yunling approached Li Qingxuan and whispered, "Master, I have noticed someone watching us from the surroundings. They are exceptionally well hidden, and I failed to detect them before." "Watching us?" Li Qingxuan furrowed his brow. "Logically speaking, I have no enemies. Are these individuals powerful?" He inquired further. "Very powerful. I suspect it would take considerable effort to eliminate them silently." Li Qingxuan wanted to retort, "Are you certain you're not being overly dramatic?" In the ensuing days, the most sensational event in Luo City was the challenge issued by the Great Li Envoy Group. From commoners to the highest officials, everyone was abuzz with discussion. The Great Xia, having been established for over a century, was in a period of prosperity and maintained a notably aggressive stance towards outsiders, particularly under the reign of the previous emperor, who had left neighboring countries battered and bruised, forcing them to unite against the Great Xia. The national strength of the Great Li had always been inferior to that of the Great Xia, previously regarded as a mere follower. However, it was unexpected that the Great Li Envoy, upon entering the capital, established an arena and proclaimed a challenge to the martial experts of the Great Xia. This audacity immediately incited the ire of many formidable figures within the Great Xia, leading to numerous challenges being issued on that very day. Who would have anticipated that the Great Li would display such shamelessness, presenting a ninth-tier expert on the platform? Those who ascended to challenge him faced dismal defeats. Concurrently, Platforms were erected in the eastern and southern parts of the city, each presided over by 3 ninth-tier warriors. Within a few days, they had achieved consecutive victories. Even a commander of the Imperial Guard, who attempted to challenge them, was left bloodied. This stirred a tempest of outrage within the city, with many voices expressing their indignation. Is it true that the Great Xia has no experts, allowing the Great Li to bully us at our doorstep? The simultaneous appearance of 3 ninth-tier experts on the platform was something even the Great Xia court had not foreseen. Thus, the Great Xia could only deploy 3 ninth-tier warriors to break the stalemate. Otherwise, 1 ninth-tier warrior challenging another on the platform would imply that the Great Xia had no capable fighters. Amidst the crowd in the western part of the city, Li Qingxuan and Chen Qingji observed the proceedings. For Li Qingxuan, this was his first exposure to a contest between experts since arriving in this world. The Great Li was clearly overstepping its bounds by setting up an arena in the capital, blatantly suggesting that the Great Xia lacked martial prowess. What can be done? It has been several days, and the experts sent from the Great Xia have all been defeated, nearly every one of them left coughing up blood. It is profoundly embarrassing. I hear the 9th-tier expert on that platform is truly formidable. It has been said that on the battlefield, they can face 1,000 foes single-handedly. Has our esteemed Great Xia truly no 9th-tier warriors? A voice lamented, the Empress has been challenged, yet there has been no response. A mere woman as emperor. What kind of spirit can one expect? Someone scoffed. Nearby, a man bristled at this remark, retorting that is because our Great Xia's king of the north is absent. Were he present, he would dispatch that individual on the platform with a single slap. Upon hearing this, the earlier speaker scoffed. The king of the north is indeed formidable. But does the absence of the king render our Great Xia incapable? If that were the case, why not simply appoint the king of the north as emperor? Be cautious with your words. Should the heavenly clothing guards hear you, you might find yourself summoned by the Northern Pacification Office for AT. I speak nothing but the truth. The man huffed, though he chose to refrain from further comments on matter. Meanwhile, Li Qingxuan turned his gaze towards Yun Ling, who had quietly followed him. How confident are you in defeating him? Though he is of comparable rank to me, my lightness skill renders him no match for me, Yun Ling proclaimed proudly. Clad in white, Li Qingxuan nodded in acknowledgement. Setting aside other matters, it was undeniable that the members of Langya Pavilion excelled in arrogance. Yet, he sighed inwardly. Regrettably, the opponent was a 9th-tier warrior. Were he only a 7th tier, with his lethal sword technique, he might have had the opportunity to challenge him on the platform. The audacity of the Great Li was evident as they initiated the confrontation with such grand displays, placing 9th-tier warriors on the stage, suffocating the martial artists of the Great Xia. At that moment, a robust man wielding a 9-ring broadsword appeared on the platform, launching an assault on Elder Qian without uttering a word. This man was a power-based fighter, and as he swung his massive sword, the 9 iron rings clanged together, disrupting the concentration of his opponent. However, Elder Qian, with his hand behind his back, made no attempt to counterattack. The mighty man's strikes continuously missed their target, failing even to graze the hem of Elder Qian's garment. Occasionally, Elder Qian would extend a hand to deflect the man's onslaught with a seemingly effortless gesture. He wielded the power to transform the mundane into the extraordinary. This exemplified the prowess of a 9th-tier warrior. Even a mere mastery of timing surpassed that of lower-tier fighters. After several exchanges, as the robust man gasped for breath, Elder Qian unleashed a palm strike that landed squarely on the man's chest, sending him hurtling off the platform, blood spraying forth in abundance. Initially appearing calm and unassuming, Elder Qian's final strike revealed the devastating potency he possessed, leaving the defeated challenger reeling. A burly man fell to the ground, causing a stir below. Initially, many believed that such a large figure would surely triumph, yet the defeat was utterly devastating, leaving those who had anticipated the match feeling disheartened. Elder Qian struck with ruthless precision, shattering the man's meridians with a single blow. It is likely that this hulking figure will bear hidden injuries from this battle, his prowess forever diminished, Yun Ling remarked. It seems the opponent's goal extends beyond merely suppressing the spirit of the Great Xia. They aim to exploit the opportunity to weaken its strength. If granted 3 years to grow, I would cleave him in two with a single sword stroke, Chen Qingji declared fiercely. The malice of the adversary ignited his righteous indignation. And indeed, Chen Qingji possessed the qualifications to make such claims. His martial prowess advanced with astonishing speed, nearing a breakthrough to the 5th tier. In just 1 year, I could shatter him. Li Qingxuan contemplated, confident that he would soon reach the 7th tier. Previously, Zi Huang mentioned that Great Xia possessed only one 9th tier warrior, Shui Gang, implying that the other 2 arenas would remain unchallenged. Li Qingxuan sighed. Although he felt little allegiance to Great Xia, the people of Dali appeared even more intolerable. Below stands Long Qingfeng, seeking guidance from Elder Qian. A figure clad in white gracefully executed a remarkable lightness technique, ascending the arena. This young man, appearing to be in his 20s, wielded a slender long knife, exuding charm and elegance. Though he had not broken through to the 9th tier, he was already at the pinnacle of the 8th. Li Qingxuan recognized him. He had been by Zi Huang's side upon their arrival at the small cabin. However, Li Qingxuan was unaware of his true identity as the commander of the Imperial Guard. Long Qingfeng's handsome demeanor elicited only mild reactions from the crowd. After all, the previous burly man, exuding immense combat potential, had been defeated so easily. This pretty boy seemed to prioritize style over strength. Naturally, such thoughts were prevalent among many men. Yet, several women had already begun to cheer. "You shall not be my match," Elder Qian smiled faintly. While others might underestimate Long Qingfeng's strength, being adept at reading omens, discerned that although Long Qingfeng stood at the peak of the 8th tier, he was still distant from the 9th. The disparity in realms was insurmountable. Whether one could win would only be revealed in combat. Long Qingfeng, with an air of cool confidence, drew his long knife. Observers shook their heads. The composure of the Dali expert contrasted sharply with Long Qingfeng's apparent lack of odds. In that moment, Long Qingfeng wasted no words and made his move. With a single step, he vanished from sight, reappearing before Elder Qian, his knife descending with an unstoppable force. Thunderous sounds erupted in the ears of all present. The dazzling blade aura extended over 10 feet, the gust it generated stinging the cheeks of those closest to the arena. A master, many spectators thought. Regardless of their understanding of martial arts, they recognized that this maneuver was extraordinary. With a crack, even Elder Qian's expression turned grave as he unsheathed his treasured sword to meet the blow. After a clash of sparks, Long Qingfeng staggered back 3 steps, blood dripping from his fingertips. Elder Qian retreated a step, his complexion slightly flushed. "You are formidable. Should you advance further, you would earn the right to contend with me," he stated with an air of arrogance. Long Qingfeng, however, sheathed his knife without a backward glance, descending from the arena. A loss is a loss. It was humiliating, and there was no reason to linger. After Long Qingfeng's departure, Elder Qian discreetly swallowed the blood that had risen in his throat. Despite the difference in their ranks, he had still been shaken by the encounter. This man had seen battle, and his murderous intent was palpable. He was a pure martial artist, Elder Qian assessed. The difference in combat power between a pure martial artist and one who practices techniques was significant. Having been injured by an 8th tier peak warrior, Elder Qian felt a tinge of caution. At this moment, the surrounding crowd erupted into a clamor. Initially, those who had anticipated Long Qingfeng's decisive strike now shook their heads in disappointment. Was it truly the case that the experts of Great Xia were inferior to the Li? After all, everyone had witnessed the might of Long Qingfeng's blow. Was there truly no one in Great Xia who could rival them? Invincibility breeds solitude. Elder Qian's voice echoed across the arena, inciting further indignation among the audience, yet they felt powerless to act. Li Qingxuan shook his head and returned to Qingji Square with Chen Qingji. The people of the Li were indeed a bit too arrogant. Can an 8th tier not best a 9th tier? Li Qingxuan turned to Yunling. The chasm between realms is hard to bridge. The depth of true qi in a 9th tier warrior far surpasses that of an 8th tier. Those capable of transcending their tier in battle are often rare prodigies born once in a millennium. As Yunling straightened her posture, she declared once, "I fortuitously injured a 9th tier warrior while at the 8th tier, but it was merely luck." Observing Yunling's boastful demeanor, Li Qingxuan pondered whether to flatter her to satisfy her vanity. Just then, Chen Qingji interjected, "If I were at the 8th tier, I could slay a 9th tier with ease." In an instant, Yunling's confidence waned. In terms of strength, she indeed surpassed Chen Qingji now, but when it came to the level of genius, he seemed to eclipse her significantly. In the Imperial study, where glass was a luxury not yet known, even in broad daylight, candles were lit to illuminate the room. Huaji sat at the desk, accompanied by the national master Yang Xuanji, Shui Gang, and the esteemed scholar Yuan Guan. These individuals were part of the new power that Huaji had cultivated since her ascension. A new ruler brings new subjects, and the old ministers of the previous dynasty were gradually being sidelined. It was not that Huaji was unkind. Rather, those individuals did not genuinely support her reign as empress. Had it not been for her decisive measures in eliminating the former chancellor, she would have struggled to keep these individuals in check. Long Qingfeng has lost, Shui Gang murmured after receiving a report from his subordinates. Huaji's brow furrowed slightly. Her exquisite features shrouded in an icy demeanor. Clad in a resplendent purple robe adorned with dragon motifs, she radiated a unique charm that combined feminine beauty with imperial authority. Rubbing her temples, a glint of sharpness flickered in her eyes. What will become of our dignity in Great Xia? Under these circumstances, we must send Commander Shui in a battle next, to eliminate one of the 3 arenas, Yang Xuanji suggested. Huaji nodded in agreement. The remaining 2 arenas would require further strategizing. I have one more matter to report, Shui Gang suddenly spoke. Huaji raised her gaze towards him. I have learned that, upon departing from Langya Pavilion, a portion of their forces remained, lurking within the capital. Through my analysis, it appears they are guarding someone. Furthermore, the last time most of their forces surged into the capital, it seemed to be in pursuit of a particular individual. The presence of so many skilled warriors from Langya Pavilion, including a 10th-tier expert, raises the question. At that moment, the minds of everyone in the Imperial study conjured 2 words, Pavilion Master. Only the Pavilion Master of Langya Pavilion could command such influence. Were they truly plotting? Huaji frowned, clearly displeased. It was troubling for a sovereign to feel apprehension towards a force from the martial world, especially after Qin Xiaoma's last departure. His arrogance left her feeling somewhat humiliated. Your Majesty, Li is currently flaunting its might in Luo capital. While Langya Pavilion remains an uncertain factor, it has not yet shown any intention to oppose the court. We should focus on external threats before addressing internal issues, Shui Gang advised. Yang Xuanji nodded in agreement. A 10th-tier warrior is indeed formidable. We should refrain from using overly aggressive measures against Langya Pavilion. Yuan Guang, on the other hand, appeared utterly confused. What is Langya Pavilion? Chapter 42. The Emperor emerges in Qingji Square. Li Qingxuan sat cross-legged, his true qi circulating rapidly within him. Yet, his mind grew increasingly tranquil. After several days of continuous sign-ins, he finally encountered the opportunity for a breakthrough. This time, he would ascend to the 7th tier, a remarkable speed of cultivation that would surely astonish anyone. After all, who has ever heard of someone achieving the 7th tier in just a few months? At this pace, cultivation is simpler than eating or drinking. Li Qingxuan's heart was as tranquil as water as he gazed upon 5 pills of varying colors laid before him. These were all aids to help him break through. In the martial world, there's a saying that realms built upon pills are unstable, and that medicine carries a third of its poison. The toxicity of the pills may linger within the body. However, Li Qingxuan need not concern himself with such matters, for the system's pills are devoid of any toxicity. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of the highest quality. The moment for his breakthrough had arrived. Li Qingxuan placed each of the 5 pills into his mouth, then activated the Tai Ching scripture, causing the true energy within him to surge, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. At that moment, he felt a twinge of pain throughout his body, yet he understood that this was merely the beginning. A breakthrough entails widening the meridians, allowing for a qualitative transformation of true energy through quantitative change. The pain from expanding the meridians was akin to being cut into 1,000 pieces. Cultivation has never been an endeavor of ease. After all, the pursuit of greater power necessitates such sacrifices. Unlike the expansion of meridians, compressing true energy does not inflict pain, yet it bears significant risks. It is akin to incessantly compressing an object until it reaches its limits. Should it burst, it would severely injure the body. Nevertheless, due to Li Qingxuan consuming the boundary-breaking pill, while compressing true energy required tremendous effort, he succeeded nonetheless. Li Qingxuan chose to break through at night. However, by the time he fully ascended to the 7th tier, dawn had already broken. At that moment, within his dantian, a droplet of true energy, resembling water, emerged. Although it was merely the size of a fingertip, It contained the essence of his entire true energy, exuding a formidable and terrifying aura. This droplet of true essence spun continuously within his dantian, and with each rotation, more true energy merged into it. According to the descriptions in the Tai Ching scripture, as Li Qingxuan's strength increased, the droplet's volume would gradually expand until all of his true energy transformed into a liquid form. Though it was but a single droplet now, Li Qingxuan felt immensely more powerful. With a mere thought, he directed the true energy to his palm, causing it to swell instantly. A gentle breeze swept through the room. The seventh tier is indeed formidable. Li Qingxuan attempted to place his palm against the wooden floor below, and a distinct palm print appeared silently, with the lines of his hand clearly visible. He then drew his sword, channeling true energy into it, producing a resonant hum. With a gentle swipe towards the front, a wave of sword energy sliced through the air, causing a lantern to tumble down, its cut as smooth as a mirror. If he unleashed his ultimate sword strike, he could likely cleave through an 8th tier opponent, couldn't he? In that moment, Li Qingxuan felt he had finally become a master. However, he would not allow himself to become complacent. After all, there are many who are stronger than he in this world, and it is prudent to remain modest. Having witnessed Qin Xiaoma's 10th tier prowess, he recognized the vast distance that still lay between them. Upon stepping out to freshen up, he overheard Chen Qingji and others discussing matters. The gist was that the commander of the Tianyi Guard, Shui Gang, was preparing to challenge the formidable Shi Jingheng at the East City Arena. The Tianyi Guard is a name that invokes fear throughout the Daxia court, and their actions have stirred much conversation among the populace. Su Gong, the only 9th tier master mentioned by Zi Huang, was likely to have a strong assurance of victory. It seemed that the recent actions of the Dali delegation had pushed the Empress beyond her tolerance. Yet, this had little to do with him. Regardless of how Dali may prance about, it would not affect his life. Li Qingxuan mused as he played with the rolling ball in the courtyard. The Crimson Falcon had unexpectedly landed before the window. It was still not time for him to exchange messages with his wife. Dear husband, I have long forgotten to tell you something. I used to have scars on my face, which is why I always wore a mask. Now, I have removed it, thanks to the Empress physician who helped me heal. Is that so? It seems the Empress is quite a benevolent person, Li Qingxuan replied. Indeed, the Empress is very kind. Tomorrow, Commander Shui Gang will challenge Shi Jingheng, and Her Majesty will attend the battle. I, as a maid, will accompany her. Really? Then I must be there, Li Qingxuan said, filled with excitement. Great. I will bring gifts for you, dear husband. You must recognize me without my mask. Huaji said as she placed the letter into a bamboo tube, watching the falcon take flight, her eyes sparkling. The following day, Li Qingxuan set out early, accompanied by Yunling and Chen Qingji. Of course, Chen Qingji was ostensibly by his side, while Yunling provided covert protection. The arena was already a sea of people. Even Elder Qian, who was guarding the arena at another location, and another 9th tier master had arrived. Li Qingxuan found a vantage point from which to survey the crowd, eagerly awaiting the emperor's arrival, yearning to see his wife. However, with the emperor's presence, masters were abundant. Otherwise, Li Qingxuan would have truly considered absconding with his wife. After 3 years, the longing within him boiled uncontrollably, disturbing his heart. He had heard that Commander Shui Gang of the Tianyi Guard was highly skilled and could bring honor to Daxia. Would the Empress of Daxia make an appearance? Rumor had it she was a beauty of unparalleled grace. Yet, even if she did appear, he would likely be unable to see her. The Emperor rode in a dragon carriage, and they could not approach within 500 steps. Li Qingxuan listened to the discussions around him, feeling a tinge of melancholy. He knew the Empress would undoubtedly appear today, but with such distance, would he even be able to glimpse his wife? At that moment, the Imperial Guard, clad in white robes and armor, made their entrance. Commander Long Qingfeng led the charge, dispersing the crowd. The dragon carriage, pulled by 5 horses, glided forward under the watchful protection of layers of guards. Commander Shui Gang of the Tianyi Guard and the National Master Yang Shuqi accompanied the carriage on either side. The red beaded curtains fell, revealing a slender silhouette. The Empress had arrived. She truly had come. Excitement surged through the crowd. In the past, such events typically necessitated pushing spectators back to 500 steps. Yet today, many noticed that the guards had not hindered people from approaching. In fact, some could come within 50 steps of a dragon carriage. 50 steps is a distance that even an ordinary archer could accurately strike. It was undoubtedly perilous. Li Qingxuan too pushed forward, employing his Lingbo Weibo technique to navigate the throng, swiftly advancing as if he were a fish in water. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see his wife. Chapter 43. The assassin Li Qingxuan strained to push forward. The crowd was vast, but with his Lingbo Weibo speed, he quickly found himself nearing the front. Suddenly, he caught sight of Commander Li Qingxuan gripping the hilt of his sword, hastily moving towards the western side of the square. As the Empress's guard, Li Qingxuan should have been steadfastly protecting her. His sudden departure was alarming unless there was an imminent threat to the Empress, such as an assassin. Li Qingxuan had long heard that the Empress had many opposing factions, and with Daxia surrounded by enemies, her demise would benefit various forces. Though the Empress's fate was of little concern to Li Qingxuan, if chaos erupted and someone attempted to assassinate her, his wife, as a maid, could easily be caught in the crossfire. With this thought, Li Qingxuan had no choice but to halt and change direction, following after Li Qingxuan. At that moment, he saw Li Qingxuan enter a narrow alley, gripping his sword tightly. Though the blade remained sheathed, for a master like him, drawing it was merely a fleeting action. "Commander Long," Li Qingxuan called out. In the next instant, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. Li Qingxuan swung his sword towards Li Qingxuan. Reacting swiftly, Li Qingxuan retreated, his body becoming a mere shadow, evading the blade's arc. "It is I, Commander Long," Li Qingxuan exclaimed urgently, tightening his grip on his own sword. Should the other strike again, he would have no choice but to retaliate. Although his opponent was at the pinnacle of the 8th tier, Li Qingxuan was confident that with his ultimate sword strike, he could match the other's strength. Dragon Qingfeng finally discerned Li Qingxuan's appearance and exclaimed in astonishment. "How is it you?" "I saw Commander Long approach here cautiously, which compelled me to follow and take a look." Dragon Qingfeng scrutinized Li Qingxuan with a mixture of suspicion and curiosity. That previous strike had been executed with such swiftness that even those of the same rank would find it difficult to evade, yet Li Qingxuan had managed to dodge it. "Do you possess martial skills?" he inquired in a deep voice. "I used to chop wood and occasionally chased rabbits. My speed is relatively fast," Li Qingxuan explained. Dragon Qingfeng's eyes still held a hint of skepticism, but he refrained from further inquiries and instead urged, "You must leave at once. There are assailants intending to assassinate His Majesty. They have just entered this alley." As a peak 8th grade martial artist, Dragon Qingfeng held great confidence in his abilities. However, that confidence was predicated on his solitary strength. The presence of Li Qingxuan as a liability would significantly hinder his performance. Just as Li Qingxuan was about to respond, several figures appeared on the walls and at both ends of the alley. "Commander Long, you possess remarkably keen eyesight to have tracked us here. Since you have, none of you shall leave." A masked figure clad in black, presumably the leader of the group, coldly regarded Dragon Qingfeng. 8th grade? Dragon Qingfeng swiftly assessed the opponent's strength, his expression darkening. It wasn't that he feared the opponent's abilities. As a peak 8th grade, he had bested Elder Qian, leaving him bloodied, and he hardly regarded the average 8th grade fighter as a threat. The problem lay in the fact that these individuals wielded crossbows. Such formidable weaponry not only boasted an extensive range and considerable power, but also the capability of rapid fire. The black-tipped arrows suggested they had been poisoned. If it were only Dragon Qingfeng, he would not be concerned. His prowess would allow for a composed retreat. However, with Li Qingxuan beside him, the task of ensuring Li Qingxuan's safety from injury became exponentially more challenging. Yet, he had no alternative. Li Qingxuan was known to His Majesty, and although he was unaware of the depth of their relationship, he could not permit Li Qingxuan to come harm. "Fire!" The leader wasted no time, signaling with a wave of his hand. Instantly, figures from all directions raised their crossbows, aiming at the two in the midst, akin to a swarm of locusts. "Hide behind me!" Dragon Qingfeng shouted, his longsword transforming into a blade of light that deflected the incoming arrows. After successfully blocking the first volley, he anticipated a second wave and dared not relax. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no further arrows came. Looking up, he caught sight of a fleeting white figure. Blood erupted from the throats of the black-clad assassins, who then collapsed one by one. "Retreat!" The masked leader's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily withdrew. Upon seeing the white figure, Li Qingxuan felt a sense of relief, recognizing it as Yun Ling's intervention. Dragon Qingfeng, however, remained perplexed. The assassins were driven back, But who had executed such a decisive strike? As the emperor's personal guard, he was aware that no such expert resided beside his majesty. The fierce sword light he had witnessed undoubtedly belonged to a ninth-grade expert, not the kind that relied solely on a technique, but rather one seasoned in combat. Do you know that expert? Dragon Qingfeng turned to Li Qingxuan, sensing that this individual seemed to be protecting him. No, Li Qingxuan decisively shook his head. Really? Dragon Qingfeng expressed doubt, yet Li Qingxuan chose to ignore him. It was clear that this band of assassins had come to eliminate the emperor. Had they succeeded in breaching within 50 paces of the emperor, the unarmed sovereign would have stood a considerable chance of being assassinated. Even if they had failed, an assassination attempt on the emperor within the capital would incite widespread panic. Li Qingxuan, unwilling to linger in the alley any longer, needed to see his wife. She had mentioned removing her mask, and his curiosity was piqued. She often claimed to be a peerless beauty, and while he understood that many women held such opinions of themselves, he was intrigued nonetheless. Your Majesty, there's a group of assassins discovered in the alley, armed with powerful crossbows. I request that the crowd be dispersed immediately, ensuring they maintain a safe distance from your royal litter. Dragon Qingfeng reported quietly before the dragon litter of the Empress. If the crowd were dispersed to a distance of 500 paces, her husband would not be able to see her at all. Hua Ji tightened her grip on the life-saving token in her hand. Having contemplated that if her husband recognized her today, she would directly present the token and reveal her identity. Though Yang Xuanji had warned that such an action would stir unrest in the court, Hua Ji was weary of waiting any longer. No need, since they have already fled. It is likely they will not return, she instructed Dragon Qingfeng, her gaze drifting outward. Just then, she caught sight of Li Qingxuan scanning the crowd of palace maids, a faint smile gracing her lips. This foolish man, doesn't he wonder to look at the person concealed within the litter? Is he not even a little curious about the legendary beauty of the Empress? Chapter 44. A great secret. The commander of the heavenly clothes guards, Shui Gang, ultimately upheld the expectations of the court by defeating the formidable Shi Jingyang. This victory lifted the spirits of the downtrodden populace and restored some dignity to the great Xia. However, Li Qingxuan felt no joy. He had failed to discern which among them was his wife, leading to a lingering melancholy as he returned to the art studio. At that moment, Zi Huang unexpectedly paid him a visit. In today's arena competition, your wife was among the participants. Did you see her? Zi Huang inquired with a teasing smile. Li Qingxuan shook his head, distressed. Then she might be disheartened. Zi Huang seated herself and poured herself a cup of tea, behaving as if she were the mistress of the room. By the way, the emperor also attended. Did you catch a glimpse of her? I didn't pay much attention to the emperor, but one can only assume that a ruler must exude an air of authority. A commanding woman would surely be robust, perhaps even with a bit of chest hair. Li Qingxuan speculated maliciously. He quickly realized that his remarks might have been inappropriate, as Zi Huang's expression soured. In truth, the emperor is quite beautiful, she countered. More beautiful than you? Li Qingxuan blurted out. Zi Huang paused, momentarily taken aback. This is something your wife asked me to deliver to you. She produced a small box from her sleeve, revealing a delicate seal made of jade, exquisite in quality. Your wife mentioned you lacked a seal for your paintings, so she had this crafted for you. Really? Li Qingxuan's face lit up with joy as he accepted it, unable to put it down, leaving Zi Huang feeling somewhat neglected. She pouted, thinking to herself, this truly is a simple-minded fellow. When will he ever guess my identity? In the following days, Zi Huang visited Li Qingxuan every afternoon, requesting his assistance in creating a painting. Curiously, during this time, correspondence from his wife became less timely. General Zi Huang, you must hold a significant position within the palace. I heard that when Commander Shui Gang battled Shi Jingyang, there was an assassin attempting to kill the emperor. Were they captured? Li Qinxuan Kazwali Inkidat. Indeed, they were apprehended. They were from the northern Yuan Khanate, attempting to instigate chaos within the Great Xia, Zi Huang replied, her tone growing more ominous. Before Zi Huang could leave, a voice rang out from outside. Qingxuan, my young friend, how have you been? Yuan Guang had come to visit. Since the last time he failed to extract any useful information from Li Qingxuan, he had not appeared for quite some time. Li Qingxuan felt indifferent to Yuan Guang's arrival. However, the expression on Zi Huang's face was slightly unusual. Qingxuan, my young friend, would you be interested in playing a game of chess with me? Yuan Guang laughed heartily. Yet, as he stepped through the door of the painting studio, his expression froze. Despite the change in attire, he could naturally recognize the Empress, whom he encountered daily in the court. Your Majesty. Yuan Guang managed to utter a single word before being interrupted by Zihuang. I am Zihuang, a lady-in-waiting in the palace, she said. General Zihuang, I did not expect to see you here. Yuan Guang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Duan Lao, what is the matter? Is it particularly hot today? Why are you sweating? Li Qingxuan inquired, puzzled. Yuan Guang took a deep breath to calm his nerves and smiled. Oh, it's nothing. I must have rushed too much on my way here. The group settled down, but Yuan Guang felt increasingly uncomfortable, while Zihuang wore a peculiar expression, leaving only Li Qingxuan oblivious to the tension. By the way, Yuan Lao, as the Grand Intendant, you must meet the Emperor frequently, right? Of course. Yuan Guang inadvertently cast a glance at Zihuang, thinking, she is the Emperor. You should be asking her questions. Yet, it was evident that Zihuang was concealing her identity from Li Qingxuan. Yuan Lao, you must often visit the palace. Have you ever encountered a woman named Huazi who is close to the Emperor? Yuan Guang glanced at Zihuang again, recalling he had seen Huazi before her ascension, aware that Huazi was the name of this Empress. Why do you ask about her? Yuan Guang sensed a monumental secret was about to unfold before him. She is my wife. Cough, cough. Yuan Guang nearly choked, tea spewing from his nose. What did you say? He panicked, thinking, young friend Qingxuan, please do not scare me like that. What is wrong? Li Qingxuan looked perplexed. Yuan Guang, usually composed, felt utterly flustered today. Could it be that his concubines had betrayed him? After all, he was astonished when he heard Yuan Guang had 18 concubines. It's nothing. Yuan Guang sat there, trembling, regretting coming here. Would the Empress have him silenced upon his exit? Zihuang sensed that Yuan Guang would soon reveal her secret, so she sought an excuse to leave. Indeed, once Zihuang departed, Yuan Guang sighed in relief, feeling significantly lighter. Yuan Lao, it is time to play chess. Li Qingxuan quietly swapped out a few chess pieces while Yuan Guang was distracted. It was not out of excessive competitiveness, but rather a precaution. Should Yuan Guang pursue questions relentlessly as he had before, he could inadvertently reveal Zihuang's secret. Every time he lost, Yuan Guang would feel humiliated and retreat to study further. As expected, Yuan Guang suffered a crushing defeat. He scratched his head, bewildered by his poor performance today, as he had never lost so quickly before. Young friend Qingxuan, I must take my leave. I have some official matters to attend to. By the way, are you certain your wife is named Huazi? Yes. Then who was that general just now? Her name is Zihuang. Yuan Lao, are you daft? Li Qingxuan touched Yuan Guang's forehead, checking for fever. Yuan Guang shook his head. Something was amiss. Li Qingxuan claimed Huazi was his wife, yet he did not know her majesty. Could it be that their names coincidentally matched? But how to explain the Emperor's appearance in the painting studio? It was a tangled mess. What on earth was happening? Oh no! He had completely forgotten to ask Yuan Lao how to redeem the palace maid. Li Qingxuan smacked his forehead after Yuan Guang left. Chapter 45. The assassin captured not long after Yuan Lao departed. The Red Hawk returned with news. On the day of the Emperor's outing, didn't you spot her? How could you not recognize her? The wife's tone carried a hint of playful reproach. Indeed, I failed to recognize you. It seems 3 years have rendered me unfamiliar with your form, Li Qingxuan replied. Within the palace, Huazi covered her face, feeling a bit flushed. By the way, is there any way I could take you out of the palace? Perhaps by presenting some treasures to the Emperor? That seems unlikely, even if the Emperor were to agree. The National Master and the Commander would undoubtedly object. Is that so? Then it appears I must resort to forcibly extracting you from the palace. I am gathering strength, and believe it won't be long before I can send 3 10th-grade experts to infiltrate the palace. If you fail, do you realize that attacking the palace is a grave offense? Huazi wrote, Of course I understand. The Emperor would likely have my head. However, for our reunion, I fear nothing. That won't happen. You believe I will not fail? No, I mean the Emperor would not execute you. Outside, the rain fell in a gentle patter. It is said that spring rain is as precious as oil, yet due to the Dali envoy's challenges at 2 arenas, the atmosphere in the capital was rather somber and oppressive. A black carriage passed by the entrance of Qingji Lane, its curtains drawn back to reveal a pale, ghostly face. It caught sight of Li Qingxuan, who was squatting at the door, counting ants, and a chill flickered in its eyes. As an assassin from the northern Yuan Khanate lurking in Ledu, he had initially been confident in creating enough chaos for the daxia. Even if he could not kill the Empress, he could instill panic throughout the capital. However, he had not expected Li Qingxuan to discover him, and at that moment, the young man sitting at the entrance of the painting studio had been with Li Qingxuan. So it was you who ruined my plans. Unable to find Li Qingxuan, I shall eliminate you first and collect some interest. The assailant lowered the carriage curtain and closed his eyes. Naturally, one would wait for the cover of darkness to commit murder, especially today, with a drizzle concealing all traces. I sensed a fleeting aura of killing intent. Yunling appeared beside Li Qingxuan. Frankly, as Li Qingxuan's protector, his day had been rather dull. For instance, he had followed Li Qingxuan in counting ants just moments ago. Was it from the carriage that just passed? Li Qingxuan replied without looking up. Yunling's eyes widened in surprise. Did the master sense the killing intent? Not exactly. I merely noticed that person had lifted the curtain and was staring at me. I doubt any man could gaze upon my striking visage without harboring jealousy. This. Yunling was rendered speechless by Li Qingxuan's bravado. Truly, the head of the Langya Pavilion was insufferably arrogant. He had thought himself conceited. Yet the pavilion master had been waiting for him on the 5th floor all along. In the dead of night, while cultivating, Li Qingxuan suddenly opened his eyes. The last time Steward Zhou visited, he had been at a lower realm, only realizing the commotion when it became pronounced. This time, he sensed the intruder's approach immediately. The masked figure donned all black, blending seamlessly into the night. Though the rain had ceased, the sky remained overcast, devoid of moonlight, which served as excellent cover. This young man was associated with Li Qingxuan. Perhaps he could extract secrets regarding Daxia from him. He leapt onto the wall, preparing to infiltrate. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled past his ear. Oh no, I've been exposed. He swiftly retreated, only to find a group of individuals standing not far away. 5 8th grade experts and several 7th grade ones. With the masked figure's knowledge of Daxia, he recognized at a glance that these individuals must belong to the Imperial Guards. This youth's identity was indeed extraordinary, as he was protected by several skilled guards. Without a moment's pause, the masked figure turned to flee. The leading 8th grade expert spoke in a deep voice. Leave 3 to protect young Master Li. The rest must capture this rogue. Having spoken, they vanished into the darkness. What they did not know was that, not far above on the rooftop, Yunling witnessed everything. His subordinates had originally intended to intervene, but someone had already driven them away. Yunling responded to Li Qingxuan, adding that those few individuals were likely the ones lurking in the shadows, observing them. Who could they possibly belong to? Li Qingxuan furrowed his brow, sensing that there seemed to be no ill intent. Were they from Yuan Lao's faction? Or perhaps from Zihuang's? Or another power entirely? Never mind. It was best to get some rest. Li Qingxuan, unable to decipher the situation, decided to retire for the night. He suggested that everyone should rest as well. Afterward, he returned to his quarters, and Yunling and the others nodded in agreement, though they urged Yun 12 to enhance their vigilance. When dawn broke, Li Qingxuan made a point to venture outside for a round, curious to see if anyone was tailing him. Yunling informed him that indeed, a few individuals were following at a distance, not too far, yet not too close. Among them were 3 8th-rank masters, which only deepened Li Qingxuan's distress. This implied that should he discover one of them, it could very well be a significant figure from the Great Xia, constantly surrounded by elite guards. Within the inn where the envoy from the Great Li resided, Zhao Changbai inquired of the masked man with an injured arm. Yes, it is a place called Qingji Fong. I believe this person's identity is quite extraordinary, warranting protection from the Imperial Guard. If we were to capture this individual, we might uncover many secrets of the Great Xia, or even use them to threaten the Empire, he said excitedly. Had I not leapt into the city moat last night, I might have become a corpse today. The intelligence gained at the cost of one's life is invaluable. No one knows that Great Li and Beiyuan have already formed a covert alliance. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to investigate the identity of that youth immediately. You must leave at once. If you are discovered, we will all be implicated. Zhao Changbai expressed his concerns. The collaboration with Beiyuan was an edict from His Majesty the Emperor. Though he was the Minister of Rights, he lacked the authority to intervene. However, he was acutely aware that if the Great Xia were to discover an assassin targeting the Emperor within the inn, their chances of leaving the Great Xia alive would be non-existent. Since Shui Gang's victory over Shi Jingheng, the remaining 2 masters from Great Li seemed to have grown ruthless. Previously, they merely spat blood, but now every defeated combatant faced grievous injuries, some losing limbs, an utterly tragic sight. For several days now, no one dared to challenge the arena. Li was seeming a kidnapping. Upon realizing the significance of the youth from Qingxuan, he devised a meticulous plan in his mind. He wrote a letter, instructing his subordinates to send it northward, reporting to the Khan and requesting the dispatch of several 8th-rank experts. He had learned that the young artist had moved there only a few months prior, with an old man frequently visiting him for chess matches. That old man was none other than the esteemed scholar, Yuan Guang. How could an ordinary art shop owner attract the attention of Yuan Guang? This alone was telling. In 10 days, when the Khan's masters arrived, he would implement his plan. Li raised his cup and downed its contents in one go. Although he had been lurking here for 3 years, he still found it challenging to drink in moderation. He could only make do, as the wine of the great Xia was much too mild compared to the strong spirits of the steppe. With that thought, he stood to prepare for a leisurely time at the Red Pavilion. Before the Khan's experts arrived, he aimed to enjoy himself for a few days. However, just as he was about to step out the door, his expression froze. A figure clad in white stood arrogantly atop the wall, grinning down at him. "My master wishes to see you," the individual spoke amiably. Yet Li's body tensed, akin to a wolf facing a formidable foe. In the next instant, without hesitation, he struck out, a flurry of darts shooting toward the figure while he wielded a curved blade, transforming into a blur as he advanced. But to his astonishment, the person atop the wall had vanished, and a gleaming sword now rested against his throat. Li wisely discarded his blade. Recognizing his opponent, someone he had previously encountered and suffered a crushing defeat to. Who could this master be? Li had expected to be blindfolded and taken to a dark, unknown corner, yet the individual did not do so. Instead, they swaggered with him to the entrance of Qingxuan and led him inside. Li Qingxuan sat in a chair, holding a wine cup, surrounded by numerous figures clad in white. Li's throat tightened. If he was not mistaken, there were 13 8th-rank masters, and they were certainly not the same ones that had pursued him that night. This meant that aside from a 9th-rank expert, the young man was flanked by an astonishing 20 elite fighters. Surely, even a monarch would not have such a formidable retinue. "Now tell me, why did you attempt to assassinate the Empress?" Li Qingxuan inquired, not out of a desire to solve the case, but purely out of curiosity. Of course, he held a modicum of resentment toward this rogue. Had it not been for this troublemaker, he might have uncovered the identity of his wife that day. "I am an agent of the Baiyuan Empire, lying in wait here to create chaos for the Great Xia by assassinating the Empress," Li admitted, fully aware of the consequences of silence, and thus cooperating. "Is there anything else?" "Li Qinxuan pressa." "Nothing more," Li replied, knowing that while he could divulge other matters, he must not reveal the alliance with Great Li, as it would jeopardize the Khan's plans. "Then bury it." Li Qingxuan waved his hand, uninterested in torturing him. "Wasn't that a bit cruel?" Li was momentarily stunned. "Can we not be so rash?" "Very well, I confess. The truth is, Baiyuan and Great Li have already formed an alliance. The assassination of the Empress was an order from above." "Is that so? How did you come to this alliance?" Li Qingxuan asked, genuinely intrigued. "I do not know. I was merely given the order, which stated that it would plunge the Great Xia into chaos." Li Qingxuan scrutinized him closely, sensing that he indeed did not appear to be lying. He understood that such infiltrators were mere pawns, while the true players operated within the court. "Your life is spared," Li Qingxuan declared. "Just like that, you let him go?" Yinling interjected, suggesting that according to Li Qingxuan's logic, he should have executed the man. "We have no vendetta against him. There is no need for murder." Li Qingxuan's sole aim was to rescue his wife. The conflicts between Baiyuan, Great Li, and the Great Xia were irrelevant to him as a commoner. Moreover, if they were to disrupt the Great Xia, perhaps it would present him with an opportunity to rescue her. Even Li was taken aback that they would truly spare his life. "However, before I release you, you must perform a task for me," Li Qingxuan stated, producing a pill and forcefully placing it into Li's mouth. "This pill has no antidote but mine. If you do not return to claim the antidote within a month, you will undoubtedly perish. Therefore, you must accomplish what I ask of you." Li felt a sudden heat in his lower abdomen, and as he circulated his vital energy, he realized it was somewhat hindered. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "I need you to travel to Hangzhou and deliver a letter to the Langya Pavilion. Since the Baiyuan Empire and Great Li were conspiring to disrupt the Great Xia, an opportunity to reunite with his wife was drawing near. At this critical juncture, he must possess sufficient strength," Li Qingxuan mused. Traditionally, the Langya Pavilion communicated through messenger hawks, but it seemed the Empress had become suspicious. Even a pigeon flying out of the city risked being shot down. Sending a disciple of Langya Pavilion to deliver the letter would be perilous, given the Tianyi guard's keen senses. However, the Baiyuan man would be different. This fellow had managed to remain hidden in the capital for so long without being discovered, so he must possess a means of exiting the city. Even if he were caught, Li Qinxuan would not mourn for him. It was a far better risk than exposing the Langya Pavilion's disciples. Langya Pavilion? Da Li Qinxuan shifted dramatically. The Langya Pavilion that seized control of Hanzhou's martial arts in a single night? It was evident that he had heard of the pavilion's formidable reputation. He found it somewhat difficult to discern the young man before him. Chapter 46. The predicament of Daxia today. An uninvited guest arrived at the painting studio. Su Yugong, the commander of the Tiangong guards, was admiring the artworks within. Shui Gang was a rough character, yet having served as an official in the capital for many years, he possessed a modicum of appreciation for art, recognizing that the painting was indeed commendable, albeit uncertain as to why. Commander Shui, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Li Qingxuan inquired, hastily emerging upon hearing of Shui Gang's arrival. It was prudent to maintain cordial relations with someone of Shui's stature in the capital, especially considering the favor owed from the previous incident involving young Master Liu. Li Gongzi, let us speak plainly. I have come to request a poem from you. The notion of a poem from Shui Gang was perplexing. Surely there were many renowned scholars in the capital who would be far more suitable for such a task. Li Qingxuan regarded him with skepticism, wondering about the underlying motives of Shui's sudden friendliness. The esteemed founder of the Heart School, Li Gongzi, you are destined to become a great scholar of our time. A mere poem now could be worth its weight in gold in the future, Shui Gang stated candidly. His request for a poem was secondary. His primary aim was to foster a closer relationship with Li Qingxuan, a promising figure in Daxia's future. Last time at the Guozijian, I kept your secret, so it would not be unreasonable to ask for a poem in return, would it? Li Qingxuan considered the request, realizing that composing a poem could indeed repay the favor, and thus he took a moment to reflect before unfurling a sheet of rice paper and beginning to write. Cold moon transforms into 5 dragons. Flying fish gazes upon the jade capital. Imperial prisons mourn the loss of Ya. Brocade spring illuminates the snow's brilliance. He concluded with, for Commander Shui. After drying the ink, he presented it to Shui Gang. Though lacking in literary education, Shui found the poem invigorating and reverently tucked it away. His duties were pressing, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Qingxuan, he departed. Upon returning to the Northern Pacification Office, Shui Gang eagerly unrolled the poem to savor its intricacies. Despite his limited cultural background, he recognized the poem as a compliment, and with each reading, his admiration deepened. At that moment, footsteps approached. Commander Shui, you are quite the connoisseur. It was Yang Xuanji entering the room. As the current national master, he shared a close rapport with Shui Gang, thus requiring no formal introduction. Yang was intrigued to find Shui, typically overwhelmed by literature, so absorbed in studying poetry. Upon noticing Yang, Shui quickly raised his head. National Master, I did not hear you arrive. I should have come to greet you. Commander Shui, you are too modest. Yang advanced a few steps, peering at the poem on the table, his eyes lighting up. This poem is splendid. Yang, an astute individual, instantly recognized the poem's exceptional quality. Whose work is this? Commander Shui? It possesses profound meaning. It was penned by the one from Qingji Studio. Shui Gang did not need to utter Li Qingxuan's name. Yang's keen intellect immediately grasped whom he referred to. Surprised, Yang felt a significant aversion towards Li Qingxuan, believing him merely fortunate to have met His Majesty during a time of crisis. Yet, upon reading the poem, he realized that Li Qingxuan was not without merit, surpassing many other talented scholars. It seemed His Majesty's favor towards him was not without basis. It was a pity that he lacked prowess in martial arts, making literary success even more challenging. Yang sighed, and after receiving Yang's approval, Shui Gang cherished the poem even more, proudly sharing that it was composed specifically for him. Unbeknownst to Li Qingxuan, his gift of a poem to Shui Gang was gradually earning him a reputation in the capital. Ding dong! Congratulations, host! You have received the monthly gift package. Would you like to open it? Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Han Qi sword. This sword is forged from the mystic iron of the 9 heavens, embodying the essence of coldness, and is one of the ancient artifacts. After reading the description of the Han Qi sword, Li Qingxuan felt a chilling sensation spreading from his palm throughout his body. Channeling the Tai Ching scripture, he swung the sword, and instantly, the room was filled with a cold radiance, with frost covering the floor. With the Han Qi sword in hand, his combat prowess could double. No wonder in the dramas of his past life, people fought fiercely over treasures, with many meeting tragic ends. The enhancement provided by a single sword was indeed formidable. Li Qingxuan secured the Han Qi sword, contemplating the overwhelming power it would unleash if he executed a decisive strike. Though he lamented that with his current energy, he might only be capable of one such strike before being spent. Nonetheless, it was sufficient. In the late hours of the night, the Imperial study remained brightly lit. Huaji sat upon the dragon throne, with Yuan Guang, Yang Xuanji, and Shui Gang among her closest confidants. Although Yuan Guang had yet to officially inherit the prime ministership, he had already taken command of the cabinet, becoming a pillar of the court. The Dali envoys had been flaunting their power in the city for an extended period with little sign of restraint. This situation required prompt resolution. Huaji's expression was as cold as frost. She had heard that earlier in the day. A martial artist was killed on the spot by Elder Qian, inciting public outrage. Your Majesty, I suggest hosting a banquet for the Dali envoy group, employing both soft and hard tactics to persuade them to withdraw their challenges, Yang Xuanji proposed. After more than a month, their objectives have already been achieved, Huaji replied, shaking her head. Would it not mean I am yielding? I cannot afford to lose face. My intent is to have Commander Shui lead the palace's experts to obliterate the Dali envoy group, which would alleviate the resentment in my heart. Your Majesty, you must not, Yang Xuanji exclaimed, alarmed. If the Dali envoy group were to perish in Luocheng, the Dali dynasty would undoubtedly seek retribution. We are already engaged in war with the northern Yuan Khanate. To offend Dali would grant them an excuse to intervene. Yang understood the precarious position Daxia was in. The Dali had previously sent a minor envoy to Daxia's capital, flaunting their strength precisely because Daxia was focused on the northern Yuan Empire. Should Huaji pursue her proposed course of action, chaos would likely ensue in the west, plunging Daxia into a state of conflict. The recently stabilized court was on the brink of turmoil. Chapter 47. The turmoil, but to do nothing would mean tolerating the Dali envoy's arrogance in our capital? Perhaps we should immediately summon 2 ninth-tier experts from the borders. I recall there are 2 ninth-tier generals under the command of the Northern King. Upon hearing Huaji's words, Yang Xuanji faltered. What, does the National Master have reservations about my proposal? Huaji's expression darkened. Having ascended the throne for these years, she was already beset by various factions undermining her authority, and now faced with the bullying of Dali, she was profoundly displeased. The generals are under the command of the Northern King. They have their own orders. The Northern King is also my subject. How is it that I cannot summon his generals? Huaji slammed her palm on the table, rising with a fierce gaze akin to 2 swords, emanating an intense chill. I am the Emperor of Daxia. Whether it be the Northern King or his subordinates, they are all my subjects. Disobeying my commands is tantamount to treason. Though Huaji appeared formidable, she was acutely aware of the numerous flaws within the dynasty. The Northern King was a cornerstone of Daxia, ensuring the safety of the north. However, he wielded significant military power, while the previous emperor managed to keep him in check. With her ascension, the loyalty of the military to the Northern King posed a grave concern. If she did not initiate change promptly, the Northern King could easily rally support, leading to the potential disintegration of Daxia. This is not mere alarmism. Recently, unfavorable signs have begun to emerge. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. If we forcibly recall the generals from the north, it may lead to a disarray of morale among the northern troops. I urge you to reconsider. Yang Xuanji could sense the wrath of Huaji. Yet, even as the Grand Master of the Great Xia, who orchestrated Huaji's ascension, he felt somewhat powerless in front of the Northern King. For now, gentle persuasion was the only feasible approach. Your Majesty, one who does not consider the overall situation is unfit to strategize for a single domain, Yang Xuanji passionately advised. Indeed, at this juncture, it is imprudent to summon the Northern King's elite back to the capital. It would be wiser to heed the Grand Master's counsel and invite the great Li envoy into the palace to endure a moment of anger, for there will be ample time ahead. Yuan Guang spoke up. Finally, Huaji slowly took her seat upon the dragon throne, letting out a long sigh. Her earlier outburst was the result of years of suppression. As a woman ascending to the throne, she faced incessant doubts and challenges, both internal and external, leaving her emotionally drained. She longed for the days spent in the company of her husband, when life, though challenging, was devoid of such burdens. Li Qingxuan, however, was oblivious to the trials his wife faced within the palace. For him, the affairs of the great Xia and the great Li were of no concern. His sole desire was to diligently cultivate his strength, hoping one day to amass enough power to rescue his wife from the palace, indifferent to all else. The rolling thunder had grown to the height of Li Qingxuan's knees, forcing him to confine it to the courtyard to avoid frightening passers-by. After signing in, he received a sacred realm pill, which, once consumed, would allow him to enter a state of enlightenment, further enhancing his cultivation. "Li Gongzi, are you present?" came the voice of Ning Yuan. With Yuan Guang entering the cabinet, Ning Yuan, now a proud disciple, had secured a position as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. Although lacking real power, this was merely the first step for him to become familiar with governmental affairs, and he would undoubtedly be promoted in due course. Thus, it had been quite some time since he last visited. "I have come to request that you compose a spring poem, as the emperor wishes to host a banquet for the great Li envoys. During this event, Zhao Changbai and Meng Quan will certainly recite poetry to showcase their literary talents. Although my master is a prominent scholar, he is not proficient in poetry and has tasked me with seeking a verse from you to serve as the grand finale, to overshadow the great Li envoys. Rest assured, I will make it known that it is your work," Ning Yuan explained. "So that is the case." Li Qingxuan pondered. While he could not claim expertise in other areas, he was indeed skilled in poetry. He took up his brush and wrote, "The gentle rain on the heavenly street is like soft butter. The grass appears distant yet near. Truly, spring at its finest surpasses the smoky willows of the Imperial capital." Ning Yuan gazed at the poem in awe. Li Gongzi is indeed a poetic genius. Even a casual piece could be deemed an eternal masterpiece. "Just take this to Yuan Lao to avoid any delay," Li Qingxuan remarked. "Then I shall take my leave." Ning Yuan accepted the poem and promptly departed. After his exit, Li Qingxuan did not dwell on the matter. However, thereafter, each time he ventured out, he overheard discussions about the great Li's elder Qian having killed another challenger, which stirred a wave of anger throughout Luoqing. 5 days later, Ning Yuan returned to Li Qingxuan's studio. Through their conversation, Li Qingxuan learned that during the banquet 5 days prior, the current emperor sought to persuade the great Li envoys to abandon their challenges, but was met with outright rejection. The Empress was enraged and left in a huff, without even the opportunity to present the poem Li Qingxuan had composed. Following the banquet, rather than retreating, the great Li envoys became even more aggressive. Anyone daring to challenge them faced certain death, inciting widespread fury among the populace of Great Xia. Amidst the righteous indignation, there were whispers claiming the Empress lacked virtue, which allowed the great Li to bully her. Other rumors suggested that the Empress intended to submit to the great Li out of fear. Various rumors circulated, causing the Empress to erupt in anger daily. In her fury, she issued an edict recalling the generals under the northern King Lin Nuo to deal with the great Li's masters. Yet, the northern king's response was that the border conflicts were pressing, making it impossible to return to the capital. Huaji trembled with rage upon hearing this. Only then did Li Qingxuan realize how much had transpired in just a few days. It seemed the Empress was in dire straits. Coupled with the collusion between the great Li and Bei Yuan, Li Qingxuan had a nagging feeling that if this continued, Great Xia would indeed descend into chaos. Shaking his head, he dismissed Ning Yuan before retreating to his chamber. He regarded these events as mere commotion, as they bore no relation to him. All he desired was to reunite with his wife. Chapter 48. She must be facing some trouble that night within the post house. 3 ninth-tier masters from the Great Li were convening with Zhao Changbai and Meng Quan. Despite the presence of 3 ninth-tier masters, the meeting was led by the Minister of Rites, Zhao Changbai. As a junior, Meng Quan could only stand aside, lacking the privilege to take a seat. The 3 ninth-tier masters were the Buddhist Han Shi Jingheng, elder Qian of the Linghua sect, and Geng Sanqiu, wielder of the celestial blade. As 9th-tier experts, these 3 were renowned figures in both the Great Li and across the realm. The audacity of the Great Xia Empress to suggest we cease our endeavors. Does she believe our purpose is merely to flaunt our strength in Great Xia and undermine her dignity? How laughable! Elder Qian sneered coldly. Having suffered defeat at the hands of Shui Gang, his reputation had taken a hit, further fueling his animosity towards Great Xia. Our continued slaying of challengers has already incited discontent among the capital's populace, and we have deliberately spread news that, under our influence, the citizens of the capital are voicing their grievances against the Empress. Her prestige is wavering. The people of Great Xia are like a barrel of boiling oil. It only takes a spark to ignite an explosion. Zhao Changbai nodded. Our objective is imminent. Once chaos descends upon the capital, those families oppressed by the Empress, along with her ministers, will surely seize the opportunity to challenge her authority and vie for power. Once the court is in disarray, our opportunity will arise. The Empress believes we seek mere face, yet she is oblivious to our ambition for the entirety of Great Xia. What if the Empress indeed recalls the two generals from the Northern King? I hear they are both ninth-tier masters, whose combat prowess is formidable. Elder Qian furrowed his brow. He recalled his earlier battle with Li Qingxuan, where he had sustained injuries despite being the stronger opponent. In confrontations between cultivators of the same realm and pure martial artists, one can be at a disadvantage. If the Empress were to summon the two generals, it would unwittingly play into our hands. Given Lin Nua's significant achievements, how might he react to the sudden recall of his subordinates? Should the Northern King rebel, many of our plans could be expedited. Moreover, even if he were indifferent, lacking the support of two ninth-tier warriors would make it challenging for him to suppress Bei Yuan's advances. Zhao Changbai's analysis sparked glimmers of understanding among the others. If that is the case, we must act with greater ferocity moving forward, amplifying our momentum. The more chaos in Great Xia, the more advantageous it is for us. Indeed, I shall be even more ruthless in my actions tomorrow, one of them declared, laughter echoing. In the royal palace, within the Golden Hall, the morning court session was underway. Following the chorus of "Long Live the Emperor," the ministers began to report on the latest matters of urgency: the war with Bei Yuan, the stirring ambitions of the southern nations, and the challenges posed by the great Li envoys. The first two issues were pressing, while the latter was merely an annoyance that everyone had grown accustomed to. After the discussions, just as Hua Ji was preparing to withdraw from court, a maid hurriedly entered. "Your Majesty, a grave incident has occurred." "What is it?" Hua Ji felt an ominous premonition. This morning, Elder Qian, a master from the Doli, set up a challenge arena once again. A warrior from Xia ventured to challenge him and was ultimately struck dead by a single blow. Upon hearing such news, Hua Ji felt an unsettling discomfort, yet it had become a recent norm. Furthermore, after killing that warrior, Elder Qian brazenly severed the head and hung it at the edge of the arena, inciting public outrage. Some are petitioning outside the palace, demanding severe punishment for the Dali envoy. What? At this, Hua Ji clenched her delicate fists. The court officials below were abuzz with discussion. "I shall have the Dali envoy flayed alive," she declared in a grim tone. "Your Majesty, you mustn't." Before she could finish, someone below protested vehemently. "At this moment, as we are embroiled in war with Bei Yuan, if we slay the Dali envoy, unrest will surely arise in the west. Our Xia would find itself besieged from both sides. Indeed, your Majesty must temper your wrath and exercise restraint. In such times, we cannot afford to offend Li." Observing the officials below, their alarmed expressions resembled that of foolish clowns. A hint of derision crept onto Hua Ji's lips. Li's brazen humiliation of us is met with cowardice from these officials, who claim to act for the nation's sake, yet fear the loss of their own interests. Yet even as the Empress, Hua Ji could not disregard their will. Behind these officials are powerful families, deeply entrenched, adept at causing chaos when they cannot engage in meaningful affairs. Allow me to ponder this, and we shall adjourn the court. Hua Ji's complexion paled slightly. The four female officials, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, surrounded her as they prepared to leave. Just as Hua Ji stood, she suddenly collapsed back onto the dragon throne, spitting blood, throwing the court into disarray. "Your Majesty, what has happened?" Quickly summoned the royal physician. A quarter of an hour later, Hua Ji was assisted to her chamber, where the physician felt her pulse and sighed deeply after a long moment. "Your Majesty, this ailment stems from pent-up frustration. There is no immediate danger, but you must calm your mind and recover, and absolutely avoid further anger." As the attending officials breathed a sigh of relief, their brows furrowed again. With internal and external troubles plaguing the kingdom, the emperor falling ill at this juncture bodes ill. Summon the national master. Huaji spoke in a feeble voice. Yang Xuanji hurried to the chamber and knelt. The red curtains fell, obscuring his view to a mere silhouette. Even a national master must tread carefully before the Empress. The Li envoy has gone too far. I'm unwell, and the affairs of the state will require your diligence, and that of Elder Yuan and Commander Shui, lest we fall prey to vile intruders. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will serve with utmost dedication. Good. Let Commander Shui enter. Yang Xuanji withdrew, and Commander Shui stepped in. In matters of state, heed Elder Yuan's counsel, and monitor the movements of the various noble families within the court. Should any suspicious activity arise, report it to me immediately. If anyone dares to collude with outsiders, they shall face execution without delay. I shall obey. Commander Shui replied hastily. Also, I hear you have been frequenting Qingxuan. Ensure you protect her on my behalf. Yes. Let Elder Yuan in. The Empress bled in the court, while outwardly the Xia appeared unchanged, yet beneath the surface currents churned. Meanwhile, Qingxuan remained as usual. I wonder if that Bei Yuan spy has reached Hanzhou, and if Qin Hu Fa has received my letter, Li Qingxuan pondered. Just then, a red falcon landed on the window. Li Qingxuan hurriedly approached and retrieved the letter within. However, the writing was hasty and appeared labored. Husband, I am in the palace and all is well. Do not worry. I fear I cannot communicate with you for a while. A few terse lines. Yet Li Qingxuan furrowed his brow. Huaji does not wish for me to worry. Surely, something has transpired. Chapter 49. Discovering my wife is the Empress, Part 1. Something must have happened in the palace. Li Qingxuan sent a letter to Huaji inquiring about the situation, but he received no response. What could it be? Anxiety gnawed at him. After much hesitation, he decided to visit Yuan Guang's residence. As the current Imperial censor, he might have heard something about palace affairs. Unfortunately, Li Qingxuan was told by the household servants that Yuan Guang returned home late at night. Thus, he sought out Ning Yuan instead. Fortunately, Ning Yuan was at home. Has anything unusual occurred in the palace recently? Li Qingxuan Inkida. Ning Yuan looked at him with surprise. How did you learn about palace matters? Today, during the morning court, the emperor suddenly bled, reportedly due to provocation by the Dali. As the imperial censor, it is vital to manage court affairs to prevent chaos. Is there anything else? No. Ning Yuan shook his head. He had only received news from Yuan Guang. Otherwise, given his current position, he would lack the privilege to know many matters. The Empress fell ill. What does it have to do with Huaji? Why is Huaji? Li Qingxuan was perplexed. Observing the hasty handwriting in the letter from Huaji, it seemed composed in a state of weakness. Historically, the royal family is heartless. Should the Empress fall ill, Huaji, as a servant, might be deemed negligent in her care and could face repercussions, perhaps even punishment. Thus, she wrote such a letter to me. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through Li Qingxuan. Huaji is in the palace. Surely she is not in danger? If she were punished and could not bear it, what would happen? The palace is so merciless. Who would care about the life or death of a mere maid? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. However, outside the palace, he was powerless to assist her. No, I cannot sit idly by while my wife is in danger. What can I do? Li Qingxuan contemplated how he could aid his wife, without knowing her true circumstances. What could mere speculation achieve? Suddenly, a resolute glint appeared in his eyes. I must enter the palace to see my wife. When Li Qingxuan revealed his decision to Yunling, she shook her head vehemently. The palace is heavily guarded. One cannot simply enter. Even with my lightness skill, it will be a perilous venture. Lightness skill. An idea struck Li Qingxuan. He possessed the Ling Bo Wei Bu technique, though his skills may not match Yunling's. His lightness technique was not inferior. Moreover, Yunling had suggested it was a perilous endeavor, indicating there was a sliver of hope. I have made my decision, Li Qingxuan declared. With my Hanqi sword and Jusha sword techniques, as long as I do not encounter a 9th grade master, I stand a chance to escape. I will infiltrate the palace alongside the pavilion master, Yunling suggested, but was met with Li Qingxuan's refusal. No, if I am captured in the palace, you can rescue me, but if you are caught with me, who will save me? In truth, Li Qingxuan did not want Yunling to accompany him on this dangerous venture. However, Yunling understood his intentions. Yet, Li Qingxuan made a valid point. That night, clad in dark garments, Li Qingxuan evaded 2 patrols of the Imperial guards and arrived beneath the palace wall. The wall towered 10 zhang high. Even a monkey could not scale it. Yet, it posed no challenge to Li Qingxuan. With a running leap, he soared upwards like a bird, scaling the wall in mere strides. Spotting no one around, he leaped down silently. This exemplified the prowess of top-tier lightness skills. Once on the ground, Li Qingxuan quietly produced a sketch. This was a rough diagram of the palace layout he had drawn based on past conversations with Elder Yuan. It was not detailed, merely capturing the general layout of the palace. Huaji, as the Empress's maid, should reside in the inner palace. The inner palace should be in this vicinity. Yet it is vast. How might he locate Huaji? Li Qingxuan concealed the blueprints and stealthily advanced forward. His primary objective was to locate the inner palace. Who goes there? Don't run. Seize him. Just then, a furious roar echoed from a distance. A squad of Imperial guards had spotted Li Qingxuan and swiftly pursued his position. Li Qingxuan inwardly exclaimed in dismay. He had been so preoccupied with observing what lay ahead that he neglected to check behind him. Without hesitation, he activated his light wave steps, leaving a series of afterimages as he vanished from the guard sight in the darkness. After him, although Li Qingxuan evaded capture using his agility, he inadvertently alerted the palace's defensive forces. In the corridors, countless figures scurried back and forth, all searching for him. Nowhere to escape. A figure suddenly descended from above, blocking Li Qingxuan's path, radiating a powerful aura. An 8th-rank warrior. Li Qingxuan tightened his grip on the Han Chi sword in his hand. While he theoretically had the capability to contend with an 8th-rank fighter, he had never truly engaged one in battle before. His sparring sessions with Yin 12 and others had always involved restraint. Nonetheless, Li Qingxuan knew he had no choice. If caught for trespassing in the Imperial Palace, it'd be a death sentence. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the Han Chi sword forward, unleashing a strike that distorted the air, severing all sensory connections around him. This strike was the culmination of the Tai Ching cannon, a lethal maneuver. Faced with an 8th-rank master, he dared not hold back. The 8th-rank warrior, upon witnessing the incoming attack, immediately wore a grave expression. Those tasked with guarding the palace were far from inept and possessed extensive combat experience. The long blade came hurtling towards Li Qingxuan like a furious wave. However, Li Qingxuan's strike was exceedingly cunning. As the sword descended, the howling sword energy not only shattered the 8th-rank warrior's assault, but also forced him to stagger backward, blood erupting from his throat. After executing his strike, Li Qingxuan transformed once more into an afterimage, vanishing from the warrior's sight. Quickly pursue. The 8th-rank master wiped the blood from his mouth and shouted. He fled in that direction. After his strike, Li Qingxuan felt his internal energy deplete significantly. As he fled, he hastily consumed a pill, replenishing his exhausted energy. Just then, a figure swiftly pursued him, a terrifying aura akin to an endless ocean threatening to engulf him. Without hesitation, Li Qingxuan swung his sword, but the opponent's energy shook him, causing his hands to bleed, forcing him to retreat several steps. A 9th-rank master. Li Qingxuan forced a bitter smile. Was there truly only one 9th-rank warrior, Shuegang, in the Great Xiao? How was it that he encountered another so soon after entering the palace? Are you young Master Li? When the 9th-rank master revealed himself, it was none other than Shuegang. Though Li Qingxuan's face was concealed, the shockwave from Shuegang's energy had already torn the veil from his face. Commander Shui. Li Qingxuan remained on guard. Even though he and Shuegang were acquaintances, he doubted the latter would show any favoritism within the palace. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from behind. The Imperial guards were clearly closing in. Hide behind the rockery, Shuegang urged anxiously. Li Qingxuan understood that he had no power to resist in front of Shuegang and swiftly complied. At that moment, the previously injured 8th-rank fighter arrived, hastily bowing upon seeing Shuegang. Greetings, Commander Shui. Have you seen the assassin? I pursued him after spotting the assassin, but he vanished. Search over there. Shuegang indicated a direction, and the other did not question him, promptly leading his men away. Come out. Shuegang finally spoke. Li Qingxuan emerged from behind the rockery. Speak. Why did you intrude upon the palace? Shuegang's gaze bore into Li Qingxuan, who had proven to be a formidable fighter, compelling Shuegang to be vigilant. With one stroke, he had wounded the 8th-rank leader. His strength was nearing the pinnacle of the 8th rank. In Shuegang's eyes, Li Qingxuan suddenly appeared enigmatic. I came to find my wife. The letter she sent me was written with a light hand, lacking vigor, She is evidently ill or injured, unable to ascertain her whereabouts. I had no choice but to breach the palace under cover of night, Li Qingxuan explained. Shui Gang relaxed his grip on the hilt of his blade. So it is. Come, let's find a more suitable place to converse. Chapter 50. Discovering that my wife is the Empress. Part 2. The palace occupies dozens of acres. Resembling a nested doll structure with outer and inner walls, a political discussion area in front, and the inner palace at the back. As the commander of the Imperial Guards, Shui Gang had the privilege to navigate the palace. He provided Li Qingxuan with a dark robe to disguise himself and led him towards the inner palace. Li Qingxuan felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. Was he finally to meet his wife? What had transpired? Along the way, Li Qingxuan inquired about his wife's condition. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Gang replied, "Your wife. She is indeed unwell." After what felt like the duration of a stick of incense, Li Qingxuan estimated they had reached the inner palace. Ahead stood a grand hall, brightly lit, with numerous palace maids bustling about. As Li Qingxuan approached, Shui Gang halted him with a raised hand. "This is His Majesty's sleeping quarters, guarded by the Imperial eunuchs. Even I can only go this far. Getting too close could lead to accusations of treason and execution." "The Emperor's sleeping quarters? I wish to see my wife. Why bring me here?" Li Qingxuan's expression shifted in surprise. "Did you not say she was ill? If so, she should be resting in her own chamber. Is she expected to serve the Emperor, even while unwell? This Empress is quite unreasonable." At this juncture, Li Qingxuan's face flushed with anger, and he felt a surge of murderous intent. How dare they mistreat his wife? Hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Shui Gang quickly covered his mouth. "This is the palace. Do not speak recklessly or criticize Her Majesty." After speaking, Shui Gang suddenly remembered that the Empress was Li Qingxuan's wife and withdrew his hand. From the moment Shui Gang began leading Li Qingxuan towards the inner palace, he had resolved that Li Qingxuan would eventually learn of Hua Ji's true identity. It would be better to disclose it to him in advance. "Do you know the name of His Majesty? The Emperor's name?" Li Qingxuan was momentarily taken aback. "His Majesty's name is Zihuang." "Zihuang? The Empress?" Li Qingxuan gasped in shock. The woman who had braved the snow to seek him out, lending him money, and frequently visiting the painting studio was, in fact, the Empress of the Great Xia. "Good heavens, are you jesting? This is quite alarming." As the Lord of Langya Pavilion, Li Qingxuan would normally feel no apprehension before the Empress. However, the revelation was simply too astonishing. Who could have anticipated that Hua Ji was the Empress? Initially, he had presumed she was merely an ordinary member of the royal family. No wonder the Snow Dragon Cavalry was assigned to protect her. Observing Li Qingxuan's stunned expression, Shui Gang could only smile wryly, thinking to himself, "If this astonished you, there are even more shocking revelations to come. Do you know that besides the name Zihuang, Her Majesty has another name? Another name? What does that have to do with me?" Although Li Qingxuan was still reeling from the fact that Zihuang was the Empress, he was primarily concerned with finding his wife. He had no time to ponder other matters, especially when his wife was ill and in need of his care and comfort. Despite Zihuang's kindness towards him, his heart belonged solely to his wife. Li Qingxuan's demeanor reflected his unwillingness to engage further. Shui Gang felt a twinge of hesitation about whether to reveal the truth to Li Qingxuan, as he had not received permission from Her Majesty. "What I am about to tell you is of utmost importance, both to you and to the Great Xia. You must promise me that even upon learning this information, you cannot speak of it, or you may endanger my life," Shui Gang stated gravely. Li Qingxuan, bewildered, nodded in agreement. "Fine, I promise. Speak." Li Qingxuan believed that he could still trust in the matter of keeping secrets. Besides the name Zihuang, the Emperor was also known by another name, Huaji. "What?" Li Qingxuan's voice suddenly rose several decibels as he stared blankly at Shui Gang, his throat tightening. "Say that again." "I said the Empress has another name, and that is Huaji. Isn't that the same name as my wife?" Li Qingxuan asked weakly. "She is your wife. The Empress of the Great Xia is your Li Qingxuan's wife," Shui Gang articulated slowly. Li Qingxuan was momentarily stunned, not because he hadn't heard clearly or couldn't fathom it, but rather due to disbelief. The terms wife, Zihuang, Empress, Shui Gang's revelation unraveled all the doubts swirling in his mind. Suddenly, everything made sense. Why Zihuang had appeared in the small house, why she had treated him in such a manner, and why Shui Gang had come to rescue him from the Yamen. Yet this just seemed excessively grand. Li Qingxuan's expression soured quickly. He had waited 3 long years, only to discover she had long ascended to the throne. Moreover, upon seeing him, she showed no inclination to acknowledge him, merely tossing him a bag of silver. He had felt gratitude, believing it a gesture of her benevolence. In that instant, it felt as if thunder had struck him, and despair washed over him, causing his heart to twist in pain. Why? Why treat him in such a manner? The gentle wife who had shared his struggles now seemed so cold. Shui Gang, witnessing Li Qingxuan's pallor, immediately understood his turmoil. He had initially thought Li Qingxuan would be ecstatic to learn that his wife was the Empress, for who wouldn't want to be associated with such power? This was the typical line of thought shared by Shui Gang and many others, but suddenly he realized the truth was more complex. Li Qingxuan was not like them. He had waited in the wilderness for 3 years for the Empress, embodying a love so sincere that he would not be swayed by the lure of riches. To discover that his beloved had deceived him must have been an unbearable heartache. Shui Gang recognized that this misunderstanding could not persist. Otherwise, the Empress would surely punish him severely. He interrupted. Li Qingxuan, listen to me. The truth is not as you perceive it. The reason the Empress did not see you for 3 years is that upon her ascension, the court was chaotic, and her own position was unstable. Had she visited you then, you might have been assassinated before reaching Luocheng. She acted out of concern for your safety. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan's expression softened somewhat, but he still questioned, what about 3 years later? As far as I know, her position was stable then. Why continue the deception? While her throne is secure now, the northern Yuan invades, and the Great Li watches closely. The court is rife with unrest. Announcing your existence at this juncture would threaten the fragile stability she has fought to establish. Moreover, she cares deeply for you and has repeatedly requested to reveal your identity. But the State Master has staunchly opposed it. Shui Gang refrained from mentioning that he had also been a voice of opposition. In this moment, he had to play the role of a good guy. The Empress has dispatched skilled protectors to shield you from harm. She is merely waiting for the right time to reveal the truth. I have witnessed her suffering. She weeps daily, and your letters excite her like a young girl. You must understand, she is the exalted Empress, and I have never seen her display such emotion, except for you. Finally, Li Qingxuan's confusion began to dissipate. He realized he had misjudged her. Seeing his change of heart, Shui Gang breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his words had not fallen on deaf ears. But promise me, the fact that your wife is the Empress must come from her lips alone, not from me. Otherwise, I would be in grave danger. Li Qinxuan nudda. As long as I know she is well, I shall not hold it against her. I promise to keep this secret, pretending as if I know nothing as before. After leaving Luocheng, Delay hurriedly traveled towards Hangzhou under the stars. He had no idea what kind of poison he had been given, and with only a month to spare, he needed to act swiftly. However, upon arriving in Hangzhou, he was taken aback. Although the legendary Langya Pavilion was said to be located there, it remained shrouded in mystery. Unless they chose to reveal themselves, finding them was no easy feat. After 3 days of waiting, Delay was on the verge of panic. Time was of the essence. If he failed to complete his mission and return to the capital within a month, he might truly succumb to the poison. Nevertheless, Delay, seasoned in espionage, quickly devised a plan. He could exploit the name of Langya Pavilion to commit mischief. If they discovered someone was impersonating them, they would surely come looking for him. However, he had to be cautious. What if he inadvertently alerted the wrong people? In the Great Xia territory, any misstep could lead to dire consequences. After much contemplation, Delay concocted a clever scheme to rob under the guise of Langya Pavilion, but without causing harm or stealing valuables. He would even target only men, demanding they strip bare, asking them if they were afraid. A few days later, rumors spread throughout Hangzhou of a mysterious bandit who preyed exclusively on young boys, employing cruel methods and exhibiting a twisted psyche. Parents began warning their sons to take care when venturing outside. As fate would have it, after a week, Delay was captured and knocked unconscious by members of Langya Pavilion. Curse it, this pervert only targets men, Delay thought as he regained consciousness, only to find himself surrounded by a group of burly men casting strange glances at him. Alarmed, he instinctively checked himself. Thankfully, he felt no pain. I was sent here on someone else's orders to deliver a message. Delay pleaded, his survival instincts kicking in, though anxiety gnawed at him. Whose orders? A bearded giant glared at him, his demeanor threatening. Delay's heart raced. He recognized this man as the owner of Qingxi Workshop. What? The pavilion master? The giant's expression shifted to one of respect, and the surrounding disciples looked equally astonished. Dali's heart sunk. Could it be? Was he truly before the pavilion master? This was quite a terrifying revelation. Come on. The giant wasted no time, seizing Delay by the collar and dragging him into a grand hall. Upon entering, Delay nearly lost control of his bladder. The room was filled with formidable figures, any one of whom could easily overpower him. Particularly, the youthful man seated at the head exuded an aura that made Delay feel as if he could be crushed effortlessly. Left Guardian, this is a letter from the Pavilion Master. We are to proceed to the capital. Since it is the Pavilion Master's command, we depart at once, Qin Xiaomo replied. In Qingxi Workshop, Li Qingxuan took a considerable time to regain his composure. After all, such revelations were not something one could easily accept. At that moment, Yunling suddenly vanished, only to return moments later, throwing someone through the door. It was Dalaray, who had promised Li Qingxuan to deliver a message. Upon returning to Luocheng, he eagerly sought out Li Qingxuan. After all, he was in dire need of an antidote. His recent training had been increasingly unsettling, as if something lurking within his veins was on the verge of erupting. I have delivered your letter to the Langya Pavilion. They are currently waiting outside Luocheng, ready to heed your summons. I came to meet you first, Dalaray stated. Given that Li Qingxuan, the head of the Langya Pavilion, resided in the capital, Qin Xiaomo decided to establish a branch of the Langya Pavilion in this locale to expand their influence. Naturally, it had to be situated outside the capital, as no significant faction could exist under the watchful gaze of the Tianyi Guard. Conflict would be inevitable. The surrounding areas of the capital were more suitable. Regardless of any orders Li Qingxuan might issue, they would swiftly receive and act upon them. Upon hearing Dalaray's words, Li Qingxuan understood Qin Xiaomo's intent. This was indeed a positive development. You may leave now, Li Qingxuan instructed Dalaray. What about the antidote? Dalaray gazed at Li Qingxuan blankly, wondering if he would truly be left without any remedy for his life-threatening predicament. You wouldn't dare burn the bridge after crossing it, would you? Oh, I see there's an antidote involved, Li Qingxuan remarked, furrowing his brow. There is no antidote, he continued. The pill I gave Dalaray was merely an ordinary one, devoid of any significant effect, its only purpose being to invigorate. The system indeed produces a variety of poisons, but it does not offer any antidotes in return. It seems the system lacks such excellent service. Contemplating for a moment, Li Qingxuan turned and entered the room, scooping a handful of water and pouring it on the ground before kneading a piece of clay the size of a fingernail. He approached Dalaray and solemnly placed it in his hand. Consume this. Dalaray felt a sting to his intelligence. Was this merely a lump of clay? It was still damp. He feared it would crumble under the slightest pressure. Should you not eat it, you may find yourself unable to rid yourself of the poison. Li Qingxuan stated with a serious expression. Are you certain this is the antidote? Dalaray hesitated. Do you believe it is merely ordinary clay? I have added a secret formula. Li Qinxuan replied. Despite his myriad doubts, Dalaray gritted his teeth and swallowed the pill. Ugh, he nearly retched, but managed to force it down. Do you not feel a sense of relief? Li Qinxuan inquired. I feel like I might vomit, Dalaray thought, but upon further reflection, it appeared that the poison within him had indeed been purged. The remedy had worked wonders. How remarkable! So, you are indeed the head of the Langya Pavilion, Dalaray observed, regarding Li Qingxuan. Oh, is there an issue? Since he had sent him with a message, it was only natural that Dalaray was aware of his identity. A figure of your stature, concealed amidst this bustling city, must have motives beyond merely running an art studio, correct? What are you implying? Li Qingxuan furrowed his brow. I have heard that your Langya Pavilion is at odds with the court. Who told you this? Li Qingxuan was taken aback. I was unaware of such matters. Yet, he remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. I believe we can collaborate. Our expert from Beiyuan will soon arrive in Luocheng. Together, we can incite chaos in the Great Xia. You shall become the martial arts leader, while we secure our desired benefits. What do you say? The other party gazed at Li Qingxuan with fervent intensity. What incentives are there? I mean, what benefits come from collaborating with you? Otherwise, I see no reason to take such risks. We can offer you money, vast sums of it. Do you think me a person easily swayed by wealth? Li Qinxuan frowned. Very well. Considering your earnestness, I shall agree. Dalaray was taken aback by Li Qingxuan's prompt acquiescence, a look of delight spreading across his face. He had indeed accomplished a significant feat, finding a new ally. After all, the envoy from Great Li could only linger temporarily in Luodu, whereas the Langya Pavilion was inherently part of the Great Xia. Should they wish to sow discord in the Great Xia, they would find it far easier than the Great Li. Li Qingxuan had no intention of genuinely collaborating with the people of Beiyuan. However, since they were offering a sum of money for free, it would be unwise to refuse. Moreover, through this encounter, he discovered a sense of belonging to the Great Xia. Thus, he decided to play along, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the spies of the Beiyuan Empire, thereby restoring peace to the capital. Now, you may leave. Remember to expedite the delivery of the funds. I am not a greedy person, but you must demonstrate your sincerity, Li Qingxuan emphasized. With satisfaction, Dalaray departed, his face aglow. He felt transformed, likely due to the antidote's effects. Chapter 53. The antidote takes effect. Word has it that yet another death occurred in the arena. The individuals from Great Li are growing increasingly audacious. Xun Xingji returned from grocery shopping, expressing his indignation. Great Li. A glint of coldness flickered in Li Qingxuan's eyes. Previously, he had ignored them due to his lack of attachment to this world, contemplating how they might disrupt the Great Xia for his own gain. But now, things had changed. These people dared to harm the nation of his wife. Her possessions were as good as his own. Yunling, Li Qingxuan called. Yunling promptly stepped forward. What are your orders, Pavilion Master? Allow Qin Xiaoma to enter the city. Accompany me to eliminate a few individuals. As you command. Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, Yunling understood his intent. He had long harbored a disdain for the envoy from Great Li, but without Li Qingxuan's orders, he dared not take matters into his own hands. In the dead of night, at the relay station, the members of the Great Li envoy gathered. Zhao Chongbai sat at the head of the table, flanked by 3 ninth-tier experts. Who would have thought that wretched woman would be so enraged as to spit blood? Stonehand Shi Jingheng laughed triumphantly. Mr. Shi, you ought to exercise caution in your words. We are within the borders of the Great Xia, and respect for the Emperor should be maintained, Zhao Chongbai cautioned, his brow furrowing slightly. He held little regard for these so-called experts. Their crudeness was evident. After all, they were addressing a sovereign, yet they spoke so disparagingly of her. What's the harm in that? How many elite from the Great Xia have we slain these past few days? Do they dare utter a word against us? Shi Jingheng scoffed. Isn't it you scholars who preach about righteousness, yet harbor thoughts of thievery and promiscuity? You were the one who devised the plans to eliminate the Great Xia's experts, weren't you? Now that the deed is done, what difference does it make to insult that dog emperor? Shi Jingheng's reputation had suffered significantly after his defeat by Shui Gang, fostering a deep-seated hatred for the Great Xia. Enough, Brother Shi. While it is true that we have stirred chaos in the Great Xia, Zhao Daren's point holds merit. We should not provide them with any evidence against us. Elder Qian interjected, prompting Shi Jingheng to fall silent. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to discuss the Empress's illness. This could very well present us with an opportunity to disrupt the Great Xia further. Zhao Chongbai asserted. Currently, the sentiments of the populace are in turmoil. With a little more provocation, we can incite complete chaos in the Great Xia. Zhao Daren, what plans do you have? We are all ears, Elder Qian inquired, showing particular respect for Zhao Chongbai among the 3 ninth-tier experts, while the other 2 were indifferent. They would heed Zhao Chongbai when pleased, but when displeased, they treated him as inconsequential. Thus, Zhao Chongbai and Elder Qian found a certain rapport. This matter is quite simple. We have already incited public outrage against the Great Xia. They believe the Empress has lost her virtue. If a large-scale death occurs within the city, the populace's discontent will reach its zenith. As he spoke, Zhao Chongbai produced a packet of powder from his sleeve. By dispersing this powder into several water sources within the city, it will not be long before thousands perish in the Great Xia, throwing the entire Luocheng into chaos. You are indeed ruthless, a faint voice echoed from outside. Who goes there? In the room, Zhao Chongbai and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had arranged for numerous personnel outside, yet now someone had approached silently, indicating the presence of a formidable expert. Moreover, their conversation had been overheard, and should the Great Xia court become aware, their lives would be at stake. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent, emanating from the likes of Buddha's hand, Shi Jingheng, and Elder Qian, all of whom were seasoned fighters. In the courtyard, Li Qingxuan found a stone bench to sit upon, with a white-clad Qin Xiaomo standing behind him. Zhao Changbai and the others dashed out of the courtyard, their eyes fixed intently on Li Qingxuan. Who are you? It matters not who I am. What matters is that you are about to become corpses, he replied brazenly. Zhao Changbai instinctively took a step back, while the three behind him, Shi Jingheng included, took a step forward. 3 ninth-grade experts could easily dominate any situation. Ninth grade? Li Qingxuan chuckled derisively. Prepare to meet your demise. Shi Jingheng, known for his fiery temper, unleashed a torrent of killing intent, his enormous hand glowing with golden light as he struck towards Li Qingxuan. The ground trembled as half the courtyard was engulfed in his attack, showcasing an overwhelming force. Upon impact, a deep pit formed in the earth, smoke and dust swirling around. Has Mr. Shi resolved the situation? Zhao Changbai inquired nonchalantly, contemplating the foolishness of those who dared to act recklessly here, despite their strength. However, Shi Jingheng did not respond. Instead, he fixed his gaze forward. As the smoke dissipated, Li Qingxuan remained seated, now flanked by a figure in white. Qin Xiaomao had intervened to block the attack. Zhao Changbai's expression shifted dramatically. He understood Shi Jingheng's capabilities well. Though he had lost to the commander of the Tianyi Guard, Shui Gang, it did not diminish his strength, but rather indicated Shui Gang's superiority. The power of Shi Jingheng could crush a horse into a pulp, yet the adversary remained unscathed. How dull! Li Qingxuan sighed, shaking his head. These individuals are mere trifles compared to Qin Xiaomao. Qin, eliminate them. Li Qingxuan turned and strode towards the courtyard's exit, while Qin Xiaomao dusted off his garments and surveyed the gathered crowd with an indifferent gaze. Who wishes to die first? Elder Qian, witnessing the resilience of the opponent against Shi Jingheng's strike, immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. As his words fell, a throng of Li experts surged forward. Simultaneously, the trio, including Elder Qian, transformed into shadows, pouncing towards Qin Xiaomao like tigers. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option, even faced with such a multitude. Qin Xiaomao remained composed, standing still as a mountain, his white attire pristine as snow, exuding an air of tranquility that rendered the approaching experts as insignificant as ants. Suddenly, a silver sword light manifested before him, launching toward the 3 ninth-grade experts and a multitude of foes. The massive sword beam stretched for dozens of yards, appearing as if it could cleave the heavens, akin to a meteor descending from the sky. With a crack, Shi Jingheng was the first to be struck. His body was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently into the ground. Elder Qian and Tian Kanjian, realizing the peril, hastily retreated, narrowly avoiding disaster. The ordinary experts met a far grimmer fate. They were swiftly engulfed in bloodlight, cut down by the sword's brilliance. With a deafening roar, a trench several yards long appeared on the ground, the area marred by intersecting grooves from the swordlight. The carnage was horrific. Numerous Li experts were decapitated, and Shi Jingheng, a 9th-grade master, found himself utterly powerless. Amidst the chaos, another wave of attackers surged forth, including the previously repelled Elder Qian and Tian Kanjian. Yet, before they could act, Qin Xiaomao unleashed another strike, severing bodies in half, blood spraying into the air. Elder Qian and Tian Kanjian, both 9th-grade experts, cannot escape their grim fate and perished on the spot. Zhao Changbai and his disciple, Meng Quan, had no time to react, their heads severed in an instant. 10th grade. You are a 10th grade expert. The remaining Shi Jingheng stared intently at Qin Xiaomao, astonished. Aside from the King of the North, there exists another 10th grade master in Great Xia? What authority do you serve? Shi Jingheng demanded. Does Great Xia not fear inciting conflict with the Li? Qin Xiaomao smiled lightly. As a dying man, I shall indulge you. I am the left guardian of the Langya Pavilion. The one you just encountered is the pavilion master. You have slaughtered many in Great Xia, and now it is but blood for blood. Langya Pavilion, the adversary's expression shifted. Do you have any final words? Speak now, though I shall not fulfill them. Spare me, and I shall grant you anything you desire. Shi Jingheng pleaded. Your final words are destined for naught, Qin Xiaomao replied, raising his sword. The silver sword light howled forth. With a thunderous crash, Shi Jingheng's head was sent flying, while the structure behind him was swept away, reduced to ruins. The earth trembled, blood rained down, and the courtyard transformed into a hellscape. The entire Li envoy was obliterated. Shui Gang stared at the bloodied courtyard in a daze. The corpses before him belonged entirely to the Li envoy, and the 3 ninth-grade experts lay dead. It appeared that only one person had executed this massacre. How could a single individual have slain 3 ninth-grade masters and so many Li experts? Was he truly a 10th grade? When had 10th grades become so commonplace? Commander, could it be that the King of the North has returned? A Tiani guard leader murmured. Shui Gang shook his head. Impossible. The King of the North wields a blade. And, given his character, he would not return to the capital in such a low-profile manner. Gather these bodies. I must report to His Majesty. With that, Shui Gang turned to leave. In the Imperial study, Hua Ji lay weakly, reclining on a couch, her brow furrowed tightly, the atmosphere stifling. Are you saying the Li envoy was entirely slaughtered at the post house? Though she secretly relished the demise of the Li envoy, she understood the implications of such a massacre at this juncture. Your Majesty, indeed, not even the 3 ninth-grade experts were spared, Shui Gang replied gravely. Should news of the Li envoy's death within Great Xia reach Li, they will seize it as a pretext to mobilize their forces. With the Northern Yuan rebellion to the north and Li invading from the west, Great Xia will find itself besieged on all fronts. Immediately issue my decree to mobilize 100,000 troops to the western front, Hua Ji commanded decisively. I shall obey, Shui Gang acknowledged before departing. Shortly after, a figure clad in black appeared in the Imperial study. The Li envoy had been slain, and Great Xia now faced turbulent times. It was uncertain what upheaval might follow. You must ensure his safety, Hua Ji rasped. The man in black bowed and replied, Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall protect young Master Li at all costs. In the northern valley pass, atop the towering, majestic city walls, stood a massive tower 3 stories high, its eaves soaring. From the highest level, one could gaze 10 miles into the distance. A young man clad in a white cloak, leaning on a long sword, surveyed the horizon with a commanding presence. Adorned in golden armor, his features were chiseled, and his eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance, evoking a sense of authority and long-standing prestige. This man, merely standing there, resembled a steadfast pine tree or an imposing mountain, exuding both the valor of a battlefield warrior and the regal demeanor of a noble, embodying an extraordinary aura. He was Lin Nuo, the King of the North, a legendary figure in the hearts of all Great Xia citizens. At the tender age of 13, he was discovered and fervently nurtured by the late Emperor of the Great Xia. By the age of 15, he had broken through to the 7th rank of martial arts, rapidly advancing in his skills and earning the reputation of a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. At 18, he was appointed as the general guardian by the late Emperor, leading a cavalry northward, where he returned victorious with the heads of the 2 princes of the Northern Yuan. By the age of 25, he had reached the 9th rank, and at 28, he ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, achieving the 10th rank. The following year, he distinguished himself in battle and was conferred the title of Prince of the Northern Frontier, tasked with defending the northern borders, basking in unparalleled glory. His 2 chief generals were both 9th rank experts, renowned warriors on the battlefield, yet they willingly served under his command. Your Highness, the spies have brought 2 confidential letters, announced a burly general striding forth. He was none other than the left general. Read them to me, commanded Lin Nuo, the Prince of the Northern Frontier, without turning his gaze from the vast expanse of golden sands ahead. The first letter revealed that a general of the Northern Yuan, Bo Er, seemed to have departed the front lines, possibly indicating upheaval within the Northern Yuan. Lin Nuo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As I, Lin Nuo, hold this position, he dares to leave? Dispatch someone to investigate swiftly. Something significant must be occurring within the Northern Yuan. This could be our opportunity. My subordinate shares the same sentiment. What does the second letter convey? Lin Nuo's mood appeared considerably lifted. The second letter contained news from the capital. The envoy from the Great Li had been ambushed, resulting in the demise of all their experts. What? The envoy from the Great Li has been annihilated. War may soon erupt in the west. However, Lin Nuo mused, if war breaks out in the west, the Great Xia will recognize my importance as a national hero. Perhaps this is not entirely unfavorable. But what if the Western Front collapses and the Great Li invades? Chaos would ensue domestically. The left general expressed his concerns. Chaos is welcome. In turmoil, I shall rally my forces to reclaim control, and then the military authority in the West shall surely fall into my grasp. Let us see which of the court's ineffectual sycophants dare to voice dissent, he declared, a hint of madness glinting in his eyes. Is there anything else? Li Qinxuan inquired after a prolonged silence, noticing the left general's hesitation. There is a secret report from the palace. A few months ago, the emperor visited the wilderness and encountered a person who could potentially be her husband. What did you say? Husband? Indeed. Our agents have recently confirmed that the emperor, in her youth as a princess, was lost among the common folk and was married to someone. A heavy silence enveloped the room, the atmosphere growing oppressive. After a long pause, Li Qinxuan's voice cut through the stillness, icy and resolute. Investigate thoroughly. Ascertain the name, appearance, and background of that individual. Understood. But what shall we do once we uncover the truth? The left general asked cautiously. Eliminate him. A sudden gust of wind howled, causing the banners to flutter ominously. Qingxi, your drinking capacity leaves much to be desired, remarked Li Qingxuan, observing Qingxi, who had boasted of his resilience to alcohol, now sprawled beneath the table. In a good mood, he had indulged in a few more drinks with Qingxi. Just then, footsteps approached from outside, and the sneaky delay, peeking in, was promptly knocked down by a kick from a suddenly appearing Yin Ling. Hold on. I'm here to deliver money and discuss cooperation. Delay shouted in fright. This modest art studio was to him akin to a den of tigers and dragons, for it housed the master of the Langya Pavilion. Although the Langya Pavilion had only recently emerged, it had swiftly obliterated rival martial sects with ferocity. As a spy from the northern Yuan, Delay had kept a close watch on the Langya Pavilion, understanding that if Zi Huang were the Empress of the Great Xia, the pavilion's master would be akin to the ruler of the martial world. Get up, Li Qingxuan said coldly. Delay dared to rise, accompanied by several burly men, all of whom turned out to be formidable experts under Li Qingxuan's heavenly gaze, 3 at the 7th rank and 1 at the 8th. It was evident that these were the elite of the northern Yuan, which surprised Li Qingxuan, indicating a considerable standing within the northern Yuan. They brought in an entire chest of gold, and when it was opened, it nearly blinded Li Qingxuan with its brilliance. His face broke into a broad smile as he welcomed Delay inside, not merely for the gold, but out of a genuine desire to forge a friendship. After settling into the inner room, the group took their seats. The experts stood behind Delay, and among them, the 8th rank expert cast a cold, unfriendly gaze at Li Qingxuan. Speak. How shall we discuss this cooperation? Li Qingxuan asked, lifting his teacup for a sip. Delay also reached for his cup, only to find it empty, his face darkening in disappointment. I brought you a chest of gold, and you can't even spare me a cup of tea? Brother, this is a bit excessive. Though he could only voice this internally, he dared not speak it aloud, awkwardly placing the empty cup down. Li Pavilion Master, have you forgotten to serve me tea? I have not forgotten, Li Qingxuan replied, shaking his head. Business has been slow recently. We have little tea left, so I refrained from serving you. These men were from the northern Yuan, adversaries of his wife. The thought of offering them tea was absurd. I possess a deadly concoction. Would you care to try? He thought, all the while maintaining a jovial facade. Taking a deep breath, Delay forced a smile and said, actually, the cooperation is quite simple. A 9th rank expert from the northern Yuan will soon arrive in Luo capital to execute a plan. At that time, we will require your cooperation. How shall I cooperate? Li Qingxuan's eyes brightened, sensing a chance to uncover a major secret. Details regarding the Empress will be disclosed in due time. Li Qinxuan. The chest of gold is merely a down payment. Upon successful completion, 9 more shall follow. Agreed, it is settled. After bidding farewell to Delay and his companions, Li Qingxuan fell into contemplation. Given the connection to his wife, he wondered if these individuals intended to assassinate her. Once I ascertain the truth, I will ensnare you all and dispose of you without mercy. 3 days later, just as Li Qingxuan concluded to sign in, a figure cloaked in black appeared at the entrance of Qingxi workshop. The individual was shrouded in secrecy, as though fearing others would recognize him as a villain. The door to Qingxi workshop stood ajar, allowing him to enter with ease. As he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud. Li Qingxuan had already noticed the sudden arrival of this elderly man. Had Delay been present, he would have introduced him as a 9th rank expert from the northern Yuan, ranked 3rd in their military hierarchy. Trained in a fearsome, demonic martial arts style, he had gained notoriety for slaughtering 9 martial generals of the Great Xia in a single day during battles with the northern Yuan. He was also specifically targeted for assassination by the prince of the northern frontier. Despite being a figure of such menace, the fact that he had managed to survive while being pursued by a 10th-rank expert like Lin Nuo attested to his formidable strength. He had come to Qingji workshop after being informed by Li about the potential collaboration with Li Qingxuan, curious to determine if it was worth 10 chests of gold. Upon entering, he found Li Qingxuan seated calmly, observing him with an air of indifference, appearing merely as a handsome young man. However, the old man felt a twinge of disdain. In his youth, he had been far more imposing. "Are you the master of the Langya Pavilion?" The old man finally removed the hood concealing his face, revealing a gaunt visage that resembled skin stretched over bones. His voice was raspy and eerie, enough to instill fear in anyone who might encounter him at night. "Li Qingxuan maintaina ta kumpusa damiano." "And who might you be?" As they conversed, he activated his heavenly eye. The 9th-rank martial artist, practicing the bloodthirsty demonic arts, exhibited 12 critical vulnerabilities, including the shunned and shunshu points. In an instant, all the details regarding the opponent's cultivation surfaced in Li Qingxuan's mind. It was clear he belonged to the demonic sect, a presence shrouded in mystery. Li Qingxuan pondered within himself as the old man spoke again. "I am Banla, a Northern Yuan man. I have heard that Dare intends to collaborate with you and is willing to offer 10 boxes of gold. I wish to ascertain whether the Langya Pavilion is truly worth such a price." At that moment, Li Qingxuan understood the old man's intentions, a smile creeping across his face. The strength of Langya Pavilion was undoubtedly formidable. He inquired, "What is your plan upon arriving in the Great Xia?" "The plan is simple, to assassinate the Empress. However, prior to this, to test your capabilities, you must assist me with the task. Only upon its successful completion can I trust in the prowess of Langya Pavilion." "Oh, Li Qinxuan remarca, intrigue. Do tell. Li is our ally, yet the Li envoy was killed in the Imperial capital. I need to uncover the identity of the murderer responsible for the envoy's demise. If Langya Pavilion aids in this investigation, it will prove your worth." "Ah, so it is this matter," Li Qingxuan chuckled. "I have already uncovered the truth." "Oh, who was it? Was it the Great Xia court?" "No, it was killed by my Langya Pavilion." "What?" Upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words, a terrifying aura emanated from the old man, the paper on the windows flapping wildly. He fixed a steely gaze upon Li Qingxuan. "You cannot be jesting. Do I appear to be one who jokes?" "Li Qinxuan shuja. It was indeed I who executed this deed." The old man's expression darkened, his face brimming with murderous intent, yet he restrained himself from striking. The fact that Li Qingxuan dared to speak such words in his presence indicated a substantial level of confidence. He could not afford to act rashly. After all, it was not a Northern Yuan envoy who had perished. "Why?" the old man queried. "Because they were far too arrogant. Li is our ally. Since the Li envoy died, because of you, our collaboration is impossible," the old man declared, turning to leave. "Wait." Li Qinxuan interjecta. The old man's face darkened further. "What more do you have to say? I'm quite busy. What I wish to convey is simple. Now that you have arrived, do not depart." "You wish to keep me here?" The old man's eyes glinted with malice. "Do you know what my moniker is?" "Regardless of what it was, henceforth, you shall be known as a corpse." Li Qingxuan shook his head. From a moment, the old man mentioned the assassination of the Empress. Li Qingxuan had already resolved to kill him. In his own domain, could he allow the old man to revolt? "Do you truly wish to detain me?" the old man asked again. "Do you not find that a redundant question?" Li Qingxuan took a sip from his teacup. This blatant disregard ignited the old man's fury. In the next instant, his palm turned crimson, striking directly at Li Qingxuan's position. Yet, just as his hand was a meter away from Li Qingxuan, it could advance no further. A figure clad in white appeared, effortlessly blocking the old man's attack with but a single finger. Despite the old man's desperate efforts, he could not advance an inch. It was naturally Qin Xiaoma who had intervened. With a gentle flick of his sleeve, Qin Xiaoma sent the old man flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A 10th grade? The old man stared intently at the standing Qin Xiaoma, disbelief etched on his face. How could Langya Pavilion possess such a figure? At that moment, Li Qingxuan rose, approached the old man, and looked down upon him with a hint of pity in his eyes. "I had initially planned to secure the remaining 9 boxes of gold before taking action, but you should not have set your sights on my wife. By the way, I neglected to mention, my wife is the Empress of the Great Xia." Surprised? Unexpected, without waiting for the old man to react, he unsheathed the Han Chi sword and thrust it towards him. A glimmer of hatred flashed in the old man's eyes. Even if I am wounded, I shall take you down with me. Indeed, a ninth-grade master, even when gravely injured, still possessed terrifying strength. Yet in the next moment, the sword pierced effortlessly into the old man's heart. You exhibit far too many flaws. In your prime, I could not contend with you, but now wounded, it is time for you to die. With that, Li Qinxuan withdrew the sword. In his final moments, the old man's eyes were filled with resentment. Having encountered countless storms in his lifetime, he never expected to meet his end here. The old man lay dead. Li Qingxuan searched his body, retrieving a pouch of silver, several vials of powder, and some concealed weapons. Apart from the silver, he regarded the rest with disdain, shaking his head. To be this impoverished and still venture forth. Lord Pavilion Master, how should we handle this corpse? Qin Xiaomao inquired, gazing at Li Qingxuan. Sever the head and display it on the gates of the Great Xia, spreading the news of his death at the hands of Langya Pavilion. I wish for all to know that those who dare to run rampant in the Great Xia shall find themselves at odds with Langya Pavilion. And the fate of opposing Langya Pavilion is death. Li Qingxuan had his reasons for this course of action. His wife's enemies were numerous: the Northern Yuan, the Southern nations, the Li, and various clan factions. While open conflict is easily avoided, hidden threats are much harder to defend against. No one could predict how many waves of assassins might come. It was better to establish a fearsome reputation. The fall of ninth-grade master would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar, solidifying Langya Pavilion's renown. Everyone would come to know that in Luo City there existed a Langya Pavilion, a place to be feared. Moreover, Yang Xuanji believed himself an ordinary man, thus attempting to prevent his wife from being with him. He would create a martial power that rivaled the state itself. In time, he would see who was deemed unworthy of his wife. Chapter 57. Those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished. No matter the distance, the annihilation of the Li envoy was indeed a cause for great rejoicing. Indeed, one wonders which faction was responsible. It is said the court is investigating, but regardless of who did it, it has greatly elevated the prestige of our Great Xia. Since the news of the Li envoy's demise spread, discussions erupted throughout the streets and alleys. Hurry to the West City Gate. There is a spectacle to behold. They say a head has been hung from the gate, accompanied by a banner. The crowd surged fervently toward the West City Gate. This gate was the military gate of Luo capital, positioned near the White Tiger constellation, the stronghold of soldiers. At this moment, a throng had gathered beneath the gate, pointing and discussing. In the center hung a severed head, and beneath it, a white banner. Even the soldiers guarding the city were bewildered. They had stood vigil all night, only to discover the head inexplicably displayed the following morning. Whose head was this? How did it come to be hung at the West City Gate? The banner read, Langya Pavilion has slain the third-ranked expert of the Northern Yuan military, displayed here as a warning to others. Those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished, no matter the distance. What was the meaning of this? It appeared to serve as a warning to those harboring ill intentions toward the Great Xia. Langya Pavilion, I believe I have heard of it. Countless voices murmured in speculation. Meanwhile, spies from various factions discreetly slipped away. That day, news of the Northern Yuan master's death at the hands of Langya Pavilion spread rapidly. In the Imperial Palace, within the study, Huaji listened to Shui Gang's report. The third-ranked expert of the Northern Yuan military, whom even the king of Northern Defense could not slay, has perished in Luo City. What is the intent of this Langya Pavilion? Huaji furrowed her brow. While the death of a Northern Yuan master was indeed a positive development, the existence of Langya Pavilion left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Judging by the words on the banner, Langya Pavilion seemed to be a patriotic organization. I suspect they are also involved in the demise of the Li envoy. That statement, those who offend the Great Xia shall be punished, no matter the distance, certainly instilled vigor. What is your perspective, National Master? Huaji inquired, directing her gaze toward Yang Xuanji. Yang Xuanji shook his head. I believe that the Langya Pavilion may not be as benevolent as it appears. Furthermore, such a force not under the court's control could pose a significant threat to us. Your Majesty should remain vigilant and, in fact, strengthen defenses to prevent any potential unrest they might instigate. In the Great Li, at the border command tent, an elderly general gripped his sword tightly, his eyes glinting with ferocity. The envoy's party had been annihilated, inciting the emperor's wrath. prompting him to gather troops at the border in preparation for war. "What is your opinion, General?" the deputy inquired softly. "It seems to me that the great Xia is merely fabricating a ruse, conjuring the Langya Pavilion to create an illusion of formidable opponents, making us wary. We need not concern ourselves with it." In the northern Yuan, within the military tent, the foremost expert, Bo smashed a table in fury. "That fool, Daily Eye, speaks of collaborating with the Langya Pavilion. He has clearly fallen for the tricks of the great Xia, leading our third expert into a trap and to his demise. This is an utter disgrace. The enemy has even hung his head on the city gate, an affront to our northern Yuan. We cannot allow the Langya Pavilion to remain unchecked. We must exact vengeance." At the Northern Valley Pass, in the residence of the Northern Protector King, Lin Nuo, the general stood arrayed beside him. "The death of our third expert in Luocheng must be the work of that national master." The head of the woman emperor, now displayed on the city gate, alongside a mere gang, implies that I am outdone by a mere organization. Dispatch someone promptly to ascertain the truth, while I contend with foes at the border. They conspire behind my back to tarnish my reputation, which is utterly intolerable. The demise of a ninth-grade expert reverberated throughout the realm. Yet, most believe that a small gang could not achieve such a feat, attributing it to the machinations of the Great Xia court. That woman emperor of Great Xia seems to be clever, yet has misstepped. This will only enrage the northern Yuan, provoking even greater retribution, they mused. Indeed, the northern Yuan would not let this slide. Reports indicated that Great Li had already amassed troops at the border. A spectacle was imminent. Within half a month, Luocheng had become the focal point of the world. On this day, a robust man riding a tall steed appeared at the northern city gate, flanked by 2 personal guards. The head still dangled above the gate. Though the intentions of the Langya Pavilion remained ambiguous, Huaji perceived the hanging head as a declaration of the Great Xia's stance. It was indeed that of the northern Yuan's third expert. The man sneered, approaching the gate. Soldiers attempted to halt him for questioning, but he produced a badge from his waist and tossed it to them. Upon reading the inscription, the soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly knelt, proclaiming, "We greet the Left General." This individual was none other than the Left General, one of the 2 ninth-grade experts serving the Northern Protector King. Retrieving his badge, the Left General arrogantly spurred his horse into the city. "General, shall we return to the residence first?" his guard asked. "No, we shall proceed directly to the palace and inquire of that woman emperor regarding her intent in tarnishing our lord's reputation." The Great Li envoy's party had set up a platform for challenges, prompting Huaji to decree the return of the left and right generals to the capital. The Northern Protector King had deferred, citing the urgency of war, yet the mere act of displaying a head could hardly tarnish his prestige. Nevertheless, the left general had journeyed back to Luocheng without hesitation. In Qingji Square, Li Qingxuan was engaged in a game of chess with Yuan Guang, who appeared distracted. "What troubles you, Elder Yuan?" Li Qinxuan inquired. "The Great Li envoy's party has been wiped out, and the head of the Northern Yuan expert now hangs at the city gate. Why do you sigh?" Elder Yuan sighed again. "You are unaware. With the annihilation of the Great Li envoy's party, the ruler of Great Li is furious and has been steadily reinforcing the border. As for the head displayed at the gate, it is a great humiliation for the Northern Yuan, and it is likely that they have already dispatched experts here. Even the Northern Protector King has expressed discontent in the memorials from the border, questioning the emperor's intentions. The emperor is overwhelmed every day, and how can I, as a subject, find joy in that?" Li Qingxuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. It seemed he had unwittingly ignited this turmoil. He had thought that displaying the head would deter assassins from various nations and alleviate his wife's concerns. Yet the outcome was contrary to his intentions. Had he foreseen the consequences, he would have merely buried the head in secrecy to avoid such complications. Li Qingxuan felt a pang of regret. Since he had stirred this trouble, it was incumbent upon him to rectify it. And what of the Northern Yuan and Great Li? If they dared come, he would vanquish them without hesitation. In an instant, a steely resolve glimmered in Li Qingxuan's eyes. Yuan Guang stared at the young man opposite him, feeling as if he had suddenly transformed into a stranger. The aura emanating from him at that moment was enough to induce a sense of trepidation. Chapter 58. Do you intend to oppose the Langya Pavilion? Your Majesty, the left general has returned to the capital and is presently seeking an audience outside the palace. In the Imperial study, Hua Ji was in deliberation with Yuan Guang and others. Shui Gang reported, "The left general, I did not summon him. Why has he returned?" Hua Ji furrowed his brow, slightly displeased. Previously, he had wished for them to deal with the great Li envoy's party, and even an imperial decree had proven ineffective. Now he returned of his own accord. Could it be related to the Langya Pavilion? "Let him in," Hua Ji commanded. Before long, the left general entered the imperial study, clearly having not returned home. If he were attending to the emperor's affairs, Hua Ji might have commended his diligence. However, he was acting on the Northern Protector King's orders, making it difficult for Hua Ji to feel favorably towards him. "Left General, I did not summon you. Why have you returned unbidden?" Hua Ji questioned sternly. The left general maintained his composure as he replied, "I am here on my lord's orders to investigate certain matters." Hua Ji's expression darkened further. The left general's words implied he was acting under the Northern Protector King's command rather than the emperor's, subtly suggesting that he owed no allegiance to the emperor. "What is it you wish to investigate?" Hua Ji inquired coolly. "Naturally, it concerns the death of the Northern Yuan's third expert. Your Majesty, the Northern Protector King requests to know the true nature of the Langya Pavilion. It is merely a gang comprised of many experts, including those of the 10th grade. Beyond that, I am unaware. Your Majesty, may I inquire whether the leader of the Langya Pavilion is Commander Shui or National Master Yang? For outsiders, we may weave tales, but as I represent my lord, I hope your Majesty will speak candidly, lest you treat my lord as an outsider. I am not deceiving you. The Langya Pavilion is indeed a gang." "Huh, a gang? 10th grade experts? Does your Majesty truly expect me to believe that? Not only is it a mere gang, but throughout the realm, aside from my lord, who else possesses 10th grade experts? If you insist, I shall investigate further to ascertain the true nature of this Langya Pavilion. Should the left general wish to proceed, he is free to do so. However, I hope you will refrain from provoking the Langya Pavilion, for you may not be able to handle the consequences." "Huh." The left general scoffed disdainfully. "If the Langya Pavilion truly exists, they are but frightened mice lurking in the shadows. Your Majesty, I have traveled far and wide. I must take my leave. Begone," Hua Ji replied coldly. Once the left general departed, Shui Gang's expression turned icy. A mere general dares to act so insolently before the emperor. How does the Northern Protector King discipline his subordinates? Shui Gang exclaimed in anger. "Enough," Hua Ji waved dismissively. The Northern Protector King Lin Nuo was elevated to his position by the late emperor, and he has rendered service to the great Xia. Thus, his subordinates, being rough soldiers who have long been away from courtly decorum, may lack proper etiquette. Hua Shi Spuke, seeming to comfort Sugong, but perhaps also to soothe her own spirit. After all, given the current status of the Northern King, there was little he could do to his general. Meanwhile, General Zhua had indeed returned to his residence after leaving the palace, yet he did not rest. He took his servants with him to the streets, commanding them to shout for the scoundrels of Langya Pavilion to come forth and face him. "What nonsense is this Langya Pavilion? If you have the courage, come out instead of hiding in the shadows. Did you not claim that Luocheng is your territory? My general Zhua has returned. Dare you confront me?" The so-called Langya Pavilion was merely a crowd-pleasing band of rogues. As General Zhui sat in a tavern, his servants continued to shout in the streets, drawing the attention of many citizens. Langya Pavilion had slain the masters of the Beiyuan. Why should General Zhui target them? The Northern King, Lin Nuo, was celebrated for his achievements, and General Zhui was his right-hand man, heroes of the great Xia. Why could they not coexist peacefully with Langya Pavilion? "Those who offend the great Xia shall be punished, no matter how distant they may be," echoed the inspiring words. It was said that the envoy of Dali had also been killed by Langya Pavilion. Since ancient times, heroes have violated prohibitions. Perhaps the court and the martial world could never coexist peacefully. Ordinary people could only see the surface, unaware of the hidden struggles. Would the people of Langya Pavilion dare to appear? General Zhuo was a 9th grade master. I doubt Langya Pavilion would show themselves. Yet, Langya Pavilion had managed to slay masters of Beiyuan, indicating the presence of 9th grade experts among them. How could one discern whether it was a single individual or a group that performed such feats? More and more people gathered as General Zhuo's servants attracted attention. Suddenly, a terrifying figure appeared at the end of the street, standing defiantly like an ancient pine. In that moment, the entire street fell into silence, with everyone gazing in awe at the figure. as if witnessing some dreadful existence. The individual stood there, exuding an unfathomable aura, sending chills through the hearts of generals with servants. "I am Li Qinxuan, the left guardian of Langya Pavilion," the figure declared. One of the leading servants, summoning his courage, began to curse, "What nonsense, left guardian." But before he could finish, Li Qinxuan casually waved his hand. An invisible force sent the servant flying. He landed awkwardly, his mouth askew, convulsing on the ground. All eyes in the street were fixed on Li Qinxuan in shock. Was this the prowess of a Langya Pavilion expert? Remarkable. Even from several paces away, he could send a person flying. Li Qinxuan stood calmly, his gaze locked on General Zhou. "You are the one who has tarnished the reputation of Langya Pavilion." Li Qinxuan's tone was devoid of emotion, yet held a hint of coldness. General Zhou was indeed a fearsome figure, known for his brutal methods on the battlefield, the second strongest under the Northern King. The first was the right general, and were they not the Northern King's trusted generals, their achievements would have sufficed for them to attain second-grade general status. Whispers spread among the crowd as they discussed General Zhou, a legendary figure whose tales were recounted throughout the land. Meanwhile, Langya Pavilion had only recently emerged, now standing at the forefront of conflict. General Zhou, you, as a commander of the Great Xia, seek trouble with Langya Pavilion for what reason? Li Qinxuan inquired. Indeed, you have slain the masters of Baiyuan, but General Zhou stepped closer to Li Qinxuan, unsheathing his great sword. Your actions threaten the reputation of my lord. And to me, Langya Pavilion is nothing but a troupe of clowns, audaciously claiming Luocheng as your own. I find it quite displeasing. General Zhou did not believe Langya Pavilion to be a legitimate martial faction, but rather a fabrication of the Great Xia Empress. After all, how could an entity that had remained inconspicuous suddenly emerge? The Northern King held his exalted position in the Great Xia due to his 10th grade status. If another 10th grade expert were to arise, it would undoubtedly threaten his supremacy. Thus he sought to unmask the Empress's deception. So, you intend to make yourself an enemy of Langya Pavilion? Li Qinxuan regarded General Zhou. Though both were 9th grade masters, General Zhou was a quintessential warrior, far removed from the caliber of other 9th grade experts, vastly superior to the 3 members of the Dali envoy. Even the 3rd strongest of Baiyuan paled in comparison. In a confrontation within the same realm, a warrior could easily overpower those who practiced mystical arts. This was evident. Langya Pavilion is a farce, and you, Left Guardian, will be defeated today. General Zhou had been accumulating his strength, and at that moment, he unleashed a terrifying aura. Blood-red energy surged from above his head, shooting skyward. This was the dreadful power of a 9th grade warrior, their vitality at its peak. In the cold winter, as they channeled their energy, the air within 3 paces became stifling. General Zhou roared, his footfalls shaking the ground as he advanced like a humanoid beast. With each step, the stone pavement cracked beneath him. Li Qinxuan did not hesitate, slowly raising his palm. The sword on his back remained unresponsive. Just as the crowd assumed he was merely posturing, they suddenly witnessed pebbles rising from the ground around him. Increasingly, the stones soared upward, converging towards Li Qinxuan's outstretched hand. With a series of resounding impacts, the stones fused seamlessly, coalescing into the shape of a sword. Murmurs of awe rippled through the crowd. Ordinary citizens could not discern true strength, perceiving the more flamboyant techniques as superior. Li Qinxuan's display seemed almost divine, marking Langya Pavilion's debut in public. Do you believe the Left Guardian can defeat General Zhou? I think General Zhou is more formidable. I've never heard of Langya Pavilion before. If they were so powerful, why did they remain obscure? But the Left Guardian skills are truly astonishing. Flamboyance means nothing. Street performers are often more extravagant. Just wait. Soon he will be ruthlessly beaten by General Zhou. With a thunderous sound, General Zhou unleashed a wave of energy, his sword slicing down, creating a lethal aura. This was his signature technique, using sheer force to lock onto his opponent's form, striking to defeat. In the face of such overwhelming might, Li Qinxuan remained remarkably composed, meeting the descending blade with his stone sword. After surpassing the 10th grade, Li Qinxuan had yet to engage a pure warrior in combat. Previous encounters had been too one-sided for his liking, but this general Zhou piqued his interest. The collision of their weapons unleashed a devastating force, flattening nearby walls and dislodging stones from the ground. While Li Qinxuan stood firm, General Zhuo stumbled back 3 paces, finally recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yet his aura grew even more menacing. I only used 30% of my strength before. Now I shall unleash my full power. Is that so? Qin Xiaomao replied coolly, having gauged the combat prowess of a 9th-grade warrior through their initial clash. In truth, he had only exerted 10% of his strength. Regardless of how formidable a warrior might be, they could only dominate within their own realm. The disparity in levels was insurmountable. Qin Xiaomao was inclined to invest time in this encounter to gain insight into the warrior system. After all, the King of the North is merely a brute warrior. Although both are of the 10th rank, Qin Xiaomao is uncertain of his chances against the King of the North, having just entered the 10th rank himself. At this moment, it seems there is still a gap between him and the King of the North, but it matters not. With so many 9th rank warriors in Langya Pavilion, should the king truly arrive, they could surround him and beat him to the point of bloodshed. I shall take action now. Qin Xiaomao suddenly grinned, this time not summoning a stone sword, but slowly drawing the treasured sword from his back. An unsettling anxiety surged within General Zhuo. The instant Qin Xiaomao fully unsheathed his sword, his aura soared to new heights. As his momentum reached its zenith, he mercilessly swung the sword downwards. In an instant, the air roared with thunder, and a fierce wind erupted, causing surrounding objects to sway violently. The speed of his sword was so rapid that General Zhuo could only passively defend himself. Boom! First came a sound that pierced the eardrums, followed by a thunderous explosion of energy. Waves of pressure surged like a raging tide, even pushing citizens dozens of feet away to the ground. Under the terrifying force of the sword, General Zhuo struggled to maintain his stance, ultimately unable to remain upright, and was sent flying backward. When the tempest subsided and calm returned, the treasure blade that had accompanied General Zhuo for over a decade bore a significant gash. Qin Xiaomao stood still, as if rooted to the ground. Had it not been for the sword in his hand, others might have doubted whether he had even acted. At this moment, his seemingly frail figure exuded an imposing presence akin to a mountain, reminiscent of a primal beast that instilled fear in all who beheld him. 10th rank. You truly are a 10th rank. General Zhuo exclaimed in disbelief, struggling to accept this terrifying reality. Beyond their own master, the King of the North, there existed another 10th rank in the Great Xia. Does this not imply that the affairs of Langya Pavilion are not mere fabrications of the Empress, but that such a force truly exists in the martial world? Although the opponent's 10th rank may not yet match their master's strength, any 10th rank poses a threat to their master's position. At this moment, the surrounding populace finally regained their senses. Some, overwhelmed by the terrifying force, felt dizzy, while those who were wise enough to cover their ears were spared from the worst of it. They heard General Zhuo's exclamation, which sparked a wave of astonishment. A 10th rank, Langya Pavilion actually possesses a 10th rank. Although a single martial force cannot shake the authority of the court is reluctant to offend a 10th rank master. After all, while they may be unable to confront you openly, they can silently eliminate your ministers. Capturing a 10th rank master is exceedingly difficult, and at this moment, the once calm Qin Xiaomao finally took the initiative to strike. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, his body becoming an afterimage. The next moment, he stood before General Zhuo. Clang! In a moment of panic, General Zhuo hurriedly swung his sword forward. Yet, the blade struck only an afterimage. In the next instant, Qin Xiaomao's palm made contact with General Zhuo's chest. Bang! General Zhuo's face turned ashen as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body soaring like a kite with its string cut, crashing to the ground. After struggling a few times, he could not rise. Haha, pathetic. Qin Xiaomao scoffed, the words taught to him by the pavilion master. Considering your remaining value to the Great Xia, I shall spare your life today. With that, Qin Xiaomao turned and departed with an air of nonchalance. After a while, the scene erupted into an uproar. Soon, news of generals with severe injuries spread throughout the city of Luo. In a tower, an elderly man with a pale complexion listened to Darai's report. Darai, you have brought about the demise of my third, strongest expert from Beiyuan. I should have struck you down with a single blow, but seeing your continued usefulness, I grant you a chance to redeem yourself. Lead me to the location of Langya Pavilion. Elder Yell, the experts of Langya Pavilion are numerous, and every word I speak is the truth. You must not take risks lightly. The third strongest fell because he acted without permission and was thus killed. Darai shivered at the thought of those terrifying beings. Heh. At this point, are you still lying? Aside from the King of the North, where else is there a 10th rank in the Great Xia? The third strongest demise was merely the result of falling into the Empress's ambush. The elder snorted coldly. Elder Yell, if you do not believe me, that is your prerogative. But the streets are abuzz with the news that just an hour ago, even the King of the North General Zhuo was gravely injured. It is merely a farce orchestrated by the Great Xia. Do you truly believe I would accept that the people of the Great Xia would turn against each other? Absurd. Take me there at once, or I shall strike you down right now. Chapter 60. 9th rank expert Yell Guang. Outside Qingji Square, Li Qingxuan leaned lazily against a wall, holding a sword while basking in the sun. In recent days, the capital had been rife with turmoil, forcing him to increase patrols. As a commander of the Imperial Guard, he was meant to protect the palace, but with insufficient manpower, he too had to take to the field. After a few rounds, he considered resting for a moment. Commander, the Beiyuan expert who disappeared previously has reappeared. He is currently heading towards the western part of the city. What? Li Qingxuan suddenly perked up. Days ago, he had discovered a Beiyuan expert infiltrating Luo City, and when he attempted to pursue, the individual had vanished without a trace. For days he had been investigating the whereabouts of this individual, but to no avail, and now, unexpectedly, the person had made an appearance. We must pursue immediately. We cannot let him escape this time, Li Qingxuan declared. Stealthily, Li Qingxuan and his subordinate followed suit. In the streets, Yell Guang suddenly halted, his gaze alertly fixed ahead. At that moment, a swarm of Imperial guards appeared, and Li Qingxuan unsheathed his sword, his focus unwavering, the air thick with murderous intent. You have quite the audacity to trespass in the capital of the Great Xia. Come with me, Li Qingxuan stated confidently, for he was at the pinnacle of the 8th rank and well aware of his own strength. Durai quietly informed Yell Guang about Li Qingfeng's situation. Having been undercover in the capital for many years, Durai was intimately familiar with the experts in Luo City. You think you can stop me? You are unworthy, Yell Guang replied, stepping forward, completely ignoring Li Qingfeng. Seeking death, Li Qingfeng, enraged, swung his sword down in a dazzling arc boom. Yell Guang retaliated. As if thunder had exploded, Li Qingfeng was sent flying backward, landing several steps away before he could regain his footing, blood already staining the corner of his mouth. Overestimating oneself, Yell Guang remarked coldly, continuing to stride forward. The second strongest of Beiyuan, Yell Guang. Li Qingfeng recognized the identity of his opponent the moment he struck. As an 8th rank martial artist at the pinnacle of his level, he possessed the ability to contend with 9th rank martial artists. But he could only inflict harm on those like Elder Qian. Against someone like Yell Guang, only a desperate fight would suffice. Yet, a desperate fight that merely resulted in harming the opponent would be utterly meaningless. Elder Yell, Li Qingfeng has appeared. We have already alerted the Imperial Guards, and soon their experts will mobilize. It is unwise for us to meet with the master of Langya Pavilion at this time. We should retreat, Durai advised, as he had never wished to confront Li Qingxuan, deeming it too dangerous. Heh. The speed at which the Imperial Guard gathers is sufficient for me to annihilate that so-called Langya Pavilion. Yell Guang remained unfazed. Soon, they arrived at a shop, the plaque above its entrance inscribed with the words Qingji Fong. So, the illustrious Langya Pavilion was hidden in such a place. Yell Guang's expression remained indifferent. After today, Langya Pavilion shall cease to exist. As the second strongest from Beiyuan, within the realm of 9th rank, even the King of the North generals could not contend with him. In a world where 10th rank masters are scarce, he naturally felt confident enough to storm any den of dragons or tigers. Qingji Fong? Although Li Qingfeng could not stop Yell Guang, he kept pace behind him. His subordinates had already gone to summon reinforcements. He would not allow Yell Guang to escape. What kind of place is this Qingji Fong? It should not be a stronghold of Beiyuan. Otherwise, Yell Guang would not appear so brazenly. However, the fact that Yell Guang personally visited suggests there are hidden intricacies at play, Dragon Qingfeng pondered. As Yell Guang stepped into Kingzifang, he was greeted by the sight of a figure clad in white, hair casually styled, fervently wielding a brush. Looking northwest, shooting the heavenly wolf, Li Qingxuan concluded his final strokes, satisfied with his creation. Fortunately, he had studied calligraphy in his previous life. Otherwise, his characters would resemble a chicken's claw, leaving him utterly embarrassed. He stamped his wife's engraved seal onto the paper, then turned around leisurely. The ninth-tier master exhibits 6 flaws throughout his being, with his martial arts marred by imperfections, thus stagnating his progress. However, upon breaking through, he could ascend to the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Under the gaze of the heavens, all of his attributes and information manifested in Li Qingxuan's mind. Approaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier, this strength is formidable. If he advances further, he would nearly be on par with Yunling, explaining his confidence. Dare did not dare to enter Qingzifang and instead observed from a distance, aware that stepping inside would be akin to courting death. Yet, Guang made no effort to compel him. Upon noticing Dare outside, Li Qingxuan could almost deduce his identity. Where's the Lord of Langya Pavilion? Come forth. Guang chose to disregard Li Qingxuan, for in his eyes, such youth could hardly be a master. The Lord of Langya Pavilion should at least resemble an elder like himself, as most in power within Beiyuan were aged. It was not merely a matter of seniority. The younger generation's prowess could not compare to that of their elders. Old man, I ask you, where's the Lord of Langya Pavilion? The elder, seeing no response, displayed a hint of displeasure. Do you seek the Lord of Langya Pavilion for some matter? Li Qingxuan finally spoke. Indeed, I have business. Quickly summon the Lord of Langya Pavilion to meet me, or I shall raze this place to the ground. Oh, quite domineering, old man. Li Qingxuan raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his voice. To be candid, I'm the Lord of Langya Pavilion. You wish to demolish my Qingzifang? Your audacity is impressive. You are. Guang could not help but re-evaluate Li Qingxuan. Although he was skeptical of Li Qingxuan's claim, he knew time was of the essence. The Imperial guards would arrive soon. Thus, he resolved to deal with this youth regardless of the truth. Yet, just as he was about to channel his inner energy, an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. The door of Qingzifang closed on its own, and a young man clad in white appeared behind him. Guang shivered involuntarily. The aura emanating from this individual was terrifying, as unfathomable as an abyss. Years of combat experience instilled in him a gut feeling that had he acted just then, he would have become a corpse in an instant. I have no particular business, just came to take a look. Guang hastily revised his statement, forcing a smile, eager to retreat. Huh, you are quite quick to adapt, Li Qingxuan chuckled. However, Qingzifang is not a place one can enter at will. Last time, there was a certain third-ranked master from Beiyuan. Your compatriot, perhaps you would prefer to join him below? Guang's face turned a shade of purple, realizing he had fallen into a trap. With no means to fight back or escape, was he truly to meet his demise here? After a moment's hesitation, he forced a smile. Let's speak amicably. I can offer a tremendous secret in exchange for my life. A grand secret? That is indeed significant. However, your words have piqued my interest. Pray, share it with me. Li Qingxuan gestured for him to take a seat. Chapter 61. Blood Shadow Divine Art Guang. Release Young Master Li. Just as Li Qingxuan was about to learn of the earth-shattering secret, the door was suddenly kicked open with force. Shui Gang, leading members of the Heavenly Garment Guards, stormed in. Upon entering, Shui Gang was taken aback, clearly not expecting to find Li Qingxuan unharmed, believing he had been in peril. Earlier, he had received word from the Emperor to protect Li Qingxuan, and upon seeing the closed door of Qingzifang, he had barged in, only to find a scene of camaraderie. What is the meaning of this? Guang, you dare to threaten me? I shall divulge nothing. Li Qingxuan quickly recognized how this scenario could easily imply a collusion with Beiyuan, and he vociferously admonished. Guang was equally bewildered. Your acting skills are quite impressive. However, he would not surrender easily. He immediately rose to resist. Just then, more masters broke through the door, some even leaping through the windows. Li Qinxuan Winsa. This is my residence. Why must you jump through the window when the door is wide open? Are you unwell? You should surrender, Li Qingxuan advised Guang. Should a fight ensue, his home would surely be destroyed. The moment he heard Li Qingxuan's words, Guang, who had been ready to resist, felt his energy dissipate. Before Shui Gang, and even in the face of 10,000 Imperial guards, he believed he had a chance. But against this Lord of Langya Pavilion, he felt utterly hopeless. Shui Gang was equally surprised that Guang chose to surrender. As his subordinates bound Guang and led him out of Qingzifang, he wore a puzzled expression. Once outside, Guang suddenly shouted, "A great secret! A grand secret!" It seemed he was signaling to someone. Who is this great secret? Are there others among you? Shui Gang inquired loudly, recalling that he had captured several Beiyuan individuals upon entering. Was there still someone lurking in shadows? No, I was merely lamenting. Yelyo Guang was taken away. Shui Gang felt something was amiss. The earlier scene had been too harmonious, yet he could not pinpoint the anomaly. Are you all right? A gentle voice chimed in. Huaji entered the room. She had been resting, but was startled when the Imperial guards informed her of Yelyo Guang's intrusion into Qingxuan. As the second most formidable master of Beiyuan, she swiftly mobilized the Imperial guards and Heavenly Garment guards while personally coming to investigate. Clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her curves, her gaze towards Li Qingxuan was filled with warmth. Upon seeing Huaji, Li Qingxuan's expression momentarily froze, not out of desire, but rather from an emotional surge. What troubles you? Huaji, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Li Qingxuan's gaze, queried. Nothing. Li Qingxuan quickly regained composure, offering a wry smile. It has been a while since General Zi Huang has visited. You merely remind me of an old acquaintance. Who? Huaji blurted out, her heart racing slightly. My wife, Li Qingxuan replied, causing Huaji to tremble suddenly. Are you injured? She asked. No. Then what was Yelyo Guang doing in Qingxuan? She pressed further. Are you interrogating me? Li Qingxuan lifted his gaze. No, not at all. Huaji quickly waved her hands. I am merely concerned for you. Before she could finish, their conversation was interrupted by the intrusion of others. Well, you are unscathed. You have asked that once already. Huaji felt a bit anxious. I shall take my leave then and visit you another day. Wait, General Zi Huang. Do you have anything you wish to say to me? Huaji hesitated. I do have something to say. Li Qingxuan perked up. There is a residence for sale within the city. Perhaps you should consider purchasing it. It is close to the palace and would be safer. So, it is this matter. Li Qingxuan felt a twinge of disappointment. I will think it over. Then I shall take my leave. Huaji hastily exited. Shui Gang awaited her outside. As Huaji boarded her carriage, Shui Gang accompanied her. He had genuinely feared that Li Qingxuan would inquire further. If that is the case, Your Majesty would surely realize it was he who leaked the information. Fortunately, it remains unspoken. Your Majesty, although the current turmoil in the court prevents you from revealing your identity alongside that of young Master Li, it does not hinder your recognition of one another. Young Master Li is so deeply infatuated with you that even I, a cold-hearted individual, am moved. At that moment, Huaji's eyes sparkled with clarity. Indeed, she had been preoccupied with the notion of granting Li Qingxuan wealth and prestige, as well as the status of her imperial consort. However, there was no need to achieve it all at once. She could take it step by step. First, she would acknowledge her husband, and later, when the time was ripe, she could unveil their relationship to the world. How foolish she had been. Thus, the frown that had once marred Huaji's brow lifted, and her entire demeanor brightened. Shui Gang, your words hold great wisdom, and we must rigorously interrogate that Yelyo Guang. When he exited, he mentioned possessing a great secret. You must extract this secret from him. Furthermore, we need to bolster our patrols, especially in the western region of the city. I do not wish to see a recurrence of today's events. Li Qingxuan pondered to himself only after the Imperial guards had departed. What could that great secret mentioned by Yelyo Guang be? It piqued his curiosity. Should he visit the dungeon of the Northern Supervisory Office to converse with him? The fact that he had deliberately called out those two phrases upon leaving likely indicated that he hoped for a rescue. After all, even a ninth-tier expert would find the chance of escape from a prison nearly non-existent. However, this held true for ordinary ninth-tier individuals. For Li Qingxuan, the Celestial Dungeon posed no insurmountable challenge. Recently, he had acquired a set of blood shadow techniques, allowing him to transform into a fleeting shadow. To be honest, the dungeon should not present any significant difficulty for him. Chapter 62. The secret weapon Li Qingxuan was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, nor did he relish putting himself in peril. Yet, the insistence of the other party on possessing a great secret that could potentially affect the Great Xia compelled him to investigate further. Master, I must remind you that the prison of the Northern Supervisory Office is fortified to the point of being impenetrable. Even if I were to be imprisoned there, the chances of escape would be exceedingly slim, Qin Xiaomao remarked. Fear not, for I shall remain concealed, Li Qingxuan replied, disappearing from Qin Xiaomao's sight as he spoke. The master truly is formidable, Qin Xiaomao thought, gasping in astonishment. Such a movement technique was unheard of. That night, the entrance to the Northern Supervisory Office's dungeon was dimly lit. 2 members of the heavenly clothing guards stood vigilant, ensuring that not a single mosquito could pass through. This was merely the first barrier. Within lay dozens of more obstacles, guarded by countless experts. To attempt entry would be akin to courting death. A fleeting shadow flitted by, barely perceptible in the dim light. One of the heavenly clothing guards rubbed his eyes and turned to his companion. "Did your shadow just move?" "Shut up," the companion retorted, annoyed. "You know I fear ghosts the most." "Huh," the other guard scoffed. "You've tortured 6 prisoners to death in a month, yet you dare to speak of fearing ghosts? Perhaps it is you who has something to fear." Inside the cell, Yel Guang sat on a straw mat, encumbered by iron chains weighing 80 pounds. Now that he was confined in the Northern Supervisory Office S dungeon, did he still have a chance of escape? When he had exited, he had deliberately shouted about a great secret, hoping that the Langya Pavilion might come to his aid. But that was merely a hope. After all, who could breach the heavily guarded Northern Supervisory Office S dungeon? Surely, even the master of Langya Pavilion would find it impossible. As Yel Guang sighed deeply, he suddenly noticed a figure materializing before him. It was Li Qinxuan, smiling at him. "Damn!" Yel Guang was startled, his hair nearly standing on end. "How did you enter without opening the door?" Then, joy washed over him. "You truly have come to save me." "Huh!" Li Qingxuan chucked coldly. "I am merely here to see you. Rescue you? You think too highly of yourself, my friend." Yel Guang understood that Li Qingxuan could not possibly rescue him without reason. But he sensed a glimmer of hope. "What if I tell you the secret? Will you save me then?" "Not a chance. How do I know your secret is worth anything? And to be frank, while I can enter, extracting you carries considerable risk. If your secret is valuable enough, I might consider it. If an opportune moment arises, I could save your life." That, Yel Guang felt that Li Qingxuan's words were ambiguous. What constituted an opportune moment? However, given his current predicament, it appeared that this man before him was his only chance at salvation. "All right, I will share the secret with you, but it is a lengthy tale." "Then take your time," Li Qingxuan said, settling cross-legged on the ground. He produced a packet of sunflower seeds and began to snack while watching Yel Guang. "Could you spare me some?" "I haven't eaten in a day," Yel Guang implored, his eyes glistening. "Very well," Li Qingxuan replied generously. "It pertains to 10th tier experts. Do you know why we, the Northern Yuan, despite knowing that the Northern King controls the borders and we cannot possibly win, still choose to wage war? It is because we are on the verge of creating a weapon capable of countering 10th tier experts." "A weapon? Does the Northern Yuan possess some special method?" Li Qingxuan observed, sensing that there was more to this story. "Indeed, but that belongs to another, even greater secret. If you rescue me, I shall divulge it to you. I will consider it." As Li Qingxuan departed, he left behind the last of his sunflower seeds for Yel Guang. With his current strength, entering and exiting was no challenge for him, but rescuing someone was another matter entirely. 10th tier experts were nearly invincible, and unless surrounded by a formidable army, they could rarely be slain. If the Northern Yuan had indeed developed a weapon against 10th tier experts, the threat they posed would be significantly diminished. It seemed he needed to hasten his efforts to enhance his own strength. Relying solely on Qin Xiaoma was insufficient. Regrettably, the other masters of Langya Pavilion were not as advanced as Qin Xiaoma, and he could not assist them in breaking through to the 10th tier at this time. If only he could create a multitude of 10th tier experts. If the Northern King's advantage as a 10th tier expert were neutralized, chaos might very well ensue in the north. Li Qingxuan felt a headache coming on. At the Northern Supervisory Office, the cell door swung open as Shui Gang entered. He keenly sensed that someone had visited the cell. "Who has come to see you?" His expression darkened as he fixed a cold gaze on Yel Guang. "In no one," Yel Guang replied, munching on sunflower seeds. "Is that so? Then how do you explain the seeds in your hand?" "I thoroughly searched you when you entered, even changing your clothes," Shui Gang said, his mood souring. It was particularly distressing to him that someone had infiltrated the supposedly most secure prison in the Great Xia with ease, while his subordinates were completely oblivious. There must be a flaw in the defenses somewhere. Issue an order to double the guard personnel from this moment forth. I want this dungeon to be impenetrable, not even allowing a fly to escape. Shui Gang fumed at his subordinates. Upon returning to Qingji Lane, Li Qingxuan summoned all the members of Langya Pavilion, employing the Eye of Heaven to survey them. Unfortunately, the masters had only just stepped into the 9th tier, far from breaking through to the 10th. Li Qingxuan helped them rectify the flaws in their techniques and distributed a vial of elixirs to each, depleting his own reserves. However, It appeared that assisting them in breaking through to the 10th tier would not be feasible in the short term. Conversely, Chen Qingji had already reached the 6th tier, demonstrating remarkable speed. Guardian Qin, I have a query for you. After everyone else had withdrawn, Qin Xiaoma intended to leave, but Li Qingxuan called him back. What is your command, master? Do you know of any weapons capable of countering or even slaying 10th tier experts? Ancient texts record that a former emperor once trapped a 10th tier expert in a valley with an army of 100,000 men. For 3 days and nights, they drained the opponent's true energy until he perished. There are records indicating the establishment of martial arts legions, composed entirely of 8th tier warriors, with over 3,000 individuals forming a formation capable of slaying 10th tier opponents. Lastly, there exists a type of weapon that can counteract 10th tier masters, though the accounts are scarce. It is said that such a weapon can only be used once and is prohibitively expensive to produce. Li Qinxuan Nudda. The first two options, whether it be the 100,000-strong army or the martial arts legion, likely require the collective strength of an entire nation to assemble. As for that particular weapon, Qin Xiaoma is not well informed, but it is presumably the type mentioned by Yelguan. Since it is a one-time use item, Li Qingxuan felt little concern. Chapter 63. Ambush. A gentle breeze swept through the window, and the days had grown increasingly warm. Li Qingxuan stood in the courtyard, diligently practicing the recently acquired technique, the divine elephant-suppressing prison force. This technique is exceedingly domineering, merging true energy with the physical body, refining every minuscule particle of the body and continuously enhancing it. The human body comprises 400 million particles, and by unleashing the immense strength of the giant elephant within, one can elevate the body to a new echelon. Upon mastering the technique, one could summon torrents and command the skies. With a roar, the stars would fall, and in an instant, silence would reign. Li Qinxuan, though merely a novice, felt an extraordinary power coursing within him. In the next moment, he lunged forward with a decisive step. Boom! The stone slab beneath him immediately cracked. The surrounding air erupted with a sonic boom. The earth trembled, and the atmosphere buzzed. Li Qingxuan sensed an incredible force within him. In an instant, he unleashed a powerful palm strike forward. Boom! The air surged with fierce winds, and a water vat 3 zhang away shattered with a crisp sound. Rather than spilling directly, the water exploded under the force of his strike, transforming into a mist that fell like rain in the courtyard. The might was comparable to that of a lethal sword strike, yet this was purely the power of the physical body, unaffected by the depletion of true essence, as with the lethal sword strike. While its sharpness may not rival that of the lethal sword, its overwhelming ferocity surpassed it. Most importantly, the power was inexhaustible. After initiating the divine elephant-suppressing prison force, Li Qingxuan did not pause, but instead seated himself upon a cushion and ingested a breaking boundary pill to commence his cultivation. During his practice, he felt the true energy within him stirring, signaling an imminent breakthrough. Half an hour later, he hurriedly exited his courtyard and made his way to the small bridge below. Stripping off his upper garment, he leaped into the river. As an 8th-tier martial artist, he expelled impurities from his body through the cleansing process, emitting an unbearable stench. At that moment, a delicate young woman passing over the bridge covered her mouth and, blushing, stole a few glances into the river, cursing him as a rogue before turning away. After cleansing himself thoroughly in the river, Li Qingxuan returned to Qingji Fong, where Qin Xiaoma awaited him in the main hall. Lord, the location for the headquarters of the Langya Pavilion has been determined, and recently, individuals from the foxhole have spread throughout Luocheng. No event in Luocheng escapes our notice, Qin Xiaoma reported. Indeed, Li Qingxuan replied with a nod. The foxhole of the Langya Pavilion was inherently adept at gathering intelligence. There are a few more matters I must report to the Lord. Speak, Li Qingxuan said as he changed into a clean set of clothes and sat down nearby. The individual known as Zi Huang, whom you instructed me to investigate, is actually the current emperor. Qin Xiaoma anticipated that such news would astonish Li Qingxuan, yet his expression remained remarkably calm. Next piece of news. General Zhu's injuries have nearly healed, and he is set to leave the Imperial capital for the border tomorrow. You struck him down to the point he could scarcely move. He has recovered so swiftly. Li Qinxuan inkirat sumawat astunisha. 8th-tier martial artists, especially warriors, possess robust vitality, enabling rapid recovery, which is not surprising Qinxuan explained. That fellow is so arrogant. His swift recovery is a boon to him. We might as well give him another beating. I'll leave this task to you, Li Qingxuan declared. Rest assured, this is a trivial matter, Qinxuan replied. Li Qingxuan cast a surprised glance at him. Such bravado, for a ninth-tier master, deeming it a trivial matter is quite remarkable, befitting a member of the Langya Pavilion. Is there anything else? Li Qingxuan asked, turning his gaze to Qinxuan. The third matter. A team of experts from Dali has infiltrated the territory of Daxia. Based on their pace, they should arrive in Luochang tonight. What is their strength? Li Qinxuan inquired. 3 8th tier and the rest are 6th tier, Qinxuan replied. Only 3? Dali is rather stingy. Not even a 9th tier among them, Li Qingxuan remarked. Dali has already lost all 3 of its 9th tier experts in Daxia. And 3 8th tier warriors are no small feat, Qinxuan clarified. Very well. Since they are 8th tier, it will serve perfectly for this pavilion master to stretch his limbs. In the dead of night, 30 miles outside the city, a group of individuals rested. Suddenly, several of them raised their heads, gazing intently ahead. They saw a few figures clad in white standing silently on the mountain path, exuding an eerie aura that emanated an unmistakable sense of danger. Masters, undoubtedly masters. One of them remarked, "You are from Dali?" A faint voice inquired. A middle-aged man shook his head. "I do not know what you speak of. What is your purpose in Daxia?" The figure stepped forward. It was Li Qingxuan. Initially intending to practice alone, he recalled how antagonists in television dramas often met their demise through arrogance. So he brought along Yun Ling and other experts from the Yun Hall for precautionary measures. "Friend, knowing too much may not bode well for you." The middle-aged man had already tightened his grip on the sword hilt. "This place has excellent feng shui. Let it serve as your burial ground." Li Qingxuan est ressurgit. The middle-aged man felt a jolt of trepidation. "I advise you to reconsider. We are not only from Dali, but also disciples of the Sword Pavilion. If you would grant us a favor, you would gain our friendship." "The Sword Pavilion? Is it mightier than my Langya Pavilion?" "Your friendship is not something I seek," Li Qingxuan retorted. As those words fell, the expression of the middle-aged man shifted dramatically. Before their eyes, the young man in white vanished. Looking up, they saw translucent flower petals cascading from the sky. A hand emerged among the flurry of petals. Boom! The palm strike roared like thunder. The middle-aged man's head was struck with force, blood gushing from his 7 orifices as his body slowly crumpled to the ground. Silence enveloped the surroundings. An 8th-tier master had been slain in a single blow. The others, who had been on guard against the petals, soon realized that the petals posed no lethal threat, quickly melting away like snowflakes. Were the petals merely for show? Chapter 64. The Traitor with 1 8th tier, a master fallen. The Dali camp still possessed 2 8th tier and 9 6th tier warriors. Instead of retreating, they formed a formation, vigilantly observing Li Qingxuan. Each of them occupied a strategically significant position, clearly resembling a combined attack formation capable of synergizing their strength. However, they refrained from rushing towards him, evidently intimidated by Li Qingxuan's earlier display. Li Qingxuan, seeing their hesitation, chose not to waste words. He transformed into a fleeting shadow and charged forward. The Hanchi sword, unsheathed, gleamed like silver, since he intended to practice against these opponents. He would employ his full range of martial arts. He executed the dragon flow sword technique, the sword coiling like a dragon, embodying both a sense of lethality and ethereal grace. The silver light under the moonlight radiated a breathtaking beauty. The melodious sound of the blade echoed in the night sky as it clashed against the curved blade of a black-clad warrior. The warrior swiftly raised his weapon horizontally to block. The dragon-like flow surged upward, sweeping through with brilliance. The black-clad man retreated several steps, narrowly escaping the enveloping swordplay. What exquisite swordsmanship! In their recent confrontation, Li Qingxuan no longer relied on his overwhelming power to dominate, but instead employed a strategy of using his adversary's strength against them. Even the enemies could not help but express admiration, though their hearts boiled with indignation. The previously unleashed god-elephant suppression technique had been terrifying, slaying their comrade with a single strike. Yet the opponent chose to forego such devastating force in favor of a more refined swordplay. While this technique was indeed exquisite, it paled in comparison to the might of the palm strike. What did this imply? Did they consider themselves beneath him, using them merely for practice? The thought ignited a flicker of malice in the eyes of the cloaked figures. They resolved to unleash their full strength, determined to make him regret underestimating them. With that, the black-clad assailants launched their weapons at Li Qingxuan. Two of the 8th-tier warriors, their garments billowing, exuded formidable energy. Li Qinxuan smiled faintly. Under the watchful eye of the heavens, he could easily discern the strength of the black-clad foes, equating one to Yun Jujio in the Cloud Hall. The other, clad in gray, was even weaker. As for the 6th-tier fighters, Chen Qingji could easily take on 5 of them. This level of skill was perfect for honing his own abilities. As the black-clad figures surged forward, excitement twinkled in Li Qingxuan's eyes. He brandished his sword, the cold chi sword, which gleamed with a frosty light as he executed his moves, an elegant dance of the dragon. The cold radiance flickered as he slashed, thrust, and swept. Yet the formation of attackers could not breach even a fraction of his defenses, particularly when paired with the ethereal steps of Lingbo Weibu. The black-clad warriors began to waver. Although they were intended as mere sparring partners, it became evident that their opponent was not merely boastful. He possessed genuine power. At a command from the black-clad leader, they commenced a retreat. The two 8th-tier warriors, hoping to create an opportunity for withdrawal, launched fierce attacks against Li Qingxuan. With a thunderous crash, Li Qingxuan sheathed his sword and unleashed the god-elephant suppression technique. A tempestuous force erupted from him, boiling with energy, and a phantom of a colossal elephant materialized behind him, howling through the air. The surrounding trees rustled violently in the gale. The duo felt the oppressive might before Li Qingxuan even fully unleashed his power, their breaths becoming labored. Finally, Li Qingxuan struck down with a palm, as if a mountain had collapsed or a waterfall had plummeted from the heavens, akin to a stampeding elephant crashing into their chests. The two 8th-tier warriors were slammed to the ground, their bodies splayed in defeat, utterly bereft of the will to resist. Such overwhelming force could hardly be attributed to an 8th-tier master. Even a 9th tier would struggle to rival it. As Li Qingxuan pressed down upon them, he continued to refine his understanding of the god-elephant suppression technique. The fusion of physical strength and vital energy coalesced into an elephantine aura, compressing the surrounding air. The two 8th-tier warriors could only watch helplessly as his palm descended, feeling as though their hearts were gripped tightly, on the verge of bursting. Blood erupted from their mouths. "Answer a few questions, and I may spare your lives," Li Qingxuan stated with an indifferent tone. "We will not speak," retorted the black-clad man defiantly. "And you?" Li Qingxuan turned to the other. The latter stubbornly closed his eyes and turned away. "Very well, then I shall send you on your way." With a swift motion, the god-elephant suppression technique rendered the black-clad man lifeless, blood spurting forth as his head drooped lifelessly. Li Qingxuan then directed his formidable energy toward the gray-clad man, who, witnessing the demise of his comrade, felt his legs turn to jelly. "So decisive? No second chances?" "I will tell you," the gray-clad man stammered. But before he could finish, Li Qingxuan's palm descended, crushing his chest and ending his life instantly. "Master, will you not leave one alive for questioning?" Yinling interjected as she approached. Li Qingxuan scratched his head. He had been unable to hold back, and it was the man's delay that had sealed his fate. With the others dead, he would have to interrogate different individuals. He commanded the members of Langya Pavilion to pursue the fleeing 6th-tier warriors while he casually apprehended one of the remaining foes. "Answer my questions obediently, and I may grant you mercy." "Yes, yes." The captured man, thoroughly intimidated by Li Qingxuan's display of power, nodded vigorously. "First, you mentioned the Sword Pavilion. What is its significance?" The Sword Pavilion is a sect closely tied to the Dali royal family. Many formidable experts hail from this faction. "What kind of experts reside within the Sword Pavilion?" "I do not know." The man shook his head. Seeing Li Qingxuan's eyes sharpen, he quickly begged for mercy. "I truly do not know. The Sword Pavilion is shrouded in mystery, and my rank is insufficient to access such information." "Fine. Then for my second question, what is your purpose in Luodu?" "To assassinate the Empress and disrupt the Great Xia," he replied confidently. "With just 3 8th-tier warriors in your lot?" "We have other methods," he asserted. "What are those methods?" "I do not know." Li Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. The man was on the verge of tears. "I truly do not know." "All right. My third question, given the recent heightened defenses in the Great Xia capital, how do you plan to infiltrate? We have supporters, and there are traitors within the Great Xia court." "Traitors?" Li Qingxuan's interest peaked, sensing a significant breakthrough. Who are these traitors in Luodu? I only know that the traitor is a high-ranking official in Great Xia, but I do not know their name or how to contact them. Then who does know? Li Qingxuan grew frustrated. The 3 8th-tier warriors who knew have all been eliminated by you. The man muttered weakly, I am afraid I do not know. Li Qingxuan felt vexed. Had he known, he would have delayed his strikes. Now he had uncovered the existence of a traitor, but lacked a name. Just as he was about to act, the man, trembling, blurted, I know the traitor's surname is Hua. With that revelation, he closed his eyes, waiting for the inevitable strike. After a long pause, realizing no hand had fallen, he understood he had narrowly escaped death. Baguna, Li Qinxuan Kumanda. The man scrambled away, fleeing several miles before collapsing against a tree, gasping for breath. Oh heavens! I nearly met my end. That was terrifying. Though he lacked the strength of a 9th tier, his displayed power was nearly indistinguishable. Wasn't there only Shui Gang as a 9th tier in the Great Xia capital? Fortunate he had concealed himself well and refrained from acting. Otherwise, he would surely have perished today. Muttering to himself, he suddenly tore at his own face, revealing a striking visage. It was a woman. After resting briefly, she resumed her flight while murmuring, I must find a place to relieve this constraint. It is too tight and uncomfortable. Yet who exactly was this youth? Well, he descended from the sky. Petals danced around him. His swordplay was exquisite, and his palm techniques terrifying. The white-clad figures accompanying him seemed equally formidable. Some even sent chills down her spine. With so many experts aside from the court, what other force could rival this in the Great Xia? Langya Pavilion, the name flashed in her mind. Yet her master had claimed that Langya Pavilion was merely a fabrication of the Great Xia royal family, a non-existent entity. Confounded, she continued to ponder. Chapter 65. If she were your wife, Langya Pavilion is utterly insufferable. Shui Gang stormed into the Imperial study, venting his grievances to Huaji. The left general had just exited the city when he was intercepted by Langya Pavilion's operatives, his recently healed body now gravely injured, both legs broken. Was it merely a matter of broken legs? Huaji mused. Upon noticing the puzzled gaze of Shui Gang, I promptly rephrased, this is utterly excessive, truly audacious. Commander Shui, without delay, issued a warrant for the capture of the adept from Langya Pavilion, known as Qinxiao. A reward of 10 coins shall be granted to anyone who provides valid information, and for the capture of the individual, a bounty of 1 tael of silver shall be bestowed. After delivering this proclamation, I was met with an odd look from Shui Gang. Your Majesty, must we be so overt? If you wish to apprehend this Qinxiao, at least put on a FAAD for the Prince of the North. What is this 10 coins nonsense? Furthermore, the adversary is a master of the 10th rank. Even I would not undertake such a venture for merely 1 tael. Is there anything else? I inquired regarding Shui Gang. No, nothing further. By the way, the Northern Yuan master in the prison must be interrogated urgently. I demand to uncover the great secret he possesses. Additionally, ascertain his reasons for being in Qingji Fong and report back to me. As you command, Shui Gang responded before departing. I rested my chin upon my hands, pondering how to reveal my true identity to my husband. Ah, Li Qingxuan, can you guess who I am? Here, a secret. Your wife is in fact the Empress. I shook my head. 3 years have passed. If he were to discover that I had made him wait in vain and deceived him, would he not be furious? How could I possibly explain this to him? In the dungeons of the Northern Town Pacification Office, Yi Luguang was brought into the interrogation room, where Shui Gang regarded him with a somber expression. Speak. What is the great secret? He demanded. If you wish to avoid suffering, it would be prudent to cooperate. Yi Luguang pondered for a moment. Da, Mimi is a person. Shui Gang's interest peaked. What makes this individual exceptional? She is a woman of remarkable beauty, capable of exuding both a mature allure and youthful innocence. At times, she is as pure as water, and at others, she is enchanting and captivating. Yi Luguang enumerated the various feminine charms he could conceive, attributing them to the one named Demimi. Most importantly, she possesses a generous bosom and serves as the liaison between our Northern Yuan and the Dali. Upon concluding his statement, several skilled artists from the Tianyi Guards presented Shui Gang with numerous illustrations, each depicting an utterly unique yet strikingly beautiful woman. Shui Gang promptly inscribed the characteristics beautiful and well-endowed upon the paper, instructing a nearby Tianyi Guard member to scour the city for individuals matching this description. The guards immediately set to work. I have provided my information. Surely, I deserve a proper meal now? Li Qingxuan remarked, having previously indulged in lavish feasts. He found the deprivation in the northern town pacification office unbearable. Of course, but you must first answer another question. Why did you go to Qingxuan? I sought someone there. Who were you searching for? Li Qingxuan understood he could not divulge anything related to Langya Pavilion. I was looking for an individual known as Old Yang. He is the head of our northern Yuan spies in the Great Xia, but alas, he has long since moved. Feed him, Shui Gang signaled to his subordinate. The guard complied, allowing Li Qingxuan to have some nourishment. However, should it be discovered that his words were false, Shui Gang would ensure he would confess again. Within the Great Xia court, how many officials bear the surname Hua? Li Qingxuan glanced at the adept beside him. There are 8 in total, but only one holds a significant position, Minister of Justice Hua Ge. Upon hearing this, an image of Hua Ge surfaced in Li Qingxuan's mind. He was present when Shui Gang had come to rescue him. Is it he? Investigate matters regarding Hua Ge and inquire about his familial connections. Do not overlook the other officials with the surname Hua. In a narrow alley, a young woman clad in black, with a graceful figure and an air of confidence, emerged with a buoyant demeanor. Yet, the weight upon her chest rendered her attire somewhat snug, as if it might burst at any moment. Langya Pavilion, I shall easily enter the city. I shall remember this incident, and next time, I shall have my master deal with you, she muttered, stepping onto the bustling street. This is Luocheng, even more prosperous than the capital of Dali. Suddenly, she felt several gazes fixated upon her. Having grown accustomed to attention due to her striking physique, she initially thought little of it. However, she soon recognized the impending danger. Several men in official uniforms were closing in on her, their hands resting menacingly on their weapon hilts. The Tiani guards, armed with Shui Gang's orders, were searching for her, and her appearance perfectly matched their criteria. Oh no, have I already been discovered? She had heard tales of the Tiani guards' prowess, yet she did not anticipate being targeted so swiftly upon entering the city. As the guards began to encircle her, the black-clad maiden disregarded all else and dashed away, her feet barely touching the ground as she fled down the alley. The pursuing Tiani guards quickly followed. Half an hour later, breathless, she leaned against a wall, her complexion flushed from the exertion. Is the Xia truly this perilous? My companions perished before we even entered the city, and now I find myself being hunted by the Tiani guards. Had I known, I would never have come to the Xia. The immediate priority was to locate the official named Hua, but first she must disguise herself to avoid capture. But would a disguise truly thwart the keen eyes of the Tiani guards? Their surveillance capabilities were indeed formidable. The efficiency of the Yuntang was remarkable. Li Qingxuan swiftly procured information regarding Hua Ge and several other officials bearing the same surname. The documents revealed that Hua Ge had once been a mere county magistrate, yet within 5 short years, he ascended through the ranks. His rapid promotion was attributed to his resolution of several espionage cases involving Dali. However, after his elevation to Minister of Justice, he had not resolved a single espionage case since. A thought instinctively crossed Li Qingxuan's mind. Had Dali orchestrated his rise to power in this manner? It appeared that Hua Ge was the prime suspect. Footsteps approached from outside, and Li Qingxuan looked up to see a vibrant figure standing before him. It was Hua Ji. What brings you here? He asked, a flicker of joy in his heart, yet his expression turned cold. He held a lingering resentment over her prolonged concealment of her identity. I merely wish to see you. Please do not speak in such a manner. I'm a married man, and I ask that you show some decorum. Li Qingxuan's demeanor remained icy. If I were your wife, would it not be permissible for me to act affectionately towards you? Chapter 66. Granting you a moment of indulgence, Li Qingxuan stared in astonishment at Hua Ji. I am indeed your wife, and I am the Empress of the Xia. Upon uttering these words, an enveloping silence fell over the room. Hua Ji lowered her gaze, her heart racing with trepidation. She was uncertain of the expression that would adorn Li Qingxuan's face. She had envisioned numerous possibilities during her journey here. In this moment, she was no longer the exalted Empress of the Xia, but merely a young girl who had erred. Why do you not look at me? Li Qingxuan said softly. Was it merely a figment of Hua Ji's imagination, or did she detect a hint of amusement in his demeanor, devoid of anger? I fear you may be upset, she murmured. Li Qingxuan rose and approached her, studying her visage, one that would captivate any man across the realm. Her large, expressive eyes blinked, reflecting his face within their depths. If you are well, I shall only rejoice for you. How could I possibly be angry? Li Qingxuan harbored a trace of resentment within. Yet the moment Hua Ji revealed her identity, all grievances dissipated into thin air. Really? Hua Ji gazed at Li Qingxuan in astonishment. He gently embraced her, and she offered no resistance. The familiar fragrance enveloped him, reminiscent of cherished memories. Meanwhile, Shui Gang, who had rushed to report to Hua Ji, reached the doorway only to hastily shield his eyes, his heart stirred with emotion. Had this pair of lovers finally recognized one another? A considerable weight was lifted from his heart, freeing him from anxiety. At that moment, Qin Xiaomao and others concealed in the shadows widened their eyes, filled with a complex array of emotions. The master and the Empress shared such a relationship. It was almost unimaginable. Recognizing the situation, Qin Xiaomao and his companions discreetly departed from the courtyard. Shui Gang, standing at the entrance, realized that reporting anything now would be somewhat inappropriate and prepared to leave. Just then, he noticed several figures swiftly exiting the courtyard, leaving him puzzled. Were these the Emperor's secret guards? Their prowess was formidable. He was aware that the Emperor had maintained a clandestine force. If he were a confidant of the Emperor, that team would be the Emperor's shadow. In terms of closeness, they surpassed even him. After all, despite the loyalty of the Tianyi guards, they wielded the most powerful institutions in the Daxia dynasty, inevitably entangled in conflicts of interest. However, that hidden team devoted their lives solely to the Emperor. There's a residence near the palace. I wish for you to move there, so I can openly have the Imperial guards protect you. The court is in turmoil now, and we cannot disclose our identities, but I believe it will be soon. I truly do not care about these matters, as long as I can be with you, Li Qingxuan smiled. The reason I did not seek you out after leaving was. Let's not speak of that, he interjected. In truth, after Shui Gang's previous explanation, he had already come to terms with it. No, huathi acertid firmly. Li Qingxuan smiled faintly, tightening his embrace around her waist. Very well, speak, and I shall listen. This story begins before our marriage. I am the little princess of Daxia, and since my father has no sons, my cousins all vie for the throne, restless and eager. One year, a cousin came to the capital, the one most likely to inherit the crown. We had always shared a close bond since childhood, and he brought me many gifts, which delighted me, until my father hinted at the possibility of naming me as the heir. My cousin invited me out under the pretense of flying kites. It was then that I fell victim to an assassination attempt, my face marred by the blade's aura. I fled in panic, protected by several guards, until I reached the place where we met. I knew that cousin had been pursuing me relentlessly, so I had to hide my identity and dared not return to the capital. At this point, Hua Ji's eyes darkened with a trace of bitterness. The betrayal inflicted by those closest to one is the most painful. Eventually, I encountered my husband, and then the Tianyi guards found me and brought me back. At that time, the factions supporting my cousins were like rabid dogs, resorting to any means necessary. If they had discovered your whereabouts, they might have used you to threaten me. Thus, I endured in silence until I ascended the throne and completely eradicated all opposing forces. Those who remained dared only to hide in the shadows. You know well what transpired after. Will you be angry with me? No, you have borne so much alone. My heart aches for you. An air of silence enveloped them. After such a long separation, the two found themselves uncertain of how to interact. After a while, Hua Ji softly suggested, why not come to the palace tonight to experience it? The palace bed is large and soft. And what else? Li Qinxuan ninkirat. Hua Ji blushed, then retorted, when the time comes, I will sleep in the bed, and you shall stand by it, keeping watch. But I might be tempted by your presence, Li Qingxuan chuckled. Then I shall permit you a little indulgence, she added, for I am the emperor, and thus must be on top. Chapter 67. Conspiracy. That evening, Li Qingxuan entered the palace, experimenting with various configurations of pillows. By dawn, he exited the palace whistling a tune, having experienced a rather victorious night, albeit a Pyrrhic one. Undoubtedly, the palace bed was spacious and plush. He merely felt slightly sleep-deprived, likely due to the unfamiliarity of such an expansive space. Master, here are the keys to that residence in the city center. Yunling placed a set of keys onto the table, alongside a deed. After Hua Ji's remarks yesterday, Li Qingxuan had instructed Yunling to attend to this matter. It seemed that Hua Ge had been plotting something recently, and, upon investigation, it was found that his family frequently associated with a suspicious trading caravan. It is indeed him. Li Qingxuan pondered how to relay this information to his wife. After all, although she was the Empress, addressing a minister of justice required evidence. Continue the investigation, he concluded. During the day, Li Qingxuan officially began moving, yet he had no intention of abandoning Qingjifang. It would serve as a base for the Langya Pavilion. As for his residence, it was encircled by the Imperial guards, making it unwise for members of Langya Pavilion to approach too closely. While relocating, he noticed numerous street performers and learned that a gathering was taking place, where performers and merchants from across the nation had converged in the capital. He also observed many officials' palanquins leisurely passing by. The sight of those officials' carriages prompted many commoners to instinctively distance themselves, as the class divide was starkly apparent. This was a matter he ought to discuss with his wife. Otherwise, over time, tensions would escalate, a significant factor that had historically incited peasant revolts. The new residence was merely a street away from the palace. Standing atop the palace walls, one could see the entrance to the estate. Intending to celebrate his move, Li Qingxuan initially planned to commemorate the occasion with Yun Ling and others. However, when Huaji expressed her desire to accompany him to the gathering, he promptly canceled the celebration, prioritizing time with his wife. Do you often go shopping? Li Qingxuan asked, holding Huaji's hand. Of course not, without you by my side. The more bustling it is, the lonelier I feel. Just as you once said, loneliness is the revelry of a crowd, the solitude of one. Li Qingxuan recalled the 3 years he had spent waiting in that small room, enduring the pangs of longing. He also recognized the burdens Huaji bore in the Imperial city, a woman shouldering so much. He instinctively wrapped his arm around her waist, causing her cheeks to flush deeply. In the midst of such a public display, she felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet she relished the warmth of the moment, momentarily forgetting the troubles of state affairs, akin to an ordinary couple. A man with a painted mask suddenly spewed flames into the air, eliciting cheers from the crowd. Another performer inserted a 3-foot-long sword into his mouth, gradually swallowing it until only the hilt remained. A young girl, banging a gong and shouting, "Those with money support the show, those without money support the people," caught their attention. Huaji timidly attempted to wrap her arms around Li Qingxuan's waist, a gesture not commonly seen even in the liberal daxia. Fortunately, the throng of pedestrians was dense, and no one seemed to notice them. Huaji reassured herself in her mind. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd. Numerous figures clad in black leaped from the surrounding buildings, charging towards several prominent official palanquins. One blue palanquin received particular attention, with over a dozen individuals rushing towards it. The glint of cold blades sent shrieks through the crowd. The fire breather accidentally scorched his mouth, and the man who had been swallowing the sword hastily withdrew it, revealing that it seemed to have mysteriously shortened. Huaji's expression turned cold. A gathering that was meant to be a festive occasion was marred by such disruptive actions. In the largest blue-roofed palanquin, an elderly gentleman fled in haste. Protected by his servants, a group of men clad in black pursued him relentlessly. This man was a minister from the Ministry of War who had proposed 13 strategies for waging war against the Dali earlier that day. Little did he expect to face assassination that very evening. Huaru's expression darkened as she realized there must be a spy within the court. Should I go and assist that minister? Li Qingxuan suggested. No, the heavenly guards are nearby, she replied. Indeed, as the minister's servants began to fall one by one, and it seemed he would soon meet his demise by the blade, several members of the heavenly guards appeared, blocking the enemy's attacks. Did you know someone was plotting against him, which is why you sent help? Li Qinxuan ninkidat. My wife is quite astute, he mused. No, I could not have anticipated this. It is merely customary for the heavenly guards to protect every minister. They provide protection in times of danger and oversight in times of peace, he understood. It was enough for her to play the Navi sweetheart before him. Elsewhere, she remained the exalted Empress. Let us depart. Our outing is spoiled, Huaru declared. However, before she could turn, a thunderous roar erupted from the sky as a massive stone, the size of half a house, hurtled toward them at great speed. Huaru's face paled as she suddenly realized that the assassination attempt on the court minister might have merely been a ruse, a plot aimed directly at her as the Empress of the Great Xia, who had betrayed her whereabouts. Hurry, hide, Huaru exclaimed, pushing Li Qinxuan asida. Yet, he merely swayed slightly, remaining steadfast. As the stone descended, Horu closed her eyes, resigning herself to the notion that dying alongside her husband would bear no regrets. Chapter 68. I shall never speak of it. Seeing Horu's desperate attempt to shield him in such a perilous moment deeply moved Li Qingxuan. He turned to find her eyes shut, her profile captivating amidst the interplay of light and shadow. As the stone was about to strike, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist and vanished in an instant. The ground trembled, creating a deep crater, the force of the impact resonating like thunder, leaving many disoriented. Your Majesty. Shui Gang gazed at the fallen stone, his eyes reddening. If anything were to happen to the Empress, he would face 1,000 deaths without complaint. He had received word of an assassination attempt against her and hastened to her side, yet arrived too late. However, he soon noticed a figure beside the stone, shielding the Empress from the dust and debris. The figure held her waist, leaning in for a kiss. It was the reigning Empress. Could such an open display of affection be permissible? Moreover, they had been locked in this embrace for quite some time. Surely, she would struggle for breath. As the thunderous noise subsided, Horu felt dazed, opening her eyes to find Li Qingxuan covered in dust. Though she was yet to comprehend the situation, she knew she was unharmed, albeit slightly breathless. With her small fist, she playfully struck his chest, finally managing to push this domineering man away. Her cheeks flushed to the roots of her ears. "Are you all right?" she asked with concern, touching her own hot cheeks. "I am fine. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the entire court could have been in mourning," he replied. "Your Majesty." Shui Gang approached, his demeanor tense. He was acutely aware that his presence was likely unwelcome at such a moment. Nevertheless, he had urgent matters to report. "Commander Shui," Horu said, tucking her hair behind her ear, regaining her regal composure. Yet, she noticed a peculiar expression upon Shui Gang's face and hastily removed Li Qingxuan's hand from her waist. "Is there something you wish to convey?" she inquired, her face still warm. "I have investigated, and this assassination attempt is linked to a certain official within the court." "Which one?" Horu pressed. "I have yet to ascertain the details," Shui Gang replied. "Could it be the Minister of Justice, Huoge?" Li Qinxuan interjected. "Does young Master Li possess any leads?" Shui Gang asked, intrigued. "I merely speculated," Li Qingxuan admitted, scratching his head. "The last time I encountered Huoge at the Yamen." His gaze was evasive. He likely harbors significant secrets. Shui Gang stared blankly at Li Qingxuan, realizing that it had all been mere conjecture. You cannot simply despise Huoge because he is affiliated with County Magistrate Wang, he thought. Yet, Li Qingxuan's assertions held a semblance of truth. "I often capture subtle expressions in my paintings," he added. "Is that so?" Shui Gang quickly lowered his head, hoping to conceal the thoughts racing through his mind regarding Li Qingxuan's brazen behavior toward the Empress. "Commander Shui, I entrust you with the full responsibility for this assassination matter. You must provide a swift response for me," Horu commanded, her voice firm. The sharpness of her gaze sent a chill through Shui Gang. Clearly, the Empress was displeased. "Very well, my husband, let us return. By the way, will you be staying at the palace tonight?" Horu inquired. "I believe it is best to remain in our new residence," he replied. "Agreed. As you wish." As they departed, Shui Gang wiped the sweat from his brow, contemplating whether this was truly the same formidable Empress he had always known. Later that night, after Horu had fallen into a deep slumber, Li Qingxuan quietly left their chambers and made his way to the dungeons of the Northern Pacification Office. He was still uncertain if Huoge was behind the assassination. If so, it would provide him with a target to confront. However, if others were involved, the situation would become much more complicated. Had he not been present that day, his wife might have suffered grave harm. Moreover, it appeared that there were insiders within the palace as well, which meant that even within the royal confines, his wife was not entirely safe. He needed to interrogate the assassins in Yelguang. If there were spies within the Great Xia, it was plausible that there were also threats from the Northern Yuan. All potential dangers to his wife must be eradicated. In the dungeon, Yelguang chewed on a piece of straw, cursing Shui Gang for his cruelty. After Shui Gang had investigated Qingji Fang and discovered that no old man named Chun had ever resided there, he had ordered Yelguang to regurgitate everything he had previously consumed. "How dare he stab me in the gut?" Yelguang fumed. In the opposite cell, several injured assassins clad in black were thrown inside. "Look at you lot. Have you attempted to assassinate the Empress?" Yelguang shouted, seeking distraction from his hunger. "What business is it of yours?" The leader of the black-clad men retorted coldly, pride evident in his demeanor. I'm a ninth-tier master. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Yelv Guang bristled at the challenge. Huh. Once you find yourself in the Northern Pacification Office's dungeon, ninth tier or not, you're just like everyone else, he scoffed. The group ignored him completely, causing Yelv Guang to fume with frustration. You little brats, just wait until I get out. I will slaughter your families. Do you truly believe you will escape? The black-clad man sneered. Once you enter the Northern Pacification Office's dungeon, no one has ever survived to tell the tale. Someone will come to rescue me, Yelv Guang asserted defiantly. Huh. The black-clad man was filled with derision. Rescue you? Who possesses such capability? Just then, a cloaked figure emerged from the shadows, standing before Yelv Guang's cell. You have arrived, my lord, Yelv Guang exclaimed, feeling as though he had encountered a long-lost relative. Without waiting for Li Qinxuan to speak, he extended his hand. Do you have any sunflower seeds? I am starving. This esteemed second-in-command of the Northern Yuan gazed at Li Qinxuan with hungry eyes. Li Qingxuan tossed a handful of seeds into his hand and began to munch on them himself. The black-clad men gaped in astonishment. By heavens, someone has actually infiltrated the Northern Pacification Office's dungeon. Li Qingxuan demanded. Tell me, which officials have been colluding with your Northern Yuan? Yelv Guang shook his head. Such matters were the responsibility of the strategists. The old man had never been concerned with them. You shouldn't have brought sunflower seeds, Li Qingxuan retorted irritably. Instantly, Yelv Guang concealed the seeds behind his back, fearing that Li Qingxuan would demand them back. Li Qingxuan turned his attention to the recently captured assassin in black attire. You are the assassins from today, aren't you? Tell me who the mastermind is behind this. We won't divulge anything. Even Shui Gang couldn't extract information from us. So who do you think you are? One of the black-clad men scoffed. I possess a pouch of aphrodisiac powder, which I shall administer to you shortly. I assure you, the scene will be quite exhilarating. The faces of several black-clad men turned pale. This was too ruthless. You won't extract any useful information from us. I will never tell you that it was Hua Ge who orchestrated this, the assassin declared defiantly. Unexpectedly, Li Qingxuan found their resolve impressive, as he had failed to elicit any information. He shook his head and departed. Indeed, it was Hua who was behind this. Chapter 69. The Master of Langya Pavilion is actually a woman? Upon returning home, Li Qingxuan noted that it was getting late. Should his wife awaken and find him missing, she would surely worry. As for the Hua family, they could survive another day. Moreover, aside from Hua Ge, the individual within the palace who had leaked Hua Ji's whereabouts was the true danger. After all, under normal circumstances, someone of Hua Ji's status would be hard to locate outside the royal palace. However, if there were spies within the palace, the situation would become precarious. Upon entering the room, he found Hua Ji still sound asleep. He gently lifted the quilt and nestled him beside her, only to have Hua Ji, still drowsy, wrap her arms around him. The following morning, Hua Ji rose early to attend court. The emperor's duties were indeed strenuous. Allow me to escort you to the palace. Lest you encounter danger, Li Qingxuan offered. No need, I have the Imperial guards escorting me. Besides, if you accompany me and danger arises, I would have to protect you. Hua Ji replied. Though she lacked martial prowess, she had practiced some techniques to strengthen her body after entering the palace. In her memory, Li Qingxuan seemed only adept at chopping firewood. How dare you underestimate your husband? Li Qingxuan exclaimed, performing a series of push-ups. See, I am still quite strong. Hua Ji's face flushed, and she retorted, You are incorrigible. With that, she left the courtyard, leaving Li Qingxuan bewildered. What did I do wrong? Outside the courtyard, a figure clad in a flying fish uniform awaited. It was Shui Gang, the commander of the Tiangong guards. The emperor's return to the palace required his personal escort to demonstrate loyalty. They had apprehended 5 assassins the previous night, but due to the late hour, they had not yet interrogated them. However, the assassins were tight-lipped. It was likely that ordinary torture would not yield results. They are tight-lipped, but we must extract the truth. There are spies from enemy nations within the palace, and this cannot be tolerated, Hua Ji remarked coldly. The memory of the previous day's events still angered her. That massive stone had nearly cost her life. We are aware, Shui Gang replied, bowing his head. Cancel the city gathering. Though gatherings were festive for many, they undoubtedly provided opportunities for enemies to cause chaos. In fact, several officials in the city were highly suspicious. Some had been promoted by the former chancellor, while others supported the ninth prince. Mentioning the ninth prince made Shui Gang's voice drop. Huaji's expression grew colder. The ninth prince was her cousin, with whom she had grown up. She had regarded him as a brother, only to discover that he had nearly taken her life. Intensify surveillance and gather evidence swiftly, Huaji commanded. This was the dilemma of being an emperor. One could not act on mere suspicion without considering the political ramifications. Yawning, she settled into the carriage. Having had a restless night with insufficient sleep, Shui Gang contemplated various methods of interrogation. As soon as court was dismissed, he hurried back to the North Town Guard's prison. After an intrusion had occurred previously, he had tightened security at the prison. Guards were stationed every few steps, making it one of the most secure places in the world. Everything is in order in the prison, I trust? Shui Gang inquired of the guard. Rest assured, not even a fly could enter, the guard assured him. Shui Gang nodded and entered, only to find his expression darkening. On the ground lay white powder, with a distinct set of footprints leading away. Yell Guang, did your accomplices infiltrate the prison last night? Shui Gang confronted Yell Guang at his cell. Absolutely not. I didn't see a single shadow, Yell Guang replied, munching on sunflower seeds. He had saved some from the previous night. Useless, Shui Gang seethed, his anger rising. In the Tiangong Guard's prison, it seemed the enemy could come and go as they pleased. Tell me who visited you, and I will ensure you are well fed, Shui Gang threatened darkly. Yell Guang's eyes brightened. You must keep your word. Of course, Shui Gang replied. It was the master of Langya Pavilion. The master of Langya Pavilion? Shui Gang's heart raced with excitement. Who is she? What is her name? Where does she reside? She is a voluptuous woman, capable of an alluring demeanor and a youthful voice. When cold, she is like an iceberg, and when charming, she is as fierce as fire. Yell Guang stated seriously. Isn't that to mean me? Shui Gang's expression soured. Do you take me for a fool? Yell Guang felt awkward. Yes, he meant da me. She is indeed the master of Langya Pavilion. The revelation that the master of Langya Pavilion was a woman left Shui Gang contemplating. Previously, he had received reports from Tiangong Guard's members about a woman fitting those characteristics. They had lost her trail after a short pursuit. It was not impossible. What did the master of Langya Pavilion want with you? Sui Gong inquired. She sought to acquire the methods of weapon forging from Beiyuan. Yell Guang replied casually. But did you not claim that Demi Mi was the liaison between Beiyuan and Dali? Shui Gang asked, frowning. I was deceiving you, Yell Guang admitted without hesitation. Feed him something first, Shui Gang commanded his subordinate. If you dare to deceive me, I will find a way to make you speak. Yell Guang's throat tightened. Damn it, you wish to intimidate me. Bring that black-clad man to me, Shui Gang ordered, intending to interrogate the assassins one by one. He knew they were notoriously tight-lipped. The prison was filled with instruments of torture, and Shui Gang coldly regarded the prisoners. Speak, who commanded you? It was Hu Ge, the Minister of Justice. The assassin revealed everything he knew in a rush, since he had already disclosed this to the master of Langya Pavilion the previous night. There was no need to maintain silence today. Shui Gang was taken aback. It had gone surprisingly smoothly. Minister of Justice Hu Ge? He recalled Li Qingxuan's earlier words. The man's insight into human nature was astonishing. A man capable of influencing the female emperor was indeed formidable. Chapter 70. A fight is needed to prove it. Minister of Justice Hu Ge had been captured by the Tiangong Guards. In the afternoon, Li Qingxuan had initially planned to scout out the situation before confronting the Hu family that evening. To his surprise, Shui Gang had acted first. Now that Hu Ge had fallen into Shui Gang's hands, he likely would not last long. After all, corrupt officials were different from death warriors. The latter feared nothing, making it difficult to extract confessions, whereas these corrupt officials were always fearful of their lives and would not withstand much under the pressure of the Tiangong Guards. Li Qingxuan observed from a distance as a crowd gathered in front of the Hu residence, pointing and whispering. Several Tiangong Guards members were affixing seals to the door. Suddenly, a woman dressed in black hurried towards him, her expression betraying a sense of urgency, clearly indicating guilt. Upon closer inspection, he noted her features were well defined. If Huaji's beauty rated a perfect 10, this woman would easily score above 8. Moreover, she possessed a notable characteristic, an ample bosom. Li Qingxuan subtly extended his leg as a woman hurried past him. She glanced back towards the direction of the Hu residence, completely oblivious to her footing. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as she fell face first to the ground, her chest likely meeting the earth first given her stature. The woman, dazed, scrambled to her feet, ready to unleash her fury, but upon seeing Li Qingxuan's visage, She appeared utterly petrified and turned to flee. However, she soon realized her wrist had been firmly grasped by him, plunging her into a state of panic. Despite having altered her appearance that day and concealing the most recognizable features, how could he still recognize her? Was the populace of the Great Xia so formidable? I'm not associated with the Hua family, she hastily protested. Initially, Li Qingxuan had merely harbored suspicions, but her words confirmed his doubts. He had intended to take her to a small, dimly lit room for questioning, a completely harmless and eco-friendly inquiry. But he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "You would do well to release me, or I shall not be so courteous," the woman declared loudly. Surprisingly, Li Qingxuan released her wrist. Was it that easy? She hesitated, then bolted to escape once more. Once again, Li Qingxuan extended his leg. Thud once more, she landed chest first on ground. Rising with indignation, she glared at him. "You are exceedingly oppressive. Come, let us discuss this in a different location." "Do not compel me to take action," Li Qingxuan replied with a smile. Under the watchful eye of the heavens, her cultivation level was laid bare. She was a 7th-tier practitioner, which took Li Qingxuan by surprise. Fortunately, she was manageable. In the courtyard, Li Qingxuan seated himself upon a stone chair, while the woman obediently stood before him. From his vantage point, he could only see half of her face, the lower half obscured by her bosom. "Speak, what is your name, and what is your connection to the Hua family?" "Li Qinxuan Ninkidat." The woman was taken aback. "How did you know I had ties to the Hua family?" He chuckled internally. How could Shui Gang have failed to capture her? "I possess the ability to read fortunes." "Then how is it you cannot even ascertain my name?" She retorted. "You would do well to cooperate." "I have a temper," Li Qingxuan threatened. "Very well. I am called Qiangwei, dispatched by the great Li to liaise with Huage. What promise did your great Li offer Huage to entice him to betray the great Xia?" Li Qingxuan asked curiously. The position of Minister of Justice is no trifling matter. Advancing further would lead him to the cabinet. How could such a man become a spy for a rival nation? "I am unsure. To be precise, our great Li is collaborating with Yingjie. Huage is merely a subordinate of Yingjie." "Who is Yingjie?" "Li Qinxuan Ninkidat. Yingjie is the 9th son of King Kong and also a cousin of the current emperor." "The 9th prince?" Li Qingxuan grasped the situation. Recalling his wife's mention of that cousin, though she had never revealed his fate, apparently he still lived. Where is the 9th prince hiding? What schemes does he harbor? How could I possibly know where the 9th prince is concealed? I am merely tasked with contacting the Minister of Justice. Do you have any plans? Li Qinxuan Pressa. Naturally. Rebellion. Yingjie intends to ally with the great Li and Bei Yuan to oust that Empress from her throne. So that was the case. Li Qingxuan fell into contemplation. Such a calamity existed. How could he unearth the 9th prince and eliminate him? At that moment, a voice echoed from outside. "Is young Master Li present?" Qiangwei panicked. "What should we do? What should we do? The formidable Shui Gang has arrived." "Fear not. I am here," Li Qingxuan reassured her. Hearing his words, Qiangwei calmed considerably. Shui Gang had never seen her face. If this man were willing to assist her, however, as soon as Shui Gang stepped into the courtyard, Li Qingxuan executed a sweeping kick, sending Qiangwei crashing to the ground, then pinned her wrist behind her back, calling out to Shui Gang, "Commander Shui, come quickly. I have captured a spy from the great Li." Qiangwei was taken away by Shui Gang's men. Shui Gang had come only to deliver a token to Li Qingxuan. With the Minister of Justice Huage apprehended and the capital under martial law, patrolling heavenly guards and Imperial troops were everywhere. This token would grant Li Qingxuan freedom of movement within the city. Of course, this was the intention of Huage that night. Li Qingxuan sat atop a roof gazing at the stars. He had already dispatched members of the Langya Pavilion to investigate the whereabouts of the 9th prince. Why climb so high? What if you fall and injure yourself? Huaji returned, standing in the courtyard, calling out with a smile, "Why not join me up here to gaze at the stars? My stargazing tower is much higher and provides a clearer view than here." Though Huaji spoke thus, she still accepted Li Qingxuan's assistance in climbing to the rooftop. "I heard you captured a spy from the great Li today. Indeed, is my husband not impressive?" "Incredibly so, to capture a young lady. My husband's martial prowess is truly awe-inspiring." "Why do I feel as though you were mocking me? Why speak so harshly? I merely underestimated you." Huaji giggled, covering her mouth. A mere girl dares to question her husband's strength. It seems a duel is in order to prove it. Laughter rang out like silver bells from the rooftop. How naive. I have been sleep-deprived for several days. Now, Chapter 71. The Ji family at the Northern Town Guard's prison. Shui Gang brought both Li Guang and Xiang Wei to the interrogation room. Do you know him? Shui Gang asked, his expression grim as he stared at Li Guang. He suspected he had been deceived. If the master of Langya Pavilion truly was this woman, it was rather underwhelming. Could this woman possibly be Mimi? Li Guang was taken aback upon seeing Xiang Wei. The fabricated woman he had conjured had genuinely been found by Shui Gang. Upon witnessing this, Shui Gang realized Li Guang was indeed lying. Help him expel what he has ingested, Shui Gang instructed his subordinates. The cell was left with only Xiang Wei and Shui Gang. Now, tell me, what plans do you and the Great Li have with Huage? Sui Gong in Kuwait. We haven't had the chance to interrogate Huage yet. Initially, he will be quite stubborn, but a few torturous methods will make him compliant. The plan is for the Great Li to mobilize troops from the border while the 9th Prince creates chaos within the Great Xia. I'm merely a messenger and no little. Xiang Wei readily divulged without the need for Shui Gang's torture. Who else from the Great Li has been dispatched? Many were sent, but unfortunately, before they could enter the royal city, they were ambushed by the Langya Pavilion. Langya Pavilion? Shui Gang's brow furrowed. He had heard this organization's name once more. Relate the details of that incident to me. An incense stick later, are you implying that the young man you captured is a member of the Langya Pavilion? Indeed. Xiang Wei nodded. Do you think I will believe you? Take her away and starve her for 3 days, Shui Gang ordered, glancing at Xiang Wei's figure. With her fat reserves? 3 days would not suffice. Then starve her for 5 days. Once Xiang Wei was taken away, Shui Gang rubbed his temples. According to the woman's account, young Master Li was a member of the Langya Pavilion. How could that be? 3 years prior, when the emperor was brought back to the palace, he had dispatched people to monitor Li Qinxuan in secret. Over 3 years, Li Qingxuan had only ventured as far as a small town, making it impossible for him to have contacted the Langya Pavilion. This Xiang Wei was lying, having successfully become the favored consort of the Empress. Li Qingxuan no longer needed to rely on selling paintings for a living. In fact, he no longer even locked the courtyard door when he went out, for the Imperial troops patrolled outside at all hours, akin to a small royal palace. Your Majesty, do you mean to assign me the responsibility of guarding this small courtyard in the future? Long Qingfeng gazed at his esteemed Empress in disbelief. He is the commander of the Imperial Guards, tasked with protecting the palace, yet he is now expected to solely defend this courtyard. Your Majesty, is there something of great significance within this courtyard that necessitates my vigilance? Long Qingfeng inquired. Indeed, Huaji nodded affirmatively. The importance of this courtyard rivals that of the entire Great Xia. No, it surpasses it. Huaji's voice was resolute. When Li Qingxuan returned to the courtyard, he was unexpectedly halted. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted to approach the courtyard. Long Qingfeng recognized Li Qingxuan and thus treated him with a modicum of courtesy. Is there a token required? Li Qingxuan presumed it was due to his wife. Without waiting for Long Qingfeng to respond, he produced several tokens from within his robes. One permitted the mobilization of troops within the imperial city. Another was a golden badge for traversing the palace. And the last was a decree of immunity from death. These were all bestowed upon him by Huaji in recent days. Long Qingfeng swallowed hard. Is it not a bit excessive to have a decree of immunity? Is this granted by Her Majesty? Long Qingfeng asked. For aside from Her Majesty, no one else possesses such authority. Indeed, Li Qingxuan felt no need to conceal the truth. What is your relationship with Her Majesty? Long Qingfeng hesitated before inquiring. I am the man Her Majesty desires, Li Qingxuan replied, stuffing the waste token away and swaggering toward the courtyard. Where have you been? I have waited for you in eternity, Huaji remarked. Her cheeks flushed as she sat on the steps. The term eternity was learned from Li Qingxuan. Is this what they mean by absence makes the heart grow fonder? Li Qingxuan bundarat. I have missed you dearly. There are whispers that need to be shared intimately, he said, rubbing his palms together, contemplating whether they should contribute to the continuation of humanity. Upon looking up, he realized the sun was at its zenith. I have official matters to attend to. The guards outside have become increasingly vigilant. Remember to greet Long Qingfeng, so that when Chen Xingji arrives, he will not be obstructed at the entrance. Huaji had conducted thorough investigations regarding Chen Xingji, discovering that this abandoned innate sword body seemed to harbor no ill intentions toward her husband. Thus she had accepted his presence. Originally, Huaji should have returned after completing her arrangements. However, she had lingered in the courtyard solely to catch a glimpse of her husband, which filled her with vitality. Shortly after Huaji departed, Qin Xiaoma descended from the rooftop. The sudden increase in Imperial guards outside made it so that it took him half a stick of incense to infiltrate. Qin Xiaoma remarked, "The members of the Langya Pavilion generally possess formidable lightness of foot, particularly the esteemed 10th rank Qin Xiaoma. Have you uncovered any results?" Li Qinxuan inquired, concerning the 9th prince. "He must be swiftly apprehended for peace of mind." "Naturally," Qin Xiaoma replied, a hint of pride in his tone. "I have discovered that the 9th prince is likely hiding within the Ji family." "The Ji family?" Li Qingxuan, unfamiliar with the affairs of the great Xia, inquired further. "The Ji family is the clan of the Empress Dowager. I have found that some members of the Ji family are colluding with the 9th prince. Huago was indeed elevated by the Ji family." Qin Xiaoma elucidated. "The Ji family is a pivotal clan within the great Xia. They have been by the side of the founding emperor since the inception of the dynasty. Huaji's mother hails from the Ji family. Once Huaji ascended the throne, the Ji family's status became unassailable, rendering them one of the most illustrious families in the great Xia. It is rather astonishing that such a powerful family would be involved with the rebellious 9th prince. Unless the head of the Ji family is lacking in common sense, they should not be entangled with the 9th prince. Supporting his ascension would yield them no greater benefit than their current standing, would it?" Though Li Qingxuan is not adept in intrigue, Qin Xiaoma's words led him to believe that the Ji family members should not act so foolishly. Nevertheless, given the connection between the spies and the Ji family, it cannot be mere coincidence. This suggests that the leaders of the Ji family are likely untainted, while an individual or faction within may be dissatisfied with their current standing in the Ji family, prompting them to engage in treasonous acts. If this were any other family, Li Qingxuan could dispatch the Langya Pavilion to deal with them directly. However, the Ji family hold a unique position as his wife's maternal family, complicating matters. Never mind. It is best not to dwell on it too much. Qin Protector, remember to bring some goji berries when you come tomorrow. I have a friend who wishes to brew tea with them. Chapter 72. An impressive technique, my husband. Do you think I look beautiful in this attire? Huaji, clad in a crimson gown, twirled before Li Qingxuan. "You look splendid." He admired her graceful figure. "Then tell me, does the red gown suit me better or the white?" "You look most exquisite without any clothing at all," Li Qingxuan replied. However, immediately after, Huaji playfully struck him with a pillow. "Speaking of which, I was late for court today, a rarity for me." "It is all your fault," she pouted. "Come accompany me on a shopping excursion today. Consider it a punishment." It seems that being the emperor's consort does not strip away the essence of womanhood. Li Qingxuan mused, feeling quite pleased. After 3 years of longing, they finally blossomed into a reality, and he understood the rarity of this moment. Later that night, after Huaji had fallen asleep, Li Qingxuan quietly made his way into the grand estate of the Ji family. Accompanied by the 10th rank expert Qin Xiaoma, Li Qingxuan was not one to fear death. Yet he cherished his life. Given that the 9th prince might be hidden within the Ji family, he anticipated encountering numerous skilled individuals. The Ji family maintains their own fief, yet they also possess a residence in the capital. Li Qingxuan and Qin Xiaoma leaped over the wall and entered. The night was deep, and the Ji family estate lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint moonlight. It was evident that the residence was opulent, befitting the maternal family of the Empress Dowager. Even a temporary abode exuded a remarkable grandeur. "I seem to catch a whiff of blood," Qin Xiaoma remarked. Li Qingxuan's heart sank. With Huage captured, the Ji family would inevitably be exposed. If they wished to avoid detection, the best course of action would be to silence those associated with Huage. With this thought, he quickened his pace toward the main courtyard, only to find a pale corpse beneath his feet, eyes wide open, blood congealed upon the ground. As he ventured deeper, he discovered that the entire Ji family had perished. With no survivors, the scene clearly indicated a fierce struggle had taken place. Did this not suggest that all leads had been severed? The mastermind is exceedingly cautious. "Very well, let us retreat. If we are seen, they might suspect us of foul play," Li Qingxuan stated. Upon returning home, he found Huaji sitting on the bed, staring intently at him. When she turned over to embrace Li Qingxuan, she realized he was absent, instantly losing her drowsiness. "Where have you been?" Huaji furrowed her brow. "I heard commotion outside and went to see if something had occurred. Rest assured, The area is surrounded by the Imperial guards. Nothing untoward will happen. With that, Huaji lay down once more. Li Qingxuan sat there, stroking his chin, contemplating the matters concerning the Ji family. Before long, he heard the soft sound of snoring beside him. Huaji, enveloped in her blanket, displayed her alluring form, particularly the delicate neckline, rising and falling with her breaths, was captivating. Li Qingxuan hesitated. With dawn still far off, should he? However, recalling how weary Huaji had been in recent days, he dismissed the thought. The following day, news of the Ji family's massacre spread, and the estate was surrounded, with the streets under strict martial law. Li Qingxuan arrived at the estate's entrance, observing members of the Tianyi guard bustling in and out. Due to the acquaintance with Shui Gang, no one came to drive him away. The Ji family, owing to their unique status, resided in close proximity to the Imperial palace. With a mere turn of his head, Li Qingxuan could behold the towering eaves and stories of the palace. Young Master Li, have you made any discoveries? Shuagang inquirat, noticing Li Qinxuan's prolonga contemplación. Nothing much. I will ponder it further, he replied. Huaji returned home only in the evening, her brow furrowed. What troubles you? Is it regarding the Ji family? Li Qingxuan gently massaged her temples, discreetly channeling his vital energy into her acupoints, which eased her tension somewhat. Indeed, the murder of the Ji family has obliterated any leads we had. Surely, the 4 city gates of the palace must be guarded by skilled experts, Li Qingxuan suddenly posited, having noted that the Ji residence faced the southern gate of the palace. Naturally, each city gate is manned by an 8th-rank expert, Huaji affirmed. According to Commander Shui, the Ji family must have put up a fierce resistance before their demise. Given the proximity to the southern palace gate, a dignified 8th-rank expert should not have been oblivious to the turmoil, Li Qingxuan continued. Huaji's eyes sparkled with realization. Moreover, it would be reasonable for the defending expert at the southern gate to have witnessed the emperor's departure from the palace and subsequently orchestrated an assassination plot. After returning, Li Qingxuan contemplated the Ji family's extermination and found it utterly unreasonable that the 8th-rank expert responsible for guarding the southern gate remained entirely unaware. What if this 8th-rank expert is the traitor who leaked Huaji's whereabouts? It would perfectly explain everything. Of course, this is merely speculation. My dear husband, you are truly astute, and your massage technique is remarkable, Huaji complimented. Indeed, Li Qingxuan boasted, his gaze straying toward Huaji's bosom. Blushing, she playfully pinched his waist. Serves you right for your wandering eyes. Chapter 73. Solving the case during the morning court assembly. The ministers were abuzz with discussion. The news of the Ji family's massacre in the capital was widely known. The Ji family was connected to the Empress Dowager, being her maternal family, and the death of Huaji's cousin, the sole heir of the Ji family, was no trivial matter. Speculation regarding the identity of the murderer filled the air, with some even discussing the emperor's recent peculiar behavior. Today, it appeared that he had arrived late once again, marking the 2nd time in 3 years of his reign that he had been tardy. It is understandable that His Majesty is grieved by the news of the Ji family's slaughter, causing his delay, one of the censors remarked. Since Huaji's ascension, she had employed swift measures to eliminate remnants of the former prime minister's faction, which led the censors to adopt a new attitude toward the emperor, an unwavering loyalty that deemed all his actions as correct, even when he erred. Yet, they were unrelenting toward the court officials, rebuking them with fervor. Their strategy was undoubtedly effective, as the emperor favored them greatly. The only blemish on their record was the unfortunate demise of Censor Liu, who had incurred the emperor's wrath, slightly tarnishing their standing. His Majesty was merely fatigued during his last tardiness. It is not unusual after 3 years to be late once, someone interjected. The censors quickly countered, silencing the dissenting minister. The Ji family has arrived, a voice whispered. A stern-faced man entered. Ji Tianzi, the brother of the Empress Dowager and Huaji's uncle, who typically resided in his fief, leaving court matters to his son. Upon hearing of his son's death, he had hastened back, his eyes filled with sorrow. Upon entering the grand hall, he found the dragon throne empty. The tears he had prepared were momentarily stifled. At that moment, 4 female officials stepped from behind screen. The presence of Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu signified the emperor's imminent arrival. Indeed, Huaji, flanked by guards, approached, adorned in a resplendent purple dragon robe. Her breathtaking beauty radiated a celestial grace. her gaze exuding supreme authority. She was the most esteemed individual in the realm. As Hua Ji entered, the ministers shouted in unison, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Please rise," Hua Ji commanded. "Thank you, your majesty." The ministers stood, but just as they did, a figure suddenly collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Your majesty, please grant me justice." Silence enveloped the hall, as this scene was anticipated. The foremost family of the Great Xia had suffered a massacre in the capital, a heavy blow for anyone, particularly with the loss of a beloved son. "I am aware of the situation regarding the Ji family. Lord Chonglu, please take your seat. I shall provide an explanation," Hua Ji stated, prompting Ji Tianzi to shakily return to his place. "Shui Gang, who was in charge of the southern gate yesterday?" Hua Ji directly inquired. "The southern gate commander is Hu Lu," Shui Gang responded. Upon hearing this, Hua Ji scoffed coldly. "All the gatekeepers in the palace are 8th rank experts. The Ji residence is not far from the southern gate. With so many lives lost, how could he remain oblivious? Summon Hu Lu to the court." After issuing her command, Hua Ji fell silent. The ministers exchanged worried glances. With the Ji family massacred, they pondered who bore a grudge against them. Yet none suspected a connection to the palace guards. "Your majesty truly possesses keen insight," Shui Gang remarked. At that moment, Hu Lu was brought forth. "Regarding the Ji family's murder, Hu Lu, I wish to hear your explanation," Hua Ji stated coldly, "including the circumstances surrounding the breach of my movements from the southern gate that day." Hu Lu's face turned pale, and he forced a bitter smile. "I have nothing to explain. Are you admitting guilt?" Hua Ji's gaze sharpened. "I cannot deny it," he confessed. "Who instructed you?" Hua Ji pressed further, and countless eyes focused on Hu Lu. "No one instructed me. It was my own doing." As his words fell, Hu Lu suddenly grinned, blood spilling from his mouth. "Quickly, summon the Imperial physician," Hua Ji cried. However, Hu Lu had already collapsed. Shui Gang stepped forward to examine him, shaking his head at Hua Ji. "Your Majesty, he has already drawn his last breath. There is no saving him." With a grim expression, Hua Ji waved her hand. "Take him away." After court, Hua Ji departed the palace, making her way home. She lamented that her husband had indeed foreseen this outcome. It was regrettable that the man had chosen to take poison and end his life. Clearly, the mastermind possessed means to control him. As for her uncle, Hua Ji offered him only a few words of comfort, aware that familial bonds were tenuous in royal life. The times she had met her uncle were few. When the 9th prince had wronged her, the Ji family had not dared to voice their concerns until after her ascension to the throne. A significant family weighs its actions carefully, and Hua Ji bore no resentment toward them. However, it was impossible for her to harbor deep feelings for such a family. Upon returning home, she found Li Qinxuan just rising, brushing his teeth in the courtyard. Realizing she had arrived late, while he had slept until midday, she huffed in displeasure. "Ah, my wife has returned," Li Qingxuan greeted with a smile. "So, is the Southern Gate commander a suspect?" "You guessed correctly. He has committed suicide by poison," Hua Ji replied. "Another lead lost. As your husband, I helped you solve a case. Is there no reward for me?" Li Qingxuan asked. The fact that the perpetrator was deceased indicated that the one who had leaked Hua Ji's whereabouts had been apprehended, granting Li Qingxuan a sense of relief. "The reward," Hua Ji whispered, "let you be on top tonight." "What? I couldn't hear you clearly. Please repeat that," Li Qingxuan declared, intentionally raising his voice. "Go to hell." Hua Ji seized a nearby broom and chased Li Qingxuan around the courtyard. Chapter 74. Foaming Pavilion. Hua Ji furrowed her brow. "Are you troubled by the Ji family matters?" Seeing the distressed expression on Hua Ji's face, Li Qingxuan felt a pang of sympathy. Hua Ji then snapped back to reality and nodded. "Oh, what did you say?" "The Ji family's affairs haven't affected me too much. It's just that this matter involves the 9th prince. She had initially believed he would hide away in obscurity after his narrow escape years ago, but he seemed to linger like a specter." At this point, Hua Ji sighed. What worried her more was the recently rising prominence of the Langya Pavilion. She pondered whether it could also be the handiwork of her cousin, given that if it were another force, she would be confident in suppressing them. However, Langya Pavilion was different. Her encounters with them made her aware of the existence of formidable experts among them. Although Hua Ji had means to deal with such 10-tier masters, it would be particularly troublesome. The most significant issue was that these experts were not easy targets. They would flee at the slightest hint of danger. To kill one would require an exorbitant price. A prime example was the current Northern King, whose mere presence prevented the Northern Yuan army from stepping into the Great Xia territory. The Northern King's most notable feat was slaying a Northern Yuan general amidst a sea of troops. Since then, in any battle involving the Northern King, the generals of Northern Yuan dared not reveal themselves, including their top expert. The ninth prince, Li Qingxuan, fell into contemplation. The infiltration of Langya Pavilion in the capital was insufficient, thus preventing them from quickly discovering the whereabouts of the ninth prince. Otherwise, he could directly confront and eliminate him, alleviating his wife's worries. By the way, I heard that among the deceased, one was the sole son of the Ji family patriarch, Li Qinxuan inquired. Yes, that was my cousin, just 2 months older than I am. Speaking of this cousin, he gifted me a piece of jade when I ascended to the throne. The jade that was carved into a seal for you was given by him. As she recalled the deceased, Huaji felt a tinge of regret. Suddenly realizing that her display of grief might not be sufficient, she added, I had little interaction with them, and their motives often felt too self-serving. So I don't feel much sorrow over his death. They're different from you. Seemingly afraid that Li Qingxuan might misunderstand her, she cautiously clarified. Li Qingxuan reached out and pinched Huaji's youthful cheek. Rest assured, you need not explain. I understand you very well. Do you truly understand? Huaji still felt a bit uneasy, fearing that Li Qingxuan might see her as a heartless person. Of course, I understand you from top to bottom. I'm frivolous. Huaji huffed, her pride flaring. She secretly touched her ear, which felt a bit warm. I still have to review memorials this afternoon. You should be cautious when going out lately. The capital isn't very safe. Understood. After Huaji departed, Li Qingxuan examined the documents sent by Qin Xiaoma. Among the 3 generations of the Ji family, there were 4 individuals qualified to inherit the family position: Ji Yunluo, Ji Yunqing, Ji Yunhai, and Ji Yuntao. This meant that after the patriarch's only son died, their benefits would be maximized. According to the information from Langya Pavilion, only the eldest son of the second branch, Ji Yunhai, remained in the capital. This indicated that he was the prime suspect. After all, the time interval from Huaji's capture to the bloodbath at the Ji family's residence was too short. If he had not received first-hand news in the capital, it seemed improbable that he could react so swiftly. Where is Ji Yunhai now? Li Qinxuan inquired. He typically frequents 3 places: in the morning at Langya Pavilion, at noon at Fengming Pavilion, and in the evening at Xuemei Pavilion. Are these establishments reputable? Li Qingxuan asked. They're the finest brothels in the capital. I see. Li Qingxuan stroked his chin. So, he visits 3 brothels in a day. Can his body handle such indulgence? Let's go take a look. Fengming Pavilion, as the finest brothel in the capital, remained bustling even at noon. Such places attracted high-ranking officials, while ordinary citizens could hardly afford to indulge. Li Qingxuan and Qin Xiaoma stood at a distance, observing. Regrettably, the scene of ragged women calling out to patrons, as depicted in dramas, was absent. There wasn't even a welcoming girl at the entrance. It was disappointing, Li Qingxuan mused. Master, let me enter and take a look first, Qin Xiaoma suggested. Never mind. You've worked hard enough helping me investigate. I'll handle this personally. Without waiting for Qin Xiaoma to refuse, he transformed into a shadow and swiftly headed towards Fengming Pavilion. The decor within Fengming Pavilion was surprisingly elegant. In ancient times, if a woman were to entertain a guest, she might say, "Don't rush. Allow me to play a tune for you." Unlike later eras, where women would say, "Hurry up." Li Qingxuan observed a young man in white robes who seemed to have just emerged from the lavatory, staggering as he entered a room. Young master, why are you giving me so much this time? To be honest, I shall be leaving Luochang tonight, considering you have accompanied me for such a long time. This silver is a reward for you. Young master, why? Did you not say you would stay in Luochang for a year? Things have changed. Enough questions. Come here. Let me kiss you. Ah. Li Qingxuan pressed his ear against the wall, internally cursing this scoundrel during broad daylight. Can't he consider the feelings of others? Though Li Qingxuan had his doubts, hearing this, it became evident that this fellow had something to hide, especially given his sudden departure. The destruction of the Ji family was likely connected to him. A half hour later, the door creaked open and a disheveled Ji Yunhai stumbled out. He yawned and swayed as he walked, clearly having indulged in drink. Li Qingxuan stealthily followed him. Ji Yunhai was quite handsome, exuding a certain charm. As he exited Fengming Pavilion, many young women cast admiring glances his way. This left Ji Yunhai feeling somewhat regretful. He had yet to fully enjoy the tender affections of the capital before he had to leave. He feared he would soon be living a life akin to a hermit, hiding his identity. The notion that he might be under investigation was unsettling. Logically, he had not left any obvious clues. As he passed a narrow alley, a sudden shadow appeared, wrapping an arm around his neck and pulling him inside. "Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you." Li Qingxuan tightened his grip around his neck, while the other hand pressed a knife against his carotid artery. "Who?" Ji Yunhai's expression was not one of panic. Instead, he wore a cold smile. "I believe you have mistaken the wrong person. I advise you to lower the knife and leave all your money behind." Ji Yunhai remained unfazed, exhibiting a brazen demeanor. To be robbed and yet demand that the robber leave money behind? What gall! With that, Ji Yunhai pinched the blade between his fingers and calmly stated, "You don't handle knives this way. I am speaking to you kindly. You would do well to understand. Otherwise, the injury will not fall upon others, but upon yourself. Now, let me show you what sort of person you have attempted to abduct." With that, Ji Yunhai infused his true energy into his fingers and applied a light pressure. Under his power, the ordinary blade should have easily snapped. For someone of Ji Yunhai's caliber, being robbed in such a manner would be laughable. However, the anticipated breakage of the blade did not occur. The knife remained still against his neck. "Yi Yunhai?" At the same time, Ji Yunhai sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the blade. A chill swept through the air, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on Ji Yunhai's brow. Chapter 75, Rougeum. "My friend, can we discuss this calmly? Could you please put the knife down?" Ji Yunhai cautiously suggested. "Huh, why did you just touch my knife?" Li Qingxuan retorted with a cold smirk. Ji Yunhai swallowed hard. "I merely felt a long-lost familiarity, akin to reuniting with a family member, and I couldn't help but touch the blade. It was an affectionate impulse." Li Qingxuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Had humanity sunk so low? It made him feel inadequate. Yet the next moment, Li Qingxuan set the knife aside. Before Ji Yunhai could express his relief, a sharp pain pierced his neck, and he collapsed limply to the ground. "Carry him away," Li Qingxuan instructed Qin Xiaomao, who was posturing against the wall. Qin Xiaomao had no choice but to comply, lifting Ji Yunhai and taking him to a dilapidated temple. Yi Yunhai slowly regained consciousness, only to find himself tightly bound to a pillar. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to see two faces staring intently at him, nearly causing him to cry out in fright. Were they about to engage in some form of bondage? It was utterly terrifying. "Brothers, I don't know how I offended you, but I can change," he pleaded. "Now, I will ask you a question, and you shall answer honestly. If you dare to conceal even a single word, I will ensure your legs are broken," Li Qingxuan said, gathering himself to speak. "The ninth prince. The ninth prince is hiding in a large courtyard outside the city. I can only meet him when I receive his messages." Li Qingxuan was taken aback by how smoothly the other party responded, leaving him with no opportunity to employ his planned methods. "Take me there." When Li Qingxuan and his companions arrived at the courtyard, they discovered it was empty. The ninth prince had already relocated. Turning around, Ji Yunhai suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "I have truly told you everything. Besides you, who in the Ji family collaborates with the ninth prince? I don't know, and besides, the murder of the Ji family's eldest son has nothing to do with me." He had already deduced that Li Qingxuan had come because of the death of someone from the Ji family. "Qin Hufa, find a place to lock him up. He has not spoken the truth," Li Qingxuan ordered, pulling out a booklet from his robe and handing it to Qin Xiaomao. It contained 108 forms of torture, which could be tested at leisure. Ji Yunhai felt a chill run down his spine, sensing impending doom. Li Qingxuan then parted ways with Qin Xiaomao and made his way to Confronting Pavilion. It was not that he harbored any particular thoughts about the place, but he considered that the ninth prince, being so vigilant, must have moved before he arrived. Why then did he not notify Ji Yunhai to relocate alongside him? Perhaps Ji Yunhai was merely a trifling pawn, insignificant enough to be discarded. However, should such a pawn vanish without a trace, an investigation would undoubtedly ensue. At such a moment, they must know that it was he who had taken Ji Yunhai. Since he could not find them, he would let them come to him instead. "Young master, do you wish to meet Miss Yuemo?" The matron observed Li Qingxuan's lavish spending and smiled broadly. Many patrons around cast envious glances for the courtesan. Yuemo was quite expensive. Not just anyone could afford her. Of course, Li Qingxuan unfurled his fan and waved it lightly. Although the weather was not particularly warm, it added an air of culture. Upon entering the room, he found Miss Yu Imo languidly seated before a mirror, appearing somewhat fatigued after her recent exertions. "Is this your first visit, young master?" The woman appraised Li Qingxuan from head to toe, still steeped in sorrow from parting with her lover. She found it challenging to attract a generous patron. "Allow me to play a tune for you," Yu Imo offered. "No need," Li Qingxuan waved his hand, for he had not come to listen to music. Her expression froze momentarily. "Are you in such a hurry? You know Ji and Hai from the Ji family, do you not?" Li Qinxuan inquired. A glimmer of wariness crossed the woman's face. "I merely wish to know where he has gone. Tell me, and this silver will be yours." Li Qingxuan placed a silver ingot on the table. It was clear that without parting with some currency, one could not hope to extract information from the young lady. "Not long after you left, he mentioned he was returning home. Beyond that, I am unaware. I am merely a woman of the world and dare not pry further." "Very well." Li Qingxuan left the silver behind and turned to exit. The woman had not directly revealed that Ji and Hai intended to leave the capital, which he considered a small victory. As he stepped out, the matron regarded him with an odd expression. So soon? Meanwhile, the other patrons, who had once envied Li Qingxuan, now wore expressions of schadenfreude. "No matter how wealthy you are, it amounts to nothing. Where have you been?" Upon his return to the courtyard, he was met with Huaji's pointed inquiry. "You smell of rouge." Under Huaji's scrutinizing gaze, Li Qingxuan felt a twinge of guilt, although he had done nothing untoward. Explaining the situation was another matter entirely. "You must have bought me rouge, right?" Huaji smiled sweetly, extending her delicate hand. "Hand it over." Li Qingxuan's mind raced at breakneck speed. "This is a birthday gift for you, to be given on your birthday. Tomorrow is my birthday. So, you plan to give it to me in the morning?" "Indeed." Li Qingxuan nodded. "You are so kind." Huaji linked her arm through his, resting her head on his shoulder, her hair cascading like a waterfall. That night, Yunling appeared on the rooftop. "Master, you summoned me in such haste. Do you have an order? Fetch me a box of rouge." Master, at this late hour, where am I to find rouge?" Yunling frowned, indicating the difficulty of the task. "I don't care. It is an order, and you must fulfill it." This was the first time Li Qingxuan had invoked the authority of his position, not expecting it to be for the sake of fabricating a lie. Indeed, one falsehood necessitated countless others to uphold it. The following day, upon returning from court, Huaji remarked, "Isn't it strange? Last night, a shop in the capital was robbed. Only a box of rouge was taken, yet the thief left behind silver. Such trivial matters shouldn't concern me." But Shui Gang mentioned it was peculiar and that the lost box of rouge might conceal a significant secret, possibly related to the massacre at the Ji family estate. Huaji furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Is that so? Li Qingxuan secretly wiped away a cold sweat. If his wife discovered that the stolen box of rouge was the very one he intended to gift her, he might find himself sleeping on the floor tonight. "Let us dine out today. I hear there's a place renowned for its duck." Huaji suggested. "You often spoke of how delicious the roasted duck from your hometown is." Li Qingxuan was transported back to those impoverished days when they could only afford meat during festivals. Even the modest 2 taels of meat added a hint of flavor to their dishes, making every meal delightful. Life was tight, yet filled with warmth and flavor. Back then, Li Qingxuan would reminisce about the culinary delights of his hometown, vowing to take his wife to enjoy them someday. Years had passed, and had Huaji not brought it up, he might have almost forgotten. "I can't believe you still remember." Li Qingxuan smiled. "I remember everything you say," Huaji replied softly. Chapter 76. Heartfelt pain. Li Qingxuan experienced the roasted duck of this world for the first time. To be honest, it was quite delectable. Huaji's appetite was modest. She mostly watched him eat. "Why aren't you eating? Have some more. Grow a bit." Li Qingxuan placed a piece of crispy skin on a Huaji's plate. "I'm not a child anymore. I'll one tea grow. Even if you don't grow taller, you can grow elsewhere." Noticing Li Qingxuan's mischievous gaze drifting toward her bosom, Huaji swiftly crumpled her napkin and playfully slapped it against his face. "Honestly, as long as I can watch you eat, I am satisfied." Huaji rested her chin on her hand and spoke. Just then, the waiter came over with the dishes, and he expressed his bewilderment at being unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food. Alas, how cruel this world is to the single souls. As the meal neared its conclusion, Shui Gang, the unwelcome third wheel, made his appearance. "Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has prepared food and wine to celebrate your birthday," he announced. "My mother is still waiting for me, so I must return to the palace," Huaji said apologetically. Li Qingxuan leaned inclusive. Give me a kiss before you leave. Huaji glanced around. Shui Gang hastily lowered his head, pretending to have heard nothing. Isn't it inappropriate in such a public place? Huaji hesitated momentarily, but ultimately, like a dragonfly skimming the water, she planted a brief kiss on Li Qingxuan's cheek and hurriedly quickened her pace to exit the private room. Shui Gang turned back to cast a meaningful glance at Li Qingxuan. The usually dignified emperor displayed such a side. Could it be said that he has indirectly conquered the entire Great Xia? After Huaji's departure, Li Qingxuan pondered that the ninth prince must be aware of his investigation into him. He wondered when he might come knocking. This blissful life of his must not be disrupted by such a person. It was the first time in several days that Li Qingxuan returned to Qingjifang. Upon entering, he found Chun Qingji practicing martial arts. After some time apart, Chun Qingji's skills had significantly advanced, having fully entered the 7th rank. This sacred realm pill is for you. It will aid your cultivation, Li Qingxuan said to Chun Qingji. He also offered some guidance on his training, leaving Chun Qingji astonished. You always get straight to the point. I used to think I was on the 1st level and the Pavilion Master on the 2nd, but it seems the Pavilion Master has long surpassed the 18th level. If Li Qingxuan knew of this thought, he would surely regret having pointed him in that direction, as it could land him in a hellish predicament. Recently, Li Qingxuan had accumulated a fair amount of rewards from his sign-ins, leaving behind those he could not use for the people of Langya Pavilion. It seemed he had become somewhat lax in his training recently. As he departed Qingjifang, he noticed a newly arrived fortune-teller by the roadside. Li Qingxuan had never seen him before. An 8th rank expert, he seemed to practice Taoism rather than pure martial arts. Given his presence here, was he perhaps waiting for Li Qingxuan? Li Qinxuan speculata. As he passed the fortune-telling booth, he did not pause for even a moment. Zhuge Cheng, clad in a Taoist robe, stealthily followed behind, with his target just ahead. Encountering me, Zhuge Cheng, can only be considered bad luck for you, he mused. An 8th rank expert is formidable wherever they go, so he felt confident about fulfilling the task assigned by his master. Yet, he was also curious about the identity of this young man who had caught his master's attention. If only he were a true Taoist, he could open his heavenly eye to discern the color of the aura surrounding him. Every person carries their own fate, and from that, one can gauge their profession, future, and destiny. Moreover, there exists a saying about the fickleness of fortune. One's fate upon arrival may differ from that upon departure. Why was this fellow wandering down increasingly desolate paths? Wasn't that creating an opportunity for himself? Zhuge Cheng pondered, realizing that no passers-by were likely in sight. He cautiously inched closer. His master had promised him 100 taels of gold for completing this task. He could not fathom why this young man was worth such a sum. He quickened his pace, gradually closing in. His exceptional lightness of foot allowed him to approach without making a sound. Suddenly, Li Qingxuan halted, glancing back in confusion. Zhuge Cheng hurriedly concealed himself behind a large tree, narrowly avoiding exposure. Did the other party sense something? He shook his head, thinking he was prepared to strike, and need not fear being discovered. Just then, he peeked out again, his expression shifting as he realized the street was empty. The young man had vanished. What are you searching for? Looking for me? A voice resonated from behind. Zhuge Cheng swiftly turned around, feeling a twinge of panic. The other seemed far more formidable than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, he quickly regained his composure. An 8th rank martial artist was capable of handling any contingency. Boom! His palm suddenly flushed red, and without hesitation, he struck toward the young man's chest. The blood transformation palm, a particularly venomous technique, would leave a blood mark on any one hit, resulting in death within 7 days. Boom! With a single strike, he created a vacuum in the air before him. Yet, the figure before him had vanished once more. Zhuge Cheng suddenly realized he had underestimated the situation. However, with no turning back now, he was about to launch another attack when a soft voice interrupted. Pavilion Master, cease your teasing. Allow me to handle this. Upon sensing someone trailing him, Li Qingxuan had discreetly summoned Qin Xiaomo using secret techniques. Though he did not regard an 8th rank as a threat, his experiences from the future taught him that many remarkable figures had met their downfall in unexpected ways. So bringing Qin Xiaomo along felt prudent. The moment Zhuge Cheng laid eyes on Qin Xiaomo, his legs weakened and the oppressive aura surrounding him felt like quicksand. He was certain that a single slap from the other could end his life. Gentlemen, we bear no grudges from the past. nor animosity in recent days. How about letting me go? Li Qinxuan shukla legally. That is akin to entering a brothel and telling a lady, I want to pay you for a night's company. It's equally absurd. Do not bully me too much. Zhuge Cheng retorted fiercely. At this moment, Qin Xiaoma stepped forward, his aura intensifying further. So what if we do? You bully me, and I thud. Zhuge Cheng promptly knelt down. Please, sirs, have mercy. I have a 70-year-old mother and a wife and children enough. Li Qingxuan interrupted. Do you think I would believe that someone as unfortunate looking as you could marry? Zhuge Cheng's heart sank at that remark. Chapter 77. Interrogation as they observed Zhuge Cheng kneeling before them. Both Li Qingxuan and Qin Xiaoma stroked their chins in contemplation. Qin Xiaoma realized he might have been infected by this somewhat eccentric pavilion master. Zhuge Cheng felt anxious. According to standard procedure, they were supposed to interrogate him next to uncover the mastermind behind his actions. However, Zhuge Cheng possessed ample experience in the underworld and was confident in his ability to lie without batting an eye. The two before him appeared quite young, particularly the one he had been trailing, who seemed to be in charge. With his seasoned experience, he was determined not to be easily deceived. After a moment of silence, Li Qingxuan finally spoke, not to interrogate him, but rather addressing Qin Xiaoma. Qin Guardian, I sense he may not be inclined to speak the truth. Perhaps we should dig a pit to bury him instead. Zhuge Cheng's head snapped up, his expression one of shock. You haven't even asked yet. How do you know I'm not prepared to speak the truth? To bury me like this seems rather hasty. Why don't you interrogate me first? My mouth is quite pliable. I will speak freely. His desperation to survive was evident. Zhuge Cheng knew that when normal individuals encountered the insane, they could only choose to retreat. Then why not confess voluntarily? Do I even need to ask? Li Qingxuan Prumta. My name is Zhuge Cheng, and when I was 3, a locust plague ravaged my hometown. Li Qingxuan found himself wishing he could fast forward through the story. Yet, the other spoke with such emotion that tears soaked the ground beneath them. Li Qingxuan understood that Zhuge Cheng's life story was a tragic saga, hinting that in a past life, he must have been the cause of Earth's destruction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured such hardships. So, you aligned yourself with the 9th prince? Zhuge Cheng nodded. I have shared everything with you. Li Qingxuan pondered to himself indeed. If he had the audacity to openly admit to eavesdropping on an 80-year-old grandmother while she bathed, it was likely that he harbored no further secrets. Unless he had also forced himself upon a sow. To prevent any treachery on your part, I must employ certain measures to restrain you. Li Qingxuan produced a pill, declaring it to be a deadly poison. Without the antidote within 7 days, you would succumb to a grotesque decay and death. Zhuge Cheng obediently swallowed the pill, then immediately proclaimed, You cannot deceive me. This is nothing more than a stimulant. Zhuge Cheng took pride in his worldly experience, thinking to himself, You cannot fool me. I am a seasoned veteran. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan realized that this fellow possessed some level of skill. Thus, he decided to escalate the situation. He produced another pill for Zhuge Cheng to consume. After doing so, Zhuge Cheng's complexion turned a ghastly green. This time, the poison was indeed potent. Li Qingxuan mused to himself, Is it not true? The products of the system are surely of the highest quality. When will you provide me with the antidote? Zhuge Cheng felt a pang of anxiety. He had truly ensnared himself. As long as you comply with my demands, Li Qingxuan stated, internally reflecting, This poison is a product of the system. Surely there is no antidote. As compensation, I can only offer to purchase you a coffin after you have passed away. In the southern part of the city, within a grand estate, lay one of the secret strongholds of the 9th prince, as divulged by Zhuge Cheng. However, given Zhuge Cheng's status, he was not privy to the core secrets. Not due to a lack of strength. His 8th-tier prowess was indeed formidable, but rather because the 9th prince, upon their first meeting, had judged him by his appearance and deemed him unreliable, relegating Zhuge Cheng to the status of an auxiliary. Zhuge Cheng felt considerable discontent regarding this. Li Qingxuan remarked that if you could turn a fake poison into a real one, it was indeed rare to find someone more unreliable than yourself. Li Qingxuan and his companions did not recklessly assault the stronghold. Instead, they waited until nightfall to infiltrate it stealthily. After all, Zhuge Cheng had mentioned numerous secret passages, designed to evade sudden attacks and facilitate escape. In the dead of night, the courtyard remained brightly lit. Li Qingxuan instructed Qin Xiaoma to render Zhuge Cheng unconscious and bind him to a tree. Carrying a person could be somewhat cumbersome. In an unoccupied study, Li Qingxuan and Qin Xiaoma discover a volume laid out upon the desk, seemingly perused recently. Curiosity piqued, Li Qingxuan opened the book, revealing a collection of attributes and shortcomings of various officials of the Great Xia, along with their preferences. It appeared to be intelligence gathered by the insurgents, aimed at bribing high-ranking officials within the court. Li Qingxuan noted that the entries became increasingly detailed further along, with key individuals marked in red ink. The earlier entries merely referred to lower-tier individuals, while the latter ones were classified as top-tier. This indicated that the individuals listed at the end were deemed significant by the rebels, including figures like Shui Gang and Yang Xuanji. Li Qingxuan read the description of the Northern Guardian King, a 10th-tier warrior capable of facing 1,000 troops, the true divine protector of the Great Xia. It continued, the slaughtering weapon developed by the Northern Yuan can restrain him in the northern frontier, at which point it shall be the opportune moment for rebellion. This suggested that the 9th Prince intended to instigate a revolt while the Northern Guardian King was occupied. Behind the description of the Northern Guardian King was a blank sheet, with an introduction stating, husband of the Empress, once a steadfast companion during her trials, holding an irreplaceable position in her heart. He is her Achilles' heel. Should he be taken hostage, it may compel the Empress to abdicate without bloodshed. Li Qingxuan felt an immediate surge of displeasure. This was a plan to abduct him. He wondered what hidden power the 9th Prince possessed that afforded him the confidence to usurp the throne, merely by restraining the Northern Guardian King. Never mind that for now. Let me secure this volume, Li Qingxuan thought. Just then, a figure appeared outside, and the door swung open to reveal a young man clad in white, exuding an air of confidence. His demeanor suggested he was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, as if everything was under his control. I have been waiting for you two for quite some time. Your late-night visit is unexpected. Alas, I have little to offer in terms of hospitality. Here are 2 ropes. Kindly bind yourselves, he said, maintaining an air of calmness that was undeniably impressive. However, he seemed unaware of the caliber of individuals he was addressing. Li Qinxuan interjecta. May I inquire as to your identity? He wished to ask, who do you think you are? Yet, given the man's grandiloquent speech, he opted for a more cultured response. As he too was learned, I am Ing Jie, formerly the 9th Prince of the Great Xia, and future Emperor of the Great Xia. Li Qingxuan bent down, retrieved the rope from the ground, and tossed it at Ing Jie's feet. So you are the 9th Prince. Bind yourself. My wife wishes to meet you. Ing Jie said, taken aback. How brazen. And who is your wife? You're the first man I have encountered who is as arrogant as I, Ing Jie remarked. Is that so? You have yet to witness my true audacity, Li Qingxuan replied, swiftly delivering a kick to Ing Jie's abdomen, causing him to stagger back in disbelief. Seize him, Ing Jie ordered, angered. Yet, in the next moment, he was astonished by the scene unfolding before him. His subordinates, having rushed forward, were sent reeling backward, bloodied and defeated. Qin Xiaoma stood with one hand casually behind his back, exuding an air of superiority. Apologies, my subordinate has a rather poor temper. I hope I did not frighten you. Li Qingxuan remarked with a smile. Do you still consider me arrogant? Ing Jie swallowed hard. The terrifying aura he had just sensed made it clear that should he dare to resist, he would be swiftly dispatched. What an unfortunate day this was. He had not even ventured outside, yet trouble had come knocking at his door. Ing Jie lowered his head. Who is your wife? If she wishes to meet me, let's depart. His capitulation came swiftly. However, Li Qingxuan shook his head. Before you meet my wife, you must first answer a few questions. What trump cards do you possess, believing that by restraining the Northern Guardian King, you can successfully seize power? We possess a secret weapon, an item sealed beneath the ancestral shrine of the Great Xia. It was with this very item that the first emperor of the Great Xia conquered the world. After seizing the throne, it was sealed away. What is it? Li Qingxuan inquired, intrigued. Demons, Ing Jie responded nonchalantly, causing Li Qingxuan's eyes to widen in shock. Are you saying this entity is alive and not human? What do you think? Ing Jie retorted with a smirk. What manner of being were these demons? Li Qingxuan felt he was on the brink of uncovering a monumental secret, one far greater than previously imagined. It was a terrifying creature. The founding emperor of the Great Xia had once used it to conquer 5 cities in 3 days, ultimately securing his victory. However, it was exceedingly ferocious. and only the founding emperor knew how to control it. Do you not know how to manage it? Li Qingxuan asked. I am uncertain whether I do or not. Smack! Li Qingxuan delivered a resounding slap across his face. Stop playing games. Lord, all the individuals in the courtyard have been subdued. Qin Xiaoma announced upon returning. Bind them and deliver them to Shui Gang at the Northtown Justice Office for processing. As for the ninth prince, we shall take him back for thorough interrogation. As Li Qingxuan and his companions exited, they set the courtyard ablaze, while Zhuge Cheng had already regained consciousness. After much effort, he finally managed to untie the ropes binding him. Just as he heard Li Qingxuan and the others conversing, he prepared to make his escape. However, as he took a step forward, he hesitated. Having ingested poison, fleeing was futile. He truly wished to slap himself. Why was his tongue so reckless, demanding real poison when he could have settled for a mere illusion? Now, his wish was granted, but it would lead to his own demise. Look, I have captured your ninth prince, he declared. Upon seeing Zhuge Cheng, who had freed himself from his restraints, Li Qingxuan was not surprised. As Zhuge Cheng discerned the true appearance of the ninth prince, he shook his head. He is not the ninth prince, merely a lackey. What? Li Qingxuan fixed his gaze on Zhuge Cheng. Are you certain? What is there to doubt? You have captured so many. Just ask one of them, Zhuge Cheng replied. Li Qingxuan felt a wave of frustration. His gaze turned sharp as he demanded, where's the ninth prince hidden? The other man smirked coldly. I want to tell you, you must be one of that dog emperor's men. Even if you imprison me, I will still be a hero when my prince breaks through the Imperial city. You're quite arrogant, Li Qingxuan retorted, brandishing his sword. With his frostblade in hand, I could easily sever a limb from you. The smug expression on Zhuge Cheng's face froze, and he quickly clarified, I was merely jesting. The ninth prince is cautious and generally has 3 hideouts. But at this critical moment, he will not reveal himself easily. However, as his trusted confidant, I do know some secrets. For instance, Ji Yanhai from the Ji family is merely a puppet. The true collaborator with the ninth prince is someone else. He continued, the ninth prince maintains a close relationship with Beiyuan and Dali, and recently, a princess from Dali was captured by the great Xia. A princess? Could it be that Rose? Li Qingxuan pondered, envisioning a figure. She must know many secrets. Qin Hu, take this man to the dungeons of Langya Pavilion. Tomorrow night, we will raid the Northtown Prefectural Prison together. What does the pavilion master intend to do? Qin Xiao asked. Shui Gang, that fool, has failed to extract any information after such a long time. It seems I must personally intervene to interrogate her. Otherwise, the great Xia will descend into chaos. Moreover, Li Qingxuan intended to inquire about the demons from his wife. How could such beings still exist in this world? It was utterly unfathomable. After parting ways with Qin Xiao, it was already late at night. When Li Qingxuan entered his home, he found his wife waiting for him at the door. Where have you been? Out all night? I want to help you investigate the case, he replied honestly. What case? The murder of the Ji family? Huarui's expression softened, sensing his recent worries. Let me prepare some late-night snacks for you. This made Li Qingxuan's heart skip a beat. He had already experienced her culinary skills and believed that the most potent poison in the world could not compare to her cooking. Perhaps it's best to skip it for tonight. It's quite late. Just as he was about to decline, the atmosphere in the room shifted ominously, sending a chill down his spine. All right then, he conceded. Indeed, staying up late was detrimental to his health. Chapter 79. Infiltrating the Northtown Prefectural Prison by midday. Li Qingxuan finally rose from bed, feeling sore and exhausted. Last night had truly worn him out. He first went to feed the giant panda, and then began his daily routine. The rewards he had received from signing in recently had not been satisfactory. After consuming the same elixirs repeatedly, their effectiveness had dwindled. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully checked in and received a wisdom pill. The system notification chimed. Upon reading the description of the wisdom pill, Li Qingxuan's eyes lit up. This pill, when taken, would elevate him into a state of enlightenment, allowing him to progress rapidly in his cultivation. Having recently reached the pinnacle of the 8th rank, this pill would surely facilitate his ascent. Quickly, Li Qingxuan sat cross-legged in the courtyard and consumed the wisdom pill. As he circulated the principles of the Tai Ching scripture, the flow of true energy within him accelerated, and a gentle breeze began to swirl around him, centered on his being. After an hour, the breeze subsided, and his internal energy returned to normal, appearing as he usually did. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his eyes sparkled with an unusual depth, akin to a bottomless well. If he remained still, others would hardly perceive that he had already attained the 9th rank. Such strength at the 9th rank was formidable. How powerful would he become upon breaking through to the 10th? The Northern Town King was a 10th rank warrior, a figure capable of overshadowing an entire realm. This realization instilled a sense of urgency within Li Qingxuan. The great Xia was in turmoil, without sufficient strength. How could he protect his wife from harm? Half an hour later, after finishing the morning court session, Huowei returned home. Despite her responsibilities of reviewing official documents, she always made it a point to return home briefly before heading back to the palace. In half a month, we will hold the ancestral rituals. There is much preparation to be done, she stated. Will the ancestral rites take place at the Imperial tomb? Li Qingxuan suddenly recalled the words of the fake 9th prince. The ancestral hall was said to guard a demon. Would anything untoward happen to his wife during the rituals? A sense of worry crept over him. What's wrong? Huowei noticed his troubled expression. Did you not rest well last night? No, it's just, have you ever heard of demons? His inquiry caused Huowei's complexion to change dramatically. How do you know about them? Indeed, it seemed the other party had not lied. Otherwise, how could Huowei have such a strong reaction? I came across it in a book. What book? Huowei pressed. It was a volume titled Chronicles of the 9 Regions. He fabricated casually. Chronicles of the 9 Regions? I have never heard of it. Where can I find this book? May I see it? I stumbled upon it in a bookstore. If you want to read it, I could fetch it for you. But you Haven T answered me about the demons. About demons, I'm not well informed either. I only heard my father mention them in relation to the founding war of the Great Xia. When I was very young, my father had all books concerning demons destroyed. Since you wish to know, I will ask the National Master later. He is well versed in many secrets of the Great Xia. Will you allow me to accompany you on the day of the ancestral rites? Li Qinxuan inquired. At this, Huowei's expression became somewhat peculiar. Husband, I have always hoped you could meet our ancestors as my spouse, but the time is not yet ripe. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan realized Huowei had misunderstood, thinking he wished to reveal her identity. No, I'm merely curious and wish to see. Is that so? Then it is no issue. I shall have Shui Gang escort you in. The Tiani guards will ensure security. I have state affairs to attend to, so I must return to the palace, Huowei said, smiling sweetly as she embraced Li Qingxuan before departing. In half a month, during the ancestral rites at the Imperial tomb, would the 9th prince attempt to create chaos? Even if he managed to unleash the demon beneath the tomb, if Huowei remained within the palace, the demon might not breach its defenses. After all, the first emperor of the Great Xia had the power to seal it away, indicating that the demon was not invincible. However, should the demon emerge during the ancestral rites, Huowei and the entire court would likely be caught in the turmoil. Li Qingxuan began to grasp the implications of the situation. In the depths of night, at the North Town Prefectural Prison, Li Qingxuan accompanied Qin Shao as they approached the prison. If it were just him, he would have infiltrated silently. However, this time, he aimed to extract the rose from captivity. Li Qingxuan had no trouble entering and exiting on his own, but to ensure safety while taking someone out, he brought along Qin Xiaoma. With Qin Xiaoma's martial prowess complementing Li Qingxuan's elusive nature, extracting a person from the Northern Pacification Office was hardly a daunting task. The duo dispatched the guards and made their way into the dungeon. As it was late at night, the prisoners were all asleep and the jail was enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Yelv Guang, dizzy from hunger, sprang to his feet. "My dear master, you have finally arrived," he exclaimed eagerly, extending his hand. Sunflower seeds. Who could imagine that the esteemed second strongest of Beiyuan would harbor such a fervent craving for seeds? I thought of you, knowing the meager fare available in this prison. So I made a special trip to the market before coming upon hearing Li Qingxuan's words. Yelv Guang's eyes gleamed with joy. "So you brought me other food?" "I brought you 2 handfuls of sunflower seeds," Li Qingxuan replied with a smile. "Where is the woman prisoner you brought in?" Li Qingxuan inquired, looking towards Yelv Guang. Yelv Guang, munching on seeds, casually pointed, "Over there." Indeed, in a dim corner of a cell, a figure was curled up. Due to the darkness, Li Qingxuan almost overlooked her. With a swift motion, Li Qingxuan unsheathed his sword and severed the chains of the cell. The woman rose, jolted awake, fearfully gazing at the cloaked Li Qingxuan. "What do you want?" "To take you away," Li Qingxuan replied. Instantly, A glimmer of hope shone in Rose's eyes. "Are you here to rescue me from the great Li?" However, her expression soon turned wary. "Wait, do you have a token?" "I will not leave without a token." Realizing they could not linger, Li Qingxuan ignored her and instructed Qinxiao, "Knock her out and carry her away." Just as the words left his mouth, footsteps echoed from outside. "Trouble." Li Qingxuan and Qinxiao exchanged glances towards the doorway. Someone was approaching. Chapter 80. He cares about his wife's feelings. Shui Gang had initially intended to interrogate Yelguang. The recent turmoil in the capital had left him increasingly uneasy, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback to find 2 members of the Tianyi Guard sprawled on the ground. Could they have been killed? A chill coursed through Shui Gang as he felt for a pulse and was relieved to find them still breathing. As he stepped into the dungeon, he slowed his pace, witnessing the Tianyi Guards all lying incapacitated. Ordinarily, if they detected an enemy, even if they could not overpower them, they would have had the chance to sound an alarm. Yet now, there was an eerie silence. They had been taken down without a sound. Turning a corner, he spotted Yelguang squatting there, munching on sunflower seeds, while the female prisoner was slumped over someone else's shoulder. "Master, why don't you carry her while I handle this?" Qinxiao suggested to Li Qingxuan. Li Qingxuan immediately shook his head. "I cannot carry her. My wife would catch the scent. I will handle it myself." Li Qingxuan wished to test his current abilities and was aware that Hua Ji's sense of smell was extraordinarily keen. The last time they visited Confronting Pavilion, she had detected his presence. If he were to carry Rose away this time, he would have a difficult time explaining himself at home. It was improbable to always evade scrutiny as he had done previously. "Master, is it the Langya Pavilion?" Shui Gang's heart raced as he unhesitatingly raised the alarm. The clang of bells echoed throughout the Northern Pacification Office. The reason this office was known as the most formidable prison in the Great Xia was not only due to its tight defenses, but also the presence of skilled Tianyi guards. Moreover, the Imperial Guard could arrive within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Even a 10th-tier master could face dire consequences against the elite Snow Dragon cavalry of the Great Xia. Quickly retreat. Li Qinxuan Shota. Given that he had come to break into a prison, he had certainly done his homework. Escape would not be so simple. As Shui Gang prepared to intervene, Li Qingxuan, cloaked in shadows, declared, "Your opponent is me." The cold Chanchi sword in his hand resonated with a dragon's roar, crashing down like a waterfall. In that instant, Shui Gang felt an overwhelming sense of crisis, realizing that this cloaked figure possessed strength comparable to his own. With a resounding clash, Shui Gang's long knife met Li Qingxuan's Chanchi sword, stirring a tempest within the dungeon. "Come at me with another strike," Li Qingxuan mused, calculating that he still had some time. As he activated the divine elephant prison suppression technique, a thunderous roar erupted, and a colossal black elephant materialized above him, bellowing a melancholic and distant sound. As Li Qingxuan pressed down with his sword towards Shui Gang, the tremendous force felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Shui Gang's internal energy surged chaotically, barely managing to deflect the strike. He staggered back a step, his arms tingling with numbness. Is this the strength of the Langya Pavilion master? Although not a 10th-tier expert, he was certainly close. A profound sense of defeat welled up within Shui Gang. As one of the foremost experts in the Great Xia, second only to the king of Northern Town, he now found himself at a disadvantage in this confrontation. The 9th prince is plotting a rebellion, which concerns the suppression of the demons beneath the Imperial tomb, Li Qingxuan said coldly. To thwart the 9th prince's scheme, we must utilize every resource available, and you, as the commander of the Tianyi Guards, hold significant authority. With that, Li Qingxuan prepared to depart. "Where do you think you're going?" Shui Gang summoned his inner energy, his long knife like snow, slicing towards Li Qingxuan once more. As a formidable 9th-tier expert, he certainly had more than a few tricks up his sleeve. With another thundering clash, Li Qingxuan once again unleashed the divine elephant prison suppression technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow. In the next moment, a terrifying force descended from the heavens. The impact sent shockwaves throughout the Tianyi Guard's dungeon. Many weak-willed prisoners bled from their orifices under the onslaught of the terrifying sound waves. The stone slab beneath Shui Gang shattered, his body sinking into the ground until it reached his knees. What do you Langya Pavilion intend to do? Sui Gong glared fiercely at Li Qingxuan. The overwhelming inner power made him feel as though his body was no longer his own. In truth, Li Qingxuan was also feeling the strain, though hidden beneath his cloak. It was not immediately apparent. Langya Pavilion holds no intentions of rebellion. Our enemy is a common one. Regarding the ninth prince's affairs, I hope you will take them to heart and not disappoint the Empress's expectations of you. Having said that, Li Qingxuan transformed into a fleeting shadow and vanished from the dungeon. From his words, it seemed he bore no ill will toward Her Majesty the Empress. Observing Langya Pavilion's actions, they had indeed not harmed the Great Xia's interests. Rather, they had eradicated Buyuan's experts. What was truly going on? From his previous conversation with his subordinate, it was clear he had a wife and was quite concerned about her feelings. This presented a promising avenue for investigation. Chapter 81. Quite exhausting the following day, Li Qingxuan rose quite late, primarily due to returning home late and suffering from sleep deprivation, certainly not for any other reason. Once Hua Ji departed, Qin Xiaoma appeared in the courtyard. Although Hua Ji had arranged for numerous Imperial guards to protect Li Qingxuan, they were utterly incapable of detecting a 10th-tier expert, especially since this was not the palace. Master, through our overnight interrogation, we have obtained crucial information. Qin Xiaomo informat Li Qinxuan. Did Rose offer no resistance? Li Qinxuan inquirat surpresa. In dramas, Imperial princesses were often portrayed as unyielding. She did resist, but under my methods. She ultimately complied, Qin Xiaomo replied. Li Qingxuan was about to ask whether the interrogation methods were legitimate, but seeing Qin Xiaoma's earnest demeanor, he doubted he would engage in any unethical practices. What did she confess? Li Qingxuan asked while brushing his teeth. She revealed the collusion between Great Li and the ninth prince, initiating a scheme to undermine the Empress's authority and plant the seeds of doubt regarding her competence in the hearts of the populace, all to pave the way for the ninth prince's ascendance. As the ninth prince instigated chaos in the imperial capital, both Buyuan and Dali took action, leading to the western 3 provinces being ceded to Dali and the 2 northern provinces to Buyuan. This meant that the Great Xia's 9 provinces were willingly relinquished by the ninth prince, a truly extravagant loss. Li Qinxuan silan li cursa. Realizing that the Great Xia was far better off under his wife's influence than in the hands of the ninth prince. Was there any information regarding the demon beneath the imperial tomb? Yes, the ninth prince had already acquired the means to unleash the demon and was merely seeking an opportunity. Li Qingxuan's primary concern was the demon's level. If the demon possessed overwhelming power and could not be subdued once released, it would spell disaster akin to a human of 10th rank. No wonder the ninth prince chose to strike while restraining the northern king. For if the northern king were present, even releasing the demon could lead to failure. However, he was unaware that there was another 10th rank presence in the capital, one who served as the consort of the Empress. This thought eased Li Qingxuan's mind slightly. During the ancestral rites at the imperial tomb, you will restrain the demon while I protect Hua Ji, Li Qingxuan communicated to Qin Xiaoma. The subordinate acknowledged this. Qin Xiaoma harbored no objections to protecting the Empress. As Li Qingxuan's subordinate, he would follow his commands without question. By the way, have there been any updates regarding the Right Protector? Li Qingxuan was aware that before his own ascendance as the head of the pavilion, the Right Protector held the highest status within the Langya Pavilion. He had heard rumors of the Right Protector exploring ruins, but had received no news, leading to concerns of possible entrapment. Qin Xiaoma shook his head, a hint of worry in his demeanor. Once the ninth prince's affair was resolved, I will accompany you to search for the Right Protector. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Qin Xiaoma responded, bowing deeply. The reason for Li Qingxuan's commitment stemmed from his ability to discern flaws in formations under the eye of heaven. This granted him a natural advantage in confronting ruins. By the way, do you have confidence in defeating the Northern King? Li Qinxuan inquirat. This time, Qin Xiaoma shook his head. Although both were of the 10th rank, the Northern King had achieved this status long before him. Moreover, the Northern King was a pure warrior, his strength honed on the battlefield, while he himself had focused on seclusion and cultivation, creating a disparity. However, while I may not surpass him, as long as I am present, I can ensure your safety, Pavilion Master. Li Qingxuan nodded, contemplating that he needed to enhance his strength swiftly. Although he was no longer weaker than Shui Gang, he still lagged considerably behind. He pondered when he would be able to thoroughly defeat the Northern King, especially since his wife had expressed grievances about the Northern King's lack of respect for her as the new Empress. Additionally, there was a lead provided by the Rose, detailing the secret method of communication between them and the Ninth Prince. Qinxian stated. Investigate further. It is imperative to eliminate the ninth prince entirely, Li Qingxuan commanded. In the Imperial study, Shui Gang reported to Hua Ji about the events unfolding at the Northern Town Protectorate. What exactly does the Langya Pavilion intend? How dare they repeatedly challenge my authority? If I discover their identity, I shall ensure they regret it, Hua Ji exclaimed in anger. At this moment, Shui Gang interjected. In my judgment, the head of the Langya Pavilion is likely concealing himself within the capital, even having taken a wife and fathered children. This could explain the presence of Langya Pavilion members in the capital, and his wife is probably unaware of his true identity. Huaji nodded, instructing, you must uncover the truth about the Langya Pavilion's leader promptly. Although they have yet to cause significant harm, they previously attacked General Zhua and have now raided the prison of the Northern Town Protectorate. They are undoubtedly a threat that must not be underestimated. Shui Gang agreed. When I confronted the Langya Pavilion's leader, I discreetly applied a powder on him that emits a faint glow at night. If one does not observe closely, it is challenging to detect. Perhaps this can help reveal his identity. Well done, Huaji acknowledged. You mentioned that the Langya Pavilion's leader spoke of the demons beneath the Imperial tomb? Indeed. Huaji's gaze turned toward Yang Xuanji. Demons are ancient beings, endowed with formidable power from birth, but they were eradicated long ago. Yang Xuanji explained that the first emperor of the Great Xia obtained a method to control demons from ancient texts and captured one using archaic techniques. After utilizing the demon to breach the imperial city, he realized that ordinary individuals could not control it, and, as demons could pose a great danger if they proliferated, he imprisoned it beneath the imperial tomb and obliterated all traces of its existence to prevent misuse by those with nefarious intentions. However, since this information comes from a Langya Pavilion's leader, one must question his motives. I believe the Langya Pavilion poses one of the greatest threats to your majesty. They dared to invade the Northern Town Protectorate today. Tomorrow, they may well assault the Imperial Palace. Enough, Huaji sighed, rubbing her temples in frustration. The ninth prince, Beiyuan, Dali, there are too many troubles to contend with, especially with the Langya Pavilion leader, whose true allegiance remains uncertain, leaving her weary. Chapter 82. Eradicating the ninth prince's influence. Li Qingxuan awaited news from Qin Xiaoma, having already extracted from the rose the method used for the ninth prince's communication with Dali. Following Li Qingxuan's instructions, Qin Xiaoma would trace the lead to completely dismantle the ninth prince's forces, were it not for the ninth prince's underlings, who scurried like detestable rats in the shadows. It would be quite effortless to eradicate them given the strength of the Langya Pavilion, which rightfully claims the title of the true ruler of the martial world. Aside from an entire nation, no other force could withstand the might of the Langya Pavilion. In fact, as Li Qingxuan anticipated, within a mere hour, all three of the ninth prince's strongholds had been destroyed, with many of his key subordinates captured. Qin Xiaoma continued to pursue the remaining foes relentlessly. At that moment, Shui Gang was in the office of the Northern Town Protectorate, his expression grim. Periodically, bound traitors from the ninth prince's faction were being unceremoniously tossed at the gates of the Northern Town Protectorate. To date, dozens had been delivered, and he knew this was the work of the Langya Pavilion. As the commander of the Tianyi Guard, he had failed to capture a single traitor, while this martial organization had apprehended so many. Moreover, he could not fathom their motives. Were they seeking to curry favor with the court, or did they harbor ulterior intentions? Was it the emperor's personal charisma that had subdued them? It was utterly absurd. As night approached, Huaji had yet to return, and the capture of the ninth prince's subordinates had already drawn her attention. Qin Xiaoma stood atop the roof, clad in flowing white. Pavilion Master, we have dismantled all of the ninth prince's strongholds. However, he proved too cunning for us to locate. Nevertheless, this should have significantly diminished his power, and the Northern Town Protectorate's prison is now overflowing. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Qin Xiaoma's face. What the Northern Town Protectorate failed to accomplish, the Langya Pavilion achieved with ease, highlighting the incompetence of the court's watchdogs. The martial world and the court have always been at odds, and being able to outmaneuver the court brought Qin Xiaoma great satisfaction. While Shui Gang served the emperor directly, he served as the husband of the emperor as consort. He had outperformed Shui Gang, while his own pavilion master overshadowed the emperor. This was the hallmark of a strong general commanding capable troops. You have executed this task excellently, Li Qingxuan Praija. But Qin Protector, Could you refrain from standing atop my roof at all times? Are you concerned about being seen by the Imperial guards? Rest assured, my agility ensures that they remain unaware of my presence. No, I fear that you might cause leaks in my house, and I would then have to hire someone to repair it, which would be quite costly. Furthermore, my wife will be returning shortly. It is time for you to leave. Li Qingxuan, realizing that night was approaching and it was almost time for bed, immediately began urging the guests to depart. Qin Xiaoma thought to himself that the Lord was truly a heartless individual, easily swayed by appearances. Hua Ji returned quite late upon entering. She saw Li Qingxuan sitting on the steps with his chin resting on his hands, waiting for her, which brought a smile to her face. "Were you waiting for me?" she asked. "Indeed," he replied. "By the way, you must have accumulated quite a few dirty clothes lately. I will have someone take them to the palace for washing tomorrow morning." "That sounds good," Li Qingxuan nodded. "Let's retire early then," Hua Ji said, her cheeks slightly flushed. We nearly faced total annihilation in the capital. In a secluded courtyard, the ninth prince's expression was grim. "Indeed, I did not expect Langya Pavilion to intervene," remarked a man wearing a conical hat. "Fortunately, you withdrew in time. Otherwise, you too would have been captured. It appears that this Langya Pavilion is likely a pawn of the Empress." The ninth prince twirled the dagger in his hand, his eyes gleaming with malice. "However, this does not hinder our plans. Once that thing is unleashed, chaos will ensue in the capital, and the world will still belong to us." "No, the world belongs to you, ninth prince, not to me. But do not forget your promise to us." "Rest assured," the man replied. "By the way, how much do you know about the Lord of Langya Pavilion?" the ninth prince inquired, glancing at the man in the hat. "Based on their past actions, it is likely they have at least one peak ninth rank expert. Otherwise, generals would not have been gravely injured." "Could it be a 10th rank?" the ninth prince speculated. "Impossible. If the Empress had a 10th rank under her command, the King of the North would not dare to act so arrogantly." "That is good. As long as it is not a 10th rank, it will not affect our plans." In the morning, Hua Ji was set to attend court. Li Qinxuan, Guruji, opened his eyes. "Madam, I have a secret to share with you," he said, pouting. However, Hua Ji slapped him lightly on the face, pushing him into the pillow. "I have had your clothes taken to the palace for washing. Your new garments are hanging on the rack," she informed him. "Already," Li Qinxuan replied, pulling the covers back over himself. When he finally rose at noon, he stretched lazily. "Ah, it seems like it's time for the monthly signing again." Li Qingxuan rubbed his hands together, feeling a surge of excitement. The rewards from a monthly signing were always precious treasures. "Ding dong! Congratulations, host. You have received the monthly signing gift. Will you open it?" "Open it," Li Qingxuan declared. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Shura Iron Cavalry, now stationed in Yuzhou." "What on earth is the Shura Iron Cavalry?" Li Qingxuan's eyes widened. He had thought that after receiving a reward from Langya Pavilion, he would not receive similar accolades again. Yet here, he was with the Shura Iron Cavalry. Could it be a military force? But stationed in Yuzhou, that felt rather distant. The last time Langya Pavilion had come to visit him in the capital, how would he establish contact with this Iron Cavalry now? Setting aside his worries, he washed up and practiced swordplay in the courtyard, feeling refreshed. Just as he was about to step out to visit Qingji Fong, his expression suddenly stiffened. Oh no! His wife had mentioned taking the clothes to the palace for washing, and his own cloak and black robe had also been taken. Yet his wife, the Empress, had commanded her servants to handle such matters. Even if she noticed, she likely would not connect it to Langya Pavilion. The identity of the Lord of Langya Pavilion was not something that would cause her concern, but given the internal and external troubles facing the great Xia, Li Qingxuan sensed a dark hand manipulating events from behind the scenes. Langya Pavilion's covert actions might actually benefit his wife. An open confrontation is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow is difficult to guard against. Just like the ninth prince, who, despite lacking significant strength, became a thorny problem simply by lurking in the shadows. Chapter 83. The husband is actually the Lord of Langya Pavilion. Li Qingxuan then began to arrange for members of Langya Pavilion to be positioned in the vicinity of the Imperial tombs. He had a premonition that the opportunity the ninth prince mentioned would undoubtedly arise during the ancestral worship at the tombs when that demon would be unleashed. Although Langya Pavilion had destroyed most of the ninth prince's forces, he would not easily give up. Long Qingfeng, who had originally been the commander of the palace guards, was now Li Qingxuan's dedicated protector. Finally, he saw the Empress leaving and could no longer contain his curiosity. Young Master Li, what is your relationship with Her Majesty? Li Qinxuan could not hold back any longer. Though he had his suspicions, he found it hard to believe that the aloof Empress would take an interest in an ordinary man, especially one who was rather lazy and only rose at noon. Did he not realize how enviable that was? The Empress desires my company. What do you think our relationship is? Li Qinxuan raplia jovially. Li Qinxuan stared blankly at him. Is it truly the case? He marveled. How could the Empress favor such a man? He may be somewhat handsome, but can good looks fill one's stomach? If one were to choose, it should be someone strong like myself. Since you are already the Empress's husband, I believe you should have some ambition to assist her. Rather than idling in the courtyard all day, Li Qinxuan remarked before turning away arrogantly, believing his words would leave the man feeling ashamed. Neurotic, Li Qingxuan muttered under his breath. In the palace, a lady-in-waiting respectfully asked, Your Majesty, have all these clothes been sent to the laundry? They have been placed outside the study. I wish to wash them myself, Huaji replied. The lady-in-waiting's eyes nearly fell from their sockets. Your Majesty? Washing clothes? Such a concept would never have crossed their minds. Huaji's cheeks flushed slightly. Is it not normal for a wife to wash her husband's clothes? She recalled how he had washed both their garments in the past. She could not even manage such simple tasks as washing and cooking. Your Majesty, the interrogation results of the rebels thrown at the gates of the Northern Town Pacification Office yesterday have been reported, Shui Gang said, as he entered the study. What were the results? Huaji inquired. The Ninth Prince is indeed plotting a rebellion, set to launch on the day of the ancestral worship at the tombs. Your Majesty, I suggest you do not attend the ancestral worship in person. No, Huaji shook her head. The ancestral worship at the tombs is a matter of great national significance. As the saying goes, the great affairs of a nation lie in worship and warfare. If I were to neglect my duty at such a time, it will become a laughingstock for all. I will dispatch the Snow Dragon cavalry for protection. They will not stir up much trouble. What if the Ninth Prince appears? Shui Gang asked. He was aware that Huaji had once had a close relationship with the Ninth Prince. Then he shall be killed, Huaji replied coldly. Since the moment she had been hunted, her ties with that cousin had been severed. Is that all you have to report? I have completed my report. Very well. I have something I wish to consult you about. Hearing Huaji's words, Shui Gang was immediately filled with trepidation. How could I dare to accept such a request from Your Majesty? Yet inwardly, he was elated. Normally, Huaji would consult Yang Xuanji, and Shui Gang was merely her loyal dog. Huaji would only give him commands, but now she was actually seeking his advice. Could it be that he was about to replace the national master in her esteem? Follow me. Huaji led Shui Gang to an open area where several basins and a washboard were placed. Tell me how to wash these clothes more effectively, she commanded. Suyagong, Your Majesty intends to wash clothes? I thought you wished to consult on some profound matter. To wash them clean is quite simple. One merely needs to dampen the clothes first. As he spoke, he began to demonstrate, only to suddenly spot the cloak and black robe among the pile of garments, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he bent down to shield himself from the sun, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the black robe. Could it be that His Majesty has already discovered the identity of the master of Langya Pavilion? Was a command to wash clothes a subtle reproach for his inefficiency? Indeed, he felt utterly incompetent, as the Emperor had uncovered the truth while he, the commander of the Tianyi Guard, had yet to find a single clue. Su Gang immediately rose. Your Majesty, I am inadequate. What? You cannot wash clothes? Huaji expressed her disappointment. Your Majesty, do you not know the true identity of the master of Langya Pavilion? Su Gong inquired. How would I know their identity? What do you mean by this? The Emperor replied. But Your Majesty, is that black robe not evidence of having captured the master of Langya Pavilion? It even bears the luminous powder I scattered. The black robe belongs to my husband. Huaji's expression shifted after a long contemplation, a thought emerging in her mind. Could be, you need not investigate Langya Pavilion for now. You may leave, Huaji commanded, waving her hand. Su Gong departed. Previously, Su Gang had suggested that the master of Langya Pavilion had likely married in the capital, concealing his identity from his wife. At that time, Huaji had reflected on how common such family dynamics were, much like her own with Li Qingxuan. She never anticipated that she would soon find the clothes of the master of Langya Pavilion in her own wardrobe. Her husband was the master of Langya Pavilion, and he had deceived her all along. Yet what could his intentions be? Surely, he would not wish her harm. Otherwise, he would not have sent people to apprehend the Ninth Prince's men. Moreover, regarding the previous incident with the Li envoy. It seemed that after the left general had offended her, he had permitted the Langya Pavilion members to retaliate against him. But why conceal his identity? What could be the reason? Furrowing her brow, Hua Ji felt disheartened. She mentally reviewed all the occurrences of the Langya Pavilion and her husband's arrival in the capital. Since her husband had come to the city, Langya Pavilion must have followed suit. He had previously mentioned in a letter that one day he would bring 10 top experts into the palace to take her away. At that time, he had been unaware of her identity, which explained his words. The subsequent actions of Langya Pavilion indicated he harbored no ulterior motives. When she had rescued him from the snow, he claimed to come from a distant, affluent place. Could there be another layer to his identity, that of a master of Langya Pavilion? Indeed, if she could be a princess, why could not her husband be the master of Langya Pavilion? He simply chose to remain discreet, deciding to assist her from the shadows. After much contemplation, a hint of joy crept into Hua Ji's heart. Previously, Yang Xuanji and others had opposed her union with her husband, merely deeming him an ordinary man. Yet now he was the master of Langya Pavilion, commanding top experts and numerous ninth-grade subordinates. That changed everything. Hua Ji trusted her instincts. Her husband truly loved her, just as she adored him. Chapter 84. The Temple Today. Li Qingxuan felt a wave of happiness at his wife's early return. Hearing that the clothes had been sent to the laundry bureau, it indicated that she had not discovered anything amiss. Shall we visit Xiayan Temple to offer our prayers? Hua Ji suggested. Xiayan Temple was a renowned temple near the capital. That sounds splendid, Li Qingxuan readily agreed. Recently, there has been much unrest in the capital. The ninth prince and the people of Langya Pavilion have been quite troublesome. Hua Ji engaged him in seemingly casual conversation as they sat in the carriage, surrounded by the Imperial guards disguised as commoners for covert protection. As long as we remain wary of the ninth prince, I believe Langya Pavilion poses no real threat, Li Qingxuan stated. But how can you be so sure when you do not even know them? Hua Ji countered. Such a formidable force, abundant with skilled individuals, would give any emperor cause for concern. If you were to discover where the people of Langya Pavilion were hiding, how would you deal with them? He asked. That would depend on their intentions. If they harbor no ill will against the great Xia court, I might consider allowing them to serve in the court, forming an organization akin to the Tianyi Guard. He replied. Is that so? I believe the master of Langya Pavilion would be amenable to that. If he is willing, why not step forward to inform me? Does he think my magnanimity insufficient? Your magnanimity is certainly ample. Li Qingxuan's gaze took on a mischievous glint. What are you looking at? Hua Ji scoffed. Perhaps the timing is not right. When the moment arrives, they will certainly present themselves openly before you. He chuckled. Since you say so, I shall believe it. The two arrived at Xiayan Temple, where Long Qingfeng, the captain of the Imperial Guards, provided covert protection. This place is sacred. The guard's presence is too imposing. Let your subordinates wait outside while you accompany me. Hua Ji instructed Long Qingfeng. Understood, he replied. Though he was to stay nearby, Long Qingfeng maintained a respectful distance, ensuring he could not overhear Hua Ji and Li Qingxuan's conversation. After they completed their prayers, as they prepared to depart, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Suddenly, a figure leapt from the rafters of the great hall, hurtling towards Hua Ji with a glinting blade. Your Majesty, be careful. With Hua Ji and Li Qingxuan inside, Long Qingfeng was unable to provide immediate aid. Boom! In an instant, Li Qingxuan struck out with a mighty palm. Under the force of his power, the assailant's sword clashed against his hand, snapping with a sharp crack. Simultaneously, the powerful blow sent the assassin hurtling backward. Are you unharmed? Li Qingxuan did not pursue the attacker, but turned his concern to his wife. The guards promptly dealt with the failed assassin. Indeed, Long Qingfeng had already led his men in pursuit. I am fine. Hua Ji shook her head, then looked at Li Qingxuan, asking, Do you know martial arts? Yes. I learned some from Chun Qingji, who practices swordsmanship daily, he replied. Is that so? Hua Ji felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for an outright confession from Li Qingxuan. Yet, recalling how he had unflinchingly shielded her moments ago, her minor vexation dissipated. The captured assassin, however, had already poisoned himself to death, his face turning black as he committed suicide. He was a death warrior, prepared to die at any moment. Long Qingfeng reported after relaying the news to Hua Ji, instructing his men to remove the body. He cast Li Qingxuan a surprised glance. The speed of the assassin's attack had been astonishing. Even Long Qingfeng found it challenging to counter. Yet, Li Qingxuan had effortlessly sent him flying with a single strike, leaving Li Qingxuan incredulous. Surely, he cannot be stronger than I? For Li Qingxuan, there was no choice in such moments. He could not afford to ponder the risk of revealing his identity. "Let's return," Huaji declared. Her emotions were somewhat complex. Yet one thing was certain. He loved her deeply, and that was enough. As for the master of Langya Pavilion's identity, she trusted he would find the right moment to reveal it to her. Li Qingxuan turned to see an elderly monk hurrying towards them. The monk appeared flustered at the incident occurring in his temple. Yet amidst his flurry, a chill lingered. This temple harbors secrets, Li Qingxuan deduced. "I must return to the palace to handle some matters of state. You should go home first. I will have the guards accompany you for your safety," Huaji instructed. She then directed Li Qingxuan to escort her back to the palace, leaving a portion of the guards to accompany Li Qingxuan home. "I have some matters to attend to. You may return home first," Li Qingxuan told the leader of the guards. Though the guard wished to protest, Li Qingxuan had already vanished into the crowd. He discreetly sent a message to Qin Xiaoma through a disciple hiding among the throng before heading back towards San Temple. As he stepped into the temple courtyard, the outer gate suddenly slammed shut with a resounding click. Countless figures encircled Li Qingxuan. An elderly monk, draped in a cassock and wielding a, coldly gazed at him. "You dare return, boy? Truly, you tread the path of heaven without heed, while recklessly stepping into hell's embrace." Li Qingxuan surveyed the individuals surrounding him. The old monk was of the 8th rank, while the others were all of the 5th. How terrifying! These were formidable masters. "I am merely a child who has just broken through to the 9th rank. Please do not intimidate me. Boy, surrender quietly and do not attempt to resist," the old monk commanded loudly. Initially, he felt a hint of fear upon seeing Li Qingxuan return, but his apprehension dissipated upon realizing that Li Qingxuan was alone. He had not witnessed Li Qingxuan's prowess before, and assumed the assassin had perished at the hands of the Imperial Guard and Li Qingxuan. This boy, who lingered by the Emperor's side, must surely be a trusted confidant, thus he could not be allowed to escape. "Are you certain you wish to retain me?" Li Qingxuan replied with a wry smile. The old monk's heart sank. How could the boy remain so composed? Upon returning to the palace, Huaji was approached hurriedly by a captain of the Imperial Guard. "What is the matter?" she inquired, puzzled. "Your Majesty," young Master Li did not return to the courtyard. He mentioned he had business to attend to, but judging by the direction he departed, it seems he has returned to San Temple. "What?" Huaji's heart raced. Her husband must have discovered something amiss. If an assassin could hide within San Temple, there must be accomplices present. How could I have overlooked this? Though her husband was the master of Langya Pavilion, who could say how many were ambushed within the temple? What if he were to suffer harm? Her husband was far too reckless. In an instant, Huaji's heart twisted with anxiety. Send word immediately for the great snow dragon riders to proceed to N Temple without delay. Chapter 85. The Empress is also mine. Boy, you appear utterly unafraid. The old monk tightened his grip on the advancing steadily. Although he donned the garb of a monk, his eyes gleamed with ferocity. The surrounding monks continued to close in. Yet, Li Qingxuan remained calm, merely observing them. "You must be one of the Empress's guards. Previously, surrounded by so many Imperial guards, you did not act. Yet you return alone, seeking to achieve merit. Alas, it seems you may lose your very life here." No, Li Qingxuan shook his head. "You misunderstand. I'm not a guard. If you're not a guard, then who are you?" The old monk inquired, curiosity etched on his face. "How about this? You ask me a question, and I shall ask you one in return. That seems fair, does it not?" Li Qingxuan proposed. "Very well, you may ask." The old monk conceded, intrigued. In truth, the guard beside the Empress were well known, and none had ever heard of Li Qingxuan. "Are you from the 9th Prince's faction?" "The 9th Prince? Huh. He is merely a pawn of our master." "Then who is your master?" "Li Qinxuan Pressa." "That is classified information. And it is now your turn to answer. Who are you?" "I am a master of Langya Pavilion," Li Qingxuan declared. "Nonsense." The old monk's anger flickered momentarily. "Why not claim the Empress as yours as well?" "Oh, are you a prophet?" "The Empress indeed belongs to me." The old monk's beard bristled with indignation. "Do you take me for a fool? Boy, just wait. I shall have your tongue severed for your insolence." With that, he swung his blade at Li Qingxuan, believing him to be merely stalling for time. The surrounding young monks surged forward. Why is it that the truth is always met with disbelief? Li Qinxuan Musa, shaking his head, he unleashed his dragon sword technique, the blade radiating brilliance. In a single strike, he severed the throats of the young monks. The old monk, wielding the staggered back, a notch appearing on his blade. Such a sharp sword. You rely solely on the advantage of your weapon, he retorted defiantly. Is that so? Then I shall sheathe my sword. As he spoke, Li Qingxuan put away the Hanqi sword. The old monk's eyes widened in disbelief. Could this boy be a fool? At that moment, his gaze turned fierce as he infused his true energy into the, producing a resonant hum as he charged toward Li Qingxuan. The next instant, boom, a phantom of a divine elephant materialized above Li Qingxuan, the might of the divine elephant's suppressive force surging forth, elevating him as if he had grown 3 feet taller. And he slapped down. Damn it, the old monk cursed. Clang. He tossed the knife aside and closed his eyes. Li Qingxuan's palm hovered above his forehead, and the resulting gust blew away the invisible dust from the old monk's head. Why do you not resist? Li Qinxuan inquirat intrigue. Resist? Your strength far surpasses mine. How could I possibly resist? What manner of monk is this? Li Qinxuan pundarat silanli. Withdrawing his hand, he triumphantly stated, Now do you believe my words? I believe you are the master of Langya Pavilion, but I cannot believe you have bedded the Empress. She is far too exquisite for one such as you. Damn it. Li Qingxuan felt an urge to strike him dead. Who is your master behind the scenes? Tell me, and I shall spare your life. This was the reason Li Qingxuan showed mercy. I cannot divulge that. My family is under his control. You, a monk, have a family? What? Are you the head of a nunnery? Do not insult me. The head of a nunnery next door is so ugly that she cannot possibly catch my eye. I am a false monk, do you understand? The old monk grew agitated, then deflated like a punctured balloon. It seems I shall not see her again. As the last person I meet in this life, I shall offer you a warning. Even the 9th rank carries the risk of downfall. And the 10th rank? Li Qinxuan Kariya. My master says that there cannot be a 10th rank in the capital. To be honest, I have one under my command. The old monk fell silent for a moment. My master has underestimated again. As he spoke, the old monk's breath grew weaker, his face darkening. Alas, Li Qingxuan sighed. It was evident that the old monk had been poisoned. Clang! At that moment, the temple doors were kicked open, and a throng of Imperial guards surged in. Qingxuan, are you unharmed? Huaji rushed over, disregarding the emperor's dignity, and grasped Li Qingxuan's hand with concern. I am fine, Li Qingxuan replied with a smile, shaking his head. At that moment, the old monk's visage had entirely darkened, the poison fully taking effect. Yet, disbelief still lingered in his eyes. This fellow truly subdued the Empress. This was his final thought, as he crumpled to the ground, black blood oozing from his mouth. Li Qingxuan deliberately averted his gaze from the closeness between the two, inspecting the others one by one. All are dead. The front ranks fell to a single sword strike, while this old monk succumbed to poison. Upon confirming that Li Qingxuan was unharmed, Huaji felt relief wash over her, regaining her imperial authority. Young Master Li, please elucidate the situation. Li Qingxuan directed his gaze at Li Qingxuan. Huaji furrowed her brow. Are you questioning him? Li Qingxuan instantly sensed a chilling aura and a bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. I do not dare. Li Qingxuan hastily lowered his head. Oof. Huaji huffed softly, then turned to Li Qingxuan. Please explain what transpired. In truth, I had sensed something amiss with the old monk earlier, so I returned to investigate, only to find myself ensnared by their ambush. At this moment, a valiant hero emerged, slaying them all with a single stroke of his sword. Indeed, it was as such, proclaimed Li Qingxuan. Hero? Where is this hero? Huaji appeared incredulous. Just then, a rather ostentatious figure appeared atop the roof, gazing down at everyone in the courtyard. Indeed, the hero was none other than I, Qin Xiaomo, stated with a nonchalant air. He then stepped onto the rooftop and vanished like a bird taking flight. In truth, Qin Xiaomo had arrived shortly after Li Qingxuan took action, but upon seeing that Li Qingxuan had everything in hand, he chose to remain hidden. Now, he cooperated with Li Qingxuan in a dramatic performance, while also indulging in a bit of swagger. This way, Li Qingxuan immediately pursued. However, moments later, he returned dejected. My subordinates are incompetent. He escaped. Li Qingxuan lamented. Well, since a hero intervened, it indicates no ill intent. Seal off the temple immediately and conduct a thorough search for any remaining accomplices. My husband, you must not take risks in the future, even with protection. Huaji admonished. She understood clearly that so-called hero was merely her husband's subordinate. However, she refrained from exposing him, waiting for her husband to confess to her willingly. Chapter 86. The only place that can be called home, my husband. You need not bear so much alone. There are matters I can share with you, Huaji said, gazing intently into Li Qingxuan's eyes. Her tone was imbued with sincerity, as if she hoped to convey her innermost feelings in this way. Rest assured, your husband is quite formidable, Li Qingxuan replied. The terms of husband and wife were ones he had introduced to this world. Your wife is the Empress. She can protect you, Huaji whispered, her gaze resolute, as if speaking both to Li Qingxuan and to herself. She truly believed she could safeguard Li Qingxuan, even if he was the Lord of Langya Pavilion. Noticing his wife's peculiar tone, Li Qingxuan felt a twinge of nervousness. Did she suspect something? As a man, it is my duty to protect you, he stated, as if it were a matter of course. Once, they had relied on each other, with nothing to their names. He had built a wooden shelter to shield her from a cold. Now that she was the Empress, he felt even more compelled to strive for greatness. For only by becoming stronger could he serve as her protector. By the way, that monk mentioned something about a family. It seems a prominent clan is collaborating with the ninth prince. Li Qingxuan, still somewhat unaware of court affairs, mused that perhaps his wife would possess some clues. A prominent clan? It seems they are stirring once more. I will have Shui Gang investigate. The two returned home together, and, after a lengthy stay, Huaji had to leave for the palace to handle state matters. For the first time, she found the role of emperor somewhat irksome. Perhaps this was what they meant by the downfall of a nation due to the charms of a man. After Huaji departed, Li Qingxuan remained to protect Li Qingxuan. Despite knowing his true identity, Huaji still chose to do so. It was always prudent to have additional strength to safeguard her husband. Those monks you dispatched were indeed slain by you, were they not? The sword wounds on their throats matched the edge of your blade. You cannot deceive me, Li Qingxuan remarked, a knowing expression on his face. So what? Li Qingxuan replied with calmness, for he had managed to deceive an ordinary person like his wife. But how could he conceal the truth from a martial artist like Li Qingxuan? This left Li Qingxuan momentarily speechless. Indeed, so what? Even if he is a martial artist, who decrees that the Empress's husband cannot be won as well. I care not for your reasons for approaching Her Majesty, but I warn you, should you harbor any ulterior motives towards her, my blade shall not permit it. Li Qingxuan wished to retort. What if I desire to be intimate with your Empress? Is that considered an ulterior motive? Besides, it seemed he had already succeeded in that regard. Meanwhile, in the Imperial study, Huaji was listening to Shui Gang's report. So, the ninth prince has indeed mastered the method to unleash demons? She inquired, her brow furrowed. If the demons were released, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the capital. Only a 10th-tier martial artist could stand against them. No wonder he insisted on protecting her. She momentarily lost her train of thought. His voluntary request to participate in the ancestral rites was also to ensure her safety. Wasn't it? Shui Gang stood respectfully below, aware that the Empress had momentarily drifted. Yet he could not remind her, lest she commend him. Women are often quite petty. Who could say what might happen one day if he inadvertently stepped through the threshold with his right foot first? Such occurrences were entirely plausible. To unravel the seal was no simple task. First, one must locate the core of the seal. And the key to enter that core resided solely with the Grand Sacrificial Wine. The Grand Sacrificial Wine's loyalty to the royal family meant he would never part with the key. Huaji mused inwardly. Nonetheless, she needed to advise the Grand Sacrificial Wine to exercise caution. Strengthen the guards around the royal tomb, especially on the day of the ancestral rites. No outsiders are to approach, she instructed Shui Gang, believing that the likelihood of an insurrection during the ancestral rites was the highest. Your Majesty, rest assured, the area surrounding the royal tomb will be cleared on that day, with the Snow Dragon Cavalry and the Heavenly Guards jointly maintaining order. The palace's elite guards will be fully mobilized. And also, my household requires enhanced protection. Your Majesty, rest assured, the palace's formations have been activated. Even a 10th-tier martial artist would meet their demise. No, I'm in another place, Huaji corrected. In her heart, the palace was merely a workplace. There is only one place that could truly be called home. In the courtyard, Li Qingxuan was also deep in thought. If the enemy intended to stage a rebellion during the ancestral rites, they would need to infiltrate and lay their plans in advance. This meant the ninth prince may have already commenced his actions. Moreover, unraveling the seal would undoubtedly be a complex endeavor. There might be underlying motives. and the one most knowledgeable about the intrigues of the Great Xia was likely Li Qingxuan, the commander of the Heavenly Garb Guards. Entering the North Town pacification office with ease, Li Qingxuan found Li Qingxuan at work. Upon noticing the door swing open, Li Qingxuan looked up in surprise as Li Qingxuan stepped inside. "How did you get in?" he asked, astonished. "I walked in," Li Qingxuan replied, but quickly realized that he had simply taken the same route he used to infiltrate the prison, making his entry indeed somewhat abrupt. "Huh, I possess the Emperor's token. They dare not stop me," Li Qingxuan fibbed casually. Li Qingxuan appeared skeptical. The Heavenly Garb Guards were heavily fortified. It was implausible that he could enter merely with a token. "Do not doubt me. My wife bestowed upon me a special token. Presenting this token is akin to her presence. There is no place in Luodu I cannot access." Li Qingxuan emphasized that it was a unique token crafted specifically by his wife, one which no one else had seen. "If no one else has seen it, how can my subordinates recognize it?" Su Gong queried. At this, Li Qingxuan found himself at a loss for words. "Why are you so full of questions? Are you the inquisitive type?" Ultimately, under Li Qingxuan's persistent arguments, Su Gong feigned reluctant belief. "Tell me about the demons of the Great Xia. That is classified information. Without the Emperor's decree, I cannot disclose it." Li Qingxuan maintained his principles. "I am the Emperor's consort, but I only heed the Emperor's command." "Commander Shui, have you ever heard of the breeze by the pillow? It involves whispering into the Emperor's ear until the Emperor eliminates a loyal minister." Eventually, Li Qingxuan obtained the answers he sought. It seemed he needed to investigate the royal tomb, as the ancestral rites were fast approaching. Upon arriving at the royal tomb, his first impression was one of vastness. It was so expansive that Li Qingxuan found himself lost after entering. At last, he found himself standing at the highest vantage point, gazing down upon a grand and imposing mausoleum. Undoubtedly, this must be the tomb of the founding emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. The demon, sealed during the era of the founding emperor, should be hidden within the vicinity of this imperial tomb. Li Qingxuan was observing intently when he suddenly noticed a shadowy figure stealthily approaching the massive mausoleum. If this person were from the royal tomb, they would certainly walk with confidence and dignity, indicating that they must be a traitor. Li Qingxuan then saw the figure glance around furtively, confirming that no one was watching before proceeding to tap and prod at the enormous gravestone, which promptly revealed a hidden doorway. Such a mechanism, transforming into a fleeting shadow. Li Qingxuan swiftly glided forward, slipping through the entrance just as it was about to close. Chapter 87. Sami the cavern was shrouded in darkness, and the shadowy figure turned out to be a man in his 20s. He moved with the agility of a raccoon, quickly reaching the end of the passage. Before him stood an impassable stone wall, intricately engraved with complex patterns. "This must be the gateway to the ceiling lock. With my strength, I doubt I can open it. I wonder if explosives might do the trick," the man murmured to himself. He retrieved a bundle from his back and placed it beneath the stone wall. Regardless of whether the passage could be breached, once ignited, the explosives would likely reduce the Empress to mere fragments. With a chilling tone, the man set the explosives in place and turned to leave. However, at that moment, he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck. A figure stood not far away, silently observing him. "Who are you?" the man exclaimed, drawing his sword and regarding the young man clad in blue with caution. He was utterly astonished, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. When had this person appeared behind him? Especially since he had seen no one upon entering. Could be a ghost in broad daylight? "From what you just said, are you planning to use those explosives on the Empress?" Li Qingxuan inquired calmly. The man was a 7th-tier warrior, but he posed little threat to Li Qingxuan. "What I do is none of your concern," the man retorted, suddenly flinging a handful of blue powder. Upon contact with the air, the powder ignited into flames, racing towards Li Qingxuan as he hastily retreated. He was a clever individual. Since this young man had managed to approach him unnoticed, it indicated a formidable opponent. Therefore, his best option was to escape swiftly. After sprinting several meters, he glanced back to find that his pursuer seemed momentarily stunned by the flames and had not given chase. Could it be that he was merely an ordinary guardian? Perhaps he had relaxed his vigilance while focusing too intently on the stone wall. If that were the case, he could easily eliminate this threat and then depart unscathed. Suddenly, the man in black halted and, with a leap, ascended into the air, his sword gleaming with a cold light. "Interesting," Li Qingxuan chuckled, effortlessly dodging the man's attack and shaking his head. Initially intending to pursue, Li Qingxuan was surprised when the man returned of his own accord. Were the prince's minions truly this foolish? Now, let me return the favor, Li Qingxuan bellowed, unleashing the might of his divine elephant supremacy strike, his palm descending upon the man with terrifying force. How could an ordinary guardian possess such strength? The man gasped, realization dawning upon him that this was no mere guardian, but an exceptionally formidable master. Filled with dread, he turned and fled toward the exit. Yet Li Qingxuan would not allow his escape, his body transforming into a blur as he matched the man's pace. Brother, you ought to pick up the pace. Your speed is lacking. Damn it, I'm already fast enough. The man thought, terrified by the realization that his pursuer was even swifter. Without hesitation, he came to a stop, clasping his hands in a gesture of surrender, kneeling on one knee. Hero, it is an honor to meet you. Allow me to pay my respects. With no other choice, and unable to fight or flee, he chose to capitulate, realizing that conceding was not a sign of shame. Li Qingxuan merely scoffed coldly. You may bow 100 times, yet I shall still strike you down. Speak, or I shall take decisive action. My name is Wang Er, and I am in the service of the Ninth Prince. I was ordered to place explosives here. Wang Er understood Li Qingxuan's implication immediately. Decisive action meant a severing of his head from his body. What is the Ninth Prince's plan? Li Qingxuan approached and lifted the bundle of explosives, weighing in his hands. This small amount would likely only collapse the cave, but it wouldn't be powerful enough to disrupt the ancestral rites. This is just a single package. The Ninth Prince has prepared 3 full carts. When the time comes, the entire mausoleum will be obliterated, and the buried remains will be unearthed. Such cruelty! How could you manage to smuggle in 3 carts of explosives? We have a secret tunnel. Where is the entrance to this tunnel? Hero, I fear for my life. If I reveal it, the Ninth Prince will not spare me. Do not worry. I can assist you in overcoming this dilemma. Li Qingxuan brandished his sword, positioning it against Wang Er's neck. Are you not so fearful now? The entrance is in the southeast corner of the royal tomb, beneath the doghouse. I've told you everything. Please spare me. Wang Er cried, on the verge of tears. How much do you know about the ceiling? I know nothing. All I was told was that to open this passage, a key is necessary. Since the Ninth Prince cannot find the key, he must resort to explosives, though they may not be effective. You are quite cooperative. Does this mean you intend to spare me? Indeed, I plan to turn you over to the tomb guards. Without waiting for Wang Er to react, Li Qingxuan struck him unconscious. Just as he prepared to leave, an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if some change were occurring before his eyes. What is happening? Am I hallucinating? Li Qingxuan shook his head, but soon the dim passage appeared to be swirling with mist. Amidst the fog, a peculiar voice emerged, whispering, "Help me. Help me." Li Qingxuan spun around, drenched in cold sweat, yet the empty corridor returned to normal, as if nothing had transpired. Could it be that he had simply been fatigued from the previous night's exertions? Shaking his head, he intended to depart when that eerie voice echoed once more in his ear. This time, he fixed his gaze on the stone wall at the end of the passage, from which the voice seemed to emanate. "Help me." The voice was urgent and chilling, as if someone were whispering directly into his ear. Chapter 88. Not a fly could enter in such a dimly lit environment. The eerie voice made Li Qingxuan's hair stand on end. In his past life, he had never believed in the existence of spirits, yet having traversed into this world, a sense of reverence inevitably arose within him. The voice seemed to emanate from behind the stone wall. Could it be the demon sealed below? Li Qinxuan apruaka kotiosli. However, as he neared the stone wall, the voice vanished without a trace. Placing his hand against the wall, he found it to be extraordinarily thick, giving the impression of being solid. He channeled his true energy, a method of exploration, attempting to penetrate the wall. If it were not too thick, his energy should easily pass through. Yet, much to his dismay, he soon furrowed his brow. Despite pouring an endless stream of energy into it, he found no breakthrough. This indicated that the wall was excessively thick. In other words, even if the Ninth Prince truly brought in 3 carts of gunpowder, it might not suffice to blast open this stone wall. Just as Li Qingxuan wished for his vital energy to cease, it abruptly collided with an unidentified object, producing a sharp sound that echoed in his ears, much like the jarring noise of a radio losing its signal. "Help me, save me." The sound was exceedingly grating. Li Qingxuan hastily stepped back, interrupting his vital energy, and the noise ceased. It seemed that the entity within could amplify its voice through his own energy, sending him a message. Li Qingxuan knew, without a doubt, that it was that demon. He certainly would not be foolish enough to assist in opening the stone wall, simply because the demon was pleading for help. "Help me, save me." The voice grew increasingly urgent. He was uncertain if everyone could hear it or if it was only audible to him. Li Qingxuan then turned his gaze to the black-clad individual lying unconscious on the ground. He crouched down and, after a series of rather gentle actions, including slapping and stepping on him, the black-clad man finally stirred and uttered the three questions of the soul. "Where am I? What is this place? What am I doing?" Upon seeing the smiling face of Li Qingxuan, he suddenly became fully alert. "Sure." Li Qingxuan signaled for silence. "Tell me, do you hear any sounds?" "I only hear you asking me," the man replied. "Is there no other sound? For instance, a whispering voice?" Li Qingxuan inquired again. The man shook his head in confusion, thinking, "Is this fellow insane? He wakes me up just to tell me ghost stories." "Very well, then it's nothing," Li Qingxuan concluded, delivering another strike that rendered him unconscious once more. So it seemed he was the only one who could hear it. Li Qingxuan shook his head, perplexed, and decided to carry the black-clad man out of the passage, since the individual had transported gunpowder through the tunnel beneath the doghouse. Following the tunnel would lead to their stronghold. Of course, he had no intention of undertaking this task himself. It was best left to the Imperial guards. These individuals, who received their salaries yet accomplished nothing, needed some work to do. Moreover, Li Qingxuan did not believe that merely locating the stronghold would suffice to capture the Ninth Prince, who was undoubtedly cunning. If he were not shrewd, he would not still be alive and well. Thus, it was evident that the opponent possessed some capabilities. Exiting the tunnel, Li Qingxuan headed towards a palace at the foot of the mountain, which served as the command center for the Imperial mausoleum, akin to a security or surveillance room in modern times. The leaders of the Imperial guards typically resided there. The officials tasked with protecting the mausoleum did not hold high ranks, but due to the impending ancestral rites, the Imperial guard from the palace had been summoned. Among them were 3 officers of the middle general rank. As Li Qingxuan approached, he noticed that the security was unusually stringent that day. The outer hall was filled with soldiers standing in tight formation, as if a significant figure were arriving. 3 middle generals. The ancestral rites are of utmost importance. His Majesty has entrusted you 3 with the defense. You must not disappoint him, an elderly man in a black robe commanded from above, while 3 generals clad in white armor stood below, each exuding an imposing presence. "Rest assured, great sacrificial official. Our Snow Dragon cavalry is the most elite force in the Empire, and we 3 are 8th-grade warriors. No one can slip past us into the mausoleum," one of the middle generals boasted, thumping his chest. "Are you saying that with you 3 here, the mausoleum is as secure as a fortress?" the great sacrificial official asked, gazing out the window, just in time to see a figure in blue attire toss something out the window before vanishing in a few leaps. Not even an ordinary person, let alone the 10th-grade Northern King, could evade our notice, General Liu asserted with confidence. "Is that so?" The great sacrificial official's expression grew peculiar. "There is absolutely no way anyone could accomplish that." With a sigh, he pointed outside, saying, "Just a moment ago, I saw a young man in blue throw something out the window and then leave." Impossible. Not only General Liu, but the other 2 middle generals also shook their heads. "We have laid a web of defenses. How could anyone enter unnoticed and leave silently?" "Then let us go take a look." A cloud of unease enveloped the great sacrificial official. The group stepped outside to find the black-clad man lying there. In an instant, the 3 middle generals were filled with self-doubt. Could it be that we are truly this incompetent? Upon receiving the report from the great sacrificial official, Hua Ji was astounded that someone could infiltrate the Imperial mausoleum under the layered defenses of the Snow Dragon cavalry. It was utterly terrifying. However, the individual had left behind a black-clad man, who turned out to be one of the Ninth Prince's men. Could it be? Just as Hua Ji was lost in thought, Li Qingxuan returned. Today, someone infiltrated the mausoleum and left a man from a Ninth Prince outside the command center. The great sacrificial official interrogated him and discovered a passage, which we followed to dismantle one of the Ninth Prince's strongholds, he reported. Hua Ji fixed her gaze intently on Li Qingxuan as she spoke. "Ah, he must be a chivalrous hero," Li Qingxuan remarked. Hua Ji, already aware, chose not to dwell on that topic further. "By the way, my dear, Do you have any special plans for tomorrow? Li Qingxuan asked unexpectedly. Tomorrow is the 5th day of the month, a day of rest for the entire court. I could take a day off to celebrate your birthday with you. Huaji replied. Oh, so you remembered, my dear? I thought your duties would keep you too busy to recall. Li Qingxuan said, a hint of joy in his voice. How could I forget your birthday? Huaji smiled gently. So, my dear, have you prepared a gift for me? Li Qinxuan ninkita te ajarli. No, huathi chakev. A gentle breeze stirred her hair. Each time, I have offered myself as your gift. Sunlight filtered through the mottled branches, casting a warm glow upon her face. Rosy and radiant. Chapter 89. The traitor young master, disaster is imminent. On the day of the ancestral rites at the mausoleum, the sealed demons are about to emerge. While out on the streets at noon, Li Qingxuan was approached by an old woman who mysteriously handed him a flyer. It depicted how the founding emperor conquered the realm with the aid of demons, showcasing the bloody chaos that once engulfed the capital. Furthermore, it foretold the resurgence of demons on the day of the ancestral rites at the mausoleum, claiming that the valiant ninth prince had been wronged by the tyrannical Empress, who was painted as the greatest villain. Li Qingxuan's expression grew grave. The flyer was filled with slander against the current sovereign and seemed to incite panic, as if aiming to disrupt the imperial capital. But why would they proclaim that demons would appear during the ancestral rites? Wouldn't that serve as a warning for the court to strengthen their defenses? It was utterly perplexing. Madam, where did you acquire this flyer? I found it this morning at my doorstep. Not just mine, but every household had such flyers. Look, I have a whole stack here, the old woman explained. Young man, calamity is approaching. We must save ourselves. Just then, a loud shout echoed through the streets. Several constables from the 6 doors were actively searching for those distributing the flyers, and they noticed Li Qingxuan. Upon seeing the officials, the old woman's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, she stuffed all the flyers into Li Qingxuan's hands, exclaiming, It was him. He gave me the flyers. It has nothing to do with me. Li Qinxuan? Have a villains all grown old? Several constables quickly surrounded Li Qingxuan. I am a person of Her Majesty the Empress, he said calmly, pulling out a string of tokens from his pocket. Instantly, several constables were taken aback, wondering how he possessed a death exemption token. May I ask, what is your current official position, my lord? Despite often being in the capital, it was their first time encountering such a prominent figure as Li Qingxuan, and they were filled with reverence. I am the Empress's fitness instructor. My primary duty is to assist Her Majesty with exercise and weight loss. Fitness instructor? What position is that? Has it been newly established by Her Majesty the Empress? The constables dared not speak or inquire further. After checking the token, he respectfully returned it to Li Qingxuan. Li Qingxuan then pointed at the elderly woman, accusing her of having handed him a flyer and slandering him. Consequently, the old woman was taken away. The ninth prince was causing panic everywhere, and it was certain that he intended to take action. However, the secret passage into the royal tomb had already been destroyed, making it impossible for them to transport gunpowder inside. How could they unleash the demons then? Li Qingxuan, lost in thought, walked back into the courtyard. The ninth prince resembled a rat hiding in the sewer, repulsive yet troublesome. What troubles you? Si gently inquired, noticing Li Qinxuan inadaze, wondering if he was fatigued from the previous night. Oh, Li Qingxuan snapped back to reality. I was thinking of you. Huaji's cheeks flushed slightly. Your words have grown increasingly sweet. Have you been secretly indulging in honey? Indeed, I have had my fair share. Would you care to taste? Li Qingxuan grinned mischievously and puckered his lips. Huaji playfully slapped his face. Gazing at her radiant visage in the sunlight, Li Qingxuan's spirits brightened. No matter what, he must ensure her safety. Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. While making his way to Qingji Square, Li Qingxuan turned to see the elderly woman who had been captured earlier, glaring at him with hatred. She was accompanied by several men in black, clearly up to no good, brandishing knives, quite terrifying. Li Qingxuan protested, I am merely a law-abiding citizen. At most, I've dealt with a few ninth-tier experts. Please do not frighten me. Just then, several burly men approached with malicious grins, binding Li Qingxuan. What shall we do with this one? One man inquired. Since he is the emperor's man, let us execute him, another suggested. Li Qingxuan retorted, try laying a finger on me and see what happens. However, another intervened. Let's not be rash. We should take him back to the ninth prince. That way, we can earn merit. Li Qingxuan was led through a winding path to a large courtyard, a hidden stronghold of the Ninth Prince located in a slum in the eastern part of the city. The Ninth Prince had purchased the surrounding area and stationed his men as sentinels. Inside the innermost residence was their base, ensuring they would not be reported by the ordinary citizens. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Qingxuan noticed many commoners gazing fervently at a man in white robes on the steps. The white-robed man was passionately speaking about how tyrannical the Emperor of Daxia was, depicting him as a manifestation of evil, while he himself claimed to be a messenger of justice. He promised that by following him, a new dynasty could be established, a compelling proposition. The crowd was already expressing their willingness to offer themselves for his cause. Is this not a cult? Li Qinxuan Musa, finally understanding the Ninth Prince's widespread dissemination of various ideologies, not only to create chaos in the imperial capital, but also due to the near annihilation of his stronghold and followers. He was in dire need of new subordinates. After taking a sip of water, the Ninth Prince instructed his subordinate to continue speaking and then coldly approached Li Qingxuan. What is the matter? He asked the burly man holding Li Qingxuan. He is the Emperor's man. The Ninth Prince furrowed his brow and immediately asked, You serve the Emperor as a lackey. How well do you truly know her? Was he attempting to brainwash him? Li Qingxuan replied that he understood her quite well, having delved into her character every night. You merely see her hypocritical facade. She is a woman with a heart as venomous as a snake's, and her end is nigh. Following her will only lead to your demise, he stated confidently. I shall become the new ruler of Daxia. If you follow me, I can make you a general. You claim you'll become the new ruler of Daxia, but why should I believe you? Li Qingxuan snadat. The Ninth Prince, taken aback, realized that Li Qingxuan was not easily deceived. As expected of someone close to the Empress, if he could win him over, it would undoubtedly increase his chances of success. What do you see here? The Ninth Prince asked, pulling Li Qingxuan towards a room filled with gunpowder. These explosives, once ignited, could level the royal tomb, and the Emperor would be obliterated in the explosion. But your passage has been cut off, Li Qingxuan pointed out. The Ninth Prince stared at him in surprise. You truly are one of the Emperor's people to know of such matters. The passage is indeed blocked, but we have our people within the Imperial Guards. They will naturally transport the gunpowder inside when the time comes. An insider? Li Qingxuan comprehended much more now. Who is the mole? He inquired. That I cannot reveal. The Ninth Prince replied, shaking his head. Unless you consume this elixir. Li Qingxuan prepared to act when suddenly, the courtyard door swung open. Ninth Prince, my master inquires if you are ready. A man with a beard strode in, accompanied by several subordinates. This caused Li Qingxuan to relax his previously clenched fists. Boy, take the elixir now, or I will kill you, the Ninth Prince commanded. Without hesitation, Li Qingxuan encased the elixir in his energy and swallowed it, ensuring it would not be digested. Seeing Li Qingxuan comply, the Ninth Prince smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Good lad, once I ascend the throne, the title of general will be yours. The burly man beside him looked anxious. Ninth Prince, did you not say the general position was mine? Cough, cough. The Ninth Prince cleared his throat. There will be 2 generals. He was not yet emperor, and these positions could not be promised lightly. That would change once he was crowned. This method of persuasion was effectively binding many to serve him loyally. The bearded man glanced disdainfully at Li Qingxuan, thinking him yet another fool misled by the Ninth Prince. Ninth Prince, my master sent me to ask if everything is ready. All is prepared. What of you, master? Has the device to break the seal been completed? The ancestral worship at the royal tomb is just around the corner. You need not worry. At that time, you will attract the Empress's attention and be responsible for igniting the gunpowder, while we will unleash the demon. For the next few days, we will heed your commands. The bearded man assured. The Ninth Prince nodded. If his men had not been nearly wiped out by that damned Langya Pavilion, he would not be so short-handed. He had to lure commoners to join and borrow men from that individual, especially those under him, who were all unruly and difficult to manage. Boy, you have yet to tell me what position you hold beside the Emperor? Personal guard, Li Qingxuan replied. Just a guard? Why the emphasis on personal? Because I am very close. At times, it's almost a negative distance. The Ninth Prince, unable to grasp Li Qingxuan's words fully, nonetheless understood that he was a confidant of his sister. He had not anticipated capturing a confidant of the Emperor. Having ingested his elixir, this was indeed fortuitous. The success rate of his plans had shifted from 60 to 70%. From now on, you will be responsible for providing me with the Empress's whereabouts, whom she meets, and what she discusses. Report everything truthfully. Do you understand? The ninth prince commanded, staring intently at Li Qingxuan. I understand. I am merely curious how you intend to make the Imperial guards, who are all loyal to the Empress and have generations of unblemished backgrounds, work for you. Li Qingxuan suppressed the urge to act, fully aware that he needed to ascertain the identity of the traitor and that of the family head. Otherwise, he would have already succumbed to the urge to twist the head of this ninth prince off and use it as a chamber pot. After all, it was this very individual who had caused his wife much distress. You are now regarded as a confidant of this prince, and I shall reveal to you my trump card. With that, he pushed open another door, revealing a gruesome sight of several corpses piled inside. Li Qingxuan noticed that the faces of these corpses were a bloody mess. To be precise, they were devoid of their skin. Their faces had been flayed and fashioned into human skin masks. Naturally, this prince could not infiltrate the loyal Imperial guards, but he could kill them and acquire a new face. Li Qingxuan felt a chill run down his spine, a murderous intent surging within him. To strip a face from a person was utterly inhumane. There were many methods to create masks, yet the adversary had chosen the most brutal one. At that moment, the ninth prince wore a sinister grin. Had he not been ignorant of Li Qingxuan's habits and had no time to learn, he would have already flayed Li Qingxuan's face as well. Do you know about Qingxuan? The ninth prince suddenly inquired. Li Qingxuan's heart jolted. Did he uncover something? I've heard it's an art studio, he cautiously replied. Indeed, it is an art studio. Investigate the relationship between the owner of that studio and the Empress for me. He had actually investigated the ninth prince's affairs at Confronting Pavilion. Moreover, there was a portrait of him in the prince's residence. With that, the ninth prince retreated into a room and retrieved a scroll. He unfurled it, glancing at the painting, then at Li Qingxuan, confusion flickering in his eyes. He looked back at the portrait and then at Li Qingxuan again. No need to look further. We share the same appearance, Li Qingxuan replied coldly. So it was you, but you have already ingested my poison. The ninth prince hastily stepped back, fixating on Li Qingxuan. According to his investigations, the owner of Qingxuan was likely affiliated with Langya Pavilion. Such a person could not be easily persuaded by mere words. There was certainly a scheme at play. His subordinates also noticed the unfolding situation and quickly surrounded them. Indeed, the next moment, Li Qingxuan opened his mouth and expelled a pill, crushing it underfoot. Seize him, the ninth prince commanded loudly. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression froze. The Li Qingxuan who had stood before a moment ago had vanished in a thin air. Upon turning, he saw blood spurting from the necks of his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, over 30 martial artists were slain, leaving only the bearded man alive, though he too collapsed to the ground. The ninth prince gazed at the horrifying scene. Terrified, he knelt on the ground. Spare my life. Tell me, who is the head of the family you conspired with? He is the head of the Ji family, the ninth prince stammered. What? Li Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined it would be the head of the Ji family. Where is he now? What is his motive? Li Qinxuan Ninkidat. I don't know where he is, but his actions are connected to the demon beneath the royal tomb. He has a way to control it. And you, speak honestly, and I might spare your life. Li Qingxuan turned his gaze to the bearded man. I don't know. The head of the family always contacts me first. The bearded man was on the verge of tears, never expecting to encounter such terror. Useless. Li Qingxuan knocked out the ninth prince and the bearded man, discarding them at the entrance of the Northern Inspection Office, then personally proceeded to the Ji family residence in the capital. However, the head of the Ji family was nowhere to be found. Only some ordinary Ji family members remained. What a cunning old fox, Li Qingxuan muttered under his breath. Since the head was absent, there was no need for him to intervene with the ordinary members. He trusted that Shui Gang would handle it well. Yet, many questions lingered. As the head of the foremost family in the Great Xia, why would he conspire with the ninth prince? Did he aspire to become emperor as well? Li Qingxuan found himself perplexed. Upon returning home, he discovered Hua Ji resting her chin on her hand in the courtyard. Hearing footsteps, she suddenly looked up. Husband, you're back. I have something important to discuss with you. An important matter? Li Qingxuan responded with curiosity. Aside from our nightly exercises, what could be so important? After a moment of contemplation, a look of surprise lit up his eyes. Really, is it true? He asked, gazing into Hua Ji's eyes. Hua Ji appeared somewhat taken aback. Have you already guessed it? Are you really pregnant? Li Qingxuan inquired, looking at her belly. Hua Ji blushed and retorted angrily. Not so soon. And who agreed to have children with you? I meant, since you spend all day at home with nothing to do, why not take a position as a guard captain in the palace? That way, we could spend 12 hours together. Oh, I see. Li Qingxuan felt a bit disappointed, yet hesitated. Spending 12 hours with his wife was certainly appealing. However, this would mean he could no longer protect her from the shadows. You don't need to rush your answer. Just let me know after the ancestral worship at the royal tomb. At this point, a hint of worry flashed in Hua Ji's eyes. Although the passage for transporting gunpowder to the royal tomb had been destroyed, she still felt uneasy. She understood the ninth prince all too well. He would not let things rest easily. He should have been captured by now, Li Qingxuan stated. What? Hua Ji looked up at Li Qingxuan in astonishment. What did you say? I meant, when I returned, I saw chaos at the entrance of the Northern Inspection Office. It seemed the ninth prince had been apprehended. Chapter 91. The relics. The Ji family colluded with the rebels. An entire clan was imprisoned. Shui Gang proclaimed the emperor's decree, which he had requested after reporting to his majesty. The esteemed first family of the Great Xia had fallen to the status of prisoners overnight. Even the Empress Dowager's personal pleas to her daughter proved futile. Fortunately, the emperor, considering their connection to his maternal uncle's family, had not executed them but instead detained them. As for the head of the Ji family, he had vanished and could not be located for the time being. However, Shui Gang had discovered numerous pieces of evidence regarding the conspiracy in several residences of the Ji family. Additionally, he had extracted information from the Ji family members regarding the head's influence in the capital, effectively uprooting it. Thus far, the Ji family posed no threat. The only concern was the head. Without his loyal subordinates, he had become a mere figurehead and could no longer pose a significant threat. Sui Gong mused. Speaking of which, he ought to thank the master of Langya Pavilion. Had he not captured the ninth prince and thrown him at the entrance of the Northern Inspection Office, Shui Gang would have been unable to make such determinations. Of course, the ninth prince insisted that the master of Langya Pavilion was aligned with the Empress. How could that be possible? Yet, the master had aided the court on several occasions, leaving Shui Gang perplexed. Surely, he did not intend to pledge allegiance to the court? Shui Gang shook his head, deeming it unlikely. After all, how could someone of such stature willingly occupy a subordinate position? Mobilize the entire city to hunt down Ji Tianzi. Post notices, Shui Gang instructed his subordinates. Meanwhile, Long Qingfeng was tasked with rooting out the spies within the Imperial guards. This was relatively simple. They would round everyone up and use a knife to scrape the edges of their faces. If they wore false masks, the skin would peel away. Nightfall arrived. After a long day, Hua Ji returned to the courtyard. Her mood brightened. Although the Ji family was her maternal uncle's family, the exposure of the true culprits brought her a sense of relief. Moreover, she had never held much affection for the Ji family. Her mother, in tears, lamented that her uncle had merely acted out of a moment of folly. Hua Ji could only offer a few words of comfort to her mother before departing. Feeling that her mother resembled the supportive sibling type Li Qingxuan had mentioned before, loving her brother far more than her own daughter. My dear wife, you seem exceptionally joyful today. Li Qingxuan diligently fans Hua Ji, as the heat of recent days, especially during the sultry nights, has become quite oppressive. Indeed, the troubles that weighed upon my heart have finally been dispelled, and I am free from worry. Thus, my happiness abounds. Since Her Majesty the Empress is so delighted, might I be granted a boon? What would you desire? Hua Ji gazes intently at Li Qingxuan. He whispers, May I have the privilege tonight? Absolutely not. Hua Ji promptly rebuffs him with firmness. I am the emperor. This matter is non-negotiable. Dejected, Li Qingxuan ponders, when will he finally assert his authority? Since the annihilation of the Ji family, tranquility has enveloped the entirety of Luo City. The ancestral worship ceremony draws ever closer. On this day, after the morning court session, Hua Ji prepares to return home when Shui Gang rushes in. Your Majesty, a fissure has appeared in the Qishan region of Yuzhou, revealing an ancient site. Eyewitnesses report a battalion of ghostly soldiers, clad in black armor and wearing masks, emerging from it. A seventh-rank wanderer attempted to investigate, but was grievously injured by one of these soldiers with a single arrow. According to his account, the arrow was as swift as lightning, leaving even a seventh-rank warrior no time to evade. Ghostly soldiers? One arrow could injure a seventh-rank martial artist? Upon hearing this, Hua Ji's expression darkens, just as calmness had returned. Yet another relic surfaces to cause distress. Boom! A valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, is revealed once more amidst a seismic rift. Inside the valley, heavily armored cavalry thunder past, their iron hooves shaking the very ground. A burly man wielding a halberd rides atop a magnificent steed, resembling a war deity. General Yi, with the formation disrupted by the fissure, shall we now exit the valley and let the Shura cavalry re-emerge into the world? A heavily armored man inquires. According to ancestral decree, we must await the summons of the Shura king. We cannot leave the valley without it. But where is the Shura king? Our lineage has awaited his arrival for 300 years. My great-grandfather did not witness it, nor did my grandfather, and my father has yet to see him. Surely we cannot make my son continue this wait? The prophecy states that after the earth quakes, the Shura king will soon appear. We simply need to exercise a bit more patience. By the way, what has become of that individual who claimed to be the right protector of Langya Pavilion? Li Qinxuan turns to ask. He attempted a break through our defenses 3 times yesterday, but was thwarted by our soldiers each time. Anyone daring to intrude upon our misty valley should certainly experience the might of the Shura cavalry. Nevertheless, he is quite a man, persisting despite his injuries. Let us toss him a leg of lamb today. After so many years of confinement, we cannot let such a diversion slip away so easily. Just ensure he remains alive. Ye Zhangyong Komans. Li Qingxuan remains somewhat unsettled. Although the Ji family has been eradicated, could the cunning patriarch truly have no contingency plans? Just then, Huaji returns. Upon stepping into the room, she announces, in 3 days, we shall hold the ancestral worship ceremony at the royal tomb. I wonder in what capacity you wish to make your appearance? You could be the commander of the Imperial Guard, the leader of the Heavenly Clothes Guard, or a palace guard. She casually lays 3 tokens on the bed. Why does it feel as though the official titles of the Great Xia are mine to choose? Li Qinxuan Muters. It is not merely a feeling, it is indeed the case. The entirety of the Great Xia belongs to your family. Huaji replies, her expression stern. True enough, for I have managed to charm the emperor, he retorts. Go to hell. Huaji blushes, tossing a token at Li Qingxuan. Bang! The token strikes Li Qingxuan squarely on the forehead. Huaji immediately panics, having assumed he could easily evade it. My lord, are you all right? She rushes to him, her voice quivering with concern. To her astonishment, Li Qingxuan suddenly pounces, pinning her to the bed. Not now, it is broad daylight. Huaji protests, her cheeks aflame. Fear not, I shall secure the door. That is still not permissible. I am the emperor, and I must be on top. Woo. Chapter 92. Ancestral worship at the royal tomb. Li Qingxuan finally seizes control, feeling as if he has opened a new chapter in his life. As he steps out of the room, he walks with an air of confidence. Simultaneously, a new token hangs at his waist, marking him as the leader of the Jinyui. Clad in a flying fish robe and wielding an embroidered spring blade, he feels an exhilarating sense of authority. 3 days later, the day of the ancestral worship ceremony arrives. The entire capital is granted a day off from work, with provisions distributed throughout the 4 districts, marking a grand celebration. The Great Xia is now in its 3rd generation since the founding emperor. The founding emperor was the head of a noble family from the previous dynasty, who later rebelled against a tyrannical ruler and overthrew that regime. However, he passed away in the 2nd year of his reign, leading to the ascension of the old emperor, Huaji's father. The royal tomb houses not only Huaji's father and grandfather, but also the patriarchs of the Ying family from generations past. In every realm, it is customary for emperors to confer titles upon not only their offspring and siblings, but also their ancestors for generations back. Li Qingxuan sometimes wonders what merit his ancestors possess. Can they truly reign from beyond the grave? Li Qingxuan follows the entourage of the Heavenly Clothes Guard, many of whom regard this newly appointed colleague with curiosity. The camaraderie between him and Shui Gang is particularly evident, creating an impression that he might be Shui Gang's illegitimate son were it not for their slight age difference. As they approach the royal tomb, all civil and military officials proceed on foot, while the formidable Shuilong cavalry patrols on horseback, ensuring security. Aside from various palace maids and guards, the core group comprises a few hundred individuals, including both civil and military officials, as well as members of the royal family. However, the Great Xia has relatively few royal family members, as many distant relatives have emerged since the establishment of the dynasty. Ultimately, they formed a makeshift royal family, albeit without any real power. Consequently, the emperor of the Great Xia holds absolute authority, unchallenged by any. As the ceremonial music plays, the procession enters the royal tomb. The stone steps have been adorned with bright yellow satin. The ritual takes place at the altar situated at the foot of the mountain, where numerous attendants carry various ceremonial instruments. Once everything is prepared, the grand sacrificer calls out, "The deities have been invited." Huaji then ascends the high platform. Do not stare directly at Her Majesty. It is considered disrespectful. A heavenly clothes guard captain quietly advises Li Qinxuan. He smiles in acknowledgement, reflecting that if simply looking longer is deemed disrespectful, he would have been executed 10 times over. At this moment, the grand sacrificer begins to recite the sacred text. Huaji bows respectfully to her ancestors. Li Qingxuan turns to see Yuan Guang positioned among the officials, leading the civil ranks, while the national master Yang Xuanji stands at the forefront of the military delegation, holding a status higher than that of the current prime minister. Yang Xuanji seemingly senses Li Qingxuan's gaze and casts a fleeting glance in his direction. Li Qingxuan furrows his brow, sensing an ominous intent in Yang's eyes. Meanwhile, Shui Gang remains vigilant, carefully observing his surroundings. Although the Ji family has been completely eradicated, he dares not let down his guard. At this moment, the ritual is proceeding smoothly, providing a collective sigh of relief from those present. However, suddenly, a deafening roar echoes. With a sound akin to thunder, the earth quakes violently. A blaze erupts from the southwestern region of the royal tomb, sending countless stones flying. "Protect Her Majesty. The grand sacrificer. Secure the royal tomb. We must not allow intruders to defile our ancestors." Huaji commands. If the Imperial tomb were to be detonated, it would truly become a spectacle for the world to witness. Moreover, beneath the tomb lies a seal containing demons, and they have come specifically for these malevolent beings. The minister received his orders and hurriedly ascended the mountain. Meanwhile, Huaji retreated towards the entrance, shielded by Shui Gang and others. Just as she took a few steps back, another thunderous roar echoed. The entire world seemed to spin. This was a formation. Huaji's expression shifted as she quickly sought the formation's core. At that moment, beneath the stone tablet at the center of the tomb, the Grand Minister and several middle-ranking generals formed a protective perimeter, ready for a comprehensive defense. Suddenly, a guard rushed over in haste. "Grand Minister, the Emperor is trapped by the thieves' formation. You must hurry to rescue His Majesty." The Grand Minister paused, realizing that only he could unlock the sealed door. Without the key, even 100 carts of gunpowder would be of no use. He instructed the 3 middle-ranking generals beside him. "One shall remain here. The other 2 will accompany me to rescue the Emperor." Understood. The Grand Minister quickly arrived at the sacrificial site, where he found Hua Ji anxiously scanning the surroundings. "What are you doing down here?" she asked, frowning. "I received news that the Emperor is ensnared within the formation." Hua Ji's face grew cold. "I have been here the entire time and have encountered no enemies. You have fallen for their ruse." Shui Gang, accompany the Grand Minister to investigate. "Yes." With that, Shui Gang swiftly followed the Grand Minister back to the stone tablet beneath the Imperial tomb. Within the formation, Hua Ji's expression darkened. Yang Xuanji and others were diligently searching for a way to break the formation. An ominous premonition began to stir within her. Beneath the stone tablet, the middle-ranking general left behind had already fallen to the ground, his throat slashed. The other guards had also succumbed, the air thick with the stench of blood. Shui Gang's expression darkened. "It's over. The enemy has succeeded. Check if your key is still with you." The Grand Minister raised his hands and removed his hat, shaking it out until a golden key fell to the ground. "It's fine. This key is well hidden. Without it, they cannot unlock the stone door." However, as soon as he finished speaking, thrust, a blade pierced through his back, impaling his body. The Grand Minister's expression froze. Grasping the blade protruding from his body, blood trickled from his lips as he slowly collapsed. "I understand now. The Emperor is truly trapped, and you are an imposter." "Oomph." Shui Gang withdrew the blade and kicked the Grand Minister aside, turning to enter the passage beneath the stone tablet. As he stepped into the passage, he ripped off a mask, revealing himself to be Ji Tianzi, the head of the Ji family. Chapter 93. The emergence of demons. Li Qinxuan also found himself ensnared within the formation. This was the first time he had encountered such a mystical formation. As if the very world had shifted, the Lord of Langya Pavilion was well versed in formations. He resolved to inquire further about them next time. As he pondered, He activated the celestial eye. Soon, he discovered something peculiar and approached to strike with his sword. Crack! A strange stone shattered beneath the blade of the Hanqi sword, causing the entire formation to splinter like broken glass. Li Qingxuan stroked his chin, realizing he had been momentarily dazed, forgetting to utilize the celestial eye and wasting precious time. He found himself back in place, the surroundings restoring to normal. Hua Ji and the others were still oblivious to what had transpired, wondering how the formation had crumbled spontaneously. I saw a colleague from the Tianyi Guard strike with a sword, and the formation vanished. Someone turned to Li Qingxuan. I merely struck a stone and didn't expect the formation to break. Had I known, I would have struck a few more times. Li Qinxuan's explanation la sincerity. But no one was inclined to ponder it further. Yang Xuanji cast a deep glance at Li Qingxuan, pondering how fortunate the lad was. With years of experience breaking formations, he had failed to locate the stone, yet this young man, by sheer happenstance, had stumbled upon it. Yet if not for his luck, how could he have casually acquired an emperor as a wife? Yang Xuanji held strong reservations about Li Qingxuan, seeing him as a source of misfortune, believing that handsome men could lead a nation to ruin. As they emerged from the formation, everyone soon discovered numerous illusions of themselves ahead. There were emperors and various ministers. These figures were false. With a command from Hua Ji, Shui Gang led the charge, swiftly apprehending the impostors and tearing off their masks, revealing them to be mere fakes. This is bad. The enemy has trapped us within the formation but made no attacks. Clearly, they merely wished to buy time, likely to deal with the Grand Minister. Sui Gong excellema. Hua Ji grew anxious and ordered, Shui Shijian, quickly take your men to assist the Grand Minister. Your Majesty, please move to a safer area. Leave the rest to me. Sui Gong replied. I understand. Hurry. Thus, Shui Gang led the Tianyi Guard into action. However, before they could make significant progress, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing the entire tomb to tremble. The ministers were thrown into disarray, countless sacrificial offerings crashing to the ground. Even tiles from the roof began to fall, threatening collapse. Chaos erupted as numerous guards quickly formed a protective line around the emperor and the officials. Protect His Majesty. Even Shui Gang halted, leading the Tianyi Guard, vigilant against impending threats. The tremors continued for a quarter of an hour, during which soldiers began to assemble. Finally, the shaking ceased. Li Qingxuan turned to Hua Ji with concern. Is Her Majesty unharmed? Before the crowd, he dared not refer to her as wife. Hua Ji, adorned with a light touch of makeup, appeared as cold as frost, exuding great authority. She turned to Li Qingxuan and offered a subtle smile, which instantly melted the ice, radiating countless glimmers of light. I am unharmed. Just then, a dark shadow erupted from the center of the Imperial tomb. A creature, shrouded in black mist and resembling a tiger, emerged, its form so large it could fill a room. The demon has escaped. The creature sprinted through the air, charging down the mountain. Meanwhile, Ji Tianzi, head of the Ji family, followed closely behind, effortlessly leaping from tree to tree, demonstrating remarkable agility. Protect His Majesty. The once calm formation erupted into chaos, each individual tensing with anxiety. Shui Gang leapt forward, swinging his long blade towards Ji Tianzi. However, before his attack could reach Ji Tianzi, he was violently struck aside by the black demon, tumbling to the ground and skidding back several steps. Though uninjured, the disparity in power was glaringly evident. Today, you shall all perish beneath this demon. None can stand in my way. Once you are gone, the world will belong to my Ji family. Why do you rebel? Hua Ji demanded, her gaze icy towards her uncle. When the previous conspiracy was uncovered, it was linked to the Ji family. And this head of the Ji family had even gone so far as to kill his own son, ensuring no one suspected him. Such ruthless tactics were chilling. In the past, my Ji family rose alongside your Ying family. The Ying family's ascendance is partially due to my Ji family's efforts. Yet, what reward did we receive? We live in fear, reduced to mere dogs of the Ying family. I refuse to accept it. Was it not your Ying family that relied on demons to breach the capital? The old emperor never anticipated that he would erase all records, while my Ji family discovered a means to control the demons. Once I eliminate you, the world shall belong to my Ji family. You are deluded. Anger surged within Hua Ji's eyes. Words are futile. Hua Ji, in the end, is the victor who writes history. Today, you are destined to die. Do not blame your uncle for his ruthlessness. With that, he locked his gaze upon Shui Gang's form. Magicians understood clearly that even if he were to eliminate Huaji now, with Shui Gang, Yang Xuanji, and others present, they could still rally around a new ruler. Only by eliminating them all could he seize his opportunity. With a rush, the head of the Ji family charged at Shui Gang, a mass of dark energy swirling around his palm. Shui Gang met him head-on, only to find that the opponent's strength was surprisingly on par with his own. Magicians, you have hidden your true self well, he thought. The world believed magicians to be merely an ordinary individual. Who could have imagined he was, in fact, a ninth-tier expert? Shui Gang, even at death's door, you prattle on. Magician sneered. At that moment, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens, wielding a sword that aimed directly at magicians. With an explosive force, the sword struck. Accompanied by howling winds, its might unparalleled. Magicians was instantly sent flying. A 10th tier? He pondered, gazing at the white-clad figure. Are you from the Langya Pavilion? Does the pavilion truly have a 10th-tier expert? It was none other than Qin Xiaoma who had made his move. Tear these two apart. Magicians realized he could contend with Shui Gang, but against the 10th-tier Qin Xiaoma, he stood no chance. Thus, he summoned a demon to deal with Qin Xiaoma. However, the demon did not rush toward Qin Xiaoma and Shui Gang. Instead, it charged directly into the crowd, its target unmistakably Huaji's location. Li Qingxuan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Huaji. He would not allow this creature to harm his wife. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable sensation that the demon seemed to be targeting him. Chapter 94. My body is resilient. The demon surged toward the crowd, its terrifying aura sweeping mercilessly closer. As it approached, its power intensified, instilling fear even in the hearts of the usually fearless Imperial guards. Protect the Emperor, Long Qingfeng shouted, leaping high and slashing at the demon with his blade. Yet, the demon's claws met him with equal ferocity. In an instant, Long Qingfeng, a master of the 8th tier, was sent flying, a terrifying energy rippling outward. Thick black mist enveloped the surroundings, obscuring the sunlight. He is likely stronger than an average 10th tier, Qin Xiaoma murmured. Fire, commanded an Imperial guard captain. Countless arrows rained down toward the demon, but they merely struck at swirling mists. Huaji did not gaze at the fearsome demon. Her attention was on the figure standing before her. There was no fear, no trepidation, and certainly no trace of the Emperor's usual icy demeanor, only a gentle warmth. From the moment Li Qingxuan stood before her, she knew nothing else mattered. He loved her deeply, standing before her even in the gravest peril. Even if death were to come, they could face it together, and that was enough. But it was not enough. She had countless whispers she longed to share with him after a volley of arrows. The demon surged forward with an unstoppable force, knocking aside numerous Imperial guards. Its speed was blinding. Onlookers could only catch fleeting glimpses of its shadow. Meanwhile, magicians laughed heartily. The demon was akin to a pinnacle 10th tier. In this world, only the king of the north could rival him. The Empress and all of you fools shall perish. At that moment, even steadfast individuals like Yang Xuanji and Yuan Guang could not suppress their feelings of helplessness. Qin Xiaoma transformed into an afterimage, racing toward Li Qingxuan. Yet, in the next instant, as the demon clashed with Li Qingxuan's sword, it morphed into a swirling mass of black mist and slipped into Li Qingxuan's body. Magicians watched in shock as the demon vanished, his smugness abruptly halted, confusion, astonishment, and bewilderment flooding his eyes. What is happening? How did the demon enter his body? Qin Xiaoma reached Li Qingxuan's side. Given Li Qingxuan's strength, he could have easily blocked the demon's attack. His arrival would have allowed him to strike the demon from behind. Yet, with the demon now inside Li Qingxuan, he found himself unable to act. On the other side, Shui Gang wore a similar expression of confusion, as did the onlookers, all bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Li Qingxuan slapped his chest forcefully. How did it enter my body? Get out of here. Yet, no matter what he did, it was futile. Husband, are you all right? Huaji rushed over anxiously, causing Qin Xiaoma, who intended to advance, to halt. Li Qingxuan felt no unusual sensations within his body, but the presence of the dark entity was undeniably unsettling. Huaji, on the verge of tears, had reddened eyes. It's fine, with such a beautiful wife. How could I bear to leave you? Li Qingxuan reassured her, asserting that his body was resilient and that he would still prevail in their evening battle. I forbid you from being harmed, Huaji replied, her voice tinged with tears. Observing the intimacy between the two, the officials displayed a range of expressions. Shui Gang and Li Qinxuan were not surprised, while Yuan Guang was in disbelief that Li Qingxuan shared such a relationship with the Empress, finding it hard to accept. Yang Xuanji's eyes were filled with complexity. The emperor had effectively announced Li Qingxuan's existence before all the officials. From this day forth, everyone would know the emperor had a husband. Meanwhile, Jishins was completely bewildered by the demon's sudden disappearance. No matter how he tried to communicate with it, he received no response. In the next moment, he leaped into the air, fleeing toward the palace walls. "Where do you think you're going?" Shui Gang intercepted him, and they clashed once more. Seeing that the pavilion leader seemed momentarily untroubled, Qin Xiaoma soared into the air, his sword slicing down upon Jishin's back, blood staining his garments. The overwhelming advantage of 10th tier over 9th tier was evident. Jishin's was captured, kneeling with closed eyes, an expression of resignation on his face. In truth, whether he accepted his fate or not, given his crimes, even the most severe punishment would be justified. Take him to the dungeon. Then turn to support Li Qingxuan. "Husband, let us return to the palace. I will find the best doctors in the land to tend to you." Li Qingxuan thought to himself, "I truly feel fine. Your support suggests I can't walk." However, being assisted by his wife felt pleasant, soft, and fragrant. "Should I bring a pillow? That would be more comfortable," he mused, considering that sharing a single pillow for the night might be a bit cramped. Huaji blushed, giving him an exasperated look. "At a time like this, you're thinking of such things?" She pouted, poking his forehead. Yet, remembering Li Qingxuan's current condition, she couldn't help but tenderly massage him. The Imperial guards began to scour the royal mausoleum for traitors, while the officials contemplated the gravity of today's events. The commotion at the mausoleum would surely become sensational news by tomorrow. Not only that, but the emperor's marital status would also spread throughout the land. Yet, the identity of the emperor's husband remained a mystery to all the courtiers. When Li Qingxuan entered the palace, Qin Xiaoma prepared to depart. At that moment, Shui Gang blocked his path. "You must be the left guardian of Langya Pavilion?" "Indeed," Qin Xiaoma replied tersely. "I have matters I wish to discuss with you." "I'm not available," he said before leaping into the air, vanishing in a few swift bounds before Shui Gang. Shui Gang had intended to stop him, but ultimately withdrew his hand from the hilt of his sword. After all, they had fought side by side, and he knew he could not match him. Chapter 95. The bestowing of titles. As Li Qingxuan was ushered into the palace, numerous imperial physicians and skilled sorcerers were summoned. The renowned physicians and masterful sorcerers attempted their arts, only to shake their heads in dismay. "Young Master Li possesses unparalleled health, with no ailments within his body," declared the royal physician. Huaji furrowed her brow. Had she not witnessed the demon infiltrating Li Qingxuan, she would have believed he was indeed fine. "Since it was a malevolent entity that had invaded, I possess a method," spoke a bearded Taoist. Huaji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What might this method be? "It is said that when a demon resides within a human, it shares in the pain inflicted upon its host. Thus, my suggestion is to whip young Master Li. This would be akin to striking the demon itself. When the demon experiences unbearable pain, it will vacate young Master Li's body." Upon hearing this, Li Qingxuan felt an overwhelming urge to slap the man into oblivion. Had he ever wronged him? Ultimately, Huaji sought out Yang Xuanji, who also shook his head. "The exorcism of demons is not a forte of our sect. However, I do possess a pill that, when consumed by young Master Li, may suppress the demon, ensuring no significant harm comes in the short term." With that, Yang Xuanji produced a pill and handed it to Li Qingxuan, regardless of its actual efficacy. To alleviate Huaji's worries, Li Qingxuan placed it in his mouth. With Yang Xuanji's words, Huaji felt a temporary relief. Li Qingxuan reassured her, "My body is truly unharmed. You may verify this if you wish." Instinctively, he glanced towards the bed beside him. How well Huaji knew him. She swiftly struck his forehead with her hand. Was this man truly infatuated? What sort of beauty could ensnare him so? Huaji pondered. The explosion at the royal mausoleum had reverberated throughout the city of Luo, and the multitude present had spread the news rapidly. The emperor's uncle had betrayed him, unleashing a terrifying entity to slay the emperor. Many who learned of this did so with critical perspectives. Although Huaji's reign had been brief, her diligent governance had earned her a favorable reputation among the populace. Meanwhile, the scions of the Ji family had long been associated with disreputable behavior. Thus, the public largely sided with Hua Ji in this matter. Yet, another piece of news ignited the flames of gossip. The female emperor had taken a husband. It was said that her spouse was an ordinary man who stood fearless in the face of danger, embodying masculinity. Others countered, claiming that the emperor's husband was a talented young scholar, a student of the National Academy, soon to enter government service. You must have received inaccurate information. My cousin's mother's nephew works in the Imperial Guard and has reliable intel that the emperor's husband is exceptionally handsome, captivating the emperor's heart. In the capital, there were no fewer than 18 versions regarding Li Qingxuan's identity, all praising him. After all, to win the favor of the female emperor, one must be of noteworthy appearance. Having spent a night in the palace, Li Qingxuan awoke refreshed the next day. My dear, now that everyone knows of our relationship, surely petitions for impeachment will rain down like snowflakes. Hua Ji sat before the mirror, her hair cascading like a waterfall. Their behavior at the mausoleum had been witnessed by many. When Yang Xuanji treated Li Qingxuan, he hesitated to speak, perhaps out of consideration for the relationship between sovereign and subject, refraining from tearing the facade completely. Yet, today in the court, he would undoubtedly not remain silent. What do you intend to do? Li Qingxuan asked nonchalantly. I shall declare that even the great Xia belongs to me. My wife is formidable. Li Qingxuan gave a thumbs up. Given that Li Qingxuan showed no signs of significant injury, he decided to return to the small courtyard that evening. Hua Ji shared the sentiment. The palace was vast and too desolate, while the small courtyard felt more warm and inviting. In the grand hall, discussions erupted. How could a ruler unite with a commoner? I vehemently oppose this. Master Mei, what is your stance? The ancestral rights must not be disregarded. I am prepared to sacrifice my life in council. The newly appointed Grand Historian Mei Changgong declared loudly. The former Grand Historian Yuan Guang had been promoted to Right Chancellor. The Minister of Rights inquired, Right Chancellor, what do you think? My view is that when preparing braised fish, one must include sugar. Otherwise, the dish lacks that hint of sweetness. Minister of Rights? Nearby ministers wore expressions of bewilderment. You, esteemed Right Chancellor, could you not be more serious? Must you only think of food? After a prolonged silence, the Minister of Rights continued. Is there anything else? Oh, also, frying eggs entails a meticulous process. The expressions of the surrounding ministers froze. What on earth are you saying? The emperor approaches. With a loud proclamation, the hall fell silent. Following the acclamation of longevity, Hua Ji took her seat upon the dragon throne. Do any have petitions? Her voice, cool and piercing, resonated through the chamber, her delicate frame exuding immense authority. The hall fell silent. None dared to speak, yet an unusual tension permeated the air. Today, they were destined to stage a confrontation within the court. The selection of a consort is a matter of national importance, not merely personal desire. I implore you to deliberate carefully, Your Majesty. The first to step forward was the national master Yang Xuanji, who had lost sleep over this matter the previous night. Though he did not name names, his words made his stance clear: dissent. As the imperial tutor and a principal figure in supporting Hua Ji's ascension, Yang Xuanji's standing in the court was akin to that of a mountain summit. Even the Right Chancellor Yuan Guang could not compare to him. His pronouncement served as a signal for others to rally, and countless voices echoed in agreement. How could the emperor unite with a commoner? Please, Your Majesty, consider the dignity of the royal house. Indeed, I beseech you to sever ties with Li Qingxuan to avoid tarnishing your illustrious name. The hall buzzed with noise. As for the matter of selecting a consort, I have made my decision. You need not speak further. Hua Ji's voice rang out, icy and resolute. Upon hearing this, many felt a chill. It appeared that the emperor had made up her mind. The hall fell silent once more. Their collective opposition stemmed from belief that they could sway the emperor's decision with their numbers. But now that the emperor had clearly stated her stance, any continued dissent would surely incur her wrath. Old foxes, none wish to be the scapegoat. Master Mei, will you not prepare to sacrifice yourself in council? The Minister of Rights addressed Grand Historian Mei Changgong. Many turned their gazes towards him. Historically, the censorate had been unyielding in their opposition. They might dare where others would not. Indeed, Mei Changgong stepped forward, bowing. The union of royalty and commoners is indeed contrary to ancestral rights. Yet the bond between Your Majesty and young Master Li is profound and touching. I believe they are a perfect match. The assembly was taken aback. Had he not previously declared his opposition? Had he not vowed to sacrifice himself in council? As soon as the Emperor's resolve seemed to firm, he shifted his stance. The censorate truly serve as the Emperor's loyal hounds. Right, Chancellor, speak up. Seeing even the grand historian capitulate, they turned to Yuan Guang. I second this. Yuan Guang spoke, and silence enveloped the hall once more. They finally recognized that their prior outcry to alter the Emperor's mind was futile. Your Majesty, Yang Xuanji's voice rang out, overpowering the murmurs. National Master, I have made my decision. Do you wish to oppose me? An icy aura enveloped the room, a manifestation of imperial authority. Under the tremendous pressure, everyone's heart raced. It felt as if the heavens were about to collapse. Huaji fixed her cold gaze on Yang Xuanji, her expression devoid of warmth. One could easily perceive the volcanic turmoil boiling within her. It was Yang Xuanji who had once aided her to ascend to the throne, and she had regarded him as a mentor, bestowing upon him the title of National Master, granting him unparalleled honor. Yang Xuanji had always been Huaji's most trusted confidant. Now, with a mere assertion of dissent, he was presented with two paths. Should he continue to oppose her, he would irrevocably sever his ties with her and position himself as her adversary. This was far graver than a typical reprimand or demotion. A look of astonishment flickered in Yang Xuanji's eyes. He had not anticipated such resoluteness from Huaji. In the past, when she sought to acknowledge Li Qingxuan, his attempts to intervene had not provoked such fervor. Yang Xuanji was taken aback by the unyielding determination of the Empress. Your Majesty, I have something to say. He inhaled deeply. Speak. Huaji's voice resonated with authority throughout the hall. I was mistaken. I misjudged the situation. Yang Xuanji lowered his head. In this circumstance, he could only choose such a path, lest he completely lose the Emperor's favor. Since even the National Master has no objections, does anyone else present have any? Huaji inquired. We have no objections. All present bowed their heads in unison. Although the Empress was typically formidable, she had often allowed her ministers some dignity. Today, however, they realized that this fledgling dragon had truly ascended to the throne. Huaji remained silent, and the hall was enveloped in silence for several minutes before she finally spoke. Since there are no objections, I hereby decree that Li Qingxuan be appointed as a prince, to be proclaimed to the world. Upon her pronouncement, a myriad of complex expressions surfaced on the faces of the ministers within hall. Chapter 96. Witness my wrath upon exiting the palace. Li Qingxuan returned to his small courtyard. Although he feigned indifference before Huaji, the malevolent entity had indeed infiltrated his being. Please help me. As he stepped into the courtyard, a surge of overwhelming sensations erupted in his mind, as if it had shattered into countless fragments, and a shadow erupted from his body. Yet, it was not the tiger-shaped demon he had encountered the previous day, but a figure cloaked in black robes, revealing only its blood-red eyes. Li Qingxuan recognized it as the demon. Instinctively, his body tensed. He tightened his grip on the Hanqi sword while clutching a pill in his other hand. These pills could momentarily enhance his strength, albeit with numerous side effects, but there was no time to ponder those. What do you want? He glared warily at the entity. I only seek your assistance. The demon's voice was hoarse. Did the pill I ingested yesterday not affect you? Li Qingxuan thought to himself. Yang Xuanji indeed harbored ill intentions. The pill was utterly ineffective. I recently escaped confinement, my body weakened. Thus I borrowed your strength to recuperate. I was unaware of what transpired afterward, having just awakened. With a sigh of relief, Li Qingxuan asked, what do you intend to do? I was suppressed by Ying Si, my vitality injured, and I have sustained irreversible damage. Only you can save me. I implore you for aid. Save you? Li Qinxuan frowned. Although uncertain of the entity's intentions, it was evident that it did not wish to harm him for the moment. How can I assist you? I do not know. Yet I sense you are capable of aiding me. Should you choose to do so, I shall acknowledge you as my master. With a hint of sadness in its tone, the demon continued, I was once of royal lineage among demons, taken by Ying Si, who made me his subordinate, only to suppress me after I aided him in seizing the world. If you refuse, I shall slaughter the populace of this city. Your feelings for that woman must run deep, and I presume you would not wish for her demise. Are you threatening me? Li Qingxuan's gaze turned icy. This was merely the desperate struggle of a dying demon. Li Qingxuan sensed a profound sorrow in its tone. I cannot yet fathom how to save you, but I can help devise a plan. He needed to stabilize the situation for now. But how can I trust you? If I heal you, what is to prevent you from turning against me? We can establish a spirit contract. Once a demon has entered into such a contract with a human, betrayal becomes impossible. Thus, Yingxi had imprisoned the demon beneath the Imperial tomb. To acquire a demon as a subordinate, Li Qingxuan considered the demon's strength at the 10th rank. If he could subdue it, his power would significantly increase. The Ji family was annihilated, yet he still had many enemies. Greater strength would better protect his wife. However, the creature's words were not to be taken at face value. Why would the founding emperor choose to suppress it? There must be secrets unknown to him. Moreover, the threat of mass slaughter revealed its ruthlessness. What injuries have you sustained? Yingxi has stolen my essence, damaging my foundation and shortening my lifespan. To recover, I require the restoration of my essence. If you acknowledge me as your master, what will I gain? What constraints will bind you? This was crucial for Li Qingxuan to ascertain. After all, demons were not human and could not be trusted. If I acknowledge you as my master, I shall never harm you. Though uncertain of the truth in its words, it appeared the demon genuinely sought his assistance, leaving him with no other option. He nodded. I accept your terms. Upon his agreement, the demon opened its mouth, releasing a drop of pitch-black liquid that fell directly into Li Qingxuan's palm. In the next moment, his entire arm turned black, strange patterns appearing upon it before gradually fading. Yet Li Qingxuan sensed that something had indeed been added to his arm, establishing a tenuous connection between him and the demon. Was this the so-called contract? Or had it left behind a ticking time bomb within his body? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he turned to find a cloaked figure had vanished, leaving behind a small cat, entirely black, basking in the sun on the steps. Is this your transformation? Li Qinxuan Ninkirat. Demons were known for their shape-shifting abilities, a feat unattainable even by the most skilled human warriors. Indeed, the voice resonated directly in Li Qingxuan's ear. At noon, Li Qingxuan awaited the return of his wife, but was instead greeted by an unexpected visitor, Yang Xuanji. National Master, what brings you here? Li Qingxuan had little fondness for the elder, who seemed intent on driving a wedge between him and his wife. The Empress has decided to appoint you as a prince, Yang Xuanji stated as he entered. Whatever, the entirety of the great Xia belongs to my family. Any title is inconsequential. Li Qingxuan's words caused Yang Xuanji's brows to twitch. In truth, the demon within you is impervious to the pill I provided, based on my observations. Your time is short. Yang Xuanji's words were shocking. Had it not been for his recent contract with the demon, which had now transformed into a small cat lounging on the steps, he might have been genuinely alarmed. And then, Li Qingxuan settled into a chair, crossing his legs. This caused Yang Xuanji's brow to furrow once more. As a doomed man, do you not care about implicating the Empress? If you truly love her, you ought to leave the capital and hide in solitude. This would be the best for her. Yang Xuanji imploret earnestly. Li Qinxuan's browisha. National Master, I have a question to pose. Oh, speak. Yang Xuanji assumed Li Qingxuan had been swayed, a smile creeping onto his lips. As a national master and a disciple of the Tao, are you aware if there exists a 9th rank of power? Yang Xuanji was caught off guard by Li Qingxuan's inquiry, but he still replied, once there was, but due to some mishaps during my training, I am now no different from an ordinary person. Is that so? Then I can rest assured. Li Qingxuan rolled up his sleeves. What are you planning to do? A foreboding sensation crept into Yang Xuanji's heart. In the next moment, Li Qingxuan swung his fist directly at his face. You old fool, always wishing to tear us apart. Let me see if I can't beat you to death. Chapter 97. Gifts, you reckless man. So coarse and uncouth. Yang Xuanji clambered up to the ground, his face covered in dirt, pointing at Li Qingxuan and cursing, his body trembling with rage. Li Qingxuan, even if you strike me, it is futile. You cannot be with His Majesty, as the entire court disapproves. Just then, he suddenly heard a commotion from outside. Lord Yang, you are here too. Lord Mei, what do you have there? Then he saw a group of officials, both large and small, entering the courtyard with gifts in hand. This must be young Master Li. Indeed, a remarkable figure. I have purchased 1,000-year-old ginseng for young Master Li to replenish his health. I hope you will graciously accept it. Yi Am Mei Shangguan. And today in the court, I was the first to support His Majesty's union with young Master Li. Young Master Li is truly a dragon among men, possessing extraordinary grace. As Yang Xuanji watched the officials file in, he was utterly dumbfounded. This group encompassed nearly all the civil and military officials of the court. several of whom had been fervently opposing His Majesty's union with Li Qingxuan that very morning. What on earth is happening? At that moment, someone recognized Yang Xuanji standing there. Hey, this person looks quite familiar. He resembles the National Master. How is that possible? His head looks like a pig S. He is definitely not the National Master. Indeed, I'm not your National Master. Yang Xuanji pinched his nose, lowered his head, and hurriedly exited the courtyard, cursing the old lechers who had just proclaimed with utmost certainty that they would never easily compromise, only to turn around and come bearing gifts now. Li Qingxuan surveyed the courtyard filled with gifts and the surrounding praises, feeling particularly gratified. These officials were quite perceptive, understanding not to disturb Li Qingxuan. And after leaving their gifts, they quickly departed. After the officials left, Long Qingfeng stepped inside, filled with disdain. This group of sycophants, now that they know young Master Li is the Emperor's consort, has all come to curry favor. It is utterly astonishing. In the next moment, Long Qingfeng painfully removed the jade pendant from his waist and approached Li Qingxuan. Young Master Li, this jade pendant is a family heirloom, a small token of respect. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Really, Commander Long, you're being too courteous. How could I accept your gift? Li Qingxuan spoke as he casually accepted the jade pendant. When Huaji returned to the courtyard, she was equally astonished by the abundance of gifts. Such a multitude of presents, each one of considerable value. To put it bluntly, if these items were converted into money, they could sustain an army for half a year. Were these gifts from the officials? Huaji inquired, quickly deducing the source of the gifts. Indeed, if I do not accept them, they might lose sleep over it. Today in the court, many oppose the union of Li Qingxuan and Huaji. Since their opposition has failed, according to the customs of court disputes, the losers will inevitably face repercussions. Once Li Qingxuan gains power, how could they hope to fare well? At this moment, only by accepting their gifts can Li Qingxuan reconcile with them. Otherwise, they would live in constant fear, worrying whether Li Qingxuan is plotting against them behind closed doors. After all, in political struggles, a moment's inattention can lead to utter ruin. Count these fellows as perceptive. Huaji snorted coldly, evidently dissatisfied with these officials. How dare they oppose? They must have forgotten the Emperor's wrath after a year without facing consequences for their actions. How do you intend to deal with these treasures? Huaji asked nonchalantly. You aren't thinking of seeking out young ladies in the red tents for revelry, are you? Warning, imminent danger. Li Qingxuan immediately broke into a cold sweat, realizing that one misstep could lead to a catastrophic incident. All these possessions would be entirely entrusted to my wife for management. That is more like it. Huaji replied coldly. I am not threatening you. I am acting of my own volition. I swear there is not a trace of insincerity. Huaji then smiled sweetly, clearly pleased with Li Qingxuan's awareness. She understood that only by controlling the family finances could she secure her own position. She had previously allowed him to take charge once. If she did not compensate now, she would truly be suppressed. Huaji was no ordinary woman. She was the emperor of the Great Xia, possessing formidable cunning and strategy. You should be aware of the princely affairs. In fact, if you wish, you could become the regent, and I would only be responsible for managing the finances. Huaji said. Li Qingxuan shook his head. No need. I have no interest in politics. Then, to celebrate your becoming a prince, what gift do you desire? Huaji felt she should compensate Li Qingxuan for taking control of the finances. I want you. Li Qingxuan pulled Huaji into his embrace. Just as Long Qingfeng was about to enter to report matters, he hurriedly retreated, closing the door from the outside. Huaji's face flushed as she allowed Li Qingxuan's hands to roam over her. The sunlight reflected in her pupils, and her hair danced in the breeze. She whispered in a voice only she could hear, Then you are at a loss. She has long since been yours. Chapter 98. Realization 60 miles outside Luocheng. An army was hunting down infiltrators from the enemy nation. A scholar, an old man, and dozens of soldiers, after unleashing a volley of arrows, completely lost track of the enemy's whereabouts. In the next moment, a figure descended from the sky, decapitating several heads in mid-air. Aside from those few soldiers, over 100 corpses lay behind the old man. Is this what your strategists refer to as the formidable soldiers of Great Xia? They are hardly sufficient to fill my teeth. The old man laughed heartily, his voice brimming with arrogance. In my opinion, the people you previously dispatched were nothing but useless. They even allowed the little princess to be captured. The middle-aged scholar beside him paid him no heed, instead inspecting the corpses one by one. Once confirming that the soldiers were dead, he clapped his hands, relieved, and said, "Ba Lishan, while I trust in your strength, you should understand that apart from the Tianyi Guard, there is also the Langya Pavilion in Luocheng. 3 ninth-grade masters of our great Li have perished at their hands. Moreover, the third strongest of Bei Yuan, also a ninth grade, met his end with his head displayed atop the city gate in Luocheng." The middle-aged scholar stated nonchalantly, "One Tianyi Guard is already troublesome enough, and now there is a formidable Langya Pavilion as well. Their rescue plan is not going to be so smooth. Scholar, are you perhaps underestimating my prowess and belittling your own? Ba Li San Zito Unyapi Li. I am merely being cautious. Only the cautious can live longer. I hope you understand this principle and do not compel me to collect your remains." After the scholar finished speaking, he began to walk forward. I'm nothing like those trash ninth graders, Shi Jingheng and the rest. Just wait and see. Not only will I rescue the little princess, but I will also bring back the head of that Langya Pavilion master. Ba Li San Lauget Mania Kali. By the way, have you discovered where the princess might be imprisoned? She should be in the prison of the Northern Pacification Office, for prior to her capture, members of the Tianyi Guard were scouring the streets for large-chested individuals. Is there anyone in this world with a chest larger than the princess? That is indeed true. Ba Lishan unusually did not refute. The two mounted their horses and soon vanished along the mountain path. Days passed. The matters concerning the Imperial tomb have gradually subsided. After Huaji departed for court, Li Qingxuan began his daily sign-in. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 5 Thunder technique. Upon opening the introduction, he discovered that this technique is one of the highest Taoist spells. The 5 thunders correspond to the 5 organs of the human body, and when cultivated to perfection, it can summon heavenly lightning to combat foes. The true energy possesses a force akin to thunder, formidable and unparalleled, particularly adept at subduing evil spirits. Surely, this is the nemesis of demons. Li Qingxuan, contemplating this, immediately began his studies. In an instant, the profundities of the 5 thunder technique flowed through his mind. As he gathered his energy, arcs of electricity flickered within his true qi. Turning his gaze, he spotted the black cat, transformed from a demon, lounging on the steps, basking in the sun, soundly asleep, and even snoring. Let me test this demon, Li Qingxuan thought. Although they had signed a spirit contract, his initial intention had merely been to secure the demon's cooperation. He had never truly trusted it. Thus, he decided to activate the thunder technique towards the direction of the black cat, extending a finger. A thunderous clap resonated through the courtyard, lightning flashing. Bang! In the next moment, the black cat leapt over 3 meters high, its fur bristling in shock. Who dares to ambush me? The demon roared in fury, only to turn and find Li Qingxuan smiling awkwardly yet politely. In that fleeting moment, Li Qingxuan sensed a terrifying murderous intent washing over him. Indeed, those who indiscriminately slaughter cities are not to be trifled with. Although Li Qingxuan had only exerted 1% of his power, it was evident that the black cat had sustained some injury. This indicated that the 5 thunder technique could indeed restrain demons. As the thunderous energy within him gathered strength, he prepared for an immediate counterattack should the demon choose to turn against him. Just as Li Qingxuan anticipated a confrontation, the murderous aura receded like a tide. "Master, please refrain from such jokes. My body is already frail and cannot withstand the onslaught of your thunder technique," the black cat pleaded, leaping onto the rooftop to resume its slumber. Could it be that it genuinely accepted its role as his subordinate? Li Qingxuan dispelled the thunder energy from his hand. It was not that he was overly suspicious. Rather, the idea of a vicious demon willingly becoming his subordinate was inherently unbelievable. Moreover, the old emperor had sealed it away for a reason. Shaking his head, he retreated indoors. Meanwhile, a glimmer of red light flickered in the black cat's eyes atop the roof. Such formidable thunder magic. This human conceals his depths well. Humans are indeed treacherous. At noon, when Huaji returned, her brow was furrowed with concern. "You must be cautious. 2 masters from the Great Li have infiltrated the territory of the Great Xia. Moreover, over 100 soldiers were found slain 60 miles from Luocheng. It is highly probable that they have already entered Luocheng. Killed 100 soldiers? How terrifying. If I encounter them, I shall slay them," Li Qingxuan declared. "Surely, you can, for you are the man of the Great Xia Emperor." According to reports, The intruders came seeking the great Li princess. When did the great Li princess arrive in our great Xia? Huaji shook her head. Perhaps she has been captured. It is a possibility. Li Qingxuan casually remarked, "Ah, your face seems a bit odd." Huaji, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean by odd?" "It is oddly beautiful." "How annoying." Huaji's face flushed instantly. At that moment, Long Qingfeng, who had just entered, hurriedly covered his eyes and retreated. Heavens, why do I always arrive at such inopportune times? Surely, His Majesty does not hold a grudge against me. Indeed, Huaji's expression had soured. "Commander Long, I have heard that there's a place to the south with beautiful scenery and abundant wildlife. I am contemplating whether to reassign you there to oversee the operations." Long Qingfeng's legs weakened momentarily, for he was aware that such a place was indeed beautiful, yet it was also an uninhabited wasteland. "Your Majesty, I would prefer to remain by your side, even if it means serving as a humble attendant, as long as I can bask in your radiant presence." "Very well. Commander Long, do you have any matters to report?" Huazi had merely made a small jest, yet it nearly frightened Long Qingfeng. "Your Majesty, there have been several cases of women's undergarments being stolen in the streets recently. Each crime scene bore the name Language, and considering that the left guardian of Language aided in the ancestral sacrifices, I felt it necessary to report." "Language has such peculiar habits?" Huaji immediately turned her gaze towards Li Qingxuan. "This is certainly not something Language would do." Li Qingxuan replied loudly, realizing that someone was framing Language. "But for what purpose? There must be another motive. It seems imperative to have Qin Xiaoma investigate." Li Qingxuan thought to himself, issuing an order for a citywide manhunt for the thief. Huaji then addressed Li Qingxuan. "According to ancestral customs, you are now a prince and should receive funds from the court to construct a prince's mansion. However, considering we already have a place to stay, it will be converted to cash, and the funds will be directly given to you. As your wife, I have taken the liberty of safeguarding it for you. Do you have anything to say?" "I wholeheartedly support my wife's opinion," Li Qingxuan responded, raising both hands in agreement. Huaji smiled brightly. "That is good. Otherwise, someone would have to sleep on the floor tonight." Chapter 99. My wife, Language, would never commit such an act. Daring to malign Language's name, to commit misdeeds, nearly leading to a misunderstanding with my wife. This is utterly intolerable. Li Qingxuan strolled through the streets, intending to have Qin Xiaoma thoroughly investigate. Such egregious acts, once captured, should warrant public humiliation. "Quickly, apprehend the rogue. My undergarments are missing." A commotion erupted from a distant alley. To his surprise, Li Qingxuan found a crowd gathering and approached. "Good sir, did you see what the thief looked like?" he asked, patting the shoulder of a middle-aged scholar in front of him. The man turned to glance at Li Qingxuan. "Not all. What a despicable act, stealing undergarments. This tarnishes Language's reputation." Li Qinxuan exclaimed indignantly. "Such a person deserves to have his eyes gouged out and his legs severed for retribution." The middle-aged scholar's face twitched slightly. "What? Do you not find my words reasonable?" "Reasonable, indeed," Li Qingxuan affirmed. "I have other matters to attend to. Enjoy the spectacle." The scholar replied hastily, departing. "How many undergarments did you steal today?" Upon entering a courtyard, the middle-aged scholar encountered an elderly man who was drinking alone from a wine jug. "You schemers have an abundance of cunning ideas, even resorting to stealing women's undergarments. Truly disgraceful. If I do not do this, how else can I lure out the people from Language?" The scholar replied, taking a sip from the jug. "The young princess has already been taken by Language people from the Northern Pacification Office, but we currently have no idea where Language is. We must draw them out to plan our next move." The elderly man dismissed the convoluted intricacies. "Just inform me when you need my assistance. By the way, I encountered a peculiar young man on the street today, speaking in an odd manner, defending Language's honor. If one did not know better, they might think he was the head of Language," the middle-aged scholar scoffed. After notifying Qin Xiaoma, Li Qingxuan requested that he also bring the demon to Qingzifang. While he possessed the Five Thunder technique, there remained a considerable difference in realms. Currently, only Qin Xiaoma in the capital could contend with that demon. After all, being of the 10th grade, the disparity was not insurmountable. Initially, the demon had refused, yet after Li Qingxuan's repeated stealthy assaults using the Five Thunder array, it willingly requested to go to Qingzifang. When Huaji returned, she noticed the black cat was nowhere to be seen and inquired, "Is that cat gone?" "I drove it away," Li Qingxuan replied casually. "That's good. I was just about to mention that cat made me uncomfortable. It always seemed to regard me with hostility. Not at all, Li Qingxuan thought to himself. Your grandfather sealed it within the Imperial tomb. At that moment, the sound of a fierce battle erupted outside, the clash of swords ringing through the air. Just as Li Qingxuan prepared to investigate the commotion, he saw Chen Qingji being escorted in by Long Qingfeng and several members of the Imperial Guard, his arms restrained. What is happening? Huaji asked sternly. She was aware of Chen Qingji's identity, ostensibly a lowly servant of Qingji workshop, but according to her information, he was a congenital cripple with a sword body. Young master, I have broken through to the 8th rank and came to share my joy, but this fellow dared to stop me. If it weren't for his numerical advantage, I would never have been caught. Chen Qingji exclaimed, sporting 2 black eyes. Long Qingfeng scoffed disdainfully. What a boast. Even without help, I could easily take you down. A bruise marred Long Qingfeng's face. Li Qingxuan instantly grasped the situation. It appeared that Chen Qingji had inadvertently clashed with Long Qingfeng and was no match for him. However, given that Chen Qingji had just broken through, his unstable realm meant that if he were to stabilize, Long Qingfeng might not hold the upper hand. The congenital sword body is indeed formidable, Li Qingxuan remarked coolly. Let him go. Reluctantly, Long Qingfeng waved his hand, while Chen Qingji let out a disdainful snort. Observing the 2 bruised individuals, Huaji felt a sense of surprise. Wasn't he supposed to be a discarded sword body? Yet, he had already reached the 8th rank. However, considering her husband was the discreet Lord of Langya Pavilion, nothing seemed particularly astonishing anymore. Long Qingfeng, you may leave. In the future, do not obstruct Chen Qingji, Huaji declared, refraining from saying much more about Chen Qingji, as he was Li Qingxuan's subordinate, and she wished to maintain her husband's dignity. In public, her husband was paramount, but in private, she naturally held the reins as the lady of the household. Yet, Huaji felt somewhat troubled. Li Qingxuan had recently been making unreasonable demands, such as peculiar postures, which were quite vexing. Her status within the family felt precarious. You too must avoid further conflicts with Captain Long, she encouraged Chen Qingji, who left contentedly. Upon turning around, he noticed Huaji resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him. She leaned over the stone table, revealing her exquisite curves from Li Qingxuan's perspective. Her waist seems considerably slimmer. It must be the result of her recent dedication to exercise. Li Qingxuan mused, stroking his chin. What are you staring at? Huaji, instantly aware of his thoughts, grabbed a book from the table and struck Li Qingxuan's face with it. Just as Long Qingfeng was about to enter, he hastily covered his eyes, thinking, heavens, the role of the Imperial Guard captain is far too perilous. I do not wish to be assigned to a scenic but desolate area. In the afternoon, while Huaji entered the palace to handle state affairs, Li Qingxuan intended to visit the Langya Pavilion to check on a young princess of the Great Li. Speaking of which, he needed to gather information from her. As luck would have it, just as he stepped outside, he encountered the middle-aged scholar from earlier, who had just dashed out from a narrow alley. You again, he greeted with a smile. I heard that Lecher has stolen intimate garments again. So I can take a look, the scholar said, panting. In the next moment, a belly band fell from his clothes, bright red with a pair of mandarin ducks embroidered on it. Would you care to explain this? Li Qingxuan pointed at the garment lying on the ground. Where did this come from? The middle-aged scholar feigned ignorance, perfectly portraying a bewildered demeanor. The Sky Clothes guards are coming, Li Qingxuan suddenly announced. The scholar immediately attempted to flee, but quickly realized there was no one there, realizing he had been tricked. Li Qinxuan smirkakuldli. Clearly, you are an old thief. Chapter 100. Welcome to Langya Pavilion. The air suddenly fell into a stillness. Even a character like the middle-aged scholar felt a tinge of embarrassment at being caught stealing intimate apparel. Seize him. He is a thief. Several constables shouted as they rushed over. Seeing officers closing in from all sides, the middle-aged scholar swiftly grasped Li Qingxuan's throat and shouted, "No one is to approach, or I will kill him." Though the scholar was not particularly strong, he played the role of a strategist during his visit to Luo City. Stealing a piece of intimate clothing was manageable, but once surrounded by a large number of officers, escaping would be far too difficult. Moreover, the commotion would soon attract the attention of the Sky Clothes guards and patrolling Imperial guards. At that point, he would truly be trapped. Li Qingxuan felt the scholar's grip tighten like an iron claw, but it was evident he perceived Li Qingxuan as an ordinary person, as his fingers bore no trace of true energy. Kid, You can only blame your misfortune. Don't blame others, the scholar growled. It's just stealing some intimate garments. Even if you get caught, you can pay a fine to the authorities and be released, Li Qingxuan suggested. Oomph. You know nothing. People like you cannot comprehend my schemes. What schemes? Li Qingxuan's eyes gleamed with interest. This fellow was masquerading as a member of Langya Pavilion. Clearly, he had ulterior motives. Damn it. The middle-aged scholar cursed silently, realizing he had almost revealed too much, his vigilance having dropped significantly. Do not move. The arriving members of the Sky Clothes Guards recognized Li Qingxuan's identity and urgently warned the officers preparing to make a move. This revelation piqued the middle-aged scholar's curiosity. Was this young man he had captured of notable status? Perhaps a noble of the Great Xia? Everyone, step aside, or I will kill him. He tightened his grip on Li Qingxuan's collar and swiftly retreated. The scholar appeared to possess fifth-rank strength, and despite carrying an adult like Li Qingxuan, his speed did not diminish. The Sky Clothes Guards and officers pursued closely behind. Turn left ahead. Then there's a small alley to the right where we can lose them, Li Qingxuan advised. The middle-aged scholar hesitated, not expecting Li Qingxuan to assist him. Yet, with little time to contemplate, he followed Li Qingxuan's suggestion and entered the alley. Indeed, they successfully evaded the relentless pursuit of the Sky Clothes Guards. Which way now? The scholar had begun to trust Li Qingxuan. Keep going straight, and you'll see a place called Qingji Workshop. Just scale the wall to get in, Li Qingxuan instructed. All right, if I escape this time, I will spare your life. You should not have had any chance of survival, the middle-aged scholar declared. After a series of twists and turns, they dashed into Qingji Workshop like a whirlwind. Fortunately, they had not been spotted along the way. The middle-aged scholar was panting heavily, hands on his knees, while Li Qingxuan calmly found a spot to sit and poured himself a cup of water from a teapot on the table. You seem quite unfazed for someone being held hostage, the middle-aged scholar remarked, puzzled. What is there to be nervous about? I actually have some questions I'm curious about and would like to consult you, Li Qingxuan replied. Ask away. I will answer, considering you helped me escape, the middle-aged scholar said, sitting down on a nearby stone bench and pouring himself a cup of water, which he drank in one gulp. Why are you masquerading as someone from Langya Pavilion? Li Qingxuan inquired, studying him. To draw out the people from Langya Pavilion, the scholar responded. Do you have enmity with them? Li Qingxuan pressed further. Not enmity, but merely to rescue someone. Congratulations, you have succeeded, Li Qingxuan remarked. The middle-aged scholar stared at him in confusion, struggling to comprehend his meaning. What I mean is, you have successfully lured out the members of the Langya Pavilion. The scholar's body trembled, and he instinctively stepped back from Li Qingxuan, his aura swirling around him. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Li Qingxuan shook his head. In the next moment, a hand landed on the scholar's shoulder. The scholar's body bristled with fear, and as he attempted to resist, he found himself immobilized as if a mountain were pressing down upon him. This indicated that the person behind him possessed an overwhelming strength far surpassing his own. Congratulations. The Langya Pavilion's capital branch welcomes your arrival, Li Qingxuan smiled. Master, how shall we deal with him? Qin Xiaoma swiftly sealed the scholar's acupoints. The scholar's eyes filled with shock. He had inadvertently captured the master of the Langya Pavilion. Let's see how cooperative he will be, Li Qingxuan chuckled. I have heard that 2 experts from Dali have infiltrated. You must be one of them. Where is your companion now? I cannot tell you. The scholar averted his gaze defiantly. Is that so? Left Guardian, let us proceed with a little persuasion. Allow him to experience the joys of becoming a eunuch, Li Qingxuan declared, turning to leave. The scholar nearly fainted from fear. No, wait. I'll talk. Huh. You truly are a tough nut to crack. Li Qingxuan returned to his seat. He resides in a small courtyard in the eastern part of the city. He is one of our strongholds. What is his name? He is called Ba Lishan, a 9th grade expert of Dali, a pure martial artist. A pure martial artist at the 9th grade? So he's a military expert? Li Qingxuan tapped his fingers on the table. Indeed, he is the foremost expert in the military, the brother of our Dali marshal, Ba Hashan. Li Qingxuan signaled to Qin Xiaoma, who nodded and led a group of disciples away. Yinling, take him to the dungeon of the Langya Pavilion, Li Qingxuan instructed. Understood. Yinling nodded. As Li Qingxuan exited Qingji Square, he observed that the entire city of Luo was under martial law. Countless soldiers stood at every street corner, conducting a thorough search. What a bunch of incompetents. If anything happens to His Highness the Prince, I will demand your heads. Li Qingxuan heard Huaji's furious roar from afar. This was the first time he had witnessed Huaji so emotionally unrestrained. Around them, Shui Gang, Long Qingfeng, and others lowered their heads, while the ordinary military commanders dared not breathe a word. What has happened? Who has angered my wife? Li Qingxuan strolled overconfidently. Are you all right? Huaji's face lit up with joy upon seeing him. I'm fine. That scoundrel fled after the abduction, he replied. It is my fault. I should have had Long Qingfeng protect you closely, Huaji lamented, her spirits dampened. Indeed, ever since she learned that her husband was the master of the Langya Pavilion, she had let her guard down. Yet, no matter how formidable one might be, injuries could still occur. The Langya Pavilion had many experts, but even they could overlook things at times. She felt a deep sense of guilt. Do not worry. There are few who can harm me in this world. Li Qingxuan reassured her with a smile. It is I who failed to consider these things, Huaji replied, filled with remorse. This left Li Qingxuan somewhat at a loss for words, unsure of how to comfort her. Since he was unharmed, the soldiers on the streets could naturally stand down. However, even upon returning home, Huaji remained despondent. If you were to be harmed, I would be exceedingly heartbroken. She gazed into Li Qingxuan's eyes. Promise me, never let me feel sorrow, will you? Chapter 101. Is the dungeon so exhilarating? As Qin Xiaomao rushed to capture Balishan, he had already fled, likely alerted by the widespread search. The following day, Li Qingxuan decided to interrogate the middle-aged scholar, believing he might possess more information, including about the Dali princess. As for the young princess, he felt she likely held little knowledge. After all, it was a well-known adage that beauty often lacked intellect. Accompanied by Qin Xiaomao, Li Qingxuan arrived at the Langya Pavilion's branch in the capital for the first time. The fire hall disciples guarded this establishment, while the other halls expanded their territories nearby. With the official emergence of the Langya Pavilion, they naturally aimed to extend their influence. The head of the fire hall, Long Yen, was a burly man with a thick beard and a notoriously fiery temper. His weapon was a heavy, unadorned blade. Its sheer presence made its potency unmistakable. I have met the pavilion master, Long Yen said, bowing deeply upon seeing Li Qingxuan. No need for such formality, Hall Master Long, Li Qingxuan replied, scrutinizing the robust figure before him, whose strength was nearing the pinnacle of the 9th grade. His martial arts were nearly flawless, and his foundation was solid. However, Qin Xiaomao had mentioned that he had been stuck at this level for a full 8 years. Once, he was the only one among the 8 hall masters close to Qin Xiaomao's strength, yet he had made no progress over the years. Your martial arts are exceptionally formidable, but having hidden away in the Langya Pavilion for so long, what you lack is the honing of real combat experience. To break through, you must face the battlefield. Li Qinxuan remarca. Long Yan's body shook at once. The pavilion master's words struck home. Despite years of arduous training, sometimes practicing his blade beneath waterfalls or in the depths of rivers, he had seen little result. Yet, Li Qingxuan's single statement had awakened him from his slumber. Indeed, no matter how much I train, it is merely self-imposed isolation. Such martial arts require real combat to advance. Thank you for your guidance, Pavilion Master. If you desire, I can arrange for you to join the military for training, Li Qingxuan offered. With his current status, it would be a simple matter to place a trusted individual within the military. Moreover, Long Yan would not go to the army to take a high position, but would rather thrive in battle. Positions like that of Centurion would suit him perfectly. However, Qin Xiaomao appeared deep in thought nearby. Is the Pavilion Master now a prince? Does he intend to cultivate his influence within the court? Perhaps I should also arrange for the Foxhall members to infiltrate the Daxia court to bolster the Pavilion Master's support. Li Qingxuan was unaware of Qin Xiaomao's thoughts. In fact, he rarely concerned himself with the affairs of the Langya Pavilion. Upon entering the dungeon of the Langya Pavilion, Li Qingxuan was astonished by its sturdy construction. While it may not have been as secure as the Northern Pacification Department, it was undeniably formidable. After all, the dungeon had only recently been built by the Lin Hall, which specialized in formations. Constructed according to the principles of the 8 trigrams, it ensured that once an enemy entered, escape would be impossible. Qin Xiaomao introduced it to Li Qingxuan. Inside the cell, Zhuge Cheng was gnawing on a chicken leg. He had realized that the poison he ingested had no antidote and had recently given up on himself. In truth, the Langya Pavilion members had shown him considerable leniency, providing him with ample food and drink. Of course, Zhuge Cheng had once requested a few maidens to keep him company while drinking, but after receiving a beating, He no longer dared to mention it. Meanwhile, Ji Yunhai was arguing with Rose. Rose, you must have cotton stuffed in your bosom, otherwise. Based on my experience in the flower fields, there's no way it could be this large, Ji Yunhai declared loudly. Oomph, I am a genuine article. Rose puffed out her chest defiantly. If you have the guts, take off your clothes so we can see if it's real. Ji Yunhai's eyes sparkled. Yes, take it off. Otherwise, we won't believe you. Zhuge Cheng chimed in. Take it off. The other prisoners in the Langya Pavilion chorused. Is it really that thrilling? Li Qinxuan musha. He had not anticipated that a visit here would yield such unexpected entertainment. Oomph, you shall not deceive my princess. The middle-aged scholar declared loudly. Little princess, you must not give in. Oomph, this princess is not foolish. Rose retorted with a cold snort. Li Qingxuan, somewhat disappointed, revealed himself. The prison fell silent upon his appearance, as they harbored a certain trepidation towards him. However, only Zhuge Cheng's eyes glimmered with hatred. Kid, where's the promised antidote? Give it to me. If you shout again, I shall sew your mouth shut, Li Qingxuan replied coldly, digging into his ear. Zhuge Cheng immediately fell silent. What kind of food did this guy consume daily? Li Qingxuan glanced at Long Yan beside him. Given his impending demise, he was provided with a variety of meats daily. From today onward, you shall only have porridge. Li Qingxuan was not inclined to indulge him. How dare a mere prisoner be so arrogant? Did he truly believe that I, the master of Langya Pavilion, possess a good temper? Ha ha, foul Taoist. Since you tempt me, you shall join me in porridge. Yi Yunhai left heartily. Seeing Ji Yunhai unscathed, Li Qingxuan turned to Qin Xiaoma. Did I not bestow upon you 108 tortures? Did you not employ them on him? Reporting to the pavilion master, this fellow confessed without us having to use any torture, even detailing his affairs with several courtesans. I truly found no excuse to employ any punishment. Long Yin interjected. Are the people of this world so resolute? The middle-aged scholar's gaze flickered. I wish to know, when Ji Tianzi rebelled, why did you ably collaborate with him but not muster troops to invade? Li Qingxuan took a seat. For this was not only his curiosity. The entire court of the Great Xia was somewhat intrigued. After Li stationed troops at the border, they had fallen silent, which was perplexing. It is because Li knew Ji Tianzi would fail and had already abandoned him. When the Ji family was imprisoned, our think tank analyzed the situation and concluded that Ji Tianzi had no hope of success. Li Qingxuan expressed curiosity. Then tell me, what is the current state of your court? Our Li is governed by the Empress Dowager, who established a think tank composed of ministers and knowledgeable individuals to analyze current events, formulate strategies, and orchestrate plans. It is precisely due to the existence of this think tank that the Li's national strength is nearly on par with that of Great Xia. So a woman rules. Then you must be the daughter of the Empress Dowager, Li Qingxuan remarked, looking at Rose. Indeed, Rose puffed her chest out, then lamented, well, since you are the pavilion master, can you allow them to provide me with something better to eat? I wish to have meat as well. You see, I have lost quite a bit of weight recently. Upon her words, Li Qingxuan indeed noticed she had slimmed down considerably. However, this accentuated her curves. This is true. I'm not stuffing my chest with cotton, Rose declared loudly, believing Li Qingxuan doubted her. It appeared her intelligence was not particularly high, having once been deceived by a disguise. Li Qingxuan shook his head and turned to the middle-aged scholar. What are Li's plans moving forward? I shall not disclose that. The middle-aged scholar stubbornly insisted. Bring forth the knife. Li Qingxuan shouta. Very well, the middle-aged scholar sighed, thinking to himself, I wish to maintain some integrity. Yet reality does not permit it. The Li's plan is quite simple, to disrupt Great Xia through the hand of the Northern Guardian King. The Northern Guardian King? On what grounds do you believe you can manipulate him? Li Qingxuan questioned, aware that while the Northern Guardian King held some arrogance and disregarded the court, he had remained loyal over the years. In the past, we could do nothing, but now that the Empress has a husband, the situation is different. What do you mean by that? Li Qingxuan perked up, intrigued. Both internally in Great Xia and externally into Li or Bei Yuan, it was widely believed that the Northern Guardian King would eventually marry the Empress. But now that the Empress has a husband, would the Northern Guardian King be content? Your answer is somewhat honest, Li Qingxuan said as he left the prison. Upon returning home, he found Hua Ji already there. Why do you keep going out alone? Do you not realize I worry? Hua Ji frowned. I brought you a gift. Li Qingxuan presented a wooden box, revealing a jade hairpin. Is this meant to silence me? Hua Ji responded with a light scoff. Not at all. I wish to use my lips to silence yours, Li Qingxuan said as he puckered his lips, leaning in. Chapter 102. Hitting a brick wall recently. The weather has become increasingly warm. Even in the mornings, the room carries a slight warmth. Li Qingxuan observed Hua Ji, who was sitting before the mirror, her curves becoming increasingly perfect, especially in certain areas, clearly a result of his long-term efforts. Feeling Li Qingxuan's lascivious gaze, Hua Ji approached the bed, seizing a pillow and fiercely pressing his head beneath it. They engaged in playful banter. Had it not been for the fact that Hua Ji had to attend court, Li Qingxuan would have been unable to resist a playful tussle. By the way, is there any movement from the Northern Guardian King recently? Li Qingxuan asked from beneath the covers. Every day, as soon as Hua Ji arose, he would hide under the covers, watching her. Once she left, he would resume sleeping. The Northern Guardian King? Why do you suddenly inquire about him? Hua Ji frowned slightly, recalling matters at the border. Truth be told, both De Li and Bei Yuan have been unusually calm lately, which makes me uneasy. I suspect they are conspiring something. I am merely curious, he replied. I heard he has been somewhat disobedient, and I plan to find an opportunity to give him a good beating. Good? Remember to kick him for me as well, Hua Ji said with a bright smile. Deep down, she understood that even with Langya Pavilion, her husband still could not contend with that Northern Guardian King. As she donned her dragon robe, Hua Ji prepared to depart. Upon hearing her command, Long Qingfeng entered the courtyard. Recently, he had been on edge. Generally, he maintained a distance of over 10 meters from the courtyard to avoid witnessing anything inappropriate. Uncharacteristically, Li Qingxuan arose early that day. He intended to consult Qin Xiaomo regarding the search for the right protector. It was the duty and responsibility of the master of Langya Pavilion to inquire about the whereabouts of the right protector, who had been silent for so long. Surely one would seek a lost pig, right? Of course, this was merely a metaphor, and not to imply that the right protector was a pig. Commander Long, ensure the safety of Her Majesty, Li Qingxuan instructed. Long Qingfeng nodded. Each day, he personally escorted Hua Ji to the palace, and then hurried back to the courtyard to manage Li Qingxuan's security. It was quite a demanding task. As Li Qingxuan left soon after Hua Ji, he discovered that the insufferable scholar had been captured. Ba Lishan stood on the third floor of Fengming Pavilion, peering out at the throngs below. He had learned of his companion's capture during the recent widespread manhunt by the officials of Great Xia, prompting him to leave the premises. After gathering information, he realized that standing at Fengming Pavilion afforded a clear view of the event, so he came to investigate and perhaps seek a bit of romance. The courtesan Mo casually gathered her hair, exposing large swathes of her snowy skin as she leaned against Ba Lishan. At that moment, I happened to be leaning at the window, enjoying the scenery. In truth, she was merely flaunting her allure to attract wealthy patrons. It appears he was captured by the Tiani guards, Ba Lishan remarked. By the way, since you are in the capital, do you know anything about Langya Pavilion? Bali Mountain, with his nimble tongue and generous demeanor, has become the esteemed leader in Yumo's eyes. It is well known that he recently delivered a resounding defeat to the left general of the Northern King, causing quite a stir in the capital. Furthermore, the experts from Bei Yuan had their heads displayed on the city gates, allegedly at the hands of the left protector of Langya Pavilion. The identity of the pavilion master remains shrouded in mystery. Is that so? I find myself pondering a visit to the headquarters of Langya Pavilion, perhaps to see if I could procure the pavilion master's head, Bali Mountain boldly declared. Hee, you truly have a knack for jesting. Umo giggled in response. The master of Langya Pavilion is indeed a legend in the capital. However, the guests here tend to boast, as it is common for one to embellish their abilities in the presence of a lady. Yet, this esteemed guest named Bali possesses formidable strength, leaving her with a sore mouth from the effort of their conversation. Zodani, you Montag exclaimed in surprise. That young man appears to be the one who was previously abducted. I had assumed he was dead. Speaking of which, isn't he the one who inquired about Ji and Hai's whereabouts? The thought of young Master Ji filled Umo with sorrow. After all, young Master Ji was both handsome and wealthy. Had he not departed, she would not have needed to expose herself to attract new clients. In search of new love, I shall step out for a moment. Bali Mountain promptly turned and dashed out of Fengming Pavilion. At that moment, the young man had not ventured far, and Bali Mountain stealthily followed. He certainly would not act in plain sight, for that would reveal his intentions. The middle-aged scholar, believing himself to be exceptionally clever, underestimated Bali Mountain, viewing him merely as a brutish warrior, unaware that true cunning lay with Bali Mountain. Such acts as pilfering garments were beneath him. Indeed, the middle-aged scholar soon found himself exposed. Following the young man to a place known as Qingxi Square, Bali Mountain revealed a cold smile. Once inside the house, he could press for answers. As for what followed, a swift execution would silence any witness. "Sir, you have been trailing me. You must be from the Great Li," Bali Mountain stated as he entered the room, only to find Li Qingxuan seated, sipping tea. "I did not expect you to notice me." Bali Mountain remained unfazed. "I have a few questions for you. Answer obediently, or I shall break your neck." A mere youth, Bali Mountain regarded him with disdain. "I too have queries for you," Li Qingxuan replied with a smile. "However, I shall not answer yours." Bali Mountain snorted dismissively. Yet, in the next moment, figures began to emerge densely around him. Bali Mountain's countenance changed dramatically, realizing he had likely fallen into a trap, and he tightened his grip on his long sword. Despite the presence of many skilled fighters, Bali Mountain believed it impossible to detain someone of his caliber, a ninth-grade master. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of wind surged forth, and a white figure appeared. Striking at him with force, Bali Mountain hastily raised his sword to defend himself. In an instant, his blade only severed a phantom, while he was struck in the chest, violently slamming against the wall, a metallic taste flooding his throat as blood erupted forth. "Qin Protector, might we be afforded an opportunity to shine before the pavilion master? It is unbecoming for a dignified 10th grade to bully a mere child," Dragon Yin, the Fire Hall Master, exclaimed. It was evident he was jesting. "Indeed, Qin Protector, we of the Cloud Hall also seek a chance to display our prowess," Yinling added. Faced with a 10th grade and 2 9th grades, Bali Mountain felt a pang of anxiety. That last blow had nearly dislodged his organs. Though he had done his utmost to block it, he was still easily overwhelmed. Their words further irked him. Did they truly consider him a sitting duck? Moreover, from their banter, it seemed they referred to this young man as the Pavilion Master. Was he truly the master of Langya Pavilion? Had he known the peril of Langya Pavilion, he would never have come to court death. Turning his gaze, he noted the white-clad figures surrounding him. There were over 10 8th grades alone. Although Bali Mountain was notorious in Great Li for his fiery temper and fearlessness, that was only against those weaker than himself. In this moment, if he did not act with caution, he would surely meet his demise. Without hesitation, he raised both hands in surrender. "I yield." In Qingxi Square, observing Bali Mountain with his hands raised above his head, Li Qingxuan gained a newfound understanding of the resilience of people in this world. His premeditated 108 tortures found no opportunity for execution. At that moment, Qin Xiaoma glanced at Li Qingxuan, uncertain of how he intended to handle Bali Mountain. Recently, Langya Pavilion's dungeon had housed numerous prisoners. Although they were fed only gruel daily, it still constituted an expense. Thus, Qin Xiaoma leaned towards decapitating him to display his head on the city gate, for he was yet another 9th grade master, which would undoubtedly enhance Langya Pavilion's reputation. Feeling the palpable aura of menace in the air, Bali Mountain's legs tightened in apprehension, knowing that a slip could spell his end. "I possess crucial intelligence to share with you. If you perform well, I might even treat you to some buns." Li Qingxuan nodded and added, "Of course, the kind without filling. But isn't that what we should call steam bread?" Balishan thought to himself, silently wiping away tears, not daring to voice any dissent. The people from Yuntang took Balishan away for confinement, while Li Qingxuan, along with Qin Xiaoma and Yunling, deliberated on the matter of seeking the right guardian. So, the right guardian ventured to Yuzhou to explore a relic known as the Misty Valley. Upon hearing Qin Xiaoma's account, Li Qingxuan inquired. Indeed, Qin Xiaoma affirmed. Historical records indicate that several centuries ago, a formidable force entered that valley and subsequently vanished, never to emerge again. Hence, the right guardian speculates that there may be treasures and martial arts manuals concealed within. Previously, the right guardian surpassed me in strength, having reached the pinnacle of the 9th rank, tantalizingly close to the 10th. Yet he too has been unable to break through. To achieve this, he has resorted to exploring various relics. The distinction between the 9th and 10th ranks is monumental. After arriving in this world, Li Qingxuan encountered numerous 9th rank experts. But apart from Qin Xiaoma, whom Li Qingxuan personally assisted in elevating, and the suppressed demons, there exists only the King of the North. This sufficiently illustrates that the King of the North is indeed an extraordinary figure. Let us prepare and set forth in a few days, Li Qingxuan declared. By the way, what is the full name of the right guardian? Li Qingxuan was only aware that the right guardian's surname was Xianyuan, but he did not know the complete name. Xianyuan Kuang, Qin Xiaomao replied. Upon hearing this name, Li Qingxuan contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Ah, understood. You're back. Get ready. We'll enter the palace together tonight." As he approached the door, he saw Hua Ji eagerly peering outside. "Are we going to the palace to sleep again today?" Li Qingxuan hurried inside to retrieve a pillow from his bed. The pillows in the palace were excessively firm and nothing compared to the comfort of home. Hua Ji shot him an exasperated glance. "Is that all that occupies your mind?" she said with dissatisfaction. "It is the Empress Dowager who wishes to see you. Today, you are invited to dine in the palace." "Oh, I see." Li Qingxuan sheepishly placed the pillow down, muttering, "I thought we were changing the environment to unlock new experiences." "Go to hell," Hua Ji retorted, her delicate fingers playfully poking at the soft flesh around Li Qingxuan's waist, causing him to gasp in surprise. When one reaches the 9th rank, such moments of vulnerability are entirely suppressed. Chapter 104. Meeting the Empress Dowager, Hua Ji prepared a ceremonial robe for Li Qingxuan to wear in the palace. Given his status as a prince, he certainly could not dress too casually. The attire fit him perfectly, indicating Hua Ji's keen understanding of his physique. As dusk approached, the couple walked into the Imperial palace together. The Empress Dowager resided deep within the palace walls, rumored to spend her days in prayer and meditation. Even Hua Ji seldom visited her. Knowing Li Qingxuan's arrival, the Empress Dowager had instructed her attendants to wait in anticipation. "So you are the king of you?" Indeed, a striking figure, the Empress Dowager greeted with a warm smile as Li Qingxuan stepped into the room. In the Great Xia, princes held single-character titles, while dukes held two-character titles, and Li Qingxuan had been bestowed the title of king of you. The Empress Dowager appeared to be around 40, with some wrinkles on her forehead, yet she remained radiant and graceful, exuding an air of nobility. Clearly, time had not left many traces upon her. As the Empress Dowager, Li Qingxuan dared not stare directly, lest it be deemed disrespectful. However, he noted that she had evidently made a considerable effort to present herself well. Contrary to the notion that she remained secluded in the depths of the palace, accompanied only by dim lamps and ancient scriptures. "I have come to see the Empress Dowager," Hua Ji said, bowing respectfully. Li Qingxuan followed suit. The Empress Dowager appeared pleased, her gaze appraising Li Qingxuan. "King of you, Ji tells me you are quite fond of roast duck. I have specially requested the Imperial kitchen to prepare a dish for you. Do not be too reserved. In my presence, you may feel at home." "Yes," Li Qingxuan nodded, feeling a twinge of apprehension akin to that of meeting one's future in-laws. However, he sensed that the Empress Dowager's warmth was perhaps a tad excessive, almost disingenuous. Previously, the court had largely opposed his union with Hua Ji, and he had anticipated that the Empress Dowager might impose a degree of authority upon him today. Yet, the reality was entirely different. As the three of them settled in the main hall, the surrounding maidservants promptly served the dishes. Apart from the roast duck, the remaining offerings were vegetarian, totaling 5 or 6 dishes, which was notably frugal for the royal household. Mother is averse to waste and prefers a simple diet. Had we not come, she would typically dine on a single dish, Hua Ji explained. There are many people in the world who go hungry. As the Empress Dowager, I must set an example. "Please indulge," the Empress Dowager urged, personally placing a piece of meat into Li Qingxuan's bowl. Such an honor of being served by the Empress Dowager herself prompted Li Qingxuan to rise and express his gratitude. There is no need to be so formal. In truth, Li Qingxuan felt quite nervous, as it was his first encounter with his future mother-in-law. Thus far, everything seemed to be proceeding well. "By the way, since your union with Ji has been established, a grand wedding should still be held to announce it to the world." "Mother, I'm already in the process of preparing for it," Hua Ji quickly interjected. "That is good to hear. I have heard that you were once a painter, but now that you are a prince, you ought to study some classical texts. It may assist Ji as well. Your Majesty is exceedingly wise. As for governance, I am not well-versed, and I only need to serve you well," Li Qingxuan replied. Hua Ji cast him a subtle glare, her ears flushing slightly. "That is not acceptable." Unexpectedly, the Empress Dowager's expression darkened. "In my view, you should enter the court and take up an official position. This is what a man of stature ought to do. How can a man spend his days in idleness?" "Mother, please enjoy your meal," Hua Ji interjected, attempting to divert attention from Li Qingxuan. Li Qingxuan mused, "This future mother-in-law is not easy to handle. By the way, have the remnants of the conspiracy surrounding the royal mausoleum been eradicated?" The Empress Dowager casually inquired. "Most have been apprehended, but my uncle before Hua Ji could finish, she was interrupted by the Empress Dowager. Though he's my brother, he must be dealt with according to the law. There is no need to consider my feelings." Li Qingxuan had initially thought the Empress Dowager might plead for her brother, but was surprised by her resolute stance. However, according to Hua Ji, the Empress Dowager was known for her favoritism towards her brother. Li Qingxuan bowed his head silently, merely listening attentively. With the Ji family's malignancy eradicated and the court stabilized, you can now truly showcase your talents. The Empress Dowager remarked seemingly without thought. "That may be true, yet the King of the North's military power is a headache for us," Hua Ji sighed. "In my opinion, the King of the North wields too much power and should be promoted to Grand Preceptor. This would allow him to relinquish his military authority and prevent future chaos. The deterrent of a 10th rank expert far exceeds its practical significance. As long as he remains in the court, the Northern Yuan would not dare to invade." Li Qinxuan articulata. Transitioning him from a military to a civil position, granting him the title of Grand Preceptor, would elevate the King of the North while stripping him of his military power. If the King of the North harbored no rebellious intentions, he would naturally accept. If he did, it would reveal his true motives. That is not acceptable. To Li Qingxuan's astonishment, the Empress Dowager slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her expression shifting dramatically. "The King of the North guards the borders, and with him, the Northern Yuan dares not encroach. Your Majesty cannot dispirit the soldiers." Prior to discussing the Ji family, the Empress Dowager had shown little reaction. Why was she so concerned about the King of the North? Li Qingxuan found it perplexing. "Well, I'm feeling rather fatigued today, Your Majesty. Please take King Yu for a stroll in the palace. The matter of entering the court must be expedited." With that, the Empress Dowager dismissed them, and Hua Ji and Li Qingxuan had no choice but to take their leave. After the two departed, Empress Ji gazed outside, lost in contemplation. She had not anticipated that Li Qingxuan possessed such insight, devising a strategy of covert promotion. Alas, she sighed softly, "Little brother, you must endure in prison. I shall find a way to rescue you." The following morning, several swift steeds surged through the city gates, racing towards the Imperial Palace. The capital prohibited galloping horses, yet exceptions were made in times of urgent military matters. A dispatch had arrived. The Northern Yuan's army, numbering 300,000, had invaded, placing the Northern Valley Pass in dire peril. Within the Golden Lawn Hall,